a young man, dismissed as a piece of trash. Critically injured during a mission, he is now knocking on heaven's door. In the final moments of his life, he recalls his past in the modern world. He transmigrated to this world after a car accident. He thought he held the script of a chosen dragon-proud sky, with an illustrious family background and supreme talent. He reached Foundation establishment before the age of 10. Who would have guessed that 15 years after joining the Hong Ming Sect, his cultivation would stagnate, making zero progress. Now he lies gasping on his deathbed, becoming the laughingstock of the world, betrayed by his own disciples, who seize the chance while he is dying to loot the treasures he spent a lifetime accumulating. But right when he stands between life and death, he unexpectedly receives a system, successfully saving his own life. Not only that, instructing his disciples to cultivate successfully now makes him 10,000 times stronger, proudly rising from the ashes to take revenge on every single one of them. Hello, everyone. Let's start the story. The scene opens with the male lead lying on a sickbed. His name is Xiao Xian. Currently, he is the 7th elder of the Hong Ming Sect, the elder of the 7th peak. He is critically wounded after a failed mission. Inside Xiao Xian's recovery room, he lies there, completely motionless. Beside the bed is Jinu. She's a maid he took in and raised. She kneels, keeping watch. At the foot of the bed stands a group of his loyal disciples. Jinu, with tears welling in her eyes, sits by Xiao Xian's side, ceaselessly calling out, "Elder Xiao." Suddenly, Xiao Xian's hand twitches slightly. Meanwhile, 5th disciple Li Shan turns around, looking at eldest senior brother, Yi Qiuhan. He speaks with a look of boredom. "Eldest senior brother, Master isn't going to make it. What do we do now?" Eldest disciple Yi Qiuhan hears this and replies with an annoyed expression. "What else? Obviously, we go find another elder to bow to as master. You think we should stay here and collect his corpse?" The 3rd disciple shakes his head and scoffs. "Just a useless piece of trash. Goes out on a mission and gets injured to this extent. A total waste of my time." Hearing this, 2nd disciple Lin Haoren's face gradually loses all traces of humanity. He chuckles with delight, rubbing his chin as he thinks to himself, "If I hadn't leaked his cultivation techniques and martial arts, how could this old geezer kick the bucket so easily?" 4th disciple Wang Zheng waves his fan, laughing as he speaks. "He died at just the right time. I wanted to leave for ages." As he walks away, he pats eldest disciple Yi Qiuhan on the shoulder and says, "Whoever likes this monk's temple, feel free to stay. This young master is going to bow to the 2nd elder. He has the most female disciples. I'm off." Hearing this, Jinu can no longer suppress her rage. She grips the bedsheets and screams, "Bastards!" Immediately, she stands up, turning to face the trash disciples and shouts, "If it weren't for Elder Xiao, none of the 5 of you would have even stepped foot through the mountain gates. I'm afraid you would have turned into piles of dry bones long ago." Looking at the faces of these disciples betraying their master and sect, Jinu can't hold back and continues yelling, "You are nothing but a pack of ungrateful animals." At this, Wu Feng, unable to stomach another word, furiously strikes Jinu, sending her tumbling backward. Who gave you the guts to act high and mighty, huh? What the hell are you? To dare speak to me like that?" Wu Feng's eyes flash with a streak of crimson lightning. His expression is now utterly terrifying. Eldest brother Yi Qiuhan turns and says, "3rd brother, why waste breath on that trashy wench, with her poor root and bone? If she wants to stay, let her stay." He then reaches out with his bandaged hand, grabs a jar, and continues, "Anyway, the treasures belonging to this old invalid have already been swept clean by us." Immediately after, the group of traitors turns their backs and storms out the door, not forgetting to carry away every valuable item on their persons. Wu Feng turns his head as he leaves, adding, "A trash elder paired with a trash slave girl. Truly a perfect match." Inside the room, Jinu, trembling in pain, struggles to sit up, muttering, "Traitors!" Her eyes glisten, welling up with tears. Her face is bruised and battered from Wu Feng's strike. "A bunch of traitors. You deserve to die." Jinu. Suddenly, a voice calls out from the bed. Hearing Xiao Xian's reaction, Jinu hurriedly sits up by the bedside, her voice trembling. "Elder Xiao, you're awake. Don't worry, my lord. Those ungrateful traitors are gone. Now Jinu can take good care of you properly. Xiao Xian speaks in a weak voice, straining to speak. After bringing you up the mountain, I never officially accepted you as my disciple, nor did I ever guide you in cultivation. Do you? Do you not resent me? Hearing this, Jinu wipes her tears and replies, I know. My aptitude is poor, and I have no destiny with cultivation. Back then, elders saved me from the slave traders. I am endlessly grateful to you. I have never once resented you. Seeing Xiao Xian's broken, withered state, Jinu couldn't help but lament to the heavens. I only hate that the heavens are unfair, that wicked people run rampant, while good people meet terrible ends. Hearing this, Xiao Xian's hand stirred. He pushed himself up to sit. If only I had taken you in as a disciple sooner. But cough, cough. He coughs violently, hand covering his mouth. It seems Xiao Xian's body is far from recovered. Any movement drains his remaining strength. Elder, Jinu rushes forward in a panic to support Xiao Xian. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, a haggard Xiao Xian looks at the bowl of chicken soup in his hand, letting out a faint, bitter smile. However, I'm a dying man now. Jinu drops heavily to her knees, bowing so low her hips face the audience. She cries out, If Elder does not find me unworthy, please accept me as your disciple. In the future, I swear I will slaughter every last traitor and avenge you, Elder. If you do not agree, I will not rise from this spot. Hearing this, Xiao Xian is taken aback. You? Xiao Xian turns away, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he sighs. Voice weary, hand clutching his wound, he replies, Jinu, I'm already broken, but I'm not senile. If I agreed, wouldn't I just be sending you to an early grave? Seeing him sway, Jinu rushes to support him. Elder, please don't move. With trembling hands and his strength fading fast, Xiao Xian takes out a pill bottle and speaks to Jinu. This is my last bottle of Origin Essence pills. It's nothing precious, but it is the last thing I can give you. Jinu's eyes well up with tears as she stares at the bottle. She leans in, her expression full of concern. Ignoring the pills, she helps Xiao Xian lie back down. Don't worry about me. Just lie down, please. Xiao Xian whispers, rest assured, I'm not done yet. But before he can finish, Xiao Xian suddenly coughs up a mouthful of blood. The pill bottle slips from his hand. Jinu screams in horror. Elder! The bottle shatters against the floor, echoing with Jinu's desperate cry. Xiao Xian's vision begins to blur. As consciousness fades, he sees Jinu's terrified face, screaming for him. Please don't be angry. It's all my fault. I won't ask to be your disciple anymore. Just wake up, please. In the encroaching darkness of his subconscious, Xiao Xian's mind continues to race. So, this is what death feels like. Ah, Jinu, you're crying too loud. You're crying so hard. My ears are ringing. It's frustrating. What am I angry about? If only I had taken Jinu as my disciple sooner. It would have been nice. Xiao Xian's eyes slowly close. Suddenly, a system interface appears with a notification, confirming sincere master-disciple bond between host and target. Disciple cashback system officially activated. System. Xiao Xian is shocked to find himself floating in a strange void, staring at the system prompt. The system presents Xiao Xian with a treasure, filling him with surging vitality within his subconscious. Xiao Xian, now possessing a ripped, muscular physique, complete with rock-hard, drool-worthy abs, happily reaches out to grab the treasure, exclaiming, It really is the boundless golden pill. A single boundless golden pill contains enough spiritual energy to rival 10,000 ethereal pills. He gazes at the boundless golden pill. Intricate patterns are carved into its surface, radiating immense power. Xiao Xian floats in the void, bathed in the pill's overwhelming aura. Xiao Xian thinks to himself, once I consume this, not only will my cultivation realm soar, but all my injuries will be completely healed. Overwhelmed, Xiao Xian presses a hand to his face. He trembles with emotion. Tears stream down his face. He weeps uncontrollably. Cradling the boundless golden pill, he says, I transmigrated to this world 20 years ago, and my golden finger has finally arrived. He clutches the golden pill like a precious treasure. Thinking back to 20 years ago, I was killed in a car accident and transmigrated here. I really thought I held the script of a long Haotian, an illustrious family background. Unrivaled talent. Breaking through foundation establishment before I was even 10. Who could have guessed that 15 years after joining the Hong Ming Sect, my cultivation would stagnate without an inch of progress, turning me into the laughingstock of the entire world. But thank the heavens the gods have eyes, granting me a chance to start over. He gazes at the system's interface. Xiaoxian contemplates. System, what exactly is this disciple rebate? The system interface lights up, displaying the definition like an item description. Whenever the host grants something to a disciple in the capacity of a master, you will receive a reward returned at a random multiplier. Reading this, Xiaoxian gasps in surprise. Does transmitting cultivation energy via empowerment count too? The system immediately responds, yes. Under the host's guidance, any cultivation base gained, or insights realized by your disciple, will all be returned to you manifold. Simply put, if the host transmits 1 day's worth of cultivation to a disciple, you might receive 200 days times in return. Similarly, if the disciple comprehends a sword technique taught by the host once, then the host will directly receive the insight of that sword technique multiplied. Xiaoxian raises a question. So, if I gift this golden core to my disciple right now, will I get a rebate on it? The system instantly replies, no. The system cannot generate a second rebate on an item that has already been processed. The system adds, however, if the host teaches a cultivation method obtained from system rebate, and the disciple gains new insights, the host can receive a rebate within that scope, generating a second return. Xiaoxian stares at the golden core in his hand, realizing the truth. So that's how it works. Sure enough, I can't just exploit an infinite loop. Since that's the case, I'll seize this opportunity myself. With that thought, Xiaoxian swallows the spirit pill, instantly breaking through to the golden core realm. Golden energy erupts from Xiaoxian's body, swirling around him in a dazzling vortex, radiating immense power. Back in the present moment, Jinu is still trembling, her head buried in her arms. She weeps by Xiaoxian's bedside. Sob, Elder, please wake up. I promise I won't ask to be a disciple anymore. I won't seek revenge anymore. I don't need to condense any core. Jinu just wants you to wake up. A hand gently rests on Jinu's head, stroking her hair. You silly girl. Listen closely. The first lesson your master will teach you is this. The protagonist has awakened, surrounded by a blazing aura. He speaks with fierce determination. If we have a grudge, we must return for vengeance with absolute ruthlessness, and we pay it back 100-fold. At the gates of the Hong Ming Sect, Wu Feng, the traitorous third disciple of Xiaoxian, stands in the courtyard. He raises a treasure with both hands, offering it to Elder Wang. His demeanor is sickeningly respectful. This lowly one, Wu Feng, implores Elder Wang to accept me as a disciple. These are all the secret manuals and techniques of the seventh peak, belonging to Xiaoxian. I hereby offer them to you, Elder Wang, as a token of my absolute loyalty. The scroll of techniques flies up the high stairs, landing in the hands of Elder Wang. Standing on the platform above, he holds a manual in one hand, stroking his beard with the other. His expression is one of immense satisfaction. Xiaoxian really did raise an obedient disciple. This man, draped in authority, is none other than Wang Yan, elder of the sixth peak and deacon of the law enforcement hall. He laughs boisterously. The genius of the past, whom no one in the Hong Ming sect could compare to think he would end up in such a state today. You want to bow to me as your master? Very well. He looks down at the despicable Wu Feng kneeling before him. Wang Yin continues with a sinister sneer. This is a special artifact of the law enforcement hall. It is capable of carving out a person's spirit root. A token shaped like a demonic claw clatters to the ground in front of Wu Feng. Wang Yin declares loudly, if you can cut out Xiaoxian's spirit root, I will immediately accept you as my personal disciple. Make sure you do a thorough job. Once blood is drawn, you won't need any secret arts. But without that, it won't be easy to extract. Hearing this, Wu Feng immediately lunges forward. He snatches up the blade with the demonic hilt. A twisted grin spreads across his face. His eyes flash with a sinister, ghostly light as he responds. Elder Wang, rest assured. This subordinate, Wu Feng, will not fail your command. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupts from nowhere. It strikes from behind, piercing straight through Wu Feng's back and bursting out his chest. Ambushed. He has no time to react. The impact is so violent. It hurls him into the stone statue in front of him. Boom! An explosion rocks the courtyard. As the dust settles and the energy dissipates, the white smoke gradually faded away. Wu Feng's trembling hand clawed vainly at the wall. That terrifying blast had blown a massive hole through the stone wall in an instant. But by the time Wu Feng realized it, it was already too late. His face twisted in horror as he stared at the sword impaling his abdomen. He collapsed, letting out a wretched scream. No! I can't die here. My bright future. It was only just beginning. Wang Yin looked up toward the distant sky in surprise. Is that Xiao Xian? Above, Xiao Xian and Ji Nu were descending, riding a flying sword. Looking incredibly imposing, Xiao Xian spoke, Elder Wang, if you want my spiritual root, why not come take it yourself? Elder Wang maintained his composure, offering a fake smile to Xiao Xian. Elder Xiao, those are harsh words. I was merely joking with your disciple. But deep inside his mind raced. Asterisk, didn't they say this trash was on the brink of death? Asterisk, why is his aura so overwhelming? Asterisk, could he have broken through to the golden core realm? Asterisk, hearing this, Xiao Xian's expression darkened. His voice dripped with menace. Is that so? However, from behind him, thousands of sharp blades materialized, speeding toward Wang Yin. He smirked coldly. I'm not joking with you, Elder Wang. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Elder Wang truly panicked. The Canlong sword art, his face twisted. Wang Yin made no secret of his jealousy. Even in this moment, his mind drifted to the past. I remember back then. Asterisk, Xiao Xian and I joined the Hong Ming Sect at the same time. Asterisk, but because he created the Canlong sword art, the Sect master favored him. Asterisk, showering him with endless cultivation resources. Asterisk, fortunately, later on Asterisk broken through to the golden core before that bastard. Asterisk, while he became nothing but a worthless piece of trash. Asterisk, purple magical energy began to swirl from his hands, preparing for the clash with Xiao Xian. Just as the sharp blades rushed toward him, Wang Yin defended himself with a purple barrier. He thought smugly, if we were to fight, it is not certain you would gain the upper. Before he could finish his thought, his purple shield was completely shattered by Xiao Xian's power. Wang Yin couldn't believe his eyes. He panicked, unable to react in time. Shouting in shock, what? Wang Yin never imagined Xiao Xian's strength would have multiplied so drastically since the last time they met. High above, Xiao Xian sneered down at him. Elder Wang, is the second stage of the Golden Core really all you have? As soon as he finished speaking, he continued his assault. He unleashed a barrage of devastating slashes, weaving together to strike Wang Yin. One shock followed another, leaving the elder terrified, his thoughts racing. This might, at least the third stage of the Golden Core. Perhaps even higher. A blade pierced right through his hand, causing him to shriek in agony. My hand. It hurts. He was still a dignified elder, after all. He was no weakling. Wang Yin quickly regained his focus, dodging the rest of Xiao Xian's blades. He clutched his bleeding arm, screaming in rage. Damn you, Xiao Xian. If a brat like you dares to kill me, the sect will never let you off. Xiao Xian wore a calm expression, smiling contemptuously. He paid no mind to Wang Yan's threats, and spoke bluntly, is that right? I would actually like to see, if I insist on killing you, just how the sect intends to deal with me. With that, he waved his hand. Thousands of blades materialized once more, surging down toward the terrified Wang Yan. They were poised to strike the elder, who was still clutching his wounded arm. Having no other choice, he pulled out an object. It appeared to be a piece of jade, purple with a gold rim. He had kept it hidden on his person for a long time. Xiao Xian, you asked for this. I have no choice but to use that. The object expanded, functioning as a massive shield, blocking all of Xiao Xian's strikes. He gritted his teeth, withstanding the bombardment. Damn it, a high-grade mystic rank artifact. It can only be used 3 times in total. And this is the very last time. He thought of his precious mystic rank artifact. My high-grade treasure. I had originally intended to save it for my breakthrough. asterisk to the nascent soul realm to block the lightning tribulation. Asterisk. Xiao Xian hadn't expected him to have such a defensive treasure. He simply prepared his next spell. Elder Wang, you really are deep. You've hidden quite a few treasures over the years, haven't you? Then let's see how you handle this. A heavy, oppressive force slammed directly into the artifact, threatening to crack it open. It seemed unable to withstand another blow. Elder Wang was finally feeling true terror. He screamed, Xiao Xian, how dare you? Xiao Xian ignored the retort and continued channeling his technique. Why wouldn't I dare? This attack was 10 times larger than the previous one, annihilating all matter in its path. It barreled straight toward Elder Wang, who was too panicked to react. He couldn't run. He could only watch as the attack from Xiao Xian slammed directly into him, screaming in futility. A massive explosion erupted, blasting away everything within the immediate radius. The force was so intense that earth, stone, and water were scattered everywhere. When the flames finally died down, Xiao Xian descended to inspect Elder Wang's condition. He had been battered so unrelentingly that his body was in ruins. His clothes were nothing but tattered shreds. He lay there exhausted, coughing weakly. Yet, he seemed to have just enough energy left to speak. So, when Xiao Xian approached, he immediately waved his hand frantically. You, don't come any closer. Xiao Xian calmly asked him. That shield was at least mystic rank. High grade, wasn't it? He recalled. Magical artifacts in this world are divided into 5 ranks, from lowest to highest, mortal, mystic, celestial. Within those, they are further divided into 4 grades. The item Elder Wang just used was a high-grade mystic rank artifact. In an ordinary sect, that would be considered a supreme treasure. I didn't expect Wang Yin to be hiding such a treasure. Having said that, he summoned his own sword. However, his eyes were overflowing with killing intent. He slashed the sword straight down at Elder Wang. But that's as far as it goes. Wang Yin couldn't dodge this strike. Suddenly, a voice rang out to stop Xiao Xian. Elder Xiao Xian, stay your hand. Immediately, a defensive barrier protected Elder Wang's body, just as Xiao Xian struck. Xiao Xian hunched over, his eyes darting around menacingly, looking for whoever had interfered. In the distance was the sect master of the Hong Ming sect, Zhang He. Riding a white crane, he flew toward the 2 quarreling masters. He had just saved Wang Yin from fatal blow. Looking toward Xiao Xian, he spoke gently. Elder Xiao, don't be so impulsive. Fellow disciples slaughtering each other violates sect rules. The punishment is expulsion from the sect. When Xiao Xian saw the sect master arrive, he sheathed his sword, looking at the old man with a sneer. Wang Yan's face lit up like he'd struck gold. He thought, asterisk great. I'm saved, asterisk. With his battered body, Wang Yin scrambled up to tattle. Sect master, you must seek justice for me. Xiao Xian wants to murder a fellow disciple. Before he could finish, the sect master, who had no intention of taking a side, slapped him directly across the face, delivering a stinging blow from a distance that distorted his face. The slap was so painful that Wang Yin shrieked. The sect master shouted sternly, shut your mouth. The sect master's expression was grim. Elder Wang, do you want to follow me to the Heart Pond in the Hall of Justice to see who is truly the one that should be expelled? From the sect, Wang Yin looked truly pathetic now. Gone was the confident arrogance he had at the start. Flustered and teary-eyed, he looked at the sect master. The sect master spoke down from above, offering congratulations. Congratulations, junior brother. You have finally stepped into the Golden Core realm. Xiao Xian bowed happily. Thank you, sect master. If I hadn't broken through to the Golden Core, I fear that this traitor, conspiring with outsiders, would have carved out my spirit root. His words were pointed directly, accusing Wang Yin of colluding with Wu Feng. Wang Yin, despite his aching body, stood up to explain. It was all just a misunderstanding. However, I admit I was negligent in this matter. I accept whatever punishment the sect deems fit. I hope junior brother Xiao won't hold a grudge. Although annoyed, Xiao Xian had to yield since the sect master had intervened. Out of respect for the sect master, I can spare your life for now. He radiated a cold, killing intent that made Wang Yin tremble as he spoke. But as for Wu Feng, deceiving his master, betraying his ancestors, repaying kindness with malice, I must. cripple his cultivation, and expel him from the sect. The despicable Wu Feng crawled out from the rubble, trying to sneak away. But when he heard those words, he was terrified by Xiao Xian's declaration. From this day forth, the traitor Wu Feng is banned from stepping foot in the Hong Ming sect. He reached out, begging the sect master for help. But even he could do nothing. Stroking his beard with a composed demeanor, he said, "I leave this to Elder Xiao to handle." Suddenly, Jinu flew down from out of nowhere, landing right where Wu Feng was, while over in the audience. She spoke urgently. "Master, there is no need for you to dirty your hands." Hearing Jinu's voice, Wu Feng looked at her with utter disdain. He launched an attack at her, even though he could barely stand. Lying amidst the rubble, he roared, "A piece of trash like you thinks you can fight me." His attack was nothing more than a basic strike. Waiting for it to get close, Jinu finally unleashed her countermove. She channeled internal energy into her palm, radiating a pink spiritual energy. With just a single strike, Jinu sternly waved her hand. She completely deflected his move. This left him too shocked to speak, because he hadn't even managed to comprehend that Songlong's sword art yet. His mouth hung wide open as he screamed, Aren't you supposed to be trash? Since when did you learn the Songlong sword art?" Xiao Xian found his choice of words grating. "Trash, huh?" The story flashes back to 3 days ago. Jinu's information panel appeared. Name, Jinu identity. Eldest direct disciple. 5 elements. 260, root bone, 15. Talent, innate sword body. Status, inactive. Activation conditions. Reach the foundation establishment realm. Be recognized by the Lin family's ancestral sword embryo. Xiao Xian read her information and fell into deep thought. To think she has the rare innate sword body. Jinu asked curiously, "Master, what is an innate sword body?" Hearing the question, Xiao Xian immediately dodged the subject. He turned away. "It's nothing. I just feel that you have a talent for the sword, that's all." Jinu gasped in awe at her master's assessment. They began their training. With a single stroke, Xiao Xian severed the massive tree trunk. He instructed Jinu as he taught her. "Later, we're going to find Wu Feng. I can't let you lose face. The key point, remember it well. I created that Songlong sword art myself. You just need to learn a little bit of it." Jinu obeyed her master. Having learned it instantly, she demonstrated it for him. "Master, look, is it like this?" The system panel displayed Jinu's info. Info, mastered intro to Songlong sword art. And Xiao Xian's info, host imparted human rank. Top tier technique to disciple. Received, heaven slashing art. Rank, high grade mortal class. Xiao Xian praised her upon her success. "I said you'd learn it well." Looking back at her form, as Jinu fought, she really is a genuine treasure. Jinu pinned Wu Feng beneath her foot, humiliating him. "Master taught you personally, yet you still couldn't comprehend it?" He panicked and begged for mercy. "Don't." Jinu had no intention of sparing him. She stomped down hard, driving the sword deep into his body. As she stomped, she spoke. "Now who is the trash?" At this point, Wu Feng couldn't resist her strength at all. Finished with her task, Jinu turned to where Xiao Xian was standing. She bowed, cupping her hands to report. "I have shattered this traitorous disciple's spirit root. Please inspect him, master." Xiao Xian immediately praised her. "Well done, Sect leader Zhang," he called out from above. "Elder Xiao, the beating is done. The punishment has been meted out. Elder Wang, let me take it back to handle the rest, shall we?" Xiao Xian disagreed, smiling. "When did I say this was over?" The sect leader looked flustered. "Didn't you just agree to spare his life?" Before he could finish, Wang Yin interrupted, pointing at Xiao Xian. "What more do you want?" His face was full of fear, sweat pouring down like rain. Xiao Xian gave a sinister smile. "I said I'd spare his life." His face darkened as he pointed at Wang Yin. "But I didn't say I'd spare him for free." Xiao Xian continued. "As for what it will take to satisfy me, that depends on Elder Wang's sincerity." These words made old Wang shake with rage, but he could do nothing. Wang Yan's face turned black, his expression filled with hatred. Yet there was fear, his hair a mess. He forced a stiff smile. Fine. My entire fortune is in this universe bag." Elder Wang held the universe bag high above his head with both hands, looking completely disheveled. "I hope Elder Xiao does not find it lacking." Xiao Xian used magic to snatch the universe bag from Elder Wang. Elder Wang is a smart man who listens to reason. "Thank you then, Elder Wang." Wang Yin stands amidst the rubble and ruins, remnants left behind by the fierce battle just now. Xiao Xian strolls away leisurely, the spatial bag in his hand. Xiao Xian walks along the path, surrounded by the debris of the recent fight. Farewell, Elder Wang. Jinu, let's go. Trailing behind him is Jinu. A gentle aura glows around Jinu and Xiao Xian. She beams happily, praising Xiao Xian. Master, you were so awesome just now. Elder, Xiao raises a finger. Let's go back and rest for a day. Tomorrow, I will officially begin teaching you cultivation, leaving the flustered old Wang Yin behind. A dark, gloomy shadow surrounds him. The sect leader turns his back, riding his crane away. I'm leaving too. Elder Wang, handle this mess yourself. Wang Yin pouts, his brow furrowing. His face darkens completely. The old man's eyes roll back in fury. Red veins bulge visibly in his eyes. Veins pop on Wang Yin's forehead, showing his intense rage, staring with hatred at Xiao Xian's retreating back. Just you wait. Early morning at 7th peak. Sunlight illuminates the stones used for cultivation, precious gems, and a gourd bottle. A yin-yang circle and various other items are scattered about. Someone's hand is sifting through them. It is none other than Xiao Xian. He furrows his brows, resting one hand on his thigh. The other hand holds a medicinal pill. He mutters in admiration. Wang Yin hoarded quite a bit, didn't he? Surrounding Xiao Xian are items from Elder Wang Yan's hoard, taken from the spatial bag he handed over. It's all pills for the golden core stage. However, the quality is mediocre, barely passable. Upgrade, profound rank. Upgrade, earth rank, primordial heaven art. Earth rank, medium grade. This is perfect for stabilizing Jinu's foundation. Xiao Xian stares intently at the item. Earth rank, medium grade. A green sword with a dragon head hilt. On the hilt is a yin-yang symbol, and beside the sword lies a small purple medicine bottle. If we're talking about the most valuable item in Wang Yan's pile, it's definitely this one. But I can't use it. I'll just give it all to Jinu. Let's see what treasure the system grants in return. Xiao Xian swipes his hand. He smiles as a light bursts from the bag. As for the rest, it's all spirit stones. Inside the bag, countless red crystals sparkle and burn with energy. Xiao Xian looks into the bag of spirit stones and exclaims, a mere tiny elder actually has 100 high-grade spirit stones? Wang Yin must have done plenty of shady things in his time. Xiao Xian sits cross-legged, resting his chin on his hand before the pile of treasure, thinking about Wang Yan's hoard. I've really hit the jackpot this time. Someday, I'll build a nice little villa to live in. Jinu, with a bright and cheerful face, knocks on the door. Master, Shurzuan, you said to come find you for training in 2 hours. May I come in now? From inside the room, Xiao Xian answers. Come in. Jinu, come sit over here. Xiao Xian sits bathed in the sunlight, streaming through the window. Jinu answers obediently. Yes, master. The realms of a cultivator are divided into 10 stages. Hot-Eon, Xiantian, Qi condensation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit severing, body integration, Mahayana, and tribulation transcendence. Each realm is further divided into 10 minor stages. The Hot-Eon realm, activation, the power of Qi and blood, tempering the tendons and bones, strengthening the physique, and the durability of the body. The Xiantian realm, abundant Qi and blood transform into internal energy, enhancing the power of attacks and the body's defense. Only after undergoing the thunder tribulation and refining the golden body to its peak can one ascend and become an immortal. However, that is a distant realm found only in legends. Jinu closes her eyes. She places her hands against Xiao Xian's palms. A formation with flickering flames ignites as Xiao Xian speaks. I am transferring the Xiantian art to you. Use your mind to sense it. Jinu responds. First, circulate it in a small cycle to get the feel of it. Jinu sits upon the flames. The system displays her information. Profile. Name, Jinu. Status, Legacy Disciple. Perception, 260. Root Bone, 15. Talent, Innate Sword Body, inactive. Activation condition, reach Foundation Establishment Realm, and be recognized by the Lin family's ancient sword embryo. Jinu cultivates seriously, sitting amidst the magical fire. Xiao Xian furrows his brows. Resting his chin on his hand, he thinks. Her root bone is only 15. System, what is the average perception for a normal person? The system pops up to answer Xiaoxian. The average is 50 to 60. No wonder. Jinnu comprehends techniques quickly, but her actual cultivation is a struggle. Looks like I have no choice but to force an empowerment and marrow cleansing. Xiaoxian stood up and raised his hand. He began transmitting the technique, streaming qi directly into Jinnu. All the artifacts in the vicinity were drawn towards Xiaoxian. The magical light of the spell enveloped both him and his disciple. Sometime later, Jinnu calmly opened her eyes. She had been cultivating with intense focus. All the spiritual energy gathered, forming a golden orb within her master's arms. Master, how could you perform a direct empowerment on me? I've heard the price for that is terrible. It doesn't just damage your cultivation base. You could fall an entire realm. It might even damage your very foundation. Jinnu's eyes welled up with anxious tears. Tears spilled down her cheeks. Xiaoxian simply patted her head. Put your mind at ease. Your master is fine. The system interface appeared, notifying Xiaoxian. Log. Host transferred 100 days of cultivation. Reward. 5x rebate triggered. Received. 500 days of cultivation. He glanced at the system and smirked. Actually, I'm better than fine. Here, take these as well. I haven't given you anything decent before. Consider this a make-up gift for your apprenticeship ceremony. Master, all of this is for me? Xiaoxian took out the spatial bag he had seized from Wang Yin, offering it to Jinnu. Her eyes lit up instantly. She clasped her hands together. She practically drooled with excitement. The system popped up with new data. Log. Host granted disciple 1 grade, 3 small return pill, and 100 grade, 2 condensation pills. 10x rebate triggered. Received 1 grade, 4 great return pill. Jinnu clasped her hands, bowing to Xiaoxian. Thank you, Master, for saving my life and teaching me. In the future, whatever you require, just command me. Jinnu will give her all. I will walk through fire without hesitation. The system updated once more. Log. Host granted 17 martial arts techniques to disciple. 20x rebate triggered. Received unhindered 1,000-mile sword control art. Rank Heaven Peerless. Xiaoxian looked at Jinnu and replied, Why so formal with your master? Go back and comprehend this power. Once you've fused with it, I will perform another empowerment for you. Jinnu gasped in surprise. There's going to be another one. The system updated the log again. Log. Host granted 5 elements ruler. Rank Earth mid-grade to disciple. 20x rebate triggered. Received soft winding sword. Rank Earth. Jinnu asked anxiously, Master, you harmed yourself to transfer power to me. Are you really okay? Xiaoxian placed a hand on Jinnu's shoulder. A smile curled on his lips. Your master is formidable. If you don't believe me, wait for me to enter seclusion for 3 days. I guarantee I'll break through to the 5th stage of the Golden Core realm. Jinnu bowed resolutely. She replied with absolute seriousness. Then this disciple will guard you with her life. Master, I won't let anyone get close. Xiaoxian looked a bit perplexed. All right. Don't be so tense. You need to focus on absorbing the energy too. Oh, then I won't disturb you, Master. After sending Jinnu off to cultivate, Xiaoxian murmured, All right. Now, let's see what treasures the system refunded me. Asterisk, I've heard of this grade 4 great return pill for a long time. At the very least, asterisk, one needs to be a nascent soul cultivator to refine it. Xiaoxian pulled the return pill from the system storage and continued. The heavenly materials required. Among grade 4 elixirs, this is a top-tier existence. The celestial pill emitted a golden aura that filled the room. Holding it, Xiaoxian mused. Even if I turn the entire Hong Ming sect upside down. Asterisk, I doubt I'd find even half a pill like this. However, asterisk, the thing I'm most satisfied with is still the heaven rank peerless technique. Unhindered 1,000-mile sword control art. At that moment, the system released the manuals. The sword control art and the soft winding sword. Xiaoxian looked down at the sword technique in his hand. This seems to be the premier manual for the path of sword control. With this technique, combined with the soft winding sword, an earth rank peerless treasure, I'll be practically invincible, he thought for a moment. Let's test its power. Xiaoxian pointed his finger forward. Instantly, A beam of sword energy shot out in the direction he pointed. That strike, just now, was the unhindered 1,000-mile sword control art. The power of the technique blasted a massive boulder into smithereens. Xiao Xian remarked, "Not bad. The unhindered 1,000-mile sword control art focuses on the Tao of sword control. If I can collect even more powerful swords, I could fight above my level." That duel was nothing more than a minor diversion. At this moment, the sword returns to its sheath behind Xiao Xian. Then he continues, "It's time to absorb the cultivation base refunded by the system." Xiao Xian smiles with satisfaction and thinks to himself, "This time, at the very least, I should be able to break through to the 5th level of the Golden Core realm." Scene changes to the Hong Ming Sect market. Wang Zheng walks through the market, his arms around 2 senior sisters. Li Shan follows closely behind. Meanwhile, 2 girls strolling nearby are gossiping. One of them says, "Did you hear? I heard Elder Xiao of the 7th Peak just broke through to the Golden Core realm." Hearing this, Li Shan immediately turns his head to look. They say he even clashed with Elder Wang of the 6th Peak, and Elder Wang got beaten to a pulp. Having said that, the 2 girls instantly switch to fangirl mode, swooning. The brunette presses her hands to her cheeks and continues, "I also heard Elder Xiao didn't mind damaging his own foundation to perform the spirit transmission on his female disciple." Not wanting to be outdone, the purple-haired girl drools, blushing as she imagines Xiao Xian, and exclaims, "Elder Xiao is so handsome, too. I'm so envious of anyone who gets a master like that." Both of them speak with looks of pure adoration on their faces. Naturally, these words drift straight into the ears of Wang Zheng, Li Shan, and the 2 senior sisters accompanying them. Li Shan thinks to himself, Xiao Xian performed a spirit transmission for a female disciple. For whom? Could it be that brat Ji Nu? One of the senior sisters asks Wang Zheng curiously, "Junior brother Wang, junior brother Li, you 2 used to be at the 7th Peak, right?" The other senior sister adds, "Why did you leave?" Wang Zheng quickly replies, "Senior sisters, don't believe those rumors. That old dog Xiao Xian is incredibly stingy with his disciples. That's why we couldn't stand his harsh treatment and had to leave. Right, Li Shan?" He says while shooting a glance at Li Shan. Li Shan doesn't respond, merely offering a strained smile. One senior sister asks again, "Oh, really? Is that the truth, junior brother Wang?" Wang Zheng, Li Shan, and the 2 sisters fail to notice that behind them, Lin Haren has quietly overheard everything they were discussing. He is clutching a medicine bottle in his hand. Lin Haren thinks furiously, that old thief Xiao Xian. He broke through to the Golden Core. Even Elder Wang wasn't his match, and he performed a spirit transmission for a disciple. Is that true or false? The bottle in his hand cracks under the pressure of his unconscious grip. I need to go see what's going on. Thinking this, Lin Haren immediately mounts his sword and flies toward the gate of the 7th Peak. Upon arriving, Lin Haren hides in a cluster of bushes in front of the 7th Peak's gate. As soon as he arrives, he sees a disciple shouting, "Greetings, Elder Xiao," before the stone steps at the mountain gate. Standing there are Xiao Xian and Ji Nu. The arrival is Yi Chun, the head disciple of Sect leader Zhang He. He clasps his hands respectfully. He states his purpose, "Elder Xiao, I have come to deliver a message on behalf of the Sect leader. In 100 days, the Grand Sect competition will take place. The Sect leader sent me to notify you in advance, so you may prepare." Then, Yi Chun glances toward Ji Nu and speaks hesitantly. "However, forgive this disciple for speaking bluntly. You are not very selective in choosing your disciple. With this junior sister's aptitude, if she enters the competition, I fear she will just be scared to tears." While Ji Nu furiously shouts, "You!" Xiao Xian calmly responds, "Junior brother Yi, I'm afraid you are blind." Yi Chun shouts in disbelief, "What?" Xiao Xian says coolly, 3 days ago, my disciple was just an ordinary mortal. She had no cultivation base. Today, she is already at the 10th stage of the postnatal realm. With this cultivation speed, dare I ask, junior brother Yi, could you achieve that?" Yi Chun shouts skeptically, 3 days? 10th stage of the postnatal realm? Are you kidding me? Xiao Xian acts cool. Putting on sunglasses and unfurling a fan with style, he says, "Don't believe it? My good disciple, go show them what you've got." Ji Nu responds while releasing her aura, "Yes, master." She raises her hand to channel her chi. A blazing red aura surrounds her body. Yichen exclaims in shock. It really is the 10th stage of the postnatal realm. But how is this even possible? Hiding in the bushes, Lin Haren stares wide-eyed in astonishment. Xiaoxian turns his back to walk up the mountain, saying, anything is possible. Junior brother Yi. Jinu makes a funny face at Yi-chun and says, nye nye nye. Lin Haren, still in the bushes, bites his nails and thinks furiously. That piece of trash, she's actually at the 10th stage. With her aptitude, if she cultivated on her own, I'm afraid that even if I cultivate until my dying breath, I'll never reach the 10th stage of the Hotian realm. It seems Xiaoxian really did perform the empowerment ritual to pass on his cultivation to her. Lin Haren wore a sinister expression, thinking to himself, I never expected that old dog to change his ways. A sudden thought crossed his mind. I've heard that transferring cultivation through empowerment causes massive damage to one's own base. Why not seize this opportunity to finish him off? At the council hall of the Third Peak, Lin Haren was paying his respects to the elder of the Third Peak. The elder spoke. So what you're saying is, Xiaoxian defeated Wang Ye and seized all his assets, and now he is transferring his cultivation to his disciple, leaving him in his weakest possible state? Is this the perfect chance to strike? Lin Haren clasped his hands, wearing a sly, sycophantic expression as he replied, Elder Ming, your wisdom and martial prowess are unmatched. By rights, you deserve the greatest share of cultivation resources in the inner sect. That bastard Xiaoxian is just a waste of heavenly gifts. Upon hearing this, Elder Ming gripped the armrest, preparing to stand up, and spoke in a low voice. If that is the case, then come with me. He gave a wicked laugh. If we succeed, I will accept you as my chief legacy disciple. Lin Haren shouted loudly. Thank you, Elder. Scene shifts to the cultivation room of the Seven Peaks Sect. Xiaoxian sat cross-legged opposite his disciple and asked, Are you ready? Today your master will help you break through to the Xiantian realm. At the same time, I will perform the marrow cleansing on you. If it goes smoothly, your path of cultivation will be much smoother from here on out. However, it will be extremely painful. Hearing her master's words, Jinu shouted with determination. This disciple is ready. She recalled the look on Yi-chun's face. She thought to herself, damn that Yi-chun. How dare he look down on me? Just wait until I'm done. I'll make him open his eyes and see who I really am. Xiaoxian looked at Jinu's determination and thought, even though that brat Yi-chun is spoiled rotten by the sect leader, seeing Jinu's fighting spirit boiling over like this, I feel it isn't a bad thing at all. It just so happens that for Jinu, breaking through a major realm is the perfect time for marrow cleansing. In Xiaoxian's eyes, Jinu looked incredibly determined. Holding the bag of elixirs in his hand, he continued thinking. Last time, I seized quite a few treasures from Wang Ye's place. I bought a tier 4 marrow cleansing pill. Finally have a chance to use it today. Then, Xiaoxian raised his hand. One hand chanting a spell, the other pointing at Jinu immediately. The spirit pill and a surge of spiritual power flew towards Jinu. He shouted, Here I come. Jinu endured the pain, circulating her energy to accept the powerful aura entering her body. She thought, this hurts even more than the last empowerment ritual. But, after enduring it, my whole body feels lighter. Finally, the cultivation transfer process was complete. Circulating energy in the quiet space, purple spiritual power rose up. The system immediately displayed a notification. Host transferred 200 days of cultivation to disciple. Aptitude increased by 70 points. Double refund reward triggered. Received 400 days of cultivation in the Autumn Water Sword Art. Earth rank low grade. Xiaoxian thought, success. This feeling, this reward, not bad at all. His cultivation rose to the 6th stage of the Golden Core realm. Finally, Jinu opened her eyes in surprise. So, this is marrow cleansing? I've actually reached the Xiantian realm. Does this mean I can finally fight Yi-chun? The system continued to display information. Name, Jinu, identity. True legacy disciple. Comprehension, 260. Root bone, 85 talent. Xiantian sword physique, inactive. Activation conditions. Reach Foundation Establishment Realm. Be acknowledged by the Lin clan's ancestral sword embryo. Xiao Xian patted Jinu's shoulder and told her, "Be a little bolder. Go ahead, hang that brat Yichun up and beat him. After you're done beating Yichun, I'll take you to challenge all the heavens chosen of this world." Jinu beamed happily. "Can I really?" At that moment, someone knocked on the door and called out from outside. "Is Elder Xiao in there? Your disciple is critically injured and on the verge of death after picking herbs to cure you. Come out quickly and look." Xiao Xian's face turned serious as he looked out and scoffed. Beside him, Jinu thought to herself, "Master has another disciple. Aside from me, does Master have someone else?" As soon as the door opened, Jinu exclaimed loudly, "Lin Haren, why is it you?" Lin Haren lay there, clutching a herb in his hand, and called out weakly, "Master." Then he raised the herb up high, his hand trembling. "Master, this disciple is useless. I only managed to pick one dragon blood herb to save your life. Please use it quickly." Jinu roared in fury. "You shameless traitor. Didn't you already grovel and join the third peak? What are you doing back here?" Xiao Xian stood by her side, silent and unmoving. Lin Haren trembled as he sat up, coughing weakly. "Jinu, you got all wrong. The only reason I joined the third peak was to get their help in finding dragon blood grass to save Master's life." The two disciples following the third elder immediately began their performance. Both shouted out with feigned indignation. "Junior brother Lin nearly lost his life for that dragon blood grass. How can you be so cold-hearted?" The other chimed in. "Exactly. It's true. Instead of showing gratitude, you throw insults at him." Elder Ming joined the act as well. He pointed aggressively at Xiao Xian and barked, "That's right, Elder Xiao. Your disciple begged me for help. He knelt outside my door for 3 days straight. Even I was moved by his devotion." Jinu stood her ground, firing back in a rage. "Liar. He clearly betrayed our sect. How can you sit there and twist the truth like this?" Xiao Xian placed a hand on Jinu's shoulder to pull her back. "Let your master handle this." He then looked down at Lin Haren, his voice low and cold. "Since you have already sworn yourself to the third peak, why return today? Don't tell me you're looking to crawl back under my wing." Lin Haren dropped to his knees. He held up the herb in his hands like an offering. "I know my sins are heavy. I turned my back on the sect. I am no longer worthy of being Master's disciple. I only ask that Master accepts this dragon blood grass." The two disciples from the third peak spoke up one after another. "But looking at you, Elder Xiao, you seem perfectly fine. Hardly look like someone on the brink of death. Why would you even need dragon blood grass? I'm afraid Junior Brother Lin has damaged his very foundation. If he doesn't receive a grade 4 pill, his future cultivation path is likely finished." The two wore sinister smirks as they glanced at Xiao Xian. "Elder Xiao, surely you aren't planning to withhold a grade 4 pill, are you? Junior Brother Lin suffered these injuries for your sake, after all." Suppressing his pain, Lin Haren turned to them. "Brothers, please, those are heavy words." Xiao Xian let out a sharp laugh. He gave a sudden, dramatic cry. "Who said I didn't need it? Your master's body is actually very frail right now. I desperately need some dragon blood grass to recover. Right, Jinu?" He gave her a quick, knowing wink. Jinu caught on instantly and played along. "Ah, yes. Exactly. Master has been so weak and exhausted lately. These two really deserve an Oscar for this performance." The four who came to cause trouble stood there, speechless. Lin Haren fumed inwardly. How did this old dog become so shameless? Whatever. Dragon blood grass is cheap enough. If I could trade for a grade 4 pill, I still come out on top. He held out the herb again. "If that is the case, then please, Master, take this and use it. My worthless life doesn't matter anyway." Xiao Xian, who had been trembling and leaning on Jinu a second ago, suddenly sprinted over, snatched the herb, and chirped, "Thanks." He hurried back to Jinu and shoved the herb at her. "Here, take it. We're stewing this with chicken for dinner tonight." Jinu blinked in confusion. Dragon blood grass? In a chicken stew? Suddenly, a system notification flashed. Host has gifted a disciple 1 dragon blood grass. Reward triggered. 1 Earth grade dragon blood grass received. Lin Haren continued his act, coughing weakly. "I'm just glad I could help Master." His 2 companions rushed to support him, backing him up. Junior Brother Lin. He sacrificed his own cultivation to save his master. And yet Elder Xiao would just watch him die? Elder Ming, You must seek justice for junior brother Lin. Elder Meng's face darkened as he spoke. Elder Xiao, a life is at stake here. As a fellow master, I cannot simply stand by and watch a student perish. If word of this gets out, how will the hidden sword peak ever have the face to recruit disciples again? Xiao Xian stepped forward, casual as could be. Slow down. What's the rush? He knelt in front of Lin Haren and took the traitor's hand. We were once teacher and student. How could I ever just watch you die? You need a grade 4 pill, right? But you're so badly injured, I fear your body couldn't handle the potency. How about I perform an empowerment for you first? I'll clear your meridians myself. Elder Meng remarked. Elder Xiao, you certainly are eager to help your talent. He thought to himself, let's see where this goes. Xiao Xian is actually passing his cultivation to his disciple. Elder Han was the one who suggested the transfer first. I suspect he has a secret technique that prevents any loss of power. Let's watch and see. Xiao Xian pressed his finger against Lin Haren's pulse and spoke. Since you were willing to risk your life to get medicine for me, how could I possibly refuse this tiny request? As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Xian surged his energy, forcing spiritual power into the traitor's arm. Lin Haren let out a blood-curdling scream. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he began to foam at the mouth. The two fellow disciples watching were confused. Is this really a power transfer? Why does junior brother Lin sound like he's being tortured? The other disciple agreed, shouting, yeah, seriously. Only Elder Meng remained calm. Don't panic. A top-level cultivation transfer is naturally a painful process. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for your junior brother Lin. While his teammates remained oblivious, staring at Xiao Xian transferring power to Lin Haren. Lin Haren's expression showed he had realized something was horribly wrong. Lin Haren's thoughts raced. This old dog isn't giving me his cultivation at all. He's destroying my meridians. He's devouring my own cultivation base. By now, the look on his face was one of pure, utter helplessness. Foam bubbled from his mouth as he thought, I'm finished. Why can't I speak? Elder Meng, save me. But Elder Meng just stood there, giving him a thumbs up of encouragement. Little Lin, you're doing a great job. It's true what they say. Don't fear a strong enemy. Fear a stupid ally. A moment later, Lin Haren passed out. Xiao Xian exhaled. There, it's done. I was a bit heavy-handed just now because of my recent illness. His cultivation is quite weak, so he couldn't handle the intensity of the pain. You two should take it back to rest and recover first. Then, he wiped his brow and let out a tired sigh. I've exhausted half of my cultivation. I need to meditate and regulate my breathing for a while. I won't keep you any longer. Jinu stepped up anxiously to support Xiao Xian's arm. Master, Elder Meng smiled and stroked his face. He quickly chimed in. Of course, of course. On the surface, he acted polite and happy, but Elder Meng was thinking, even if I can't see the trick behind that transfer, Xiao Xian has definitely been severely weakened. Might as well take this chance. At that moment, he gathered his inner strength, a surging aura swirling around his wrist. He shouted a warning to Xiao Xian. Make sure to take care of yourself. Then he lunged forward to attack him from behind. Xiao Xian glanced back and smirked. He casually reached out and blocked the opponent's strike. With a smug look, like a fisherman who knew the fish had taken a bait, he spoke. Elder Meng, as a senior, how could you be so ruthless? Attacking a fragile man who just gave away his power? His counterattack hit home. Elder Meng panicked. Wait a second. Didn't he just transfer his power to Lin Haren? How is his spiritual energy still this overwhelming? Seizing the moment, Xiao Xian unleashed a massive burst of power. With a single palm strike, Xiao Xian sent Elder Wang flying. Elder Meng was blasted back, crashing hard into the ground. One of his disciples rushed over, screaming, Elder! Xiao Xian pointed a finger and waved for Jinu to follow him. Jinu, let's go. Let's head back to the coop and eat some chicken. She quickly clapped her hands to her chest and gave him an adorable, obedient yes. He ignored the 3 pathetic souls left behind. Lin Haren woke up and shrieked. What are you two waiting for? The 2 disciples looked at each other and grunted. They nodded, signaling their intent. The brown-haired one gripped a hidden weapon, thinking, this is a secret weapon Elder Meng found during his travels. By using a specialized manual to control it, it can dissolve into the air, invisible and odorless. To this day, no one has ever been able to stop it. He flicked his hand behind him. His eyes flashed with a sinister red light as he continued to plot. Before we set out, Elder Ming intentionally prepared this for me. In case of any accidents, I was to use this to deal with Xiaoxian. We can never let him rise to power again. At that instant, he unleashed his power, launching the hidden weapon toward Xiaoxian. But our handsome protagonist dodged it with just a casual glance. All three projectiles slammed into the wall. They began to smoke, melting into a white liquid. If those had hit me, I'd probably be crying for a week straight. Xiaoxian thought. As I suspected, there's something strange about those. It's a good thing my 5 senses were enhanced after taking the boundless golden elixir. I can sense killing intent with extreme precision now. Otherwise, I would have been in real trouble today. Just then, the two disciples lunged forward together, launching a dual sword pincer attack. They're going all out, huh? She actually dodged that? Then we keep going. Xiaoxian's expression turned solemn as he turned back and called out, Jinu, the billowing wave sword art. The target is behind you to the right. Jinu was slightly taken aback. Listen to your master. The young girl gripped her sword and unleashed a move, parrying dozens of flying daggers streaking toward her. Her graceful figure danced through the air before she landed, stunned. This is... The system interface flashed again, displaying a reward notification. System scan. Under the host guidance, the disciple has comprehended the first stage of billowing wave sword intent. Threefold rebate reward triggered. You have received the Earth-grade, mid-tier Spirit Dragon Guardian armor. Xiaoxian felt a surge of pride, praising her inwardly. As expected of the innate sword body. I only started teaching her the billowing wave sword art a few days ago. To think she's already grasped the sword intent. The two attackers cried out in shock. What? No way. Forget the innate realm. Even a spirit-severing expert shouldn't have been able to break that. What did you do? Lin Haren crawled along the ground, whimpering. This is bad. I have to get out of here. But Jinu had already spotted him. Her face was a mask of cold fury as she barked his name. Lin Haren, first, you betrayed your sect and turned on your master. Then, you dared to twist the truth and frame us. And now, you're still plotting to harm my master. Hearing his name, he recoiled in terror. Jinu leapt high into the air, her long, slender legs silhouetted against the sky. She swung her blade, her voice cold. Unforgivable. He screamed in a panic. You stay away from me. The traitor Lin Haren tried to flee, but he was struck squarely by Jinu's palm strike. She stood over him, sword in hand, as Lin Haren lay trembling on the ground, coughing up blood. His final words wheezed out, this can't be. The three men on Elder Ming's side were equally terrified. Don't come any closer. Elder Ming was so exhausted he had to be propped up by his two disciples, yet he still managed to shout, You, murdering your own fellow disciples. The sect leader will never let you get away with this. One of the disciples whispered in confusion. Wait, aren't there 2 of us at Foundation Establishment and 1 at Core Formation? Why are we running from a mere innate realm girl like her? Elder Ming snapped back in a rage. You idiot. Are you blind? Can't you see who's standing right behind her? In the eyes of the 3 men, Xiaoxian's silhouette loomed. He stood tall behind Jinu like a guardian deity, radiating an aura of absolute power. Jinu spoke softly. Master, please, don't soil your hands. Let your disciples settle this for you. Xiaoxian's face remained cold as he placed a hand on Jinu's shoulder. Disciple, your master has one more lesson for you. Sometimes being dead is much easier than staying alive. Look closely at their faces. Xiaoxian's aura shifted into something dangerous, a red glint flashing in his eyes. They trembled, stammering, What do you want? Stay back. Don't come over here. The eyes of Elder Ming's disciples welled with tears as Xiaoxian stepped out of the shadows, pointing a finger at them. So now you know how to be afraid? Too late. With the traitor Lin Haren dealt with and Elder Ming's group suppressed, Xiaoxian made his way to the heart of the Hong Ming sect. The sky over the sect was a brilliant, clear blue. Massive rock formations rose like mountains toward the heavens. The Hong Ming sect was nestled in a landscape so breathtaking it looked like a paradise for immortals. The sect's signature cranes waded peacefully through a lotus pond. Deep within the complex stood the grand main hall. Elder Ming was on the left, prostrating himself before sect leader Zhang He. Xiaoxian stood in the center of the hall, bowing respectfully as he addressed the sect leader. Sect leader, reporting. Here is what happened. Meng Wu conspired with my former disciple, that traitor. They came to my gates looking for a fight. My disciple and I were forced to act in self-defense. We were left with no choice but to kill Lin Haren and cripple those two disciples. The sect leader is a man of justice and righteousness. Surely, you won't punish us for this? Zhang He remained silent for a long moment after hearing the report. Finally, he spoke. Elder Xiao, while that traitor's death was certainly deserved, you've broken the sect rules once, then twice. There will not be a third time. Xiao Xian lowered his head further, cupping his hands. Understood. Xiao Xian shall strictly follow the sect leader's guidance. Elder Meng immediately pointed an accusing finger at Xiao Xian, his face contorted in a mask of grievance. Sect leader, how can you be so biased toward Xiao Xian? He's completely twisting the facts. He's talking absolute nonsense. He hissed through gritted teeth. I took my disciples there for a peaceful visit, yet he attacked us and violated sect law. For such a crime, he should be expelled from the sect immediately. Xiao Xian's face darkened. A peaceful visit? Since you took Lin Haren in as your disciple, you're the one responsible for his life and death. If everything was so peaceful, what were you doing bringing him to my seventh peak anyway? I'm not exactly a pushover, you know. Xiao Xian raised his voice, his neck tensed as he argued his point. Besides, who goes on a peaceful visit carrying those kinds of weapons? Do you take the sect leader for a senile, old fool? Elder Meng stammered, shaking. That's not. I didn't. Stop spewing lies. Meanwhile, Zhang He sat there like a statue, watching the two of them bicker back and forth. Zhang He shouted, Enough! It is rare to see Elder Meng so dedicated to upholding the sect rules. In that case, why doesn't Elder Meng lead by example? Abolish your own cultivation according to the law to set a standard for everyone else. What do you think? Elder Meng immediately fell to his knees, trembling as he pleaded, Sect leader. Zhang He cut him off. This matter ends here. He then gave his verdict in a stern voice. Elder Meng acted recklessly. He is fined 3 months' salary. He will go to the Hall of Reflection to meditate on his mistakes for 1 month. The matter is closed. Hearing this, Xiao Xian cupped his hands and said happily, The sect leader is truly wise. At that moment, 2 guards entered and looked at Elder Meng. Elder Meng, if you please. As Meng Wu was led away, he thought furiously, Xiao Xian, if I don't avenge this, I, Meng Wu, am not fit to be called man. In the underground chamber, inside the cultivation room, Jinu was focusing her energy and cultivating. Xiao Xian pushed the door open and asked, Jinu, what have you gained from your meditation? Jinu immediately asked anxiously, Master. She jumped up. She ran around Xiao Xian, checking him over and asking, Did the sect leader give you a hard time during your meeting? I acted on impulse when I dealt with that traitor. If the sect leader wants to punish someone, I am willing to take the blame alone. Xiao Xian smiled affectionately and said, Silly girl. How could I ever let you take the fall for this? Don't worry, as long as I am here to protect you, no one will ever lay a finger on you. Jinu's face flushed red as she gazed intently at Xiao Xian, listening to him continue. From now on, remember this. Forget about a single, insignificant traitor. Even if it were the gods, the Buddhas, or the emperors of this world. If they cross us, we will strike back. Even if the heavens fall, I will be the one to hold them up for you. Moved to tears, Jinu cried out, Master. She then knelt down, startling Xiao Xian. What are you doing? This move didn't just startle Xiao Xian. It caught the audience off guard too. Xiao Xian helped Jinu up and said, Stand up before you speak. Jinu replied, There are things I feel I should no longer hide from you. The truth is, my name isn't really Jinu. I am the daughter of the patriarch of the Southwest Lin family. Xiao Xian was shocked. The Southwest Lin family? That was a family with a famous martial arts lineage in the Southwest. He thought to himself. However, for reasons unknown, they were wiped out in a single night 10 years ago. Jinu lowered her head sadly and recounted the events from 10 years ago. 10 years ago, a massive spirit stone vein was discovered on the Lin family's land. Images of brilliant purple spirit stones piled high flashed through her memory. Someone shouted, We're rich. We've hit the jackpot. These spirit stones. There are enough resources here to build a power like the Hong Ming sect overnight. My father, who was the patriarch then, ordered that this news must not be leaked. He feared it would bring disaster upon us. I never expected my kind-hearted, uncle to sell the information to the Luofan sect out of spite over the distribution of the mine. He said then, if I can't be the patriarch, then everyone can just die. After that, the Luofan sect slaughtered over 100 members of my family to seize the mine. I only survived because my father protected me. While I was fleeing, I ran into bandits. They robbed me of everything and sold me into slavery. The human trafficker dragged her along, shouting, "Girl for sale. Going cheap. Come and get her." The final image in her painful memory was the appearance of Xiaoxian. Come with me. In the end, I was lucky enough to meet you, Master. Otherwise, I don't know where I would be right now. After hearing Ji Nu's life story, Xiaoxian gritted his teeth and burst into dramatic tears. Wah, I had no idea my disciple's past was so tragic. Why didn't you tell me sooner? No wonder you hate traitors so much. It's actually not that serious, Master. I am taking you down the mountain. Xiaoxian took Ji Nu's hand and pulled her along. She asked in confusion, down the mountain? Where are we going? Xiaoxian turned back and said boldly, since you've taken me as your teacher, then we must repay every kindness and avenge every grievance. It's the Luofan sect, right? Follow me down the mountain. You will take your revenge with your own hands. She sobbed, looking at Xiaoxian and crying out, Master! She threw herself into his arms and continued, Wah, Master! I only wish for you to be safe and sound. I am willing to stay by your side forever. He patted her gently to comfort her. Stop with that gloomy talk. From now on, we rise together. A limitless future awaits us. Let's set out. Ji Nu happily replied, yes. Moments later, outside the forest of the Luoyan sect, Li Qingchuan and Bai Luori were panting heavily. Bai Luori brandished his blade, pointing forward and shouting, I knew it was you. All for money. You sent wave after wave of your own subordinates to their deaths, just to wear down our strength. Only someone like you could do something so low. Zhang Yi of the Sun Moon Ghost Gate. He laughed loudly, resting his blade on his shoulder as he looked at the two of them, as expected of disciples taught by Master Zhu Xian. To cut down so many of my men, the azure purple twin swords truly live up to their reputation. However, this ends here. He charged at them with a sleazy expression. Bai Luori and Li Qingchuan quickly raised their defenses, shouting in unison, damn it. Suddenly, a streak of purple light shot past, grazing Zhang Yi's face, and striking the ground between Bai Luori and Li Qingchuan. Zhang Yi turned around in a rage and bellowed. Which bastard did that? Bai Luori and Li Qingchuan looked back at the impact mark on the wall, thinking this is... Opposite them, Ji Nu stepped out, grumbling. She huffed, missed. Xiaoxian waved his fan, comforting her. Haha, see, I told you that you struck too early. You are too impatient. Zhang Yi looked at the master and disciple, his voice dripping with intrigue. Well, it turns out to be a little beauty. As he spoke, he licked the blade in his hand with a lecherous expression. You just ruined my fun. How you plan to compensate me, little beauty? Hearing this, Ji Nu swung her sword in anger, intending to teach him a lesson. She slashed down, shouting, You brazen thug! Spouting such filth. Do you have a death wish? Before her strike could land, he parried with a swift slash, halting her move and knocking her sword from her hand. Seeing this, he gloated, Little beauty! Didn't your master ever tell you that without strength, you shouldn't show off? Bai Luori and Li Qingchuan screamed in panic. Young miss, look out! Ji Nu's face remained stern. She raised her hand to summon his sword art. Immediately, a small sword appeared in her hand. Preparing to strike, she retorted, My master taught me, when facing scum like you, show absolutely no mercy. Zhang Yi suddenly sensed imminent danger. He tried to run, but before he could escape, countless swords pierced his back. He let out a miserable shriek, Aya, sending birds scattering into the sky. A moment later, Ji Nu brought a loot bag to Xiaoxian. Master, here is his Cosmos bag. I took a quick look. There are only a few spirit stones and pills inside. Nothing valuable. Xiaoxian waved his hand. You keep it for now. Behind them, Li Qingchuan and Bai Luori stared blankly at Zhang Yi, who lay face down, his body smoking. Immediately, they bowed to thank Xiao, Xian, and Ji Nu. Thank you both for your assistance. We are disciples of Elder Zhu Xian from the Hong Ming Sect. May we ask your names? Xiaoxian replied politely. So, you are disciples of my senior sister from the second peak. I am Xiaoxian of the seventh peak. And this is Ji Nu, My disciple. So, it is Elder Xiao. We pay our respects, Elder Xiao. Xiao Xian dismissed the formality. No need for such ceremonies. I'm actually curious. Why are you here? And how did you get entangled with the Sun Moon Ghost Gate? Behind him, Li Qingchuan's eyes were glistening with exhaustion. Bai Luori sighed and explained. The Sun Moon Ghost Gate and Hong Ming's sect have a grudge. There are even some demonic cultivators who kill Hong Ming disciples for sport. This time was truly dangerous. It was all because of this. He took out a wooden box. Inside was 1,000-year heartless grass, earth grade, low rank. Note, this category has 5 grades: human, profound, earth, heaven. Each grade is divided into 4 ranks. Seeing the mysterious beauty of the 1,000-year heartless grass, Xiao Xian exclaimed, "This is excellent material for refining foundation establishment pills." Not bad luck at all. Bai Luori, with a look of frustration, recounted, although 1,000-year heartless grass is just an ingredient for foundation establishment pills, its value is not low. We had a hard time finding it at the auction. I never thought that's how Zhang Yi managed to track me down. And then he started hunting me. He's been chasing me this whole way. I'm truly grateful to you, Elder Xiao. If you hadn't arrived in time, this 1,000-year heartless grass would have been stolen by the Sun Moon Ghost Sect. He spoke with a firm, steady voice. Lowering his head, he held the heartless grass out with both hands toward Xiao Xian and said sincerely, "Therefore, to repay you for saving my life, please accept this." Elder Xiao looked at it curiously and asked softly, "You wanted this 1,000-year heartless grass to refine foundation establishment pills, didn't you? With a foundation establishment pill, your chances of breaking through would increase significantly. Are you really willing to give it up and hand it to me?" With a look of determination in his eyes, Bai Luori stood firm, and Li Qingxian behind him showed equal resolve. He said, "Our master taught us that kindness must be repaid and grudges must be settled. This is something Elder Xiao deserves. Please take it." Xiao Xian clicked his tongue in admiration, thinking they were truly worthy of being senior sister Zhou Xian's disciples. "If that's the case, once I've refined the foundation establishment pills, I'll share some with you." Bai Luori bowed in respect. "Thank you, Elder Xiao." Xiao Xian's eyes suddenly turned sharp as he glanced toward the bushes. It seemed he had detected someone hiding there. He remarked, "But it's a bit too early to thank me. This is the perfect time to teach the 3 of you a lesson." With a flick of his fan, a green flying willow dagger shot out. He spoke up. "After killing someone, you must always remember one thing. When you pull up weeds, you have to dig out the roots." The flying dagger sliced straight toward the base of a tree. The massive tree was cleaved in 2, revealing 2 eavesdroppers who had been hiding there the whole time. One was a tall, burly man with heavy chains wrapped around his body. Sitting below him was a woman with long hair and a striking, bold appearance. A massive, intimidating mace rested on her shoulder. Even though they had been discovered, their expressions suggested they didn't give a damn about anyone. Bai Luori and the others, along with Li Qingxian, cried out in shock. "How long have they been hiding there?" The woman spoke first, her voice dripping with cool arrogance. "A mere first-grade golden core brat, acting so damn arrogant. Allow me to introduce the duo from the Sun Moon Ghost Sect, Qin Yangzi, the white-haired one, and Bai Yangzi, the black-haired one. They are respectively 3rd grade and 4th grade golden core masters, members of the Sun Moon Ghost Sect." Qin Yangzi licked his lips and said haughtily, "Furthermore, you dared to kill my prized disciple, and then you happened to run into the 2 of us nearby. Today is the day you die." Xiao Xian didn't show a hint of fear in the face of their battle stances and fired back. "I've long heard that the Sun Moon Ghost Sect has 2 elders known as the Black and White Impermanents, who reap souls as easily as breathing. I take it I'm looking at the 2 of you." Xiao Xian thought to himself, "I used a little technique to mask my aura before we set out. Sure enough, I've reaped 2 blind fools who can't see what's right in front of them." Qin Yangzi let out an eerie, joyful shout as he swung his chains. "Since you already know our reputation, and yet you can remain this calm, I really want to see just what kind of skills you're hiding, boy." The chain he swung whistled toward Xiao Xian, but he dodged it just in time. He glanced at the tree trunk behind him. He didn't expect that a single strike would gouge out half the trunk. Qin Yangzi smirked triumphantly. "I forged these chains using the blood of 1,000 people. Even a nascent soul cultivator would be turned into nothing but white. Bones by them. Kid, savor this slowly. With that, Qin Yangzi thrust both hands forward. The chains flew out in a massive, swirling vortex, closing in on Xiao Xian's position. Xiao Xian looked on, thinking with a touch of disdain. You sure talk a big game. As long as I don't let those chains touch me, it's fine, right? Perhaps due to a split second of underestimating his foe, Xiao Xian suddenly looked down at his feet in surprise. Spiteful ghosts were reaching up, pinning his legs in place. So this was by Yangzi's move, using vengeful spirits to trap him before he even realized it. She raised her iron mace, lurking and ready. The spirits shrieked as she said smugly, "My morning mace is fed by the souls of 1,000 sacrifices. Little boy, there are plenty more fun things coming your way. You definitely won't be lonely." Xiao Xian let out a loud laugh and said, "So, you actually know how to coordinate your attacks? Not bad." Bai Yangzi's face twisted with excitement, her eyes widening as she screamed, "Now die." Iron chains surged from above. Vengeful spirits howled and held his legs from below. This was the pincer maneuver they had set up to trap Xiao Xian. Worried for his master's safety, the disciple Chu Nu shouted at the top of his lungs, "Master, watch out!" Behind him, Bai Luori and Li Qingxian cried out in unison, "Elder Xiao." It seemed like a perfect opportunity, a literal gift falling into his lap. But who would have guessed? Xiao Xian just wanted to see those two show their cards. He wanted to see exactly what kind of techniques they were packing. A sinister smirk played across his lips. Xiao Xian pointed a single finger toward the heavens, invoking a sword technique known as the Infinite Sovereignty Sword Art. With a sharp sweep of his hand, a barrage of golden swords materialized, shrouded in a dense layer of aura radiating from the technique. They streaked like meteors toward Qin Yangzi and Bai Yangzi. Neither of them was willing to back down without a fight. Bai Yangzi let out a thunderous roar. "Just give up and surrender." Meanwhile, Qin Yangzi wore a look of smug derision. "You think some mere manifested spiritual energy can break our treasures? How incredibly naive." It was hard to tell who the naive one was, but the moment he finished speaking, Xiao Xian's sword pierced straight through the chains, forcing a shocked cry from Qin Yangzi. What? Powerless to resist the overwhelming force of the blade. It tore right through Qin Yangzi's head as he screamed in agony. Bai Yangzi watched in sheer terror, her mind racing. How can his spirit's sword be this powerful? This is bad. The beautiful Jinu suddenly leapt into the frame, shouting, "Master!" One of them is trying to make a run for it. It was Bai Yangzi. After witnessing Xiao Xian's terrifying power, she had tried to flee, only to be spotted by Jinu. Her face was a mask of pure desperation as she glanced back, trembling. There's something twisted about the sword art that Brad is using. A mere earth-grade spirit sword. Even in the hands of a nascent soul cultivator, it shouldn't be capable of this kind of destruction. Running is my only option. A voice drifted up from below. "You think you can run?" The voice belonged to none other than our handsome protagonist, Xiao Xian. He stood tall, his eyes narrowing into sharp slits filled with murderous intent. With one hand forming a seal and the other thrust forward, he channeled a surging current of spiritual energy, declaring, "Not a single soul is getting away." The energy erupted, surging directly toward the fleeing Bai Yangzi. She gasped in horror. "Damn it!" With a look of frantic urgency, Bai Yangzi tried to resist, unleashing a swarm of cursed skulls to block Xiao Xian's attack, screaming, "Buy me some time." The magical skulls began to swirl, forming a massive circle around Bai Yangzi to intercept Xiao Xian's spell. He spoke coldly to the cursed spirits. "Break this formation, and you shall finally have your freedom." Suddenly, the magical skulls seemed to realize something. They turned back toward Bai Yangzi and launched a vicious assault on her. Panic-stricken, Bai Yangzi shrieked, "What do you think you're doing? Are you revolting against me?" The skulls swarmed her, tearing and biting at her flesh. She wailed in pain, "Let me go." But they didn't stop. Thousands more skulls dove in, relentlessly shredding Bai Yangzi until she was completely erased from existence. The cursed magical skulls were finally set free. Xiao Xian calmly raised his fan toward the sky and said, "Go on, find your way to reincarnation." Li Qingchuan and Bai Luori stood frozen, their jaws dropping in utter disbelief. 2 elders of the Sun Moon Ghost Sect. Wiped out by Elder Shao and it just 2 moves? Has Elder Shao already reached the nascent soul stage? Jinnu skipped over with a look of pure bliss. Her cheeks flushed as she clutched a pile of loot. Master, I've gathered all the treasures those 2 were carrying. Xiao Xian chuckled warmly. Well done. Good girl. You're getting faster and faster at collecting the spoils of war. And that spatial bag we got from Zhang Yi earlier. You should keep that one too. Jinnu's eyes lit up with excitement. Thank you, Master. Once again, Li Qingchuan and Bai Luori were left wide-eyed and stunned. He's just giving everything to his disciple? That's the entire fortune of 2 Sun Moon Ghost Sect elders. Jinnu pulled out a hoard of gems, gold, and diamonds, practically glowing with the shimmer of wealth as she chirped. Look at this. This has to be worth at least tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, right? And so many pills. Master, I can't possibly use all of this by myself. Xiao Xian smiled kindly at her. It's all yours. Just make sure you keep it safe. Then, he turned his thoughts inward. Let's see what the rebate system gives me for these treasures. The system interface flickered to life. Host has gifted 68,720 low-grade spirit stones to his disciple. 4,600 mid-grade spirit stones. 36 level 2 core condensing pills. 16 level 3 soaring phoenix pills. 1,000-year-old heartless grass. 100 square meter spatial ring. 2 spatial bags. 50 square meters total. Calculating rebate rewards. The system then displayed the total rewards. 1 level 4 soul nourishing pill. 1 15,000 square meter spatial ring. 1 5,000-year-old heartless grass. 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Xiao Xian was ecstatic. 2,000 high-grade stones. Spirit stones have 4 tiers, with a conversion rate of 100 to 1 between tiers. Doesn't that mean I basically have 2 billion low-grade spirit stones? Xiao Xian blissfully imagined himself lounging on a mountain of spirit stones. Talk about becoming a billionaire overnight. Jinnu clutched her 2 spatial bags and stepped toward him. Master, I already have a much better spatial ring. Jinnu held up 2 storage pouches and spoke. Master, can I give Elder Wang's pouches from today and last time's senior brother and senior sister? Hearing this, Li Qingchuan gasped and instinctively clutched her chest. She looked on in pure disbelief, wondering how anyone could be this generous. As for Bai Luori, he shyly waved his hands and scratched his head. No, junior sister you. You're making us feel really embarrassed. Jinnu wanted to do this because Li Qingchuan and Bai Luori were so poor they didn't even own basic storage gear. Xiao Xian gently patted Jinnu's head. Since I gave them to you, they're yours. Do whatever you like with them. Jinnu then tossed the storage pouch into the hands of both Li Qingchuan and Bai Luori. She spoke to them with a soft smile. Please, senior brother, senior sister, just take them. Tears of pure joy streamed down Li Qingchuan and Bai Luori's faces as they thought to themselves. Elder Shao and junior sister are truly wonderful people. Xiao Xian and Jinnu fanned themselves as they walked away. Bai Luori, still in a daze, thought enviously, I'm so jealous. I wish I had a master like him. Even Li Qingchuan chimed in. If only I had joined the 7th peak. From the very beginning. Xiao Xian and Jinnu arrived back at Luoyang City. The 2 headed to the alchemy hall. Inside, everyone was deep in their cultivation. Mist and steam drifted everywhere. Jinnu asked, Master, what are we doing here? Xiao Xian wore a pleasant smile as he glanced at Jinnu and replied, I just managed to get that 1,000-year heartless grass outside the city. It's the perfect time to refine a foundation-building pill for you. To make sure it doesn't lose its potency, we'll refine it here first. Then we'll head to Luoyang Pavilion. Jinnu looked at Xiao Xian with a blank, confused expression. Huh? A foundation-building pill? This caught the attention of Su Muhan. The girl was quite gifted herself. Despite her youth, she was already a rank 2 alchemist in Luoyang City. She let out a secret chuckle at what she heard. Refining a foundation-building pill requires a cultivation level of at least the golden core stage. That young man over there is actually a golden core cultivator? Su Muhan watched as Xiao Xian and Jinnu prepared to work. Honestly, it was enough to make anyone do a double take. While Xiao Xian and Jinnu were trying to refine the pill, the cauldron suddenly burst into flames. Jinu let out a terrified scream. The loud explosion left Su Muhan completely stunned. Jinu looked at Xiao Xian warily and asked skeptically, "Master, do you actually know how to refine pills?" Xiao Xian awkwardly hid behind his fan and coughed. Ahem. Well, I just never made a foundation-building pill before. Little did she know, he was a total genius who had never touched alchemy. Before reaching the golden core stage, hearing Xiao Xian's answer, Su Muhan couldn't help but giggle. She slowly walked over to the pair and offered, "Sir, if you're trying to refine a foundation-building pill, I can lend a hand." Jinu stared at her and gasped in awe. Wow, this lady is so pretty. In contrast to Jinu's excitement, Xiao Xian remained perfectly calm. He looked Su Muhan over and gave a soft grunt of acknowledgement. Su Muhan continued, "However, the pill requires a massive amount of spiritual energy. When the time comes, I'll still need you to take over." The others in the hall watched Su Muhan give personal instruction with more than a little envy. Someone called out, "Lady Su, are you giving out free lessons today? She really is as kind as she is beautiful." Xiao Xian noted her youthful appearance and thought to himself, "This girl is so young, and she's already a rank 2 alchemist?" Xiao Xian immediately put on a friendly face and said, "I'd appreciate the help, miss. I'll pay you double the market rate." After that, Su Muhan stepped up to the cauldron and used the 1,000-year heartless grass Xiao Xian provided to start the refinement. With a wave of Su Muhan's hand, a stream of green spiritual essence swirled up from the cauldron. It merged with the other herbs, blending perfectly with the 1,000-year heartless grass. Xiao Xian and Jinu watched her skillful movements with looks of pure admiration. Flowing spiritual energy drifted from the cauldron like floating petals. Su Muhan lifted the medicine bottle high. The spiritual energy instantly surged into the tiny container. Very quickly, just seconds later, she announced, "The pill is complete." And then, Su Muhan walked over and handed it to Xiao Xian. He said gratefully, "Thank you, miss. Here is the payment for your trouble." But before he could finish, Su Muhan cut him off. "No need. It was a small matter." Suddenly, everyone in the hall began rushing out, giving Su Muhan a start. "The auction is starting. Hurry to the second floor. I heard there's an Earth-grade spirit sword this time. I just don't know if I have the wealth to afford something like that." And so, Su Muhan hurriedly waved goodbye to them. "I'll be going now. No need for payment." Xiao Xian seemed to have vaguely heard about today's event. He thought, "An auction, huh? They even have Earth-grade swords. Jir happens to be lacking a handy weapon, doesn't she? Besides, there must be plenty of treasures at the auction. If I buy them all and gift them to my disciple, wouldn't that be a huge profit?" Then he smiled and called out to Jinu, "Let's go, my good disciple. We're going to check out the auction too." Jinu immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes." Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, where the auction was taking place, the auctioneer was introducing the next item. This is the Heavenly Net Whip, refined from 1,000-year ironwood. Infusing spiritual energy or attaching spirit stones can double its damage output. Rank: it can be upgraded to low-rank Mystic Grade. Starting price: 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, Jinu immediately, excitedly raised her paddle to bid. 100,000. Everyone was incredibly resentful. Two people in the front grumbled one after another. "Damn it, it's this master and disciple pair again. Since they started, they haven't stopped once. They've bought up every single one of the dozen treasures so far." After they spoke, someone in the back complained, "Every time, they bid an astronomical price that no one can match. They have money but no morals." Now, Su Muhan could only silently watch the master and disciple. And then, the auctioneer continued, introducing another treasure. "Next up is this item, the Earth Core Fire Lotus, high-rank Earth Grade. After appraisal, the quality of this Earth Core Fire Lotus is exceptional. Therefore, the starting price is 1 million low-grade spirit stones." Su Muhan clutched her bidding paddle, thinking determinedly, "I must obtain the Earth Core Fire Lotus this time, no matter what." Suddenly, Jinu raised her paddle again and shouted clearly, "I bid 2 million. A colossal figure that caused Su Muhan endless pain. Hearing the price felt like a thunderclap to her ears. The auctioneer hurriedly counted. 2 million going once. Everyone said dejectedly, "Can't keep up. Make way for the rich." No one dared to compete, so the treasure was sold. Sold for 2 million. Xiao Xian sighed and said, "Oh my. The feeling of being so poor that all I have left is money is truly..." The statement left Jinnu speechless. Afterward, the auctioneer had someone bring the treasure to her. Honored guest, congratulations on successfully purchasing the Earth Core Fire Lotus. Seeing the Earth Core Fire Lotus clearly, Jinnu exclaimed excitedly, "It's so beautiful." Su Muhan watched them silently. It's the master and disciple from earlier. Do they really intend to buy every single treasure? If I ask them to yield the Earth Core Fire Lotus to me, will they agree? Su Muhan stood up, walked toward them, and called out, "Young master." Jinnu recognized her immediately. "You're the alchemist's sister from earlier, aren't you?" Upon meeting them, Su Muhan hurriedly knelt and bowed to Xiao Xian. "Young master, I am Su Muhan. My father suffered chi deviation while cultivating. He urgently needs the Fire Lotus to save his life. Please, sir, resell this Fire Lotus to me." From Su Muhan's lower angle, she clearly saw the expressions of surprise mixed with sympathy on Xiao Xian and Jinnu's faces as she continued. "I am willing to toil like an ox or a horse to repay your kindness, young master." Jinnu hesitated, looking at Xiao Xian with a plea for help. "Master this." Xiao Xian looked at her and said, "My good disciple, I have already gifted this Fire Lotus to you. You may decide what to do with it as you please." The system immediately chimed in with a notification. Confirmed. Host gifted disciple of first-grade Earth Core Fire Lotus. Rebate multiplier 5x. Obtained. 5th grade Earth Core Fire Lotus. Jinnu happily replied, "If that's the case, then..." Suddenly, a chain appeared behind her back along with a powerful voice shouting, "Wait." Jinnu turned around in alarm to look. She spun around just in time, swinging her hand to slash with her sword, and deflected the attack. Jinnu shouted angrily, "Who is it?" Everyone in the auction hall screamed in fear. A fight broke out. Suddenly, a stranger called out to Jinnu, "Hey, lowly commoner." Only then did she realize the one holding the leather whip, who just struck at her, was the servant of a young master. This guy also wanted the Fire Lotus, so he ordered his man to create scene. The servant said, "My young master offers 3 million to buy your Fire Lotus." A person behind them heard the huge sum and exclaimed in shock, 3 million? That has completely exceeded the value of a human-grade spiritual medicine. That young master arrogantly hugged the woman beside him and said, "It's merely 3 million, because the beautiful Miss Su is truly captivating. This little thing? It's nothing." He is Yong Rong, the son of the city lord of Luoyang. Su Muhan looked at the young nobleman in terror. "It's him again." Xiao Xian immediately noticed her reaction. He let out a surprised hum. The crowd began to whisper among themselves. The young city lord is back to harass Miss Su again. What a sin. Ever since Miss Su took over as the head of the Su family, this young city lord hasn't left her alone. I truly worry for her. Seeing that Jinnu didn't respond, Yong Rong's subordinate shouted out an insult. "Hey, did you lowlifes over there hear me? My master wants that Fire Lotus." As he spoke, he propped his foot up on the table. "Hand it over with both hands, and be quick about it." After hearing the whispers from the crowd, Jinnu's temper flared. She pointed angrily at his face and snapped back. "You want to buy our Fire Lotus? In your dreams. We aren't selling." That answer made Xiao Xian feel extremely satisfied. Su Muhan rushed over and grabbed Jinnu's arm. "Please don't be impulsive. He is someone we cannot afford to offend." Hearing Su Muhan's words, both Xiao Xian and Jinnu reacted. They looked at her with confused expressions. Xiao Xian inquired, "It seems you have some history with this fellow." Su Muhan hesitated, unable to find the words. Then, she spoke up in distress. "He is the son of the Luoyang city lord, basically the local tyrant of this region. He came to my house to propose marriage, but I refused. Since then, he's been stalking me relentlessly." She hurriedly pulled out a coin pouch, placed it in Xiao Xian's hand, and said, "I'm so sorry, you too, for dragging you into my mess. These 50,000 spirit stones are to make amends for the trouble. I'll leave now." Xiao Xian watched her walk away and suddenly broke into a smile. To go this far for her father's medicine. She doesn't panic even when things go south. Furthermore, she's already a rank 2 alchemist at such a young age. Quite a teachable disciple, actually. Xiao Xian raised his voice to call out to Su Muhan. "Miss, please wait. I can give you this heart-melting Fire Lotus for free. And this young city lord?" I can handle him for you, too. Su Muhan was stunned. Xiao Xian continued. But I have one condition. Su Muhan asked nervously what condition. He looked at her and said, that condition is... Xiao Xian flicked his sleeve. With a look of transcendent handsomeness, he declared, take me as your master. Su Muhan's eyes welled up with joy. She turned back and agreed instantly. I'm willing. As long as I can save my father, Muhan is willing to do anything. She immediately performed the formal bow to acknowledge him as her master. Master above, please accept your disciple's kowtow. Xiao Xian leaned down to help Muhan up, satisfied. Good girl. From now on, you are my second direct disciple. Now, stand up. The system notification rang out. Notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited a disciple. Scanning disciple. Found. Alchemic Heart, mortal grade. Increases pill refinement success rate by 30%. Reward multiplier, 2x. Host has received Alchemic Heart, earth grade. Increases pill refinement success rate by 70%. Disciple data, Su Muhan. Information name, Su Muhan. Status, second direct disciple. Comprehension, 60. Root talent, 50. Talent, Alchemic Heart, mortal grade. Upgradable. Upgrade condition. Refine and improved rank 3 pill. Xiao Xian was genuinely surprised. The Alchemic Heart. It's a pity her roots and comprehension are just average. Looks like I'll have to perform a cultivation empowerment later. Xiao Xian immediately turned and winked at Jinu. Since that's the case, little Jier. Jinu happily raised her blade. I'm here, master. Kill this lapdog on my behalf. The moment he finished speaking, Jinu lunged straight at the man. She replied, by your command. The lackey shouted back as he launched a move. How arrogant. But her kick sent his face flying sideways. With a single strike from Jinu, the subordinate was sent crashing through the wall. Seeing his man defeated so easily by a young girl, Yongrong's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Jinu said furiously, I hate people like you most. Bullies who hide behind their status. Yongrong cowered before Jinu's murderous aura, but he still dared to point a finger and scream, You hit my man. Do you have any idea who my father is? Jinu gripped her sword and flew straight toward him. I don't give a damn who your father is. I'll beat you so badly, even your own father won't recognize you. Watching the blade about to cleave his skull, Wang Rong shut his eyes tight, snot running down his face as he screamed, Wu Ming, Wu Ming, get out here now. If anything happens to me, my father will never let you hear the end of it. Hurry. Suddenly, a masked figure appeared. He looked incredibly sharp and imposing. He lunged forward, intercepting Jinu's attack. The powerful strike from Wang Rong's nameless guard echoed through the air, as Jinu recoiled in surprise, shifting into a defensive stance. All four of them were stunned by the sheer power of this nameless guard. Standing in the back, Xiao Xian let out a soft, "Oh," in surprise at the man's cultivation level. This nameless masked guard was as cold as he was handsome. It turned out he was at the first stage of the nascent soul realm. No wonder he possessed the strength to make even Jinu hesitate. At that moment, Wang Rong's face twisted into a wicked grin as he barked. Weren't you just acting all high and mighty? Go on, keep acting tough. Wu Ming, help me beat her. Show no mercy. And that brat behind her too. All of them. Don't let a single one get away. The young city lord really was nothing but a big mouth. A coward hiding behind his guard's legs. Wu Ming carefully sized up Jinu before calmly stating, Young city lord, I'm only responsible for your safety. As for your personal grievances and fights with others, I will not interfere. Those words left Wang Rong paralyzed with fear, his eyes bulging as he stood there gaping. The auctioneer slammed his gavel, his voice booming with authority. Insolent! Where do you think you are? He lowered his voice menacingly. Anyone who dares to fight within the pavilion of heavenly secrets shall be executed on the spot according to our laws. Immediately, the guards leveled their spears at Xiao Xian's group and the young city lord. I don't want any trouble. If you want to live, leave now. The pavilion of heavenly secrets has no room for those who break the rules. Since he couldn't lay a finger on Xiao Xian's group, the young city lord looked utterly humiliated. He turned to leave, spitting out, lucky you. Let's go. While you're in Luoyin City, you'd better keep your heads down and crawl. Don't let me catch you again. Jinu clenched her fists in rage. She gritted her teeth and yelled, Infuriating. Elder Zhao's expression darkened as he commanded in a low tone, "Let's go." Behind them, Su Muhan followed with a look of pure confusion. As they walked, Jinnu was still seething. Fuming over the young city lord's provocation, she gestured wildly. "Look at him, that arrogant, petty little snake." "Master, I really can't let this slide." Xiao Xian replied with a disdainful tone, "Don't waste your breath on a piece of trash like him." Meanwhile, over with Wang Rong, the servant who had been holding the whip asked doubtfully, "Young master, are we really just going to let them off that easily?" Wang Rong replied nonchalantly, "Let them off? Do you really think your young master is that kind-hearted?" His face turned sinister as he continued, "We'll wait until they're outside the pavilion of heavenly secrets. That way, we won't be breaking their rules, and we can finish them off properly." The servant immediately began to fawn over him. "Young master, your brilliance truly knows no bounds." Wang Rong's expression turned twisted and depraved. "First, we'll kill that blind brat. Then, we'll hang his corpse from the city gates." He laughed like a maniac, his hands trembling as he thought of Jinnu and Su Muhan. Intending to have his way with both of them, he added, "As for those two girls, heth. Once everyone was outside, they waited for the ambush. The servant stood watching the exit, growing impatient. "Where are they? Why haven't they come out yet?" Xiao Xian knew they were the type to hold a grudge, so he decided to beat them at their own game. He raised 2 fingers, channeling his spiritual energy. With a sharp whistle, a sword flew from Xiao Xian's hand. It shot straight toward the young city lord, Wang Rong. However, the guard Wu Ming was alert and managed to block it, shouting, "Look out!" But he didn't expect a single strike from Xiao Xian to be powerful enough to shatter his own blade. The sword streaked forward, piercing right through Wang Rong's face. He died instantly. The servant screamed, "Young master!" He turned back, his voice trembling. How dare you commit murder on the grounds of the pavilion of heavenly secrets?" Wang Rong's corpse lay motionless on the ground. The guard remained standing, watching Xiao Xian approach. Xiao Xian folded his arms and answered calmly, "Watch your mouth before you start accusing people. I clearly waited until you all left the pavilion's grounds before I struck. I haven't broken a single one of their rules." Behind him, Jinnu let out a smirk. The servant gritted his teeth in a murderous rage. Wu Ming dropped his broken sword and stepped forward, his fists clenched. "Young master, this man may have been a bully who abused his power. A fool despised by everyone." He glanced back at Wang Rong's body and continued, "But I accepted payment from his family. As his protector, I am bound by duty to my master." The nameless guard then dropped into a combat stance. His eyes burn with intensity as he speaks. "You've made a fatal mistake. You killed the one I was sworn to protect. Now, I have no choice but to take your head back with me. If I don't, the Wang family will hunt me to the ends of the earth." Xiao Xian lets out a cold smirk. Several swords manifest behind him as he readies himself for battle. He says, "Your blades are already shattered. Do you really think you can keep fighting me like that?" Power erupts from the nameless guard, his limbs and neck transforming as if covered in protective scales. Sharp black claws sprout from his fingertips as he speaks. "I carry the bloodline of a monstrous beast. My body is tougher and more tempered than any blade. I only used a sword because it felt more natural in my hand." Xiao Xian remains perfectly composed and replies, "Oh, is that so? Then I'd love to see you try." In an instant, dozens of swords glowing with golden light fly from Xiao Xian toward Wu Ming. But Wu Ming immediately reaches out with both hands. As 2 swords close in on him, he channels his spiritual energy and crushes them. With a loud crack, the 2 swords shatter into pieces and fall to the ground. The nameless guard scoffs, "Useless." Xiao Xian holds up 2 fingers, sparks of spiritual energy still flickering around them. He calmly remarks, "7 swords, and not a single one could draw blood." At that moment, Xiao Xian hurls the soft silk thread sword, an earth-grade masterpiece. It streaks toward Wu Ming with deadly precision. Seeing the sword closing in, Wu Ming cries out in shock. "What?" Wu Ming manages to catch the blade with his bare hands, but the impact is heavy, forcing a pained grunt from his throat. Seeing this, Xiao Xian calls the sword back and says coolly, "You might have stopped one of my blades, but it looks like your hands are about to give out." The sword returns to his grip. Xiao Xian's expression remains ice cold as he continues, Let's see how you handle next one. With those words, Xiao Xian launches his sword at Wu Ming once again. This time, Xiao Xian points his finger, fueling the blade with a massive, surging wave of spiritual energy. The aura becomes even denser and more complex. Not waiting around, Wu Ming clenches his fists, gathering the spiritual energy of his beast bloodline. He releases his power, manifesting the phantom of a massive, roaring Qilin. He shouts, "Your sword techniques are impressive, but my beast bloodline gives me an incredible rate of recovery. It'll take more than that to slow me down." Xiao Xian watches his opponent thoughtfully, but remains silent. This time, Wu Ming catches the sword with his bare hands again. He holds the blade in front of him, staring Xiao Xian down. "If this single sword is all you've got, you're never going to kill me." But inwardly, he's reeling. This man's sword control. How can it be this powerful? Just blocking that one strike took nearly everything I had. Sweat pours down Wu Ming's face as he thinks. If he adds even one more sword to the mix, I won't be able to hold on. He thrusts Xiao Xian's sword aside and says, "Besides, it looks like you're reaching your limit too." Xiao Xian continues to circulate his qi, thinking to himself. He's not wrong. Relying solely on the soft silk thread sword likely won't be enough to take him down. And my ordinary flying swords are too weak against him. The Heartfire Lotus was formed by absorbing the purest essence of fire from heaven and earth. There's nothing better for refining weapons. I'll use this chance to upgrade my gear. As the thought crosses his mind, Xiao Xian summons the Heartfire Lotus and pushes it into his flying sword. The blade absorbs the lotus instantly. It grows larger, longer, and pulses with overwhelming power. Guiding the sword, Xiao Xian remarks, "Truly an extraordinary, overbearing blade. Looking at it really does bring a smile to my face. I think I'll call you Blazing Joy." With that, Xiao Xian hurls the sword toward Wu Ming and commands, "Go. Blazing Joy, go have some fun with our friend here." Blazing Joy streaks toward Wu Ming. Just like before, he tries to catch it with his hands, but immediately, he gasps in horror. What? Damn it. This is the power of the primal fire element. I'm in trouble. Realizing the sword's power is far beyond what he can handle, he desperately deploys a protective shield. A spherical barrier forms around Wu Ming, shielding him from the oncoming force. Sweat drips from his brow as he realizes, this shield won't last long. I'm no match for this guy. Xiao Xian isn't finished yet. He says, "We're not done here." He beckons the sword back. The sword in Wu Ming's grasp suddenly flies back toward Xiao Xian. On its way, it shatters Wu Ming's shield. He screams, "It's over." The moment the shield breaks, the rest of Xiao Xian's sword formation strikes the opening. Hundreds of massive, flaming swords rain down at a terrifying speed. In an instant, Wu Ming accepts his fate. It seems, I've lost. Having admitted defeat, Wu Ming looks relieved despite his mangled, beast-like hands. He says, "Whether you want to cut me down or kill me outright, it's your call." Looks like this guy actually has some backbone. At least he's not like the others who start crying the moment they lose. Xiao Xian chuckles. He gives a casual flick of his wrist. The thousands of swords surrounding him vanish into thin air. The guard looks up in surprise. A sudden cry escapes his lips. Xiao Xian hovers in midair, looking down at him. He smiles with satisfaction. His voice rings out bold and loud. "I'll give you credit. You've got some backbone for knowing when to surrender. Fine, I'll spare your life." He thinks to himself. He's got spirit. A tough guy with real grit. He descends to the ground. He walks toward his two disciples. He leaves the nameless guard with a parting word. "I am Xiao Xian. If you want revenge, you're welcome to try any time." He turns back to look at him. He smiles and continues. "However, since you've failed your duty as a bodyguard, I'm sure there are others who will come to settle that score with you. You'd better stay alive long enough to face them." The nameless guard gasps in shock. His face turns deathly pale. He is left speechless. Xiao Xian turns back to Su Muhan and smiles. "All right then, since we're already here, let's go with Muhan and rescue her father." Su Muhan beams with a radiant smile. Her cheeks flush a soft pink. She bows gratefully. "Thank you, Master." Standing nearby, Lin Ji cheers excitedly. "Master, you're the best." Left all alone, the nameless guard watches as Xiao Xian departs with Su Muhan and Lin Ji. He thinks to himself quietly, to be so young yet possess such overwhelming power. Truly extraordinary. He turns away. He quickly leaps onto the rooftops, moving with agility. He glances back at Xiao Xian one last time, thinking with intrigue. If I can survive the Wang family's pursuit, I will definitely find a way to meet him again. A short while later, Xiao Xian and his two disciples arrive at the estate. Linji skips along energetically. Taking the luxury of the Su manor, she exclaims, "Whoa, looks like my junior sister comes from a family of big shots." Su Muhan responds with humility. "In my father's time, the Su manor was indeed very wealthy. But ever since I took over as head of the family, our influence has been waning. It's not what it used to be." Su Muhan continues sadly. "Actually, we shouldn't have killed Wang Ying. His father, Wang Wancheng, isn't just the city lord. He's also an elder of the Luoyuan sect." She sighs and adds, "I heard he went through life and death with the sect leader years ago. They're extremely close. Now that we've crossed him, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble heading our way." Xiao Xian doesn't say a word. He simply glances at her. Lin Ji steps forward. She clenches her fists, looking determined. She comforts Su Muhan. "Let them come. I'll make sure none of them make it back home. Besides, the Luoyuan sect was already on my hit list." Su Muhan smiles at the words of comfort. She opens the door and speaks softly. "Please, this way." The door creaks open. Beams of light stream through the gap, falling upon a man waiting inside. It is Su Muhan's second uncle, Su Hanyuan. The moment he sees her, Su Hanyuan slams his hand on the chair. He roars in fury. "Su Muhan." He points his finger directly at her face. He screams at the top of his lungs. You ungrateful brat. How dare you show your face here?" Su Muhan freezes at the threshold. She can't believe her eyes. She gasps in shock. "Second uncle?" Su Muhan looks around. She's completely blindsided. The clan elders too? "Uncles, what are you all doing here?" Su Muhan looks from left to right. She is met only with cold, resentful glares. From behind, Lin Ji blinks in surprise. "What's going on?" Xiao Xian remains silent. But he realizes instantly, none of the people in this room have good intentions. Amidst the mounting tension, the woman standing next to Su Hanyuan, Su Muhan's third aunt, Su Runwei, points a finger at Su Muhan's face and snarls. "You little bitch." A roar echoed, showing no restraint. "You still have a nerve to ask? If we hadn't come here, we wouldn't have known you'd sold out the entire Su family. You harlot, while your eldest brother is critically injured and unconscious. You take the Su family assets to the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion for your own pleasure." Su Muhan fell into a state of panic. She weakly tried to clarify. "That's not true. I didn't sell the family property for my own enjoyment. It was to buy the heart-melting fire lotus to save my father's life." Despite her plea, Su Runwei shrieked viciously. "Then where's the lotus? Where is it?" Even though she didn't want to, she had no other choice. Su Muhan was forced to pull out the pillflower pouch she had kept carefully on her person. Opening the bag, she whispered, "It's here." Su Muhan drew the fire lotus from the pouch. Holding the brilliantly glowing lotus in her hand, she spoke sadly. "I had to hide it so carefully. I didn't dare damage even a single petal." Suddenly, Su Hanyuan revealed his true colors. He bolted up from his chair and bellowed, "Bring that here." He violently spread his palm, reaching out toward her, activating his six-stage golden core. He moved to seize the heart-melting fire lotus. Terrified, Su Muhan pulled the lotus tight against her chest. She hurriedly backed away, gasped in shock, "Second uncle." In the blink of an eye, Xiao Xian leapt forward to block his path. He pointed his finger at the second uncle. Summoning 10,000 swords, he threatened coldly, "Let's see who dares touch Muhan." Facing Xiao Xian's 10,000 swords, Su Hanyuan froze. Irritated, he thought to himself, "This pressure, this isn't good. I can't afford to be reckless against this man." Sensing that staying was a bad idea, Su Hanyuan turned tail, changing direction to bolt away, thinking running is the best option. But he had underestimated Xiao Xian. He had no intention of letting him go. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the myriad swords chasing after the old man. The blades slammed into the wall right beside him. One by one, Xiao Xian's swords pinned Su Hanyuan in place, piercing through his robes, forcing him to a dead stop. In a mere instant, Xiao Xian's swords had trapped the greedy old man in his exact running posture, pinning him against the wall. He cried out in terror, "Gah!" Seeing Su Hanyuan pinned stiffly against the wall. Su Runwei screamed in a panic, "Second brother!" Old Su Yuan, though breaking into a cold sweat from fear, still managed to turn his head and howl a warning. Sister, watch out for those swords. Su Runyue immediately turned back to look at Su Muhan. She glared at her as if looking at a sworn enemy. Shouting in a rage, Su Muhan, what is the meaning of this? Now you're bringing in outsiders to deal with your own family? Su Muhan answered weakly, I'm not. But Lin Ji, who was standing by her side, immediately pulled Su Muhan's hand and said firmly, Junior sister, don't waste your breath on them. Hearing this, Xiao Xian smiled leisurely. He gave a cold snort. Su Runyue was still throwing a fit, pointing her finger at Su Muhan. She and the rest of the clan members marched forward, howling and making a scene as they approached. What? You actually want to get violent? Go ahead. Kill me then. Strike me down. Just as she thought she had intimidated Su Muhan's group, Xiao Xian unexpectedly launched a sword directly at Su Runyue. The razor-sharp, glowing blade slammed into the ground, right at her feet, sending her tumbling backward in total shock. Xiao Xian summoned the 10,000 swords again. The brilliant blades, burned with fire, poised and ready behind his back. He glanced at the Su family members before him and asked with a cold smile, Who dares take another step forward? My spirit swords have no eyes. Seeing that Xiao Xian was ruthless and had no intention of showing mercy, several Su family members immediately changed their tune, smiling obsequiously, trying to flatter their way out of their fear. Muhan, dear, Han Yuan and Runyue were just acting on impulse. But we are all family, bonded by blood. Siding with an outsider against us, that wouldn't be right. Hearing these hypocritical, flattering words, Su Muhan suddenly couldn't hold back her emotions. She lowered her head, her face darkening, and whispered, Family? Su Runyue, sensing an opening, scrambled back to her feet. She pointed in Su Muhan's face and barked, That's right. The Su family raised you for 20 years. Is this how you repay our kindness? You ungrateful little brat. I've had enough of you. Su Muhan glared at Su Runyue. Her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. She pointed a trembling finger at the woman and the rest of the clan in the hall. Her voice cracked with agonizing pain. How do you cold-blooded people have the nerve to come here and lecture me? And another thing, she looked at each of them, one by one. She screamed the truth directly into their faces. My father suffered a cultivation deviation. Does single one of you care enough to even ask how he was? No. All you knew how to do was wait for him to lose consciousness, so you could swarm our door to divide up his assets like vultures. Having their hidden motives exposed so bluntly, the faces of the Su family members turned ashen. They traded glances, rendered speechless. They could only gape at her in stunned silence. Su Muhan's fury had finally reached its breaking point. She stared them down, her eyes burning. She shouted with righteous indignation, I think you all just can't wait for my father to die. Su Muhan began to sob from the sheer injustice of it all. Seeing this, Lin Ji rushed to her side, pulling her into a comforting embrace. Then, she turned and barked at the Su family crowd. What kind of blood brothers are you supposed to be? You're nothing but a pack of shameless, spineless cowards. Even animals have more heart than you beasts. Xiao Xian stepped up beside Su Muhan. He placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. Calm down, Muhan. Since you have officially joined my sect, your master will teach you your very first lesson today. He looked up at the gathered members of the Su family. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Xian summoned 10,000 swords, circling them to herd the crowd together. The cowards trembled in absolute terror. Then, he spoke with icy indifference. When dealing with people who kick others when they're down, power is the only language they understand. Xiao Xian turned back to Su Muhan and asked firmly, Muhan, do you wish for me to suppress them? Or shall I wipe out the entire clan? Hearing those words, the Su family members collapsed to the ground, their legs giving out. They looked at Xiao Xian in horror, shrieking, Suppress us? Wipe us out. Su Muhan bit her lip and lowered her head. She was torn by a violent internal struggle. Even if they were vain, cowardly hypocrites, they were still the Su family. She bit her lip again, hesitating. Then, thinking of her father, Su Muhan dropped to her knees before Xiao Xian. She pleaded with him, saying, Master, please, just suppress the Su family. Cripple their cultivation base. But please, leave him a path to live. Xiao Xian leisurely flicked his fan open. He fanned himself with a serene smile. Muhan, go save your father first. Leave this place to me. Su Muhan looked up at Xiaoxian. Through her tears, she said gratefully, "Thank you, master." Lin Ji stepped over to her side. Helping her up gently, she said, "Let's go, junior sister." Lin Ji supported Su Muhan as they began to walk away, leaving Xiaoxian alone with the Su family. As Su Muhan reached the door, she couldn't help but steal one last look back at Xiaoxian. Her heart fluttered. Her cheeks flushed a soft red. She whispered softly, "Master," once he saw that Su Muhan had left. Xiaoxian snapped his paper fan shut. He looked at the Su family members. His calm smile sent chills running down their spines. He asked a question, soft yet heavy with authority. "So then, which one of you should we start with?" Xiaoxian gave his fingers a slight flick. His spiritual sword spun and flew straight towards Su Huangyuan, who was still pinned to the wall. He said nonchalantly, "How about we start with you?" Su Huangyuan was powerless to resist. With no way to escape, he could only let out a terrified scream. "No, stop." Xiaoxian's spiritual sword pierced right through Su Huangyuan. The scene was gruesome. The Su family members let out a collective gasp of horror. Hearing Su Huangyuan's agonized shriek, they all turned away in fear, not daring to look. Xiaoxian playfully twirled the paper fan in his hand. Su Huangyuan's cultivation had been completely destroyed. He slumped into a pool of blood behind Xiaoxian. The master turned back to face the rest of the Su family. Spiritual swords flickered and hovered all around him. He smiled with grim amusement. "Next, who wants to be first?" Witnessing Xiaoxian's terrifying display of execution, the Su family descended into utter chaos. They scrambled to flee, screaming, "Run! Get out of here! Run for your lives!" But Xiaoxian wasn't about to let anyone off that easy. With a flick of his wrist, the spirit swords pursued them, hunting down every last one as they scrambled to flee in terror. Xiaoxian snapped his fan open, forcing them to look at his people. With a contemptuous smile, he declared, "Don't even dream of escaping. Not a single one of you." The moment Xiaoxian snapped the fan shut, his spirit swords lunged forward, slashing through the members of the Su family one by one. He didn't kill them, but he instantly crippled their cultivation. Wails of agony and sheer horror echoed across the floor. Witnessing the brutal efficiency with which Xiaoxian dealt with the Su clan, Su Muhan's eyes widened in shock. In all her life, no one had ever helped her like this without asking for anything in return. This sight sparked a new sense of resolve within her. She turned away immediately, grabbing Lin Ji's hand. With firm determination, she whispered, "I have to work harder too. I must bring my father back, no matter what." Startled, Lin Ji blurted out, "Sister Mo." Su Muhan immediately ran to the room of her father, Su Ziyuan. She had been kneeling by his bedside for over an hour now. A wave of desperate anxiety washed over her as she saw that Su Ziyuan still hadn't woken up. Deep in a coma, she was too panicked to even find her voice. Just then, Lin Ji returned with Xiaoxian. Lin Ji announced happily, "Sister Mo, Master has already dealt with those Su family bastards. He's completely crippled their cultivation. They're all being thrown into the dungeon right now." Su Muhan turned to look at them, her voice full of gratitude. "That's enough. Thank you, everyone." Despite her words, she couldn't hide the deep worry etched on her face. Lin Ji rushed over to support her, asking with concern, "How is your father doing?" Su Muhan looked at Su Ziyuan, who lay motionless and silent on the bed. "Heartbroken," she replied, "even after taking the heart-harmonizing lotus. Father still hasn't woken up." Xiaoxian stood behind them, observing silently. A faint smile played on his lips. He stepped forward, speaking gently to Su Muhan. "Let me take a look." Su Muhan immediately stepped aside. Xiaoxian moved closer, placing 2 fingers on Su Ziyuan's pulse. Suddenly, his expression shifted. "Your father's injuries." Xiaoxian frowned, falling into a grim silence. His face grew incredibly serious. Checking the pulse again, he said cautiously, "This isn't typical cultivation deviation. It looks like someone deliberately attacked him, causing his meridians to rupture. Moreover, the perpetrator was ruthless. If your father's constitution wasn't so naturally resilient, anyone else who took this much healing medicine wouldn't even have a single breath left in him by now." Hearing how dire the situation was, Su Muhan broke down in tears, gasping for air. How could this happen? Xiaoxian calmed her with a steady voice. "Don't panic. His condition is still stable for now. Xiao Xian turned, channeling his energy into his fingertips as he spoke softly. I just need to reconnect his meridians. He looked down, his brow relaxing slightly. With a hint of relief, he thought it's a good thing. Since I started practicing the myriad-mile sword control technique, my ability to precisely manipulate spiritual energy has reached a whole new level. With a confident wave of his hand, Xiao Xian infused his energy directly into Su Ziyuan's core. He smiled and continued, even repairing meridians, as delicate a task as it is, shouldn't be a problem for me. No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Ziyuan suddenly gasped. He let out a low groan, followed by a series of heavy, ragged coughs. KHK. Su Muhan was caught off guard. She rushed to her father's bedside, crying out, "Father!" Lin Ji was equally stunned. "He's awake." Su Ziyuan turned his head, his face still gaunt, exhausted, and clearly in pain. He whispered hoarsely, Mohan. Su Muhan leaned in close, her voice urgent. "Father, how do you feel? Are you all right?" Su Ziyuan slowly tried to sit up, his body still incredibly weak. He clutched his head and muttered, "I'm okay, just a bit dizzy." Suddenly, as if remembering something vital, Su Ziyuan turned to Su Muhan. His face was instantly flooded with panic and dread. He asked in a trembling voice, "Mohan, where's your second uncle? Did he do anything to you?" Su Muhan replied anxiously, "I'm fine, father. But why did you bring up second uncle? Could it be?" Su Ziyuan lowered his head. His face darkened and grew pale as he grimaced in pain. He answered with simmering rage, "For years, I've poured all my effort into refining the spirit-soothing pill formula. A few days ago, I finally made a breakthrough. My new formula significantly lowers the required quality of the medicinal ingredients. However, it demands a very high level of cultivation from the alchemist." Right then, Su Ziyuan recalled the events of that fateful day. He had led Su Hanyuan into the alchemy room and carelessly turned his back on the man. While Su Ziyuan was distracted, Su Hanyuan suddenly lunged at him from behind, screaming, "Go to hell!" Su Ziyuan continued his story. "My cultivation wasn't enough, so I asked Su Hanyuan for help. I never imagined that while I was focused on the refinement, he would strike a lethal blow against me." Su Ziyuan spoke solemnly. His voice was a mix of frustration and profound disappointment. "In the past, there was no bad blood between us. Even now, there is no reason for such enmity. Yet he hates me this much. He must still harbor a grudge from years ago, when father chose me over him to inherit the Su family leadership. It couldn't have been anyone else." As the story concluded, a heavy silence filled the room. Su Muhan lowered her head, speechless. In this moment, Lin Ji and Xiao Xian didn't know what to say. Su Muhan suddenly slammed her hand onto the bed. Hatred flared up within her. Su Muhan clenched her fist tight. Her face went cold and dark. She growled through gritted teeth. So was him. Hearing this, Xiao Xian found himself growing interested. He rubbed his chin with a faint smile. "Spirit-soothing pill. I recall that being a third-rank formula. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to help Muhan level up her heart of alchemy?" Xiao Xian smiled at Su Ziyuan, who was still lying weak on the sickbed. "Master Su, about that formula you mentioned just now, would you mind letting me take a look?" Su Ziyuan looked up, dazed and confused about his identity. "And you are?" Su Muhan quickly stepped in to explain. "Father, this is Elder Xiao Xian of the Hong Ming Sect. He is also the master I have just pledged myself to. It's all thanks to him that I was able to wake you up." Hearing this, Su Ziyuan hurriedly cupped his hands in a respectful and grateful salute. "Is that so? So you are the one who saved both me and Muhan. I am deeply in your debt, young master. Knowing Muhan has found such a great destiny truly brings me joy." Xiao Xian politely returned the gesture. The atmosphere turned lighthearted. Then, Su Ziyuan stood up and tapped a hidden box built into the wall. Su Muhan's eyes widened in surprise. "Father, when did you install something like this in your room?" Seeing his daughter's confusion, Su Ziyuan replied with a chuckle. This was originally where I hid my private emergency stashes." Xiao Xian could only stand there, speechless. With that, the old man pulled out a scroll tied with a simple string. Su Ziyuan handed it over to Xiao Xian. "You saved my life, sir. As long as it's a formula belonging to the Su family. If you want it, it's yours." Xiao Xian took the formula into his hands. He glanced at it and asked cautiously, "This formula, you haven't finished correcting it yet, have you?" Su Ziyuan bowed his head in admiration. "Your Excellency has a keen eye. I was just a step away from success. But unfortunately, that beast Su Hanyuan ruined everything." Xiao Xian smiled, signaling there was nothing to worry about. "It's fine. There's no major flaw in this recipe. It's just missing one ingredient, field yellow grass." Su Muhan froze in realization. Field yellow grass? Suddenly, Su Muhan gripped her skirt with both hands. She beamed as if a light bulb had gone off. "That's it. Field yellow grass. Oh my god. How did I not think of that?" Suddenly, a system notification appeared. System notification. Under the host's guidance, the disciple has successfully comprehended the formula. Third rank improved spirit soothing pill. Heart of alchemy upgraded. Talent rank up, profound grade. Reward multiplier, 5x increase. Host's talent. Heart of alchemy has reached heaven grade. Another notification followed. System notification, heaven grade. Alchemy success rate increased by 99%. Formula comprehension rate increased by 30%. Xiao Xian smiled with satisfaction upon hearing the notification and thought to himself, a 30% increase in comprehension. No wonder. New insights regarding other formulas are suddenly flooding into my mind. Su Ziyuan took Muhan's hand, his eyes filled with pity. "Muhan, it must have been so hard for you, managing the Su family all alone for so long." Seeing her father's concern, she quickly blamed herself. "It was my duty, father. I'm the one who has failed you. To afford the medical bills back then, I had to mortgage all our family pharmacies. I'm afraid the Su family won't be able to hold our ground much longer." Xiao Xian quickly cut him off. "I have a rather bold idea." Su Ziyuan and Su Muhan both froze in their tracks. They turned simultaneously to look at him. Xiao Xian laid out his strategy. "You can reclaim all your pharmacies. Then, recruit more alchemy apprentices. Have them sign lifelong contracts, under the condition that they're never allowed to reveal the formulas. Our alchemy formulas." Xiao Xian continued. "If they want to quit halfway, we'll have them sign a non-compete agreement. Once they leave, they cannot use our formulas. Otherwise," they stared at him, looking completely dazed. As he spoke, he handed a pouch to Su Muhan. She took it and sniffed it. "Gold silk? Why?" Xiao Xian continued with a smug, mischievous grin. "Hey, Hith. They'll find out how powerful we are soon enough. Now then." Xiao Xian gave his orders. "There's no time to lose. Muhan, you go start the alchemy process first. Senior sister, and I will go deal with that Su Huanyuan fellow." Xiao Xian pointed a finger toward someone as he spoke. Jinu and Xiao Xian then headed out. Before leaving, she didn't forget to cheerily wave goodbye to her junior sister. "See you later, junior sister." Su Ziyuan and Su Muhan were left standing there, bewildered. The father turned to his daughter with a puzzled look. "This master of yours, is he even human?" She answered instinctively. "I think so." Scene changes. At that moment, Su Huanyuan was shackled by his legs, trembling. "You, what do you want?" Xiao Xian was sitting on a chair, casually fanning himself. He looked completely at ease. "Go for it, little Jinu. If you can't manifest 10,000 sword shadows, we aren't leaving today." Jinu had her eyes squeezed shut, focusing her energy. She struggled to reply. Sword shadows swirled around her. 9,971. 9,972. 9,979. 10,000. Finally, Jinu completed the 10,000 sword shadows technique. She cheered happily. "I did it." 10,000 sword shadows appeared, radiating all around her. The light from the swords was so blindingly bright that it forced others to shield their eyes. Xiao Xian then urged Jinu to keep going. "Not bad. Next is 10,000 swords as one. Keep it up. Master believes in you." Exhaustion was starting to set in. She wiped away her sweat, her gaze, suddenly turning determined. "I believe in myself too." The light from the sword shadows began to converge. An orb above her head began to absorb all that light. "Look, I will definitely make it work." Everyone waited breathlessly for the result. She held her fingers together, chanting an incantation. She brought her hand to her mouth, just like before. Smiling, she continued her cultivation. The glow of the sword shadows intensified, radiating a brilliant lotus pink light. Then, she let out a sharp breath and thrust her hand high into the air. A massive, long sword appeared, glowing with a beautiful pink aura. It continued to grow in size. It was absolutely colossal. Having successfully mastered the technique, Jinnu happily reported to Xiao Xian. Master, I did it. He smiled warmly. Well done. Learning this move is enough to deal with the Luofan sect. While the two were laughing and talking, one person was in a state of total panic. You people. Su Huangyuan stared at them in terror, snot dripping from his nose. Terrified, Su Huangyuan screamed at the top of his lungs. What the hell are you trying to do? At that moment, the tip of the giant sword Jinnu just created was pointed right at his head. He pleaded no. Stop. Now, snot was streaming from both his nostrils. He was shaking like a leaf. Lines of tears streamed down his face. Xiao Xian heard him and mocked. Stop. When you didn't hesitate to move against Su Ziyuan, did you never think this day would come? He then gave Jinnu the order. Little Jinnu, do it. Controlling the sword, she immediately complied. Yes, master. The blade shot forward, slamming into the wall behind him and leaving a massive crater. He shrieked in horror. They're killing me. Help. Realizing she missed her mark, Jinnu huffed in annoyance. I missed. Xiao Xian quickly comforted her. Aim true and try again. No rush. Take your time. Still getting the hang of it. Jinnu missed again. Su Huanyuan looked down to see the blade embedded right between his legs, and his soul nearly left his body. Her eyes are fixed on the blade, bulging as if they might pop out. She cries out, Aya. Jiohe continues her instructions. Keep going. Stop complaining. That's another miss. Do it again. The command echoes over and over. Again. Do it again. It's painfully obvious just how clumsy Jinnu is. Half an hour later, the pillar is now covered in jagged dents and gouges, clear evidence of Jinnu's countless failed strikes. However, the lifeless arm now lies sprawled on the ground. It seems she finally managed to send Tua Huanyuan to his grave. A notification for Xiao Xian appears. Reward. System check. Under the host's guidance, your disciple has comprehended the vertical and horizontal myriad miles sword kinesis art. Sword intent, 10,000 merging into one. Rewards received have been increased tenfold. Host comprehension gained. Vertical and horizontal myriad miles sword kinesis art. 10,000 merging into one. Bonus reward. 1 earth grade soft silk wrapped sword. Xiao Xian can't help but smirk at such an impressive haul. That makes 2 soft silk wrapped sword now. And with the 10,000 merging into one technique, dealing with those lower tier clones shouldn't be an issue anymore. While he's lost in thought, Jinnu stands there staring at the result of her handiwork. Xiao Xian smiles warmly and looks up. This is definitely easier than trying to gain enlightenment through my own cultivation. Xiao Xian turns to leave. Let's go. Let's head over to Muhan's side and see if she needs any help. Jinnu chirps happily in agreement. Master, wait for me. At the City Lord's mansion in Luoyang City. The sky is clear and blue. A gentle breeze rustles the trees, sending leaves dancing through the air. Inside the main hall, 3 people are kneeling, trembling with fear. Behind them lies a corpse completely covered by a white sheet. The leader of the 3 speaks up. City Lord. The young lord? He's been murdered. The man seated on the high throne erupts in fury. His hands grip the armrests tightly. Damn it. Do I pay you people just to sit around and eat for free? This is the lord of Luoyang City, the father of Wang Rong. Wang Wancheng. He slams the table, his face contorted with rage. My son is gone. If you don't bring me the murderer's head to atone for this, none of you will leave this room alive. The men are terrified, drenched in cold sweat and shaking uncontrollably. Their spokesperson immediately blurts out. City Lord, the one who killed the young lord. His name is Xiao Xian. He's an elder of the Hong Ming Sect, just some nobody in the nascent soul stage. But he defeated Wu Ming in just a few moves. We were truly powerless against him. Wang Wancheng continues to berate them. A bunch of useless trash. For the record, this man is at the 7th layer of the Golden Core stage. As he finishes speaking, he channels his inner energy, firing streaks of dark spiritual power toward the group. Knowing there's no point in arguing further, they beg for their lives. City Lord, have mercy. Wang Wancheng seethes with anger as he thinks to himself. Wu Ming's strength. I've tested it myself. That Xiao Xian. to be able to take Hong Ming down in a few moves. His power is definitely not something I can challenge head-on. After a moment of reflection, he finds himself genuinely intimidated by Xiao Xian. Wang Wancheng then kicks his subordinate aside. Get out! The man is sent flying, letting out a sharp cry. Wang Wancheng continues to plot. It seems, if I want to avenge my son, I'll have to ask the Luoyun Sect for assistance. Having made his decision, he prepares to leave. I need to pay a visit to the Luoyun Sect. In the meantime, send out invitations for a banquet. Invite every noble in the city, including the Tuoff family. The subordinate, relieved to be spared, immediately obeys. Yes, sir. Wang Wancheng's face twists into a mask of pure malice. His eyes glow a fiery red, as if he wants to devour his enemies alive. For killing my son, Xiao Xian, I will tear you into 100 pieces. Scene change, the Tuo residence. The air is fresh here. A light breeze wafts through the grounds. A letter arrives with the message. The Tuoff family is cordially invited to the Wang family banquet tonight to celebrate the Tuoff family's successful suppression of the rebellion. Inside a room at the Tuo residence, Su Muhan is sitting at a table with Xiao Xian and Jinu. Muhan speaks to them, her voice laced with apprehension. This is the invitation to the banquet. He also feels uneasy. This doesn't feel like a friendly gesture at all. It's clearly a trap. She stands up, her expression firm. We're leaving the city right now. We'll head straight for the Luoyun Sect. Once we're out of Luoyun City, I'd like to see what Wang Wancheng can possibly do to the two of you. Xiao Xian responded flatly, with a simple, yeah. His eyes were fixed on the cluster of grapes in his hand. Chewing nonchalantly, Xiao Xian muttered no. They went through the trouble of sending an invitation. It would be rude to decline. Of course we're going. Jinu looked confused as she asked softly, Master. Suddenly, Xiao Xian rested his hand on Jinu's shoulder. His eyes narrowed into a playful, closed-eye smile. He was trying to reassure her. I'm going to scout for some information. Lin Wancheng is bound to show up at this banquet. My dear disciple, do you want your revenge? At the mention of that name, Jinu's expression instantly twisted. Lin Wancheng. She lowered her posture, fuming with visible rage. That damn traitor is actually here. Seeing her senior sister look so terrifying, Su Muhan jumped in fright and stammered. Senior sister. Xiao Xian then flicked his fan open. He fanned himself with a casual air. Word is he's currently hiding behind the influence of the Luoyun Sect. We can't just barge in blindly. Under any other circumstances, tracking him down would be a real pain. Xiao Xian stood up and asked, So, my dear disciple? He moved behind her, placing a hand on her shoulder, signaling his firm intent to back her up. Do you want to join your master and stir up some trouble at this Hong Ming banquet? Jinu's face had already turned ice cold. This disciple follows master's command. In that moment, Xiao Xian and Jinu gave off an almost predatory aura. Su Muhan felt a chill down her spine looking at them, yet she couldn't help a nervous smile. Why do I feel like someone is about to have a very bad day? Xiao Xian suddenly turned to Su Muhan and asked, Oh, right? How was the progress on those pill formulas? The sudden shift in focus made Su Muhan's delicate heart skip a beat. This disciple has already reclaimed the 17 pharmacies the Su family previously pawned off. She began recounting yesterday's events and gave her report. We are still recruiting alchemists. We did a trial run of the mind-restoring pills this afternoon. In total, we sold 50 bottles. The revenue was 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with pure excitement. When Xiao Xian heard the number, it seemed a bit low to him. Clearly unsatisfied, he rubbed his chin, looking deep in thought. 50 bottles? That's a bit meager. Did you analyze why? Su Muhan answered quickly. Yes, I did. She immediately listed the reasons for him. The primary use of the mind-restoring pill is to clear the mind and sharpen focus. It helps regulate internal energy. Its applications are a bit limited. Reporting honestly to her big boss, Su Muhan continued. Plus, it was only the first day of the trial sale. After listening to her, Xiao Xian reached into his robe. He pulled out a stack of papers and handed them to Su Muhan. Here, these are the formulas. I've modified these triple realm recipes. Take them and study them. Report back to me once you have the results from the trial sale. She gasped when she saw the papers. As he finished speaking, her eyes shifted from shock to glowing like high-beam headlights. These are all, for me? Su Muhan took them joyfully. Yes. This is the upgraded lesser gold pill. She looked like she was about to jump for joy. She was absolutely ecstatic. The recovery effect is at least 10 times stronger than before. This is enough to meet the life-saving needs of any average cultivator. I'm certain these will fly off the shelves. She spoke while poring over the formulas Xiao Xian had given her, looking deeply satisfied. Su Muhan then began, rubbing the formulas against her face in delight, humming a little tune. Money loves me, I love gold. Flowing in from every road, rolling in like a heavy tide. Stay forever by my side. Hearing this, Xiao Xian flashed a devious smirk. The good life of sitting back and collecting cash is finally within reach. Scene change. Nighttime at the City Lord's mansion. A massive crowd has gathered for the banquet. The event is incredibly grand. Red lanterns hang everywhere. Su Ziyuan, despite his poor health, attended the banquet accompanied by Xiao Xian. City Lord Wang Wancheng saw them and rushed over like they were VPS. Ah, Brother Su, my most honored guest. The guest of honor has arrived. Seeing the City Lord's warm welcome, Su Ziyuan quickly returned the greeting. Wang Wancheng feigned innocence and concern, though his face darkened with hidden intent. I heard that Brother Su had fallen ill recently. I was truly worried about you. I never imagined that after your recovery, the quality of the Su family's medicinal pills would jump an entire grade. What a stroke of incredible luck. There was an older man standing right behind him. Judging by that sinister look on his face, it's obvious he's up to no good, even without an introduction. Hearing their overly enthusiastic greetings, Su Ziyuan could only manage a forced smile. I am deeply grateful for your concern, City Lord. Xiao Xian curled his lips slightly, feeling nothing but contempt for Wang Wancheng's fake, Oscar-worthy performance. After spotting Xiao Xian, Wang Wancheng immediately shifted his attention toward him. He offered a formal cupped hand salute, and this must be the man who helped the Su family rise from the ashes. The one who took Muhan as a disciple and helped that young girl break through to become a rank 3 alchemist. You are young Master Xiao, correct? Seeing the man praise him to the high heavens, Xiao Xian didn't hesitate to smile back and return the gesture. City Lord Wang, you flatter me far too much. The older man behind them caught Xiao Xian's name and shot him a sharp look. Xiao Xian, is this the guest of honor City Lord Wang wants to deal with at tonight's banquet? He continued to weigh the situation in his mind. City Lord Wang specifically invited 30 Golden Core elders from the Luofan Sect to assist us. All of our men have already changed into guest attire. They are waiting in the banquet hall as we speak. The moment the City Lord gives the word, we strike and kill them instantly. It turns out Wang Wancheng's banquet was a total sham. He wanted revenge for his son, Wang Rong. He set the whole thing up as a trap, bringing in those elders to help him. His ultimate goal was to eliminate Xiao Xian once and for all. After finishing his thought, the older man glanced behind Xiao Xian and noticed a strikingly familiar face. It made him recoil in shock. That girl, he thought to himself, filled with suspicion. How can she look exactly like the eldest young miss from back then? His mind raced back to years ago. No, that's impossible. I saw it with my own eyes. Lin Go's subordinates threw that girl, Lin Ji, off the cliff. Because he had witnessed her being thrown into the abyss, he was certain she was dead. He had no way of knowing that she had actually been rescued. Wang Wancheng then turned around and motioned for them to enter. Shall we, Brother Su? And you as well, young Master Xiao. Everyone is waiting for the feast to begin. Su Ziyuan politely replied with a smile. Of course, after you. The group then proceeded through the large main gates. Inside, guests were already seated and beginning to eat. The banquet was packed. The people surrounding Xiao Xian's table looked far from ordinary. Wang Wancheng began feigning interest in Xiao Xian again. I heard that despite your youth, young Master Xiao, you're already a 5th stage Golden Core Master. He finished that thought and then glanced over at Ji Nu and Su Muhan. And to have 2 such talented disciples by your side, your future is truly limitless. The older man chimed in as well. Indeed. For Miss Su to study under such a wise master is truly a blessing for the Su family. With that, the 2 of them stood up, acting the part of the perfect hosts. Hearing this, The guests at the neighboring tables glanced at Xiao Xian with sly, knowing smirks. Young Master Xiao is quite the talent, isn't he? One of the long-haired men among them spoke up. Hearing the praise, Xiao Xian acted completely swept up in the moment. He raised his wine cup, laughing loudly with an air of arrogance. Ha ha ha! City Lord Wang, you're too kind. Way too kind. Xiao Xian then downed the entire cup in one go. He finished the drink and slammed the cup down. He let out a long sigh, looking like a man who had finally let his guard down. He then spoke with a sudden, fake humility. Actually, everyone has been overestimating my strength. I'm really only at the third stage of the Golden Core realm. The only reason I can exert the power of the ninth stage is because, seeing Xiao Xian drinking so much, Jinnu spoke up with concern. Master! But Xiao Xian suddenly looked delighted and pulled out his treasure to show it off. It's all thanks to this precious sword right here. I stumbled upon it by pure chance. Its power is incredible. He let out an even louder laugh, seemingly spilling all his secrets in his drunken state. If I didn't have this sword, given my actual cultivation level, I wouldn't have dared to leave the mountain. Ha ha ha. Su Muhan and Jinnu watched him, looking genuinely worried. Jinnu whispered urgently, Master, one should never flaunt their treasures. What are you trying to do? Hearing Xiao Xian's confession, Wang Wancheng completely dropped his guard. His eyes turned cold as he snapped his fingers. He turned his gaze toward Jinnu. Don't you think it's time for a girl like you to step outside for a moment? Man, as soon as he spoke, a subordinate appeared. Wang Wancheng thought to himself, I thought testing this guy would actually take some effort, but he ended up exposing himself. What a complete waste of space. His thoughts were dripping with utter disdain for Xiao Xian. Jinnu quickly stepped in to help the drunken Xiao Xian away. His face was flushed bright red, as if he were totally wasted. Xiao Xian stole a quick glance and saw two of Wang Wancheng's men carrying a chest that looked incredibly heavy. One of the subordinates pried it open. Inside, the chest was filled to the brim with glowing spirit stones. Wang Wancheng spoke up, acting as though he were making a generous gesture. I've admired you for a long time, young Master Xiao. I prepared a special gift for you today. I truly hope we can become friends, young Master Xiao. At the sight of so many spirit stones, Xiao Xian's eyes instantly lit up. Spirit stones. So many spirit stones. He dashed toward the chest as he spoke, leaving Jinnu completely speechless at the sight. She could only call out in vain, Master. Xiao Xian lunged at the spirit stones, jumping for joy as he cheered. Jackpot. I was supposed to head down the mountain to buy supplies for the sect, and maybe keep a little off the top for myself. But I ended up blowing tens of millions of spirit stones in just a few minutes. He continued to stroke the stones with an expression of pure bliss. I was actually worried about how I'd explain this to everyone back home. Thank goodness for City Lord Wang. Seeing Xiao Xian so easily pleased, Wang Wancheng replied, Being of service to you, young Master Xiao, is entirely my honor. But internally, he sneered at him with utter contempt. And here I thought he was some descendant of a great hidden clan, with staggering financial power. Turns out he's just a lapdog running errands for his sect. He then continued, maintaining his respectful facade. I've heard you are an exceptional teacher, young Master Xiao. Why don't we let our disciples have a friendly spar? It would be a great way to open everyone's eyes. Below them, Wang Wancheng's disciple wore a sinister grin. The city lord gestured toward the spirit stones, his eyes glinting with cunning as he stared at Xiao Xian. This pile of spirit stones right here. Let's consider it the opening bet. What do you say, young Master Xiao? Xiao Xian didn't hesitate for a second. No problem at all. He even leaned back against the chest of spirit stones, waving his hand high. Little Jir, you're up. Jinnu immediately complied. Understood. As she spoke, her expression suddenly turned sharp and serious. Wang Wancheng clapped his hands in delight at their agreement. You are truly generous, young master. In that case, I'll raise the stakes a bit. At his signal, his subordinates carried out another chest overflowing with spirit stones and set it right in front of Xiao Xian. Wang Wancheng continued, If you win, young Master Xiao, I'll add another 10 million low-grade spirit stones to the pot. How about it? Xiao Xian's eyes practically turned into sparkling gems at the sight. His jaw dropped, completely unable to hide his greed. He scratched his head, pretending to be deep in thought. Well then, I suppose I should put something of equal value on the line, shouldn't I? but I don't really have anything left on me. He looked more and more distressed as he spoke. Then, he suddenly remembered something. Xiao Xian pulled out the treasure sword he had just been showing off to use as collateral. He presented it with a cheerful grin. How about this? I'll put this precious sword up as my stake. Deal? Wang Wancheng readily agreed. Of course that works. He thrust his hand forward, gathering a surge of green spiritual energy as he prepared to cast a spell. With a quick movement, Wang Wancheng conjured a barrier, locking the spirit stones and the treasure sword together inside a sphere of spiritual energy. To ensure no one can interfere, he said, since these are our stakes, no one shall touch them until the match is decided. Agreed? Xiao Xian swayed slightly on his feet. Su Muhan rushed over to steady him. He raised a hand, answering with a carefree face. Not a problem. Little Zhe, it's all up to you now. Don't go making your master look bad. Okay. While supporting her master, Su Muhan looked at Ji Nu with concern. Be careful, senior sister. Ji Nu clenched her fist with determination. Don't worry. Wang Wancheng put his hands behind his back and barked an order. Xiaohei, you go first. He thought to himself, these people are likely useless. This is the perfect chance to test their real strength. Xiaohei's expression turned predatory as he prepared for the kill. By your command, City Lord. The two opponents stepped onto the center of the arena, standing face to face. Xiaohei rested his massive blade on his shoulder and stared her down. Well then, you're next. He looked at her as if she were nothing more than his next prey. The referee's voice boomed across the stage. Begin. The boy and the girl glared at each other, their killing intent clashing. Neither was willing to back down. Ji Nu acted instantly, making the first move. She leaped into the air, launching 3 small daggers and shouting as she manipulated them. Xiaohei remained calm, raising his heavy blade to parry. Block. However, his blade was no match for Ji Nu's relentless assault. Under the overwhelming power of the glowing pink blades, his weapon shattered into pieces. Xiaohei was paralyzed with fear. How could? He stared at the blades that had suddenly stopped right in front of his face. His face was a mask of utter shock. Then, he let out a long, defeated sigh. I lost. I'm truly sorry, City Lord. Xiao Xian sat cross-legged on a chair between Su Muhan and Su Ziyuan. He pointed and laughed heartily. Haha, you can't even handle a single move from my disciple? Trash. Absolute garbage. Wang Wancheng's subordinates glared at him with pure hatred. He's being incredibly rude. No manners at all. He's clearly just a pathetic drunkard. In contrast to the look on his face, Xiao Xian was ecstatic. Meanwhile, the faces of Wang Wancheng's men began to darken with rage. A man with long, straight brown hair and sharp, slanted eyes, one of those who had been closely watching Xiao Xian's every move since the banquet began, looked at him with resentment and thought to himself, this bastard has no idea how small he is. Go ahead, act arrogant for a little longer. Behind him, the elder uncle was also seething with suppressed rage. He thought bitterly, I'll make sure you regret this in a moment. Wang Wancheng spoke calmly. It's fine. It was just a match. Winning and losing are part of the game. There's no need to take it to heart. But deep down, he was mocking the master and disciple. The guards reported that their sword control was impressive. From what I've seen today, they're nothing special. Xiao Xian hurriedly upped the stakes. City Lord Wang, you're far too kind. I'm gonna be rich. I'm gonna be rich. I'm betting my precious sword and everything else I own. Haha. Wang Wancheng watched his enthusiastic display and felt a surge of satisfaction. Just as I planned, Wang Wancheng remained cheerful despite the recent loss. He raised his voice and called out, next round. Xianin, you're up. This woman was one of Wang Wancheng's most valued pawns. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also a highly skilled member of the sect with a strong personality. She stepped forward and answered. The moment she came face to face with Ji Nu, she performed a formal salute and said, Forgive me for what I must do. Ji Nu followed the etiquette. She returned the salute to her opponent with a bright, friendly smile. The battle between the two beauties was about to begin. Wang Wancheng watched the upcoming match with a cunning, self-satisfied look. When it comes to sword control, my niece studied at the Luoyun Sect. She certainly won't lose to the disciple of the fool. But his smiling face collapsed in an instant. His eyes widened, and his mouth fell open in shock. What? The moment it started, Ji Nu pointed to the sky, summoning her sword technique. She used the move 10,000 to strike first. She successfully summoned a massive sword technique with a powerful red aura radiating from the celestial blade. It plunged straight down toward Xianyin's head. At that moment, Xianyin had only managed to summon a few small green swords. She was completely caught off guard. Jinnu pushed her power to the limit and used her palm to drive the great sword directly at her opponent. As for Xianyin, she watched in sheer panic as the sword hurtled toward her. She screamed in disbelief. 10,000 under such overwhelming pressure. Xianyin was forced to surrender. She cried out in fear, "I give up." After surrendering, she immediately collapsed to the ground. She whispered in awe, "To achieve 10,000 at such a young age, I admit defeat." Having just finished 2 matches, Jinnu was starting to feel the exhaustion. She wiped the sweat from her chin, breathing heavily. She tried to remain humble, but whispers began to break out around the room. That master and disciple won again. But, looking at her, she must be reaching her limit, right? Xiao Xian couldn't hide his joy. He tossed his spirit stones into the air. His face lit up with happiness, his eyes shining like stars. Then he turned to the crowd with disdain. "Useless, all of you. Even if a god descended today, it wouldn't matter. Haha. Next, keep being Komi." The elder uncle's anger was plain to see. He crossed his arms and thought contemptuously, "Look at that brat gloating." Wang Wanqing suppressed his rage and offered some polite praise. To be so young, and yet able to master 10,001. Truly a genius. It seems this kid managed to find himself a good disciple. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold and serious. Wang Wanqiang smiled thinly. However, that's as far as she goes. His expression was that of a man about to deliver checkmate. Suddenly, a figure blurred forward from behind Wang Wanqing's faction. The woman appeared out of nowhere and charged straight at Jinnu. Jinnu was caught completely off guard. Before she could react, she took a heavy blow to the stomach. It was a devastating strike for the exhausted girl. Xiao Xian's eyes snapped wide as he glanced over her. He thought in total shock, "Oh, isn't that the branch leader of the Luoyun sect?" Xiao Xian gathers his strength. He lunges toward Jinnu with blinding speed. The force of the sudden palm strike had sent Jinnu flying helplessly through the air. Xiao Xian catches her small, frail body mid-air and descends gracefully, landing safely on the ground. Jinnu leans her head against his shoulder, whispering in pain, "I'm so sorry, master. I failed you." Xiao Xian reassures her softly, "It's okay. You did well." He slowly helps her over to Su Muhan's side. "I have no choice. It's time to play my trump card." Su Muhan rushes over in a panic, crying out, "Senior sister." The woman speaks with cold indifference. "You've lost. This seductive, beautiful woman is an elder of the Luoyun sect. She is also Wang Wanqing's junior sister." Xiao Xian watches them start to take all the rewards, his face twisting in feigned despair. "That's my entire life savings. No, you can't. You can't just leave. You've stripped me of everything I own. How am I supposed to face my sect after this?" He wheels around in a rage, pointing a finger at them in a direct challenge. "I'm challenging you to one more round." Wang Wanqing replies with a delighted smirk. "Another round, you say? Well, I certainly don't mind." However, he raises a hand with arrogant condescension. "Young Master Xiao, you just lost your entire fortune. What exactly do you have left to wager?" With a lethal glint in his eyes, Xiao Xian points to himself. "My life." Wang Wanqing's lackeys immediately break into a frantic chatter. Good lord, he's completely lost his mind. Is he seriously betting his own life? The great uncle's face lights up with malicious joy. "Excellent. Marvelous." Wang Wanqing leans in, his expression turning sinister. "You said it yourself, young Master Xiao. Don't try to go back on your word once you've sobered up." He looks at Xiao Xian with pure contempt, thinking to himself, "I'll see what you're really made of. Without that precious sword of yours, let's see if you can still cause any trouble." Xiao Xian replies nonchalantly, "Don't you worry about that." With those words, he raises 2 fingers, summoning his spiritual energy for a preemptive strike. An enormous, towering celestial sword manifests behind Xiao Xian's back. The sight of it leaves the Luoyun elder completely paralyzed with shock. His voice rings out with absolute authority. "I never break my word." Xiao Xian grips the radiant golden sword, now overflowing with spiritual power, and mocks them. I'm just worried that you're the ones who won't pay up. He flicks his wrist, manipulating the sword's path as if dancing through a matrix of spirit energy. Without a hint of emotion, he continues, but if I win, the city lord won't just be returning my property. The Luoyun elder instantly recognizes the technique he's using. She screams in terror, this is the myriad heaven's unified sword. Before she can even regain her composure, he brings the strike down with crushing force. You'll be paying me with your life as well. Terrified, the Luoyun elder grips her own weapon tightly. She desperately tries to use that firewood stick of hers to block his onslaught, but it's useless. Her sword is instantly snapped in two. The myriad heaven strike continues its descent unabated. The elder of Luoyun can only watch helplessly as the blow crashes directly into her. Breaking into a cold sweat, she gasps in horror. How can he wield the myriad heaven's unified sword? And how can it possess such overwhelming power? She clutches her wound, cursing under her breath. Damn it! Panic races through her mind. This sword was an artifact passed down by the Sect leader himself. It's supposed to withstand a direct hit from a nascent soul cultivator. And yet, this man broke it in half with a single swing. With blood dripping from her mouth, she stares at him in sheer terror. Who is this man? What kind of monster am I facing? Xiao Xian isn't finished with her yet. He raises both hands, channeling more spirit energy with a sinister smirk. He continues his assault on her weakened form. With a wave of his hand, another strike slashes through the Luoyun elder. She lets out a blood-curdling scream of agony. Wang Wansheng rushes forward panic-stricken. He cries out in anguish, "Junior sister!" Xiao Xian's attack sends her flying straight into him. He catches her, pulling her into a desperate embrace. He checks on her frantically. "Junior sister, speak to me. Are you all right?" But there is no response. It seems she has already stopped breathing. Even after seeing his own sister harmed, Wang Wansheng remains stubborn. Cradling her limp body, he glares up at Xiao Xian, his teeth gritted in pure rage. His voice trembles with murderous intent. "My sister." Xiao Xian stands his ground. He looks incredibly formidable, the remnants of his technique still glowing around his hand. A phantom image of a giant hand gripping a massive sword looms behind him. He speaks calmly, "It seems City Lord Wang is also a disciple of the Luoyun sect. To have mastered the Luoyun palm, your status there must be quite significant." Wang Wansheng's expression remains defiant, refusing to back down. Xiao Xian fixes him with a cold, ruthless gaze. "I'm killing you today. And believe me, you've earned it." Wang Wansheng turned around in a rage and barked at his subordinates. "What are you all just standing there for?" They rushed forward to attack with excitement. "It's finally our turn. Rest easy, Elder Wang. We'll make sure this brat gets what's coming to him. Now die." Su Muhan quickly helped Ji Nu away. "Senior sister, this way." Su Ziyuan also scrambled to leave in a panic. He let out a terrified cry. "Arg! A battle of this scale. And at a time like this..." Xiao Xian remained incredibly calm as he watched the crowd charging toward him. He even clapped his hands and gave a delighted laugh. Every single one of them is at the Golden Core stage. It seems City Lord Wang came prepared today. His eyes turned serious in an instant. "I guess I'll just have to kill 30 Golden Cores all by myself today." He slammed his foot onto the ground. A magical circle instantly manifested. A massive, brilliant surge of spiritual energy erupted from the circle. Thousands of precious swords flew out from within the array, swerving to target each first-grade Golden Core cultivator. The force of the impact was direct. It sent them all flying, scattering them in every direction. Wang Wansheng was livid upon hearing such arrogant words. One man killing 30 Golden Cores? The sheer audacity is beyond belief. He furiously summoned his sword and snarled. "Perfect timing. Before descending the mountain, I specifically asked the sect leader for a phantom image of the Cloudfall sword. The moment Ji Nu saw the sword, her face filled with terror. That sword," Wang Wansheng spoke with arrogance. "This low-grade Heaven Realm divine weapon has been painstakingly refined by the sect leader using his own essence blood for years. Its power long ago surpassed that of ordinary profound iron. Even if it's just a phantom projection of the great sword, it is more than enough to slay a nascent soul expert." Ji Nu whispered in a panic. This This sword was clearly stolen from the Lin family by the branch Sect years ago. Is the Lin family's ancestral sword core. She was suddenly pulled back to that bloody scene from the past. The day the Cloudfall Sect slaughtered the Lin family. They used countless members of the Lin family as blood sacrifices to forge this blade, all to reach the final stage of tempering and thoroughly transform it into a divine ability. She vividly remembered the cruel expression on the Cloudfall Sect member's face. Every last one of you. Just thinking about it was enough to paralyze her with fear. Even to this day, I can still sense the aura. It resonates deeply with the blood flowing in my veins. Su Muhan didn't seem to notice Ji Nu's distress. She spoke out in anger. They actually had the nerve to name it the Cloudfall Sword. How utterly shameless. She then hurriedly turned to check on Ji Nu's senior sister. Are you okay? Xiao Xian suddenly recalled the first time he saw Ji Nu's information. The Lin family's ancestral sword core. So, this was one of the conditions the system showed for awakening the innate sword constitution. Wang Wancheng launched his attack in a rage. Today, I'll use this to teach arrogant brats like you the true meaning of humility. Xiao Xian stood his ground, completely unfazed. He watched nonchalantly as the sword hurtled toward him. Xiao Xian suddenly offered a word of thanks. I suppose I should thank City Lord Wang for delivering some news. Regarding the sword core, that is, he easily evaded the attack. Then, it was his turn to summon his own weapon. The soft-finger silk sword. Wang Wancheng was stunned when he saw the familiar blade. What? Wasn't that sword taken by me? He hurriedly looked toward the bedding chest. That guy has two identical swords. Xiao Xian marveled inwardly. The aura of the Cloudfall Sword's phantom is extraordinary. It truly lives up to its reputation as a Heaven Realm divine weapon. The soft-finger silk sword might only be a peak Earth Realm weapon, but the whole point of the sword control art is to make the blade even stronger. He decided to take this opportunity to test the sword's power. Why don't I give it a try? Let's see the true might of the 10,000-mile sword control art. The two swords clashed violently. The energy, the aura radiating from both blades was incredibly intense. In an instant, the reaction triggered an earth-shattering explosion. It directly threw Wang Wancheng's subordinates backward, sending them tumbling. But immediately after, the phantom of the great sword was shattered by the soft-finger silk sword. As the phantom was destroyed, it left behind a cloud of white smoke and falling fragments. At that moment, the soft-finger silk sword continued its heroic advance. After crushing the phantom projection, it flew straight back to Xiao Xian's side. Amidst the thick smoke, Xiao Xian calmly flicked his fan open and spoke. Is that all it takes to break you? I haven't even gone all out yet. The shockwave from a soft-finger silk sword had left the entire group collapsed at his feet. Wang Wancheng looked at him in shock. How is this possible? Run. He quickly averted his eyes and tried to sneak away under the cover of the chaos. Xiao Xian easily saw right through his intentions. Xiao Xian looked back at Wang Wancheng and scoffed. Thinking of running? With those words, he raised his fan, summoning countless precious spirit swords into the air. Pointing his finger toward the fleeing Wang Wancheng, he continued, Did you really think you could escape me? In an instant, the blades streaked through the air, whistling as they tore toward Wang Wancheng's back. The old man let out a desperate, agonized scream. No, please stop. City Lord Wang's eyes bulged in terror as he watched Xiao Xian's relentless barrage of swords close in. Blood erupted from the City Lord's body in a violent spray. A blood-curdling shriek echoed one last time before he drew his final breath at Xiao Xian's hands. The great uncle trembled violently, clutching his head as he stared at the City Lord's corpse. City Lord Wang. The old man was shaking like a leaf. His face was twisted with pure horror as he gazed at the dead body. Xiao Xian and Lin Ji approached him. And then there were you. The great uncle scrambled backward in a panic. Lin Ji and Xiao Xian closed in on him. Their eyes were cold and murderous. Please don't kill me. The person you should be begging isn't me. Xiao Xian slammed his foot down, pinning the great uncle's leg to the ground. The old man's tongue lolled out as his body convulsed in pain. My leg. Aya. Lin Ji summoned the soft silk sword. A powerful, overwhelming aura began to radiate from her body. Her face was a mask of pure hatred and burning rage as she glared at the old man. Dear uncle, do you still remember me? At that moment, The great uncle realized with terrifying certainty that the person standing before him was indeed Lin Ji. You're Lin Ji? No. How was this possible? His shock was eclipsed only by his mounting dread, but she didn't give him any time to process it. A flash of light instantly cleaved across his face. Blood sprayed uncontrollably from the wound. Driven by years of resentment, Lin Ji lunged forward, swinging the soft silk sword for a final, lethal strike to his face. As she struck her uncle down, she whispered, "Bingo. Right answer. Too bad there's no prize for it." Once the battle settled, Xiao Xian gave her an approving nod. "Well done. But next time you draw your blade, don't be so quick to end an enemy's life. Giving them a quick death is far too merciful. Next time, try carving them piece by piece. That is how you inflict true agony." Xiao Xian spoke calmly while patting Lin Ji's head. She looked up at him as obediently as a puppy. "Thank you, master. Your disciple has learned a valuable lesson." Su Muhan wiped her brow, feeling a wave of utter helplessness. Is master really a righteous cultivator? She stammered, unsure of what to believe. I suppose so. City Lord Wang lost all his assets to me. Muhan, go and take inventory of our spoils. As for now, I'm taking your senior sister to the Falling Cloud Sect. Xiao Xian spoke to his disciple with a beaming smile, clearly delighted by his victory and the mountain of loot he'd just acquired. Muhan answered dutifully. "As you command, master." Deep within the Falling Cloud Sect, at the sect leader's residence, floating isles and red-crowned cranes drifted through the sky. Ancient pavilions were nestled among lush, vibrant greenery. The sect was a sprawling complex of structures suspended amidst the clouds. Yi Yuan, sect leader of the Falling Cloud Sect. Yi Yuan sat in silent meditation within his cultivation chamber. A mysterious blue energy radiated from him, forming a small sphere between his palms. He was using that power to manipulate a sword soul that was bound by heavy, spiritual chains. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Yi Yuan stared at the glowing light in his hands and laughed triumphantly. 10 years. This final strand of the sword soul is finally about to be mine. Success or failure depends on this final step. Yi Yuan poured every ounce of his cultivation into the sword soul. Suddenly, a surge of power burst through the door, striking the blade. That external energy merged directly into the sword soul. The sword began to vibrate violently. Just as the energy on the blade began to dissipate, disaster struck. The sword soul unleashed a terrifying shockwave that sent Yi Yuan flying. The chains, sealing the sword, shattered into pieces. Yi Yuan broke into a cold sweat. He had been so close, just a hair's breadth away from subduing the falling cloud sword. Why did it suddenly reject me? Suddenly, a frantic knocking came from the door. "Sect leader, this is bad. The soul lamps of senior sister Lu Wu, Wang Wansheng, and elder Lin Yunxing have all gone out." Yi Yuan gasped. "What? How did this happen?" He rushed out, leaving behind the sword that was still pulsing with erratic energy. That energy drifted through the door, out across the sect grounds, and eventually resonated with Lin Ji. The Lin family's ancestral sword manual required the blood essence of a kin as a sacrifice. Xiao Xian watched Lin Ji intently. "You're saying you can use your blood to sense the sword's location?" "I must admit, this is the first I've heard of such a thing." "What's the status?" Xiao Xian asked. Lin Ji looked up, her face bright with excitement. "I feel it. The Falling Cloud Sect still hasn't been able to tame that sword. I've already imprinted my consciousness onto it. Once we find it, I can claim it immediately." Xiao Xian grinned, looking thoroughly pleased. "Excellent. Then today we shall turn this Falling Cloud Sect upside down." Together, master and disciple looked toward their target. His expression becomes deathly serious. Elsewhere, Yi Yuan stares in shock at something before him. The incense burners dedicated to the city lords and ancestors are burning steadily. Only 3 of the burners have been extinguished. This place is the Soul Hall of the branch sect. Yi Yuan kneels before the hall, muttering to himself in a fit of rage. Wang Wensheng, that useless piece of trash. Last time, he told me his son was killed by some traveling nascent soul cultivator. He wanted to borrow a projection of the cloud-falling sword to deal with it. He even took 30 golden core elders with him. And this is how it ends. Yi Yuan's face twists with fury. The sect leader glares over his shoulder. He barks at his subordinate. "What the hell happened out there? Have you looked into this yet?" The subordinate behind him turns pale with fear, stammering out a reply. And not yet, sect leader. All we know is that Elder Wang took 30 golden cores down the mountain to settle a family vendetta. But it seems they were all wiped out by the enemy. He clenches his fists in a silent rage. A surge of blue spiritual energy erupts around him. Sect leader Yi is livid. Energy ripples through the air as he punches the ancestral tablets. He forces himself to stand, his eyes sharp and cold. Looking utterly disgusted, he snaps. A pack of useless failures. All of them. Over 30 people plus a projection of the cloud-falling sword. And they couldn't even handle one insignificant brat. Seeing his master's fury, the subordinate can't hide his terror. Sect leader Yi turns back and shouts at his subordinate again. Immediately raise the level. Set the mountain protection array to its maximum capacity. We don't know who this opponent is yet. He could find his way here at any moment. The subordinate quickly nods in agreement. The scene shifts to the outer gates of the cloud-falling sect. Mountain ranges stretch out one after another into the distance. The scenery is truly breathtaking. Xiao Xian speaks to his disciple. The level of this protection array is actually quite impressive. Lin Ji glares toward the sect and asks, "Can we force our way through, Master?" Xiao Xian strokes his chin, deep in thought. "We could, but it would cause too much of a scene. Before we find your family's ancestral sword core, we need to keep a low profile. Your master has a better idea. Listen, here's what you're going to do." A mischievous smirk plays on Xiao Xian's lips. It seems he's already cooked up a plan, and a clever one at that. Lin Ji looks surprised. Oh, it looks like they're hatching a little scheme. Once the plan is set, the two of them approach the main gates of the cloud-falling sect. Xiao Xian shouts at the top of his lungs. Disaster has struck, sect leader. Elder Wang and Elder Lin have been murdered. Hearing Xiao Xian's cry, sect leader Yi and his men come rushing out in a panic. Sect leader Yi stands with his hands behind his back. His subordinates gather behind him. He adopts a stern air and demands, "Who are you two?" The others stare at the two strangers with suspicious eyes. Xiao Xian begins to sob uncontrollably, acting the part of a loyal servant. "This is the illegitimate daughter of Elder Lin Wancheng, and I am her humble guard. The master didn't come home all night. We searched everywhere until we heard the news. He was killed last night by a mysterious figure, right in the middle of City Lord Wang's banquet." Seeing their disheveled and pitiful appearance, Sect leader Yi questions them. "Lin Wancheng's daughter?" He raises a finger. A faint blue light flickers over Lin Ji. He takes a few drops of her blood and smears them onto a soul tablet with his fingertips. He thinks to himself, "This is Lin Wancheng's life tablet. If they share the same bloodline, it will react." He watches the soul tablet intently. It seems she really is related to Lin Wancheng. Sect leader Yi looks down at the two of them and presses further. "What is your business here on our mountain?" Xiao Xian bows submissively. "We heard that mysterious man single-handedly killed 30 golden cores. He slaughtered everyone in the city lord's manor. We were afraid the master's enemies would come for us next. So we came seeking the protection of the cloud-falling sect." Lin Ji offers her blood without hesitation and speaks. "Sect leader Yi, I heard from my father that you were suffering from a backlash while refining the Lin family's sword core, and you've been searching for a cure. I don't know if my father ever told you, but the Lin family has a secret, ancestral method of refinement. My family has been forging swords for generations. The blood of a Lin can suppress a sword's soul. It is also highly effective at healing the internal injuries caused by a sword's backlash." With that, she reaches her hand out toward him. She looked ready to offer her own blood to sect leader Yi, as a gesture of proof, to prove her absolute loyalty, without any ulterior motives. Sect leader Yi pondered. She knows about the Lin family's sword embryo. Could it be? The doubt on sect leader Ye's face seemed to vanish after Lin Ji's display. However, he remained cautious and spoke. "Show me exactly what you just described. I advise you not to play any tricks. Otherwise," he continued with an underlying threat, "you won't be able to handle the consequences." Sect leader Yi flexed his overwhelming power. Lin Ji reached her hand forward, her gaze resolute. "Of course. You are welcome to test it first." Blood from the wound on her hand flowed out, guided by her energy, and began to envelop sect leader Yi. He quickly adjusted to the sensation. His eyes slowly closed as he let his guard down. "I can feel it. The old injuries I suffered from the falling cloud sword's backlash are being healed. It really does have an effect. At that moment, it felt as though his entire body was being mended from within. A brilliant red aura surged, completely wrapping around his body. Enter. Sect leader Yi, now fully convinced, spoke to the two of them. Xiao Xian and Lin Ji shared a quick look. They both had the same thought. It worked. Their eyes sparkled. With a plan this perfect, success was inevitable. What a pair of clever foxes. Sect leader Yi turned to his subordinate and said, I am heading down the mountain today to investigate the incident involving Elder Wang's group. While I am away, no one is allowed to open the archive array. Furthermore, arrange accommodations for these two. The subordinate bowed swiftly. Xiao Xian smirked. He raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, this is a God-sent opportunity. That night, the moon shone bright and clear. Lin Ji and Xiao Xian sat in their room, circulating their energy to cultivate. They were enveloped in a brilliant golden glow. First level of foundation establishment. The system notification appeared. Host has transferred 200 days of cultivation to the disciple. Triple rebate triggered. Received 600 days of cultivation. What a profit. Xiao Xian chuckled. He spoke to Lin Ji. Now that you've reached the first level of foundation establishment, once we secure the Lin family sword embryo, you'll be able to awaken the innate sword constitution. Sixth level of golden core. Lin Ji was still worried. Huh? Innate sword constitution again? What exactly is that? Xiao Xian laughed out loud. Huh? It's nothing. Let's get moving. In the middle of the night, the moon is exceptionally bright tonight. Looking down from above, the falling cloud sect was covered by an eerie and powerful magical shield. A question broke the silence. Are you sure you can find the location of the sword embryo? It was Xiao Xian and Ji Nu, currently hiding on the rooftops of the falling cloud sect. Ji Nu replied confidently. Don't worry, master. Xiao Xian leaned down and gave an appreciative nod. Then, with a smug smile at his disciple, he said, in that case, you take the lead. The two used their qin gong to glide forward. Moving through the air seemed effortless for them. They soared through the night like birds of prey. With a face full of confidence, Ji Nu replied, follow me. They spotted a guard sound asleep at his post. He seemed to have no defenses up at all. How incredibly careless. Lin Ji clicked her tongue. There's a guard. She was slightly startled, her voice rising a bit too loud. Xiao Xian calmed her. It's fine. He placed his hand on the door, sensing the surroundings, and said, I have masked the presence of both of us. No one below the nascent soul stage would detect us. On the other side, the guard was sleeping so soundly he didn't even notice he was drooling. Even as he nodded off, he still gripped his sword tightly in his sleep. Xiao Xian pushed the door open with a faint creak. The sword appeared. Both of them rejoiced. Found it. The sword emitted a radiant glow despite the heavy chains binding it. Xiao Xian looked at Lin Ji and said, focus on the refinement process. I'll break the seal for you. Lin Ji replied softly, yes. The area around the sword continued to pulse. With a halo of light and a massive surge of power, Lin Ji knelt down. She placed her hands on the ground. She began to concentrate, weaving an incantation. A surge of blue energy filled the air as she began. Lin Ji extended her hand, pushing that surge of power toward the sword. It seemed like the two forces were clashing. Lightning crackled around the blade, repelling the massive energy and sending shock waves rippling outward. Lin Ji could only gasp, raising her arm to shield her face. She hadn't expected this. She thought to herself, this sword still holds the spiritual consciousness of the Luoyun sect master. She winced, shutting one eye tight. By now, the guard had woken up. He rushed over, shouting, who goes there? Before him stood Lin Ji and Xiao Xian, facing the precious sword. The guard was stunned. You people! He clenched his hand, crushing something. He snapped a black object hidden behind his robes. Suddenly, a burst of energy exploded into the air. It pierced straight through the protective barrier, lighting up the night sky above the Luoyun sect. Xiao Xian's expression darkened. He smirked provocatively. Looks like keeping this quiet is no longer an option. As he spoke, he raised his hand. Rows of swords wrapped in flames began to materialize. Xiao Xian waved his hand. Pointing to the sky, he laughed. Since it's come to this, let's make a huge scene. He stood there completely at ease. Meanwhile, a crack appeared on the Luoyun sect's protective barrier, caused by the immense force. Sect Master Yi, who was leisurely flying out on his sword, turned back in shock and panic. Someone touched my Luoyun sword. It's an enemy raid. His face turned pale. Cold sweat poured down his face. Other figures began to appear. Who has the gall to cause trouble at the Luoyun sect? State your name. You are surrounded. Surrender quietly, and you might suffer less. They advanced, their faces grim and murderous. Weapons in hand, they charged forward in fury. Standing on the terrace, Xiao Xian watched the swarm of people approaching on glowing flying swords. He muttered, "Today, without my permission, no one is getting in." Thousands of swords engulfed in crimson flames shot forward at Xiao Xian's command. He pointed his fan at the crowd and shouted. The blazing swords surged toward the crowd. They weren't about to just sit there and die. Each of them conjured a magic circle to form a protective shield. But the flames burned right through their magic, causing them to scream in panic. What? My ancestral artifact? Shattered in a single blow. How can these flying swords be so powerful? Xiao Xian snapped his fan open and laughed loudly. Last time, when I slaughtered 30 golden cores, I thought they were just drunk and weak-limbed. But looking at it now, the Luoyun sect is simply this weak. Hearing this, one of them turned purple with shock. Single-handedly slaughtered 30 golden cores? You are. Xiao Xian's aura blazed even brighter, looking imposing as thousands of swords swirled around him. He replied, I don't change my name when I travel, nor do I change my surname when I sit. Xiao Xian of the Hong Ming sect. If after tonight, the Luoyun sect still has the strength to seek revenge, then make sure you remember my name. As he said this, his eyes sharpened, filled with killing intent. It's the Hong Ming sect. One of the Luoyun disciples questioned himself. His face grew incredibly tense as he continued. That makes sense. Within a 10-mile radius, only the Hong Ming sect can compete with our Luoyun sect. Having said that, he shouted, Everyone, follow me. Capture this thief. From the Hong Ming sect, the crowd roared, charging toward Xiao Xian, whose aura was raging. Xiao Xian merely smirked. Just in time. Today, you better entertain me properly. Xiao Xian's magic swords pierced through the crowd one by one. They screamed in agony. Help! Stay back! Bodies fell to the ground. Only Xiao Xian remained calm. He spoke. Is this the extent of your cultivation? Xiao Xian's eyes flashed red, sharp and cunning. And I haven't even gone all out yet. The man from earlier, though kneeling on the ground, struggled to look up and speak to Xiao Xian. You brat from the Hong Ming sect. Our sect master will return soon. When he does, you will be sliced into ribbons. Hearing this, Xiao Xian found it amusing. He laughed carelessly. I'm waiting for him. The sect master of Luoyun flew down from above, landing in front of Xiao Xian. He raged, Don't get cocky. Xiao Xian readied his stance, smiling. Back so soon. He swung his sword, golden spiritual energy clashing against the massive green aura blade of the Luoyun sect master. The battle was intense. Finally, Sect Master Ye's sword snapped in two under the power of the precious sword. At that moment, Xiao Xian channeled his power for a heavy strike, sending the Luoyun sect master flying far away. Glaring at Xiao Xian in a fit of rage, the old man barked. You brat from the Hong Ming sect. You've got some nerve. How dare you run wild on Luoyun sect territory? Xiao Xian merely let out a contemptuous laugh. What the hell is the Luoyun sect anyway? Didn't I already crush your elder into pieces? Xiao Xian then gathered his hand seals, summoning the two soft finger-wrapping swords. Merging them together, he pointed the blade toward the Luoyun sect master and shouted, Try this on for size, old man. The super version, traversing 10,000 miles. The technique surged forward, hurtling straight for the sect master. Infuriated, the old man snarled. He raised his own sword high. His eyes flashed with malice. You little bastard. He swung his blade down, intending to cleave Xiao Xian's spell in half. You think you can look down on the Luoyun sect? The old man lunged. He slashed at Xiao Xian, but the young man managed to dodge just in time. He was absolutely livid. You think way too highly of yourself. Xiao Xian analyzed the situation. His sword stance is unusual. His cultivation must be at the peak of the nascent soul stage. He's likely spent years using his own essence blood to nurture that divine sword. It must have damaged his foundation, which is why his progress has stalled. But his actual combat power is well beyond the typical nascent soul level. Xiao Xian then recalled his sword and dove back down with his two soft finger-wrapping blades. As he descended, a thought crossed his mind. This is getting a bit troublesome. I hope little Zhi'er can hurry up and subdue that sword. Thousands of Xiao Xian's phantom blades rained down like a storm. It was his signature technique. 10,000 sword chi. The sect master of the Luoyun sect grew visibly tense as he faced the onslaught of Xiao Xian's spell. 10,000 sword chi. To think he can apply this technique to a real physical blade. The power of his sword is extraordinary. At the very least, it's a top-tier Earth-grade weapon. He swung his sword wildly in every direction to block the incoming barrage. As he parried Xiao Xian's blades, the sect master thought to himself, to unleash 10,000 top-tier Earth-grade sword at once. This can't even be called a sword technique anymore. It's more like a supreme divine ability. His face was tight with desperate calculation. I can't keep this up. It seems I have no choice. The old man slammed his sword into the ground. A blinding light erupted, piercing through the sky. Activate the mountain protection array. Then, he shouted with grim determination. My Luoyun sect will never let your insolence go unpunished. A massive vortex of spiritual energy from Sect Master Deep's array surged downward, colliding with Xiao Xian's attack. The sheer scale of the impact triggered a terrifying explosion. Xiao Xian's thousands of swords were shattered and blown away. Xiao Xian barely managed to fly out of the magical vortex in time. After the horrific blast, the aftermath of the clash left a massive crater in the earth. Hovering in midair, Xiao Xian looked down and remarked, I heard the first sect master, a peak spirit-severing stage cultivator, left this mountain protection array behind. 100 years have passed since then, yet its power hasn't diminished at all. Xiao Xian was now feeling the pressure. Just a moment ago, all the phantoms of the soft finger-wrapping sword were wiped out. I need to be more careful. Suddenly, a flash of pink light appeared out of nowhere. Xiao Xian beamed with joy. That's my girl. You really came through at the perfect time. The system notification pinged. Host has assisted disciple in activating the Earth grade innate sword body. Tenfold rebate triggered. Reward: Heaven grade innate sword body. Xiao Xian felt a surge of immense power swirling around him. The innate sword body. So this is what it feels like. I can sense the profound rhythm of every single wisp of sword chi vibrating between heaven and earth. Streaks of sword energy began to fly toward Xiao Xian, surrounding him one by one. The energy continued to surge into him relentlessly. The old sect master turned pale, trembling in shock. Is he breaking through mid-battle? The old man frantically began to cast a spell. Multiple magic circles manifested as he screamed. I'll grind you into dust right now. His eyes burned with a manic red fire. Let's see how you handle this. Suddenly, the old man's magic floated high into the air, out of his control. He gasped in utter horror. What? Why is the mountain protection array refusing to obey me? Xiao Xian let out a smug laugh, mocking the old man. Looks like your position as sect master is pretty shaky. All the magical energy began to converge toward Xiao Xian's blade. He spoke coldly. It's clear your Luoyun sect array was hiding the true Luoyun sword all along, and yet you still chose to plunder the unfinished sword core from the Lin family. You even sacrificed your own essence blood to nurture it. How pathetic. The sword grew to a gargantuan, colossal size. Xiao Xian smiled mockingly at the sect master. A sect master as depraved and immoral as you. I'll be taking the Luoyun sect off your hands. Xiao Xian directed the massive blade toward the wicked old man. As for you, go pay for the lives of the Lin family with your own. Terrified beyond belief, the old man let out a final, desperate scream. No, no. The sword fell, and the house crumbled to ruins. Even the sect leader was crushed into nothingness. That marked the end of that wicked old man's wretched life. The blade's force sliced the peak of Luoyun's sect right in half. A wave of sheer terror washed over everyone present. Did he really just cleave the entire mountain peak of the Luoyun sect? Xiao Xian stood beneath his hovering blade, his voice a cold threat. Those who participated in the massacre of the Lin family, step forward and take responsibility. Cut off one of your own arms. Don't wait for me to come looking for you. With a lethal expression, he continued. If I'm forced to act, then every single soul in the Luoyun sect will die. The crowd began to tremble, crying out in desperate plea. My son is still inside the sect. He didn't do anything. It's all my fault. But Xiao Xian had no patience for their excuses. He remained unmoved as they knelt and begged for mercy. Please, I beg you, spare my son. I'll pay any price. My family is still in there too. Please, show them mercy. Ignoring their cries, arms were severed one by one, falling ruthlessly to the ground. They only truly understood agony once the butcher's blade was at their own throats. One by one, they clutched their wounds and retreated inside, not daring to look back. When they were slaughtering other people's families, why didn't they think to leave them a path to live? Jinnu happily gripped her sword and ran over. Master, look, I successfully tamed the sword soul. I've decided to call it the killer sword. And ever since I bonded with it, I feel like my cultivation is moving much faster than before. The 10,000 sword chi technique I struggled with has finally reached a breakthrough. Xiao Xian gently praised her, saying she did a great job, while thinking to himself, this must be the result of her innate sword constitution finally awakening. Jinnu looked at the ruined building split in two and asked Xiao Xian, was there a massive battle here just now? Xiao Xian replied casually, I've eliminated the Luoyun sect leader. Tell me, what do you think about us taking over? The entire Luoyun sect? Jinnu was stunned. Take over the Luoyun sect? Master, don't you plan on staying an elder of the Hong Ming sect? Xiao Xian gestured for her to be quiet. She'll keep it down. I'll have the Tuoff family come and manage the place. I just want to be the silent boss who collects all the money. Xiao Xian then turned to Jinnu. Let's go. Master needs to draft a serious business plan. Leaving the Luoyun sect, the master and disciple pair, Xiao Xian and Lin Ji, made their way back to Luoyun City. Xiao Xian brought in the Tuoff family to take control of the city, though the Wang family was resentful. They had lost their entire fortune to Xiao Xian. They didn't dare make a move now. Over at the Wang residence, old lady Wang was wailing. Oh, my dear husband, you died such a tragic death. With the resources from the Luoyun sect backing them, the Tuoff family stabilized their rule over Luoyun City. At the same time, under Xiao Xian's guidance, a series of new ventures like city tour carriages and public sightseeing routes were launched. This caused the economy of Luoyun City to skyrocket. The drivers could be heard shouting throughout the streets. 2 copper coins a ride. See the whole city. Hop off whenever you like. As for Xiao Xian, after emerging from meditation, he helped his disciples, Lin Ji and Su Muhan, transfer their energy. Both girls successfully reached the foundation establishment stage. Lin Ji reached the second level of foundation establishment, while Su Muhan reached the first level. Right now, Xiao Xian was lounging comfortably, eating grapes. Lin Ji was giving him a massage, while Su Muhan reported on the business. Since the little golden pill went on sale, cultivators have been hunting for it everywhere. Now, every time we restock the shelves, they're snatched up instantly. Sales are expected to remain steady. As she spoke, Su Muhan's eyes sparkled. She was imagining thousands of spirit stones falling from the sky. The income from the little golden pill alone could reach 1 million low-grade spirit stones a day. And that's not even counting the other benefits that the pill brings in. Xiao Xian ate his grapes, feeling like his heart was blooming with joy. I'm rich. This is the peak of my life. I can finally just lie back and enjoy the good life. Suddenly, a voice from outside caught their attention. Elder Xiao. The visitor was Yi Chun, the top disciple of the Hong Ming sect leader. Xiao Xian put on a bright smile and asked, Junior brother Yi, what brings you here today? How has your master been lately? Come on in, have some fruit. Yi Chun stood before the 3 of them. Cupping his hands in a respectful salute, he replied, There is no need, Elder Xiao. The sect leader asked me to pass along a message. Yi Chun's demeanor suddenly shifted, perfectly mimicking the solemn and authoritative air of sect leader Zhang He. I heard that Elder Xiao has recently taken control of the Luoyun sect, unless you have other intentions? Witnessing this uncanny transformation, Xiao Xian did a double take and spat out his tea in shock. With an embarrassed look, he turned to Yi Chun and said, Is the sect leader's information always this lightning fast? Go back and tell senior brother for me that my loyalty to the Hong Ming sect remains unwavering. Taking over the Luoyun sect was purely for the passive income. Hearing this explanation, Yi Chun bowed respectfully and replied, Understood. Furthermore, The Intersect tournament begins in 3 days. The sect leader has a final word for you. Yi Chen's gaze turned sharp and serious. If you wish to remain in the Hong Ming sect, then remember to show up on time. Hearing those words, Xiao Xian responded with a confident smirk. Don't you worry. I'll be there exactly when I'm supposed to be. After Yi Chen departed, Xiao Xian stood up, letting out a long, lazy stretch. He then turned to his 2 disciples. All right, go get ready. It's time to head back and join the competition. The 2 female disciples answered respectfully. Lin Ji, remembering the headaches and trouble awaiting them back at the sect, turned to Su Muhan and whispered, Junior sister, once we return to the sect, there are certain people you might encounter. You must be extremely careful around them. Seeing Su Muhan's confused expression, Lin Ji explained further. They were originally Master's disciples, but they betrayed the sect. Worse, they are hell-bent on plotting against Master. I'll tell you the full story on the way. Su Muhan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the Hong Ming sect's main peak, Elder Wang and of the 6th peak sat high upon the dais in the Great Hall. Kneeling respectfully before him were 2 of his disciples. These 2 were none other than Xiao Xian's former students. Wang looked down at them and spoke calmly. I hear that Xiao Xian is about to return. You 2, are you ready? Before Yi Chen could answer, the purple-robed disciple beside him voiced a concern. Master, forgive me for speaking out, but the cultivation techniques you taught us require the blood essence of spirit beasts to master. Why does this feel so much like a demonic cultivation art? Hearing this, Wang, still seated, suddenly unleashed a palm strike that sent the disciple flying. In an instant, Wang's face twisted into a terrifying scowl. He barked at the fallen disciple. You ignorant brat. What do you know? How many techniques have you even seen within Hong Ming sect? How dare you question the arts passed down by your own master? The disciple, reeling from the blow, scrambled back into a kneeling position to apologize. This disciple was wrong. Please forgive me. But in his mind, he thought bitterly, that twisted, evil art. There's no way I'm touching it again. Ignoring him, Wang turned his attention to Yi Chen. Chen, what about you? Yi Chen reported with honest devotion. I have followed your instructions to the letter, Master. I have already reached the 3rd stage of the technique. My cultivation has now attained the 5th level of foundation establishment. Hearing this, Wang let out a jubilant laugh. Ha ha, well done. With the 3rd stage mastered, claiming the top spot among the Hong Ming sect's youth will be as easy as turning over a hand. Wang's expression then turned deadly serious as he continued. In the upcoming tournament, nothing else matters. The only thing that counts is the prize, the Hong Ming primordial qi. That is a supreme, peerless treasure. The peak master continued his lecture with gravity. Legend says the founder of our sect attained the level of a human immortal. This Hong Ming primordial qi is the concentrated essence of destiny left behind after that immortal's ascension. Every 5 years, the sect holds this competition. The winner of each round is awarded a portion of that primordial qi. His body surged with a powerful aura. He extended his hand and emphasized, listen well, both of you. After every round, those who advance will be granted the primordial qi, but only the final champion can obtain the purest, highest grade essence of that qi. Therefore, you must win every single match. Not one defeat is allowed. As for those who lose, this is the fate that awaits them. As he spoke, he channeled his energy and slammed his hand down, shattering the table before him. The wooden table in front of him shattered into 1,000 pieces. Yes, master. His 2 disciples replied instantly, their faces pale with terror. That traitor Lu. Back when Xiao Xian was still around, Xiao thought, her heart racing with fear. If I had known Lu Feng was this wicked and cruel, I would have been better off staying at the 7th peak and living a peaceful life. I really made a terrible miscalculation. Standing over the wreckage of the table he had just destroyed, he lowered his voice and growled. Fine, both of you get out of my sight. The 2 disciples obeyed immediately. Once they had left the room, a figure shrouded in black emerged from the shadows and spoke. Even your own subordinates are starting to doubt you. It looks like you need to move a step faster. As the masked man spoke, he turned to leave, but suddenly Lu Feng, the lord of the 6th peak, shot a sharp, glance at the man in black, and bark back. I've already exhausted my strength to open the mountain array, so you could infiltrate the Hong Ming Sect. I didn't bring you here just to mock me. My men are fully prepared. The cloaked figure replied, "Don't worry. I guarantee it. I'll make sure the entire Hong Ming Sect learns the true meaning of terror." He let out a savage, guttural laugh, revealing a face that was utterly monstrous. The next morning, the sky was a brilliant, clear blue. Sunlight filtered through the canopy of the trees. Everyone was gathering, heading straight toward the main square for the Hong Ming Sect's entrance exams. Over in the spectator stands, a man spotted Old Wong and his grandson coming to watch the competition and called out cheerfully, "Old Wong, you're here at the Hong Ming Sect to see the show too?" "Well, my grandson here just awakened. His inner star. I brought him along to see what the world is like on the other side." The members of the Heavenly Sword Sect looked around with impressed expressions. This entrance square is built quite impressively. It seems it's not inferior to our own Heavenly Sword Sect. Look, that's the goddess Chu Xian of the Hong Ming Sect. She looks even more beautiful than before. Two members of another sect were whispering among themselves. One said, "The sect competition held every 5 years is finally about to begin. There seem to be so many people from other sects here to watch this year. I wonder which peak will take the top spot this time." The person beside him replied, "It'll definitely be the first peak. Has there ever been a year where the first peak didn't come out on top?" Elder Chi Feng of the first peak is the senior elder of the entire Hong Ming Sect, after all. Sitting just below those two was the man himself, Elder Chi Feng of the first peak. The two continued their discussion. He's already reached the 4th level of the Golden Core stage. He has several top disciples who have successfully mastered the foundation building stage. Their strength is immense. They then shifted their gaze toward Elder Chu Xian of the 2nd peak, who is sitting and sipping tea in the distance. "Wait, have you forgotten about the goddess Chu Xian of the 2nd peak?" The other person continued. "Not long ago, she also broke through to the 4th level of the Golden Core stage, and she has elite disciples like the Gungzi twin swords under her command. Her strength is definitely not to be underestimated, not to mention the sect master of the Zhang Academy." The other man leaned in and whispered, "Now that you mention it, only 6 elders are present today. Where is Xiao Xian from the 7th peak? He probably didn't dare show up because he's too ashamed. His disciples rely entirely on his handouts. They're basically trash." Down below the stands, a man stepped forward and struck a massive gong to make an announcement. "The following are the rules for the first round of the competition. According to the bracket," the announcer continued, "the competition will follow a round-robin gauntlet format. In each match, 2 people will be drawn from a pool of 8. The loser will be eliminated and marked with their first defeat. 2 people will be chosen at random. The loser returns to the queue for the next match. The winner advances to the next stage. The winner stays on the field and continues to fight. If you win a total of 3 matches, you will be promoted. If you lose a total of 3 matches, you will be eliminated. Following that, the distribution of cultivation resources within the sect will be determined based on the rankings of this competition. Furthermore, the final champion will receive a high-grade artifact, the Rui Breeze Sword, a majestic jade green sword, manifests with an overwhelming, powerful aura. Finally, the announcer bellows at the top of his lungs. First match, Lu Feng Peak versus the 7th peak. A resounding gong echoes, signaling the start of the competition. Wait, is that Wang Zheng? The crowd is stunned to see him stepping onto the arena stage. I thought he wasn't a disciple of the 7th peak anymore. Why is he representing Lu Feng Peak in this fight? This is going to be a hell of a show. Hearing the announcement, the sect leader turns anxiously to his disciple. Hasn't Xiao Xian arrived yet? The disciple standing behind him bows and replies, "Master, there is still no sign of him." He strokes his beard, a trace of frustration in his voice. That damn Xiao Xian. Down in the spectator stands. The crowd is buzzing with rumors about Xiao Xian's absence. Is the 7th peak completely empty? Have they finally given up and accepted their fate? A man nearby lets out a mocking laugh. Even if someone showed up, so what? Who would dare face Wang Zheng on that stage? Is Xiao Xian going to fight him himself? Wait a second. The announcer begins to declare, since the 7th Peak has no representative for this match. The winner is... Before he can finish, a voice thunders from the distance. Hold it right there. Xiao Xian descends from the sky, accompanied by 2 female disciples. My bad. I overslept this morning and lost track of time. Landing. Firmly, Xiao Xian adds, sorry to keep you all waiting. Seeing Xiao Xian arrive just in time. With 2 beautiful women at his side, Wang Zheng seethes with rage. That old fossil wasn't satisfied with just kicking a piece of trash like Lin Ji out of the sect. He actually managed to scout such a stunning female disciple. He twists his face into a sinister, predatory smirk. Perfect, Wang Zheng thinks. In a moment, right before that old man's eyes, I'll have this little beauty crawling at my feet. The look on his face will be absolutely priceless. On the other side, Xiao Xian glances at Muhan and says, Muhan, it's your turn. Go out there and show me what you've learned. Muhan nods firmly. Yes, master. As Muhan steps forward, her senior sister grabs her arm. Sister, Muhan asks, surprised by the sudden stop. Her senior sister leans in close, her expression dead serious. Listen to me, Muhan. You might not know who that man is, but he's the traitor who turned his back on our master. He nearly cost master his life. When you get out there, do not show him any mercy. Muhan stares at her opponent on the stage. I remember. Senior sister mentioning master's past before. Rage boils within her as she continues her thought. To think that the moment I return to the sect, I'd face the very man who betrayed my master. If that's how it's going to be, then I'll give this everything I've got. I won't let master lose face. As Muhan prepares to enter the ring, Jinnu gives her one final warning. The man on that stage is a traitor who plotted to murder our master. Crush him. Do not hold back. The sect leader of the Hong Ming sect watches with an intrigued expression. She's so young, yet she's already reached the first level of foundation establishment. It seems elder Xiao found himself quite the prodigy during his travels. Muhan and Wang Feng stand face to face on the platform. Wang Feng says with arrogant condescension, Junior sister, following a failure like elder Xiao Xian, I doubt you've learned anything worthwhile. I've always had a soft spot for pretty flowers like you. So I'll be generous. You can have the first move. Muhan glares at him, her voice cold as ice. In my master's lineage, there is no room for traitors and cowards. You are nothing but a wretched dog who bit the hand that fed him. You think you're worthy of being called my senior brother? Her sharp words hit him like a physical blow. Wang Feng's face contorts with fury. He raises his sword and spits out, fine. If you're too stupid to take the easy way out, don't blame me when I break you. With a roar, Wang Feng swings his blade in a massive overhead arc, driving it straight toward Muhan. His expression turns, manic with excitement. Watch yourself, little girl. This spring rain sword style of mine is something even Xiao Xian had to admit was impressive. As the blade whistles toward her, Muhan calmly raises 2 fingers and catches Wang Feng's sword in a vice-like grip. Seeing his full force strike stopped so effortlessly, Wang Feng freezes in place, his face pale with shock. What? No way. Muhan's gaze turns razor sharp. She exerts pressure through her fingertips, causing the blade to crack. Muhan scoffs, your swordsmanship is decent, but the man wielding it is pathetic. You can't even pierce my protective chi? What kind of swordsman are you? With just 2 fingers, Muhan snapped Wang Feng's blade into pieces. The shards, along with his power, scattered across the ground. Wang Feng's brow furrowed, his jaw dropped in shock. He was utterly speechless for a long moment. His hand trembled as he clutched the hilt of his sword. You, how did you? He stammered. Having lost his nerve, he turned to flee in a hurry. But Muhan called out, stopping him in his tracks. Hold on, Muhan said. The sect competition rules require the match to continue until all points are accounted for. Muhan began channeling energy. She looked Wang Feng dead in the eye. Right now, killings aren't allowed. Consider yourself lucky. Take 1 strike from me, then get out of here. As she spoke, Muhan lunged toward Wang Feng. Caught completely off guard, Wang Feng's face twisted in terror. He barely managed to raise his arms in defense, shouting, Don't push your luck. The sheer force of Muhan's power was so immense it triggered a massive explosion on the stage. When the dust settled, Wang Feng was a complete wreck. His face was pale with sheer horror. Finally, he collapsed, defeated, bowing his head before Muhan. With dazed eyes, Wang Feng clutched his arm and muttered, "You're actually at the foundation establishment stage? How is this even possible?" Wang Feng looked up at Muhan, his eyes burning with resentment. "If you had this level of cultivation, why on earth would you take Xiao Xian as your master?" Muhan gave a slight smirk and replied, "Half a month ago, my cultivation was only at the first level of qi refining. Now, I'm at the first level of foundation establishment." With a confident look, Muhan looked down at Wang Feng and continued, "I was fortunate enough to have Master Xiao Xian perform the internal power transfer for me, cleansing my marrow and tempering my bones. Now, my cultivation is twice as effective with half the effort. I suppose some traitors might find themselves feeling a bit jealous." Wang Feng's face turned beet red, veins popping from the sheer anger. He gnashed his teeth and glared, thinking to himself, that old dog Xiao Xian actually passed his skills down to a disciple like that? Even a marrow cleansing. Damn it. The referee stepped forward and struck a large gong, announcing, "Match 1, 7th peak wins." As Muhan was walking off the stage, someone suddenly blocked her path with a surprise attack, catching her off guard. A figure descended from outside the arena, landing right in front of Muhan. It was Deep Thursday Han, the eldest brother among the group of traitors. The moment he appeared, a murderous aura radiated from him. He glared at Muhan and declared, "I want to challenge the 7th peak." The crowd in the stands erupted in shock. My God, Deep Thursday Han is actually initiating a challenge against the 7th peak? Well, there's a rule for that. If someone issues a direct challenge, the challenge party cannot refuse. However, the peak master or elder has the freedom to decide which disciple to send out. Someone else in the crowd whispered, "Is there anyone left in the 7th peak who can even fight him?" Probably not. Deep Thursday Han was once known as the little Xiao Xian of the Sect. He's already reached the 5th level of foundation establishment. That level of power is enough to make him a peak elder. Facing Muhan was Deep Thursday Han, 5th level of foundation establishment. With a dead serious expression, Deep Thursday Han furrowed his brows and called out, "Elder Xiao, send out your disciple." Hearing his name called, Xiao Xian replied with a bored sigh. Kids these days. Ji knew, her face cold and expressionless, didn't even wait for Xiao Xian's command. She leapt onto the stage. With a sharp and determined gaze, she stepped forward. "Disciple is ready." Xiao Xian stood there fanning himself, saying calmly, "Be a little careful in a moment." Seeing Ji Nu descend, Deep Thursday Han glared at her, his voice dripping with spite. A former lowly servant of the 7th peak actually thinks she has the right to represent the sect on a stage like this? You're the one who needs to be careful. Xiao Xian stood at the edge of the arena, looking at his traitorous former pupil with a sly grin. Actually, I was saying that you should be careful. Suddenly, a weapon streaked toward Deep Thursday Han at blinding speed, catching him completely by surprise. The weapon whistled past his face before he could even react. He was stunned to feel a sting on his cheek, realizing the blade had already drawn blood. Standing behind little Ji Nu, Xiao Xian cheered enthusiastically. "Little Ji Nu, smash his mouth to pieces for me." Ji Nu replied instantly, "Your disciple obeys." In front of her, Deep Thursday Han gritted his teeth in a rage. He slowly wiped the blood from his face, glaring at Ji Nu. "You really have a death wish." Behind Deep Thursday Han, a fiery phoenix aura erupted, radiating overwhelming power. Outside the ring, his current master, the 6th peak elder, looked on with a smug, arrogant laugh. The swallow flight sword style Deep Thursday Han is using was specifically designed by Xiao Xian himself, based on the boy's own habits. Beside him stood Meng Wu, who had once been defeated by Xiao Xian. With a serious expression, he nodded and replied, "Exactly. Defeating his own disciple using the very sword technique he taught. Xiao Xian's face is going to be quite a sight in a moment." Hearing this, Ji Nu simply gave a faint smile and replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Nu lightly swung her sword in a direct strike toward Yi Han. Yi Han raised his blade to block the incoming attack, sneering, "You've got guts, I'll give you that." But his expression instantly shifted from confidence to utter shock as he watched his sword shatter into pieces under Ji Nu's strike. His face went pale. Before he could even show off, Ji Nu had completely shut him down, leaving him frozen in place. Yi Chiohan stammered, lost for words. What? He stared at his broken blade with a look of pure horror. How is this possible? Standing before him, Jinnu spoke calmly. Isn't it just the flying swallow sword technique? Is it really that difficult? On the contrary, you've been following Master for nearly 5 years now. Is this really the best you can do? Honestly, I feel embarrassed for you. According to the rules, since your sword is broken, the winner has been decided. You should leave the stage now. But I really can't stand that arrogant look on your face. Jinnu then drew a sword from its scabbard. She slammed the sword into the ground right in front of Yi Chiohan. As he stared in surprise, she said again. Seeing this, Yi Chiohan stepped forward and snatched the sword from the ground. He burst into a manic laughter. This is ridiculous. His mind was already unraveling as he began to channel his energy. Gripping the sword, he lunged forward with a roar. Who do you think you are? How dare you look down on me like that? He charged straight at Jinnu, but she stepped aside with effortless grace, dodging him completely. In one fluid motion, Jinnu swung her blade, slicing across his arm and catching him off guard. Dark energy began to spill uncontrollably from Yi Chiohan's arm. Yi Chiohan's eyes bulged as he clutched his arm, screaming in agony. Arg! My arm! My arm! Jinnu replied with icy composure. You ask me who I think I am? Do you know now? Jinnu's face was filled with a cold, sharp excitement. A smile played on her lips as her eyes glowed with intensity. She continued, I'm the kind of person that a piece of trash like you couldn't hope to touch. Even if you trained for another 100 years and swung your sword 10,000 times, you'll never even lay a finger on me. Yi Chiohan strained, the veins in his neck bulging as he shrieked, You're lying. Seeing that Yi Chiohan remained unconvinced, Jinnu replied simply, Then why don't you see for yourself? Jinnu dropped several swords onto the ground in front of Yi Chiohan. Holding a pouch in her hand, she looked at him with absolute confidence and said, For this match today, if you can even touch me once, I'll consider my loss. The crowd around them gasped in shock. What is this? Those are all Earth-grade spiritual weapons. Our top disciple only has one high-grade human-tier weapon. It's the same for our sect. I heard even the sect leader only has 5 or 6 Earth-grade weapons in his possession. The elder of the Hong Ming sect stroked his beard, his eyes wide with astonishment. Elder Xiao is truly wealthy. On the other side, Xiao Xian spoke with a smug, casual air. The life of the rich is so simple, modest and boring. Back on the stage, Yi Chiohan covered his face and let out a deranged laugh. Jinnu felt a slight sense of unease as she watched him. Standing before her, Yi Chiohan's dark energy flared up once again. He snarled, I heard Xiao Xian granted you an empowerment to boost your cultivation. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems it was true. And these weapons of yours, he gave you those too, didn't he? The audience was horrified as they watched the transformation taking place in Yi Chiohan. Xiao Xian's expression turned pensive as he watched the stage, thinking to himself, what has Yi Chiohan done? His spiritual energy is distorted. He's succumbing to chi deviation. Up on the stage, Yi Chiohan had transformed into something demonic, using his dark energy to lift the sword he spat out. That bastard took a piece of trash like you and forced you into becoming a genius. He certainly went to great lengths for you. Gripping the sword, Yi Chiohan continued, but don't think for a second that the flying swallow style he taught me is all I know. With a mad roar, Yi Chiohan lunged, unleashing a ferocious slash at Jinnu. Jinnu remained incredibly agile, dodging his attacks with lightning speed. Yi Chiohan swung his sword upward, changing direction as he spoke. This sword technique is on a whole different level, specially passed down to me by Elder Wang. Of the 6th peak, following Xiao Xian, there's no way you've ever seen a technique like this. Hearing this, Jinnu let out a scornful laugh and replied. Jinnu used her energy to summon a sword back to her hand. Forget about heaven-grade techniques. I even have a heaven-grade divine sword. Jinnu swung the divine blade, striking directly at Yi Chiohan. Jinnu continued, I was actually starting to think that someone like you isn't even worth drawing a heaven-grade treasure sword against. But seeing you like this is just pathetic. You've barely mastered one heaven-grade manual, and yet you're already so full of yourself. Fine then, Let me open your eyes for you. Jinu's expression turns ice cold as she continues. As for this heaven-grade sword technique you keep bragging about, in my eyes, it's really nothing special. Even if you use it to its full potential, you won't lay a finger on me. Furthermore, a blazing phoenix made of roaring flames erupts behind Jinu. She looks down at him and says, when someone is born a piece of trash, they shouldn't blame their swordsmanship. Han stands there trembling before slumping to the ground, staring at his hands in utter disbelief. Me? Defeated by Linji? Defeated by a lowly foot-washing maid? Jinu stands directly over him and replies, as a fellow disciple, don't say. I didn't warn you. Give up now. It's not too late to stop your cultivation. If you keep pushing, you'll suffer a cultivation deviation. I'd hate to have to eliminate you. For the good of the sect, Han covers his face with his hands, bursting into a manic laugh. I lost. I actually lost. Xiao Xian actually went as far as to give her a heaven-grade treasure sword. To think I'd be humiliated by a common servant girl. This can't be happening. I refuse to lose. Han lets out a guttural scream as a violent, dark power explodes from him. Watching from the sidelines, Zhang, he thinks to himself, that state he's in on the stage right now. It looks exactly like a cultivation deviation. Sensing the immediate danger, Zhang, he realizes things are turning ugly. He shouts out, Han has suffered a cultivation deviation. Stop the match immediately. Hearing this, the referee hurries to strike the gong. Match suspended. Disciples from both sides clear the stage. Jinu hears the announcement and turns her back on him. Ignoring the spiraling Han, she scoffs. Consider yourself lucky, you waste of space. Seeing her walking away, Han reaches out a hand and snarls, you think you can leave? I won't let you. He uses his dark arts to telekinetically lift the swords and hurl them straight at Jinu's back. Waiting for exactly that moment, Jinu turns around with a devilish, mischievous smirk on her face. You're doing exactly what I hoped you'd do. Jinu raises her hand, channeling her spiritual power. I'll show you clearly. Whether it's the flying swallow sword technique or any other spirit weapon you try to use, even your imperial sword arts. In an instant, all the incoming swords swerve and redirect their tips toward Han. They're not things that a piece of trash, like you could ever hope to master. The swords glow with a vibrant pink aura as they wheel around, pointing their blades directly at Han's throat. His face turns pale as his jaw drops in shock. Zhang, he watches from the stands, his expression one of pure horror. Could it be that this girl, Lin Ji? From the edge of the arena, Xiao Xian calls out, little Ji, don't take it too far. Jinu gives a confident grin. Don't worry, master. I know exactly what I'm doing. With a flick of her wrist, Jinu launches the barrage of swords straight at Han. The swords whistle past him, carving a massive king character right into the skin of his face. A moment later, he gasps, realizing he's still alive. I'm not dead. But the swords had shaved his head, completely bald and jagged, leaving him looking utterly ridiculous. Seeing Han in such a pathetic state, the crowd in the stands bursts into mocking laughter. Senior brother, that look is just... I shouldn't laugh. I can't help it. Ha ha ha. Let me laugh first out of respect. Okay? Seeing the crowd pointing and jeering at him, Han stands there dazed, not yet understanding the situation. What are they laughing at? Are they laughing at me? Seeing his confusion, Jinu tosses him a mirror and says, it would be a shame if you didn't get to admire my masterpiece before leaving. I'd feel bad if you missed it. The second he sees his reflection in the mirror, he lets out a horrified scream. Jinu adds with a smirk, by the way, my spiritual energy is still lingering on those blades. Would you like me to show you what else I can do? Until you can defeat me, the hair you lost and the wounds on your face will never truly heal. Jinu turned her back to leave and added, you'd better pray that you have a chance to surpass me in this lifetime. I hope every time you pick up a sword from now on, you remember today. Jinu's expression suddenly shifted into a wicked smirk as she continued. Don't be so full of yourself, Han. You're simply nothing at all. Han collapsed to his knees, staring down at the arena floor. The crowd was buzzing with excitement. The strength of the seventh peak. It's terrifying. That heaven-grade artifact is the real deal. Muhan sat on the sidelines and remarked, Sister Yu is certainly bloodthirsty. It's almost heartbreaking. Hee hee. Xiao Xian let out a chuckle, stroking his chin. She truly is my precious, obedient little girl, a worthy successor to my legacy. Zhang He looked down from his seat and said, Shen, do you remember many years ago, when I personally expelled a traitor from our sect? The disciple, standing behind him, replied, If I recall correctly, that was the older brother of Elder Wang and from the Sixth Peak. I heard he betrayed the sect to join the Sun Moon Demon sect. Master, do you suspect the Sixth Peak is colluding with the demonic path? Zhang He glanced over and said, I hope I'm just overthinking things. Go investigate Wang and, furthermore, the disciple bowed his head in obedience. Below, the referee struck a massive gong. He stood beneath the stage and made a loud announcement, drawing lots for the next match. The Seventh Peak versus the First Peak. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhang He's expression darkened instantly. The disciple scratched his head in confusion and looked at his master. Master? About my mission. Zhang He replied calmly, Go and fight your match first. Lin Ji's swordplay might already surpass many elders in the sect. Battling her will be a good experience for you. Heeding his master's instructions, Yishin stood up and walked toward the arena. The referee announced, Begin the match. Lin Ji stood with her hands on her hips, looking surprised. I didn't expect to face you in the first round, senior brother. Yishan, standing opposite her, prepared to draw his sword. Don't hold back. Show me everything you've got, junior sister. Jinu gave a devious, mischievous grin. Is that so? She began to circulate her energy, laughing sinisterly. Heh, heh. Jinu summoned a massive array of weapons and said, Since you're being so generous, senior brother, I won't be polite. Yishan's face turned pale with shock as he stammered. Why are there so many artifacts? The spectators went wild at the sight. How are there so many? Jinu was now surrounded by a literal mountain of weaponry. Sitting atop a massive cannon with her arms crossed, she said, Ready or not? With an ecstatic look, she continued, Come on, senior brother. Let's get this started. On the other side, Yishan looked miserable. Compared to her wealth, his only possession was the low-grade human tier sword his master gave him when he joined. He was speechless. Yishan finally snapped, throwing his sword to the ground in frustration. Dozens of artifacts. How the hell am I supposed to fight that? Yishin turned to his master and shouted, Master, are you going to do something about this? This is a total violation of the rules. Zhang He stroked his beard and replied, The sect has never forbidden the use of artifacts in these competitions. Technically, this is a duel between sword cultivators. As long as you're carrying a sword, it counts. Though little Lin Ji does have quite a few of them. Lin Ji chimed in from the arena. I'll only use them one at a time. Is that better? Come on, let's go. Hurry up, I want to finish this so I can go eat. Hearing this, Yishan perked up in surprise. He immediately picked up his sword and charged toward Jinu. In that case, I won't hold back either. Yishan thought to himself, if she only uses one sword at a time, I don't have to fear a heaven-grade artifact. Let's wrap this up quickly. I've got things to do. Sect Master, the assignment is complete. After hearing Jinu say she'd use her treasures one by one in battle, Yi-chan smiles and asks, Really? He then flies toward her and continues. In that case, senior brother won't hold back. Jinu laughs heartily and says, Of course it's true. Lin Ji uses a shield to block the attack and says, This shield can block a full-strength strike from a 10-stage Xiantian cultivator. It should be a perfect match for you, senior brother. Go ahead, hit me with everything you've got. Sure enough, every one of Yi Chen's attacks is deflected away. Yi Chen looks utterly shocked. Seeing that expression, Lin Ji says brightly, What's wrong, senior brother? Having trouble? You can't even break a 10-stage Xiantian shield? At this rate, by the time the match is over, won't you have failed to even touch me? Hearing those mocking words, Yi Chen's blood boils with rage, leaving him speechless. You! Words flash across Yi Chen's face. A man can never say, I can't. Yi Chen shouts, It's just a full-strength 10th stage Xiantian strike, isn't it? I'll show you right now. As he speaks, Yi Chen lunges forward and swings his sword at the shield. With a single stroke, he splits Lin Ji's shield in half. Lin Ji smiles. Yi Chen laughs loudly and says, Haha. Junior sister, you'd better be more careful. But suddenly, another shield appears in front of Lin Ji, catching Yi Chun completely off guard. Yi Chun slams face first into the shield with a painful thud and collapses to his knees. Clutching his head, Yi Chun groans, "How? There's another one. Damn it." Yi Chun charges again, swinging his sword wildly. So what if it takes 2 full-strength strikes? Yi Chun hacks away frantically. 3 hits. 4 hits. A moment later, Yi Chun is now completely exhausted. He stands there, panting heavily. In front of Lin Ji, a whole row of shields is still waiting for him. Meanwhile, Lin Ji is lying back, sunbathing and looking completely relaxed. Furious, Yi Chun mutters, "I give up." With that, Yi Chun faints. He's still alive, but totally spent. The referee announces. The first qualification spot goes to the 7th peak. Below the stage, Lin Ji turns to the audience and grins. "Good game, everyone. Thanks for letting me win." The audience watches with a mix of awe and disbelief. The eldest disciple. To think he was exhausted to death by defensive artifacts. Dozens of defensive artifacts. Our eldest senior brother certainly showed a lot of stamina. Suddenly, Xiao Xian shouts from the stands. "My little Jier is so devious and cunning. Full of dirty tricks. Master loves it." An onlooker thinks to himself, so this kind of fighting style actually exists? The disciples of the 7th peak are truly terrifying, even if it is a bit chaotic. Once Lin Ji sits down, Xiao Xian continues, "However, didn't you dislike that Yi Chun fellow from the start? You said you wanted to beat him fair and square." Jinu lets out a huff and replies, "Before, his cultivation was higher than mine, so he was barely a worthy opponent. But now he's only at 10th stage Xiantian, and I've already reached 2nd stage foundation establishment. If I use my real skills against him, wouldn't that just be bullying?" As soon as she finishes, Muhan pipes up, "But isn't everyone already calling you a bully anyway, senior sister?" Lin Ji sits with a serious expression and says, "In short, I'm no longer the Lin Ji of the past. With Master's guidance, my current goal is to challenge the true geniuses of the way of the sword." Xiao Xian laughs heartily. "That's the spirit, as expected, of my personal disciple. Let's go. Go back and get a good rest. There are 2 more rounds of competition tomorrow." Wang Feng, sitting nearby, mutters, "Unbelievable. To think Lin Ji has reached this level of strength. Damn it." Not far away, Ying Xingyue says, "This was truly an astonishing match." Beside her, Wei Jiu replies, "In this tiny Hong Ming sect, this really is an extraordinary piece of land. Yes, but compared to the whole Great Qin Empire, it's still just average." Ying Xingyue continues, "There's something you don't know, Elder Wei. I sent spies to investigate. That young girl is the head disciple of Elder Xiao Xian of the Hong Ming sect. A few months ago, she was just an ordinary person with no cultivation at all." Ying Xingyue reflects on the past and says, "I heard, not long ago, this Xiao Xian caused a massive scene at the city lord's mansion in Luoyang. Then he went up the mountain to challenge the Luofen Palace. Now both of those great territories belong to him." Looking down at Xiao Xian and his 2 disciples, Ying Xingyue says, "Looking at the current situation, this man holds a great deal of prestige within the Hong Ming sect. He's the kind of person who can bridge connections with various factions across the martial world. Isn't this exactly the kind of talent we've been looking for?" Hearing this, Wei Jiu turns and replies, "So, you're planning to recruit him?" Ying Xingyue answers, a bright smile playing on her lips, "Precisely. Especially if he manages to claim this year's top-tier Hong Ming Violet Qi." The scene shifts to the gates of the 7th peak. Voices can be heard calling out, "It's the Hong Ming Violet Qi." Xiao Xian and his 2 disciples are on their way back. Muhan remarks with a hint of surprise, "Is that the Hong Ming Violet Qi?" Xiao Xian explains, "This Violet Qi is the ultimate blessing of the Hong Ming sect. It's distributed every year based on the tournament rankings." Flicking his fan open, Xiao Xian continues, "Those who cultivate with this Violet Qi in their bodies for long periods. It's said they'll even be blessed with heightened providence." After a moment's thought, Xiao Xian turns back to look at his 2 disciples and says, "If we take first place in the tournament this year, I hear we can obtain the highest grade of Hong Ming Violet Qi. When that premium Violet Qi descends, the entire mountain peak will undergo a staggering transformation." Muhan remarks, "I never would have guessed. The Hong Ming sect isn't exactly world famous, yet they possess such an incredible treasure." Xiao Xian replies, indeed. I was just as shocked when I first learned of it. It's very possible the Hong Ming sect was once a massive, legendary sect in the past. Xiao Xian smiles and adds, come on, let's go see the effects of this violet qi for ourselves. The three of them walk together across a grassy field, where vibrant, multicolored equinox flowers bloom as far as the eye can see. As they walk, Lin Ji can't help but exclaim, the spiritual energy in the air is so much richer now. Our cultivation efficiency will definitely double from here on out. They suddenly come across a massive tree where both the trunk and the fruit are pure gold. Muhan says, wait, aren't these the rare ingredients needed to refine infinite golden pills? And in such quantities? How can there be so many? Staring at the human-shaped fruits on the tree, Muhan continues, the Hong Ming violet qi seems exceptionally potent this year. Moving closer, they come upon a pond filled with flaming lotuses. Lin Ji says in awe, a whole pond of heart-melting, flaming lotuses. Wow, with these, could we forge spiritual swords just like masters? Xiao Xian replies, you're welcome to try. As they reach a gate, Xiao Xian remarks, how is it that even the houses are automatically renovating themselves? Rumor has it the architecture of the Hong Ming sect manifests naturally from the mountains themselves. Seeing it now, it seems the legends were true. Xiao Xian turns to his two disciples. All right, go back to your rooms and steady your breathing. Get yourselves ready for tomorrow's matches. Lin Ji and Muhan reply in unison. The scene shifts back to the martial arena. The battle is still raging. A swordswoman shrouded in a golden aura unleashes a strike that sends Wang Feng reeling back. The woman's opponent is indeed Wang Feng. He takes a direct hit to the hand, causing his sword to go flying. Wang Feng, his face twisted in frustration, growls, damn it. The woman says with an air of confidence, I remember you. You're the one who begged my master to let you join the second peak. Too bad he turned you down flat. Looking at Wang Feng's pathetic state, the woman can't resist mocking him further. I can see you have no heart for the sword. You didn't come here because of my master's legendary skill. You only wanted in because the second peak is full of female disciples. Stepping closer to Wang Feng, she says coldly, what a pity. No matter how many female disciples we have, none of them would ever spare a glance for a well-known loser like you. Wang Feng seethes with resentment at her words. The woman continues, I'd heard that Elder Xiao was tailoring custom sword styles for his disciples. I was actually looking forward to testing them out. But now, it doesn't matter how good the technique is if the one wielding it is incompetent. What a waste. I wish I had been matched against junior sister Lin instead. Wang Feng, helpless, simply clenches his fists against the ground. He bows his head in bitter defeat. A gong sounds, signaling the end of the match. As the woman walks away, the referee announces, the sixth peak has accumulated 3 total losses. They are officially disqualified from advancing. The master of the sixth peak, absolutely livid, snarls. A bunch of useless trash. The master turns to his attendant and barks. Go find senior brother Wang Chongfeng. Tell him, Lu Feng has no hope of advancing. Everything is ready. As soon as the results of the competition are out, strike immediately and seize the primordial violet qi. The servant behind him replied, understood. The scene shifts to the arena for the next match. Lin Ji must take the stage. Lin Ji's opponent is a man. Before they begin, he says, I truly wish to learn from your swordsmanship, junior sister. You're not going to crush me with those high-level artifacts again, are you? In contrast to the tense atmosphere, Lin Ji replies with a bright smile. That won't happen, don't worry. Upon hearing this, the man lunges toward Lin Ji, shouting, Then show me your true strength. Watching her opponent charge, Lin Ji raises her sword and thinks, Ever since I obtained the Willow Mountain sword, my understanding of the way of the sword has completely changed. Lin Ji immediately executes her technique. Clear sword heart, innate sword body. One single strike. In an instant, Lin Ji disarms him, sending the opponent's sword flying, leaving him utterly shocked. Lin Ji thinks, it feels like I can see through his weaknesses at every moment. With no weapon left in his hand, the man's face begins to fill with anxiety. But he quickly regains his composure, bows respectfully, and says calmly, Junior Sister Lin, your swordsmanship is extraordinary. I admit defeat. Afterward, the referee announces, The second peak is defeated. The ultimate winner is the seventh peak. Hearing the announcement, the crowd below the stage. Many female disciples say, with admiration and surprise, "I never would have thought." Elder Xiao was quiet for years, but now he has risen to the top once again. I wonder what kind of person could ever catch Elder Xiao's eye. Looking toward the distance where Xiao Xian stands, Xiao Xian watches Lin Ji approach and says, "That strike just now was truly beautiful." Lin Ji replies with a bit of shyness. Suddenly, the ethereal and curvaceous goddess Zhou Xian, with her stunning figure, walks over and raises a hand. Junior brother Xiao. Goddess Zhou Xian's reputation is truly well-deserved. She says, "It's been a long time. You look much better lately than you used to." Xiao Xian looks over and replies, "You look much better yourself lately, senior sister. It seems your recent travels were quite fruitful, weren't they?" As Xiao Xian speaks, he thinks back to the past. Senior sister Zhou Xian and I joined the Hong Ming Sect together. At first, my cultivation progressed incredibly fast. Senior sister competed with me everywhere. Sometimes it was actually quite annoying. Remembering that time, Xiao Xian was surrounded by countless women, making Zhou Xian a bit jealous as she said, "Next time, I will definitely surpass you." Xiao Xian continues his narration. "I didn't expect that later, my cultivation would stagnate. Among everyone, senior sister was the only one who treated me exactly the same as before." Xiao Xian then recalls a time when Zhou Xian grabbed him by the collar and shouted, "Look at yourself. What have you become? If you don't want to be laughed at, then come train with me." And so, today, the two of them finally have the chance to meet again. The disciples from both sides bow respectfully. Xiao Xian looks at Zhou Xian and says, "Thanks to your care, senior sister, I've recently taken in 2 good disciples. When things go well, one's spirit naturally feels refreshed. How long do you plan to stay in the sect?" Zhou Xian replies calmly, "I plan to stay for a few days this time. Since you saved my 2 apprentices last time, I specifically brought them here to thank you in person." Hearing this, Xiao Xian laughs heartily and replies, "Haha, senior sister, aren't you being a bit too formal?" Zhou Xian steps closer to Xiao Xian. With a cheerful expression, she replies, "You took the top spot this year, junior brother. With the top grade primordial violet chi you've won. Your cultivation will surely reach the next level." Xiao Xian replies modestly, "You're not doing too bad yourself, senior sister." Xiao Xian says loudly with a laugh, "Aren't we just standing here, flattering each other? Huh, up on the grandstand." Sect leader Wang Feng stares down at Xiao Xian and Zhou Xian, having overheard their conversation. His eyebrows furrow deeply. His face is contorted with rage. He is surrounded by men in black, all radiating a murderous aura. Every one of them has their weapons drawn, ready for battle. He stands up, his body tensing with power. The time has come. Then his demonic energy erupts as he bellows, "Destroy the Hong Ming sect. Seize the violet chi." All of his subordinates move in perfect unison, taking flight. At the same time, outside the arena, 2 guards stand watch, passing the time with idle chatter. One of them, looking utterly bored, covers a yawn with his hand and sighs. "I really wish I could go watch the Sect competition." The other guard catches his drift and lets out a soft chuckle. "Hey, don't blame me. We're just the unlucky ones. It's our turn for the first watch, after all." Suddenly, the expressions of both guards shift as they sense something wrong. They barely have time to snap their heads toward the horizon. The Sun Moon Demon Sect is charging straight at them with terrifying speed, their voices rising in a unified roar. Annihilate the Hong Ming Sect. A thick, suffocating bloodlust radiates from the approaching mob. The 2 guards cry out in a panic. "Who goes there? How dare you trespass into the Hong Ming Sect?" But the invaders pay no heed to the guards' warnings. They surge forward like madmen, screaming, "Seize the purple chi." A sea of figures descends from the sky, swarming toward the main plaza. A man sits perched arrogantly in midair, looking down with a sneer. "Zhang you old dog. It's been a long time, hasn't it?" The intruder is none other than Wang Changfeng. First stage of the nascent soul realm. The Sun Moon Demon Sect. Elder Wang Changfeng. Down by the martial arena. Sect leader Zhang, he looks up and replies sternly, "Wang Changfeng, I should have known it was you. You truly are a treacherous snake." Your wicked heart just won't die, will it? To think you joined the Sun Moon Demon Sect. And now you have the audacity to return and cause trouble? High above, Wang Changfeng lets out a mocking laugh and raises his hand, channeling a strange, sinister energy. His voice drips with malice as he speaks. I've already ascended to the nascent soul realm. While you old fossil, are likely still stuck at the peak of Golden Core, aren't you? Kneel and beg for mercy. Then tie up Zhou Xian and hand her over to me. Wang Changfeng bursts into a manic laugh. His eyes wide with insanity, he continues. Do that, and maybe I'll consider sparing the Hong Ming sect. Well, what's it going to be? Zhang, he is trembling with rage. He's reached his limit with these insults. The elder raises his hands, gathering his internal energy. The Hong Ming sect is not a place where you can just come and go as you please. The Mountain Protection Array was prepared specifically for trash like you. Zhang, he unleashes his spiritual tool, activating the Great Rear Mountain Array. The power of the formation is massive and overwhelming. In an instant, Changfeng's subordinates are overwhelmed. They fall from the sky one after another like flies. Some are defeated before they can even launch a single attack. Watching his forces crumble, the situation forces Wang Changfeng to take action. He dives downward, his face twisted into a confident smirk. They say the Hong Ming art grants immortality, and that this mountain array is truly formidable. Seeing it today, I must admit it lives up to its reputation. However, Wang Changfeng flashes a sinister, eerie grin. That's all it is, nothing more. Suddenly, Zhang He's formation begins to crack, forcing a shocked gasp from his lips. The protective spiritual barriers shatter one by one. The disciples below look up, their faces pale with dread. The Mountain Protection Array is failing. It's breaking apart. How is this possible? Zhang He glances toward the first peak, his expression turning to one of horror. This is bad. He watches in desperation as his formation disintegrates, his mind racing. Demonic energy is invading the first peak. The core of the Mountain Protection Array is located there. I'm afraid the core has already been corrupted by their malice. Suddenly, Zhang He realizes the terrifying truth. The Sun Moon Demon Sect planned this from the very beginning. He immediately mounts his crane and takes to the sky. Elders, I'm heading to the first peak. I'll purge the demonic presence and restart the Mountain Protection Array. Hold the line here. The disciples shout back in unison. Do not worry, Sect leader. Below, Zhou Xian stands ready with her twin swords, positioned right next to Xiao Xian. They prepare for combat. Zhou Xian says with a smirk, the last time you and I fought side by side was 10 years ago, wasn't it? Xiao Xian playfully fires back. 10 years ago? Are you talking about the time we snuck down the mountain to watch that play? The time you dragged me along to lock the sect leader in his own room? And we ended up being chased all over the mountain by his spirit swords? Zhou Xian laughs. Your talent for talking nonsense is as sharp as ever, junior brother. She charges forward, her voice echoing. I'm going first. With a fluid motion of her soul, she swings her blade, cutting down several enemies in a single stroke. Zhou Xian glares at the invaders. You dare set foot in the Hong Ming sect? You must have a death wish. She thrusts her hand forward, channeling her energy. She summons her twin blades, the Violet Dream and the Azure Sky. They spin in a lethal whirlwind, tearing through the ranks of the Sun Moon Demon Sect. The unconscious bodies were sent flying, and those who couldn't dodge in time lost more than just their balance. Master Zhou Xian unleashed her twin blades to strike down the enemy. Xiao Xian watched in admiration, thinking to himself, it looks like Senior Sister's Azure Twin Blades technique has finally reached perfection. In that case, I can't let myself fall behind either. With those words, Xiao Xian raised his hand, channeling his qi to summon his power. Countless swords manifested, all pointed directly at the enemy. He then calmly gestured forward. Instantly, the swords rained down in a relentless barrage, tearing through the ranks of the Sun Moon Demon Sect. They fell like wheat before a scythe, screaming in agony. Gah! Zhou Xian's two disciples weren't about to be outshone. Don't forget about us, one of the disciples shouted. Having spoken, they both charged forward in unison. Twin sword harmony, slashing left and right through the east and west. They forced the enemy back. The scene shifts to Muhan, and Ji Nu Muhan began channeling her qi. A vibrant green aura enveloped her as 10 crossbows materialized, hovering around her body. She braced herself for the coming clash. Jinnu lunged forward, noting with a sense of wonder. So the second peak's secret cultivation truly is the twin blades. The azure twin blades must be used together to unleash their full potential. I definitely need to find a chance to duel the two of them later. Just as Jinnu finished her thought, Muhan, positioned behind her, raised her hand to control the crossbows with her chi. Don't worry, senior sister. Go for it. I'll clear the path for you. The moment she finished speaking, the 10 crossbows fired beams of green energy, carving a path for Jinnu. Jinnu dove down, gripping her sword tightly. All right, I'm leaving the rest to you. She swung her blade with a fierce cry. 10,000 arrows, westward strike. A surge of purple energy erupted from her sword. It exploded upon impact with the enemy. Asterisk boom, 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 asterisk. The low-level lackeys were decimated before they even knew what hit them. Muhan popped an elixir into her mouth. I can control even more artifacts than this. As the elixir's warmth spread through her, she closed her eyes. She pressed her palms together to surge her chi, summoning an even greater arsenal of spiritual weapons. Short swords, long swords, daggers, divine crossbows, all appeared at once. Seeing this, Zhou Xian's 2 disciples from the second peak were left slack-jawed in shock. What? How can she control so many artifacts at once? And every single one is Earth grade or higher. One of the girls gave an awkward laugh. I guess. During the 7 peaks competition, she wasn't even using her full strength. Suddenly, Elder Wang Zhu, Wang Chongfeng's younger brother, launched himself off the ground, flying toward Zhou Xian. Resentment burned in his mind. TCH, the so-called goddess of the Hong Ming Sect. She only has this reputation because of the sect leader's blatant favoritism. He intended to launch a cowardly sneak attack from behind the beautiful Zhou Xian. But Xiao Xian, our protagonist, sensed it immediately and shouted, "Senior sister, watch out." Simultaneously, he raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy to summon a sword technique. He blasted it directly at Elder Wang. The elder was sent tumbling through the air before he could even make a move. Zhou Xian looked back, a hint of alarm crossing her face as she gasped. Elder Wang turned his head back, his eyes bulging with rage. He gnashed his teeth and hissed under his breath. Xiao Xian again, it's always him. But Zhou Xian didn't give him a moment to think. With lightning speed, she swung her sword, shrouded in a powerful aura. She charged at him with a look of absolute resolve. The old man couldn't react in time. He fell backward, screaming in terror. "Brother, save me. Brother, help." On the other side, his older brother was preoccupied, desperately channeling chi to maintain a protective barrier. He was struggling to block Xiao Xian's relentless assaults. From above, Xiao Xian continued his fierce bombardment, raining down beams of golden spiritual energy. Wang Chongfeng snarled as he resisted the pressure. "You useless fool. You're good for nothing." He dropped his left hand and raised his right, his eyes bloodshot as he muttered, "Fine. It seems I still have to rely on myself." After a moment, he summoned a sinister red flag. It looked like a cursed talisman, oozing a dark, demonic energy, with a gruesome skull mounted at the top. "Soul-summoning banner, rise," he bellowed. With a grim expression, he issued his command. "Soldiers of the underworld, appear." The moment the command left his lips, hordes of skeletal warriors emerged from the cursed banner. Some brandished swords, others carried axes and spears, and some wielded wicked scythes. They swarmed, surrounding Xiao Xian. Wang Chongfeng pointed and ordered, "Kill him." The legion of undead soldiers lunged at Xiao Xian all at once. Then, he turned toward Zhou Xian and flicked his wrist. 2 demonic spirits streaked toward her. Zhou Xian stood her ground, resolute and unafraid. She leveled her sacred sword at him and declared firmly, "Wang Chongfeng, ever since you betrayed the sect, I can't believe you've turned into such a literal monster." Behind her, Xiao Xian descends and lands softly. Hearing those words, Wang Chongfeng lets out a twisted, maniacal laugh that echoes from afar. "A monster, you say? That's a good one. A monster." He speaks as he approaches, flanked by a legion of malevolent spirits. Nearby, Chu Xian and the young hero stand shoulder to shoulder, bracing for the onslaught. His face contorts with lingering resentment. Veins pop on Changfeng's forehead. Fury boils over as he recalls the past. Back then, there was nothing I wouldn't have done for you. But you always treated me like trash. Because of you, my own sect mates made me a laughingstock. Long ago, he was a man of deep passion. He was hopelessly in love with the gifted Chu Xian. And who could blame him? Even the audience thinks, damn, even I'd fall for her. Haha. In Changfeng's memories, his fellow disciples sneer at him. Look at that pathetic fool, Wang Changfeng. He continues, if I hadn't been so desperate for your approval, why would I have taken such a reckless risk to force a breakthrough? In the end, my spiritual energy went wild. I lost my entire cultivation. I was left with no choice but to walk the path of the demonic arts. The flashback ends as he snarls. It's all your fault. You're the reason I've become this hideous freak. He flings his hand out with a deafening roar. Skeletal soldiers. Peak Golden Core realm. The undead army instantly lunges forward to attack. Chu Xian spins, cleaving through a zombie with her blade. You're shameless. She turns toward Xiao Xian, her voice trembling with worry. Junior brother. These ghost generals used to be at the peak of the Golden Core realm. If you can't hold them off, then... Xiao Xian gives a grim, serious nod. Down below the stage, Elder Wei shouts, look out. With a casual wave of his hand, he obliterates a ghost general. Standing beside him, Ming Xingyue speaks calmly. Elder Wei, looking at the state the Hong Ming Sect is in, do you think we should step in and help? Wei Jiu's expression remains stern. The elders of the Hong Ming Sect are all useless cowards. The moment that soul-summoning orb appeared, they all turned tail and ran. He looks toward Xiao Xian and Chu Xian with a hint of admiration. Only those two youngsters have any spine. However, neither of them has broken through to the Golden Core realm yet. Taking on Wang Changfeng is already pushing their limits. To say nothing of the nascent soul sect leader of the Sun Moon Ghost Sect. That murderous old monster. I fear the Hong Ming Sect will not survive this day. Just as Elder Wei finishes speaking, Xiao Xian unleashes a grand technique. He summons a colossal, towering sword. He stands by Chu Xian's side, ready to face the encroaching tide of undead soldiers. Meanwhile, Chu Xingyue and Elder Wei also come under fire. Chu Xingyue swings her sword forward. She effortlessly shatters the skeletal soldiers in front of her, thinking to herself, if the Hong Ming Sect can't even survive this, they'll be of no use to me. But Ming Xingyue's gaze softens. She watches them with resolve, pondering for a long moment. Xiao Xian and Chu Xian. Their talent is extraordinary. If I could recruit them as my subordinates, it would be a powerful move. At that moment, the undead swarm grows even thicker. The two of them are completely surrounded. Elder Wei and Xingyue stand back to back, settling into a fighting stance. Ming Xingyue turns her head. She looks to Wei Jiu and says, Elder Wei, let's wait and see how this plays out for a moment. But if Xiao Xian and Chu Xian are in real danger, we move in. Upon hearing her orders, Wei Jiu bows. As you command. Back in the fray, Chu Xian is tearing through the monsters. She raises her hand, staring straight ahead as she channels her power. Swords! She summons twin blades shrouded in brilliant green and purple energy. They manifest right beside her shoulders. With a sharp flick of her wrist, she commands go. The two blades instantly blur into motion, striking out in every direction. Everywhere the swords pass, the undead are sliced to pieces. Wei Jiu and Ming Xingyue watch closely as they fight. Both are deeply impressed by what they see. Chu Xian's spiritual power is incredible. Wei Jiu crushes the skull of a skeleton with his bare hand. I've heard the Hong Ming Sect possesses a low-grade heaven-rank dual sword technique, the Dan Cultivator's Prime. Its reputation is well-earned. Since this girl has already mastered the dual blades, I doubt there is anyone below the nascent soul realm who can truly stand against her. Suddenly, the severed hand of a skeletal soldier grabs Chu Xian's ankle with a death grip. Chu Xian looks down in shock. Oh no, this arm is poisonous. I can't move. The skeletal soldiers seem to surge with newfound strength. They frantically hurl venomous chains directly at Chu Xian, leaving her too stunned to react. In an instant, she is tightly bound by the skeletal horde, trapped and vulnerable amidst 1,000 constricting chains. Facing this overwhelming pressure, Chu Xian furrows her brow in frustration. I can't break free. Suddenly, an enormous skeletal demon head began to manifest behind Chu Xian, its presence radiating overwhelming power. Sensing the shift, she turned her head and gasped. This is... Bones and demonic energy coalesced, swelling in size until the bone soldiers surrounding Chu Xian became towering giants, leaving her completely stunned. Then, from the distance, Wang Changfeng glared toward Chu Xian and sneered. Our goddess Chu Xian has certainly made some progress over the years, hasn't she? Too bad it won't be enough. With those words, Wang Changfeng gestured, commanding the arm of a massive bone soldier to reach down and crush Chu Xian where she stood. Witnessing the situation hanging by a thread, Chu Xingyue signaled Noi Q and urged, Elder Noi, it's time to move. Noi Q obeyed immediately, channeling his energy. The power surged through his hands as he replied. But before Noi Q could rush in, a deafening roar erupted from Chu Xian's direction. A thunderous cry, followed by a radiant golden strike that shot down from the heavens. It pierced straight through the skull of the giant bone soldier. Accompanying that devastating blow was Xiao Xian's voice echoing through the air. Let go of my senior sister. The attack struck like a bolt of divine lightning, shattering the massive bone soldier into 100 fragments. Chu Xian stood frozen, her expression filled with utter disbelief. Chu Xingyue and Noi Q were equally shocked, crying out, What is this? Is that not the power of a nascent soul? They all looked forward, eyes wide with astonishment. Standing before them was Xiao Xian, gripping a brilliantly glowing golden sword. With an aura of absolute authority, he spoke. It's not like I haven't killed a few nascent souls before. Xiao Xian thought to himself. With the support of the innate sword physique, I've gained a new understanding of this myriad transformations technique. Gripping the heavenly sword, Xiao Xian flashed a confident smirk and mused. Before, when I wanted to condense spiritual energy, I needed to use my hands to amplify the sword's power. But now, just inscribing the symbols is enough. On the other side, Wang Changfeng, channeling his qi, shouted in surprise. The brat is actually this arrogant. It seems I'll have to teach that big mouth of yours a lesson today. As he spoke, he unleashed his power, summoning countless new bone soldiers that surged toward Xiao Xian in a relentless wave. The skeletal horde followed Wang Changfeng's command. They charged forward like a frenzied tide, weapons drawn. In response, Xiao Xian channeled his magic, creating an array of countless golden bagua seals. Within each seal, a heavenly sword manifested. Xiao Xian stood ready for the slaughter. He furrowed his brows and muttered, You think you can stop me? Xiao Xian pointed his sword toward Wang Changfeng. Instantly, thousands of heavenly swords flew forward, sweeping through the bone soldiers. The skeletons were torn limb from limb, leaving nothing but dust in their wake. The sheer force was so immense that even Wang Changfeng was paralyzed. Terrified by the display of power, he thought, this pressure, the strength is staggering. As the bone soldiers were wiped out, the shockwaves forced everyone nearby to brace themselves against the residual energy. Chu Xian's two disciples gritted their teeth and groaned. This aftershock. I can't hold out much longer. Jinu stepped forward. He slammed his sword into the ground, summoning a protective barrier. Shielding his junior sister from the blast, he shouted, Junior sister, stay close. Get behind me. Muhan nodded quickly in response. At the same time, Noi Q raised both hands to channel his defensive arts. As he held back Xiao Xian's energy, he remarked, Nearly 100 golden core level ghouls. And he wiped them all out with a single strike. Xingyue stood behind him, watching in awe as she replied, Is it even possible for a golden core to possess this much power? If I can recruit him to our side, the myriad Dao Grand Assembly will be a walk in the park, walking calmly through the ashes of the skeletal army. Xiao Xian spoke up. Wasn't there a whole army here just a second ago? Is that really all the talent you've got? Xiao Xian continued. I'm giving you one last chance. Tightening his grip on his sword, he said with a cold, stern face, Let my senior sister go. Hearing this, Wang Changfeng ground his teeth in a fit of rage. Senior sister this, senior sister that. You two certainly are cozy, aren't you? Didn't she reject me all those years ago because of a brat like you? Then, Wang Chongfeng reached out his hand, his expression, and his eyes twisting with malice as he sneered, Chu Xian, today I'm going to make you see things clearly. He unleashed his dark magic. Suddenly, the chains binding Chu Xian's body erupted with a sinister blue energy. The links began to tighten violently. Chu Xian groaned in pain as the pressure crushed her. Ugh! Wang Chongfeng stood below, using his magic to lift Chu Xian high into the air. I'll show you the tragedy that comes with choosing the wrong man. Seeing the danger, Xiao Xian charged forward, sword in hand, screaming, "Stop right there!" He blurred past in a flash, streaking right by Chu Xian while trailing the golden aura of his blade. With that single decisive strike, before the crowd could even blink, suddenly, the demonic chains that had been constricting her shattered into pieces. Finally, Chu Xian could breathe again. The suffocating pressure against her chest had vanished. Wang Chongfeng, meanwhile, looked absolutely shell-shocked. Watching his power crumble, he let out a frantic cry. On the other side, Chu Xian's face flushed a deep crimson. The sheer weight of her heavy chest was making it difficult to focus her spiritual energy. She thought, this isn't good. I can't summon my twin swords like this. Senior sister. Suddenly, Xiao Xian's loud shout echoed through the air. Caught off guard, Chu Xian began to fall from the sky, only for Xiao Xian to swoop in and catch her just in time. He slid his arm around her waist, firmly securing his senior sister. In that moment, it felt as though time itself had stood still. There stood Xiao Xian, sword in one hand, the other holding Chu Xian close. He asked, "Senior sister, are you all right?" Beneath a sky of swirling petals, the sight of him holding her was breathtakingly beautiful. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Chu Xian's cheeks burned red as she quickly looked away, stammering, "I'm fine." Below them, Chu Xian's disciples, Li Qingxian and Bai Luori, couldn't hide their excitement at the romantic scene. "Whoa, Elder Xiao is really smooth," Li Qingxian cheered, shading her eyes to get a better look. She giggled, "Nice, nice. Look, Master's face is totally red." Nearby, Jiu watched the scene and screamed internally, "Master." Behind her, the junior sister stared at the spectacle and gasped, "He's so handsome." Xiao Xian then helped Chu Xian back to her feet. He turned his gaze toward Wang Chongfeng, his expression turning ice cold. Wang Chongfeng, still shielding Chu Xian with one arm, he lunged forward with his heaven sword, slashing through the man. Taking the hit directly, Wang Chongfeng's eyes bulged as he coughed up a spray of blood. He looked at his wound in disbelief. This is impossible." And just like that, Wang Chongfeng collapsed to the ground. The battle was over. Xiao Xian let out a soft, steady breath. Seeing how incredibly capable her junior brother had become, Chu Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Junior brother. In front of her, Xiao Xian maintained a cool, stoic face, but inside, he was doing a victory dance. Senior sister must be totally head over heels after seeing how cool I just was. But his internal celebration was cut short when Chu Xian spoke up. "Don't you think it's time to let me go?" Xiao Xian froze for a second before stammering, "Oh, right. Sorry." Chu Xian stepped forward, straightening herself before looking back at him. "That move just now wasn't bad. When we have some free time, I'd like to spar with you." Behind her, Xiao Xian grinned. "That's my secret ultimate technique I just finished mastering. Forget a fresh nascent soul cultivator. Like Wang Chongfeng, I could take down a spirit-severing expert with that move." Ming Xingyue, overhearing this, was stunned. He can even defeat a spirit-severing master? While fending off the bone soldiers, she turned to Wei Jiao. "Elder Wei, how much of what he said do you think is true?" Wei Jiao, busy fighting his own batch of skeletons, struggled to find the words. "Well," after a moment of thought, he replied, "the technique he used seems to be the 10,000 into 1 style common among sword cultivators. But from the way he channeled his spiritual energy to the aura of that sword, I couldn't see through any of it." The young woman gasped in surprise. "Even you couldn't see through him, Elder Wei?" Wei Jiao nodded. "I am currently at the peak of the nascent soul stage. But if I had to face that move, to be honest," he said with dead seriousness, "I have no idea how it works." Ming Xingyue was floored. She looked over at Xiao Xian's handsome profile, her eyes filled with genuine admiration. To think that within our great Qin, such a hidden genius actually existed. With Wang Chongfeng defeated, his subordinates standing below the stage were in a panic. Elder Wang was taken down that easily. What do we do now? Should we keep fighting? Should we run? Heavy, rapid footsteps approached, accompanied by a chilling voice. By now, the look on Xiao Xian's face was terrifying. Xiao Xian, radiating a murderous aura, charged toward Wang Chongfeng's subordinates. Did you really think you could just waltz into the Hong Ming sect whenever you pleased? And do you think we'd just let you walk away that easily? The subordinates turned pale with terror. Panic-stricken, they began pleading for their lives one after another. Please, have mercy on us. We were only following the elder's orders. That's right. I've never laid a finger on anyone in my life. I was tricked into joining the Sun Moon Ghost sect. I swear, Xiao Xian was genuinely taken aback by their cowardice. Suddenly, they all dropped to their knees in unison, bowing their heads respectfully. Please spare our lives. The sheer volume of their desperate pleas left both Chu Xian and Xiao Xian feeling a mix of pity and disbelief. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the area. Chu Xian and Xiao Xian froze. They looked toward the source of the blast in shock. Over there, Ji Nu and her junior sister spun around, startled. What happened? That sound was deafening. At that moment, a violent explosion erupted in the sky right behind them. Debris and shattered rocks rained down everywhere. Chu Xian's eyes widened as she realized who it was. That's the first peak elder. Consumed with worry, Chu Xian shouted and rushed forward. The sect leader is in danger. I have to go help. Before she could move, Xiao Xian reached out to stop her. Wait, senior sister. Xiao Xian's expression turned deathly serious. One of his eyes suddenly flared with a brilliant crimson light. He spoke with chilling gravity. There's no need for us to go over there. Our enemy is already here. A surge of malevolent energy swept in from the distance, followed by a burst of arrogant laughter. Ha ha ha. Hong Ming sect, prepare to be wiped out. From the horizon, two figures descended, slamming into the ground. The sheer force of their landing sent shockwaves through the area. Everyone present gasped in pure astonishment. It was the sect leader of the Sun Moon Ghost sect, a fifth-stage nascent soul cultivator. He stood there, dripping with arrogance. Dangling the Hong Ming sect leader by the collar like a trophy, he sneered. I've already captured your precious sect leader. Don't even think about resisting. Ha ha. Unless, of course, you want to end up just like him. With a cruel smirk, he delivered a devastating palm strike to the elder's back, shattering his internal organs and sending a spray of blood from his mouth. The Sun Moon sect leader added mockingly, become another ghost under my blade. Ha ha. The Hong Ming elder collapsed to the ground, leaving the disciples watching in horror. The disciples cried out in despair. Sect leader, Chu Xian, Xiao Xian, and the others watched the scene, their hearts burning with rage. The subordinates who had been groveling at Xiao Xian's feet just moments ago instantly changed their tune the moment they saw their master. Sect leader, the sect leader is here. We're saved. He's here. The Sun Moon sect leader glanced coldly at his men and asked one thing. Where's Wang Chongfeng? One subordinate quickly spoke up. Elder Wang, he was murdered by that Hong Ming sect brat. The Sun Moon sect leader let out a casual "oh." Then, the weight of the words hit him, and he snapped back in disbelief. What? Wang Chongfeng is dead? The subordinate looked up, trembling. I saw it with my own eyes. Upon hearing this, the Sun Moon sect leader couldn't contain himself and burst into a roar of laughter. He kicked the subordinate aside, sending him sprawling. Clutching his face as he laughed, he spat out. Wang Chongfeng was killed by someone from the Hong Ming sect? Behind the hand covering his face, his eyes bulged with a terrifying, murderous intensity. Who was it? How could I not know that the Hong Ming sect had another nascent soul master hiding in their ranks? It's him. A subordinate pointed a shaking finger directly at Xiao Xian. The Sun Moon sect leader shifted his gaze over. Him? That's the one? The Sun Moon sect leader looked at Xiao Xian with nothing but utter contempt. A mocking smirk played on his lips as he judged his opponent. A mere seventh-stage golden core insect? You must have a death wish. He continued with a sneer. If you actually had the strength to kill Wang Chongfeng, I'll get down on my knees and lick your boots. Xiao Xian's expression went icy cold. A flicker of genuine interest crossed his face as he replied, Oh, really? The Sun Moon Sect leader asked dismissively, "Tell me, what kind of cheap trick did you use?" Before he could finish his sentence, a foot came flying out of nowhere, slamming squarely into the center of the Sun Moon Sect leader's face. He didn't even have time to react. The kick was so powerful it sent the sect leader hurtling backward for miles. His subordinates screamed in shock. "Sect leader!" Xiao Xian retracted his leg and smirked. "I was worried you wouldn't keep your promise. So, I figure I'd give you a little head start." The sect leader clutched his bleeding nose and hissed through gritted teeth. Fine, you little brat." He scrambled to his feet, drew his sword, and lunged at Xiao Xian. "Today, I'll offer your head as a sacrifice." The sect leader of the Sun Moon Demon Gate swung his sword with a violent roar. Vast amounts of demonic energy surged around the blade, crackling like the conqueror's haki as he lunged at Xiao Xian. He unleashed a devastating strike, but Xiao Xian reacted instantly, casually parrying the blow with his heavenly sword. A massive explosion erupted, sending shockwaves of raw power rippling through the air. The onlookers scrambled back in terror, desperate to escape the lethal aftershocks of the collision. Those standing too close were caught off guard, sent flying by the sheer force of the impact. On the other side, Chu Xian stepped forward, shielding her fellow disciples. "Stay behind me." Elsewhere, the Sun Moon lackeys were being torn apart by the residual energy. Ugh! The two sisters and Jinnu watched the scene in utter shock. Staring at Xiao Xian, Muhan whispered, "Master, ease." Jinnu thought in amazement, this feeling, I can actually follow their movements perfectly. She focused on the sword Xiao Xian used to clash with the Sun Moon Sect leader. Jinnu's thoughts continued. Master's Falling Cloud Sword is a low-grade heaven-rank spirit sword, combined with the Unfettered Miles sword technique. Its power should easily match a standard mid-grade heaven-rank weapon. She looked back at Xiao Xian. Jinnu thought again. But that saber, its rank, it's terrifying. It's definitely mid-grade heaven rank. It might even be high-grade. Master is in real danger this time. The Sun Moon Sect leader poured all his strength into a downward slash, screaming, "Just die already," sensing the shift in momentum. Xiao Xian quickly took a step back to reposition. He threw his body backward, sticking a landing like Spider-Man. Maintaining a safe distance from the Sun Moon Sect leader, Xiao Xian used his spiritual power to summon Chu Xian's sword. "Senior sister, I'm borrowing your twin swords for a moment." Both swords instantly unsheathed themselves and flew toward Xiao Xian, leaving Chu Xian momentarily stunned. She quickly raised her hand to summon two more willow leaf swords. Jinnu gasped at the sight. This is the 7-star zombie-slaying sword array. Xiao Xian is channeling his qi to form it. 7 points of light began to glow, representing the convergence of 7 blades. To complete the formation, he needs exactly 7 swords. But right now, only 5 are hovering above Xiao Xian's head. Xiao Xian remained unfazed, glaring at the Sun Moon Sect leader. "I don't care what kind of god you think you are. Today you die by my hand." Jinnu, filled with excitement, drew her family heirloom sword. The 7-star array is a top-grade heaven-rank formation. If the swords align, its power will rival the immortal realm. "Master, if you need the 7-star array, take my sword too." Jinnu hurled her sword toward Xiao Xian. Nearby, Dan Xingyue realized what was happening and said, "The 7-star zombie-slaying sword array?" Dan Xingyue drew her own treasure sword and continued. "I've only ever read about this formation in ancient texts. I never thought I'd actually see it manifested here today." She threw her blade toward Xiao Xian. "Young master, if you're going to complete the 7-star array, then take my Earth-rank exquisite dragon-slaying saber as well." Dan Xingyue thought to herself, this is it. This is my chance to truly win his favor. Now, with the help of Jinnu and Dan Xingyue, Xiao Xian had all 7 blades. The 7-star sword array was finally complete. Xiao Xian gave a cold smirk, his eyes sharp as ice, as he pointed forward. "Today, the Sun Moon Demon Gate ends here." Xiao Xian activated the array. The 7 blades streaked down toward the Sun Moon Sect leader like falling stars. Even then, the man remained arrogant. "You think a few extra blades can stop me?" Watching the 7 swords descend, the Sun Moon Sect leader didn't hesitate and charged forward with his saber. But the power was far beyond his expectations. He gasped as the first blade struck him. Immediately after, the remaining swords swarmed him, attacking from every angle. He was completely overwhelmed, unable to defend himself. Suddenly, a blade flashed past at lightning speed, slicing a deep gash across his cheek. Blood sprayed out, and his arrogance turned to pure shock. After taking a brutal beating, he clutched his wound with one hand. He forced his injured arm to channel demonic energy into his saber. He growled through gritted teeth. Don't get cocky yet, even if your skills reach the heavens. Don't think for a second you're walking away from my demon-subduing saber alive. He reached out, gathering a massive amount of demonic chi. You useless trash. It's time you were actually good for something. The sect leader unleashed a powerful blast, striking his own subordinates and killing them instantly. The dying disciples gasped in horror. Sect leader, why? One by one, they were drained of life by the demon's power. Their fresh blood was sucked into the Sun Moon sect leader's saber. He raised a blood-soaked blade and laughed maniacally. Ha, cool me. Offer me every drop of your life force. Unable to stand the sight of such internal slaughter, Xiao Xian took to the air. You won't even spare your own people? Killing you is truly an act of mercy for this world. Both the demon and Xiao Xian charged, unleashing their ultimate strikes to end the fight. Xiao Xian's attack was immensely powerful, yet somehow, the Sun Moon demon managed to block it with ease. Jinu and the junior sister below watched in disbelief. He actually blocked it? Having named his weapon, the demonic cultivator continued to show off. This precious blade of mine absorbed the blood essence of the living to undergo tempering. Today, it has already reached the low-rank immortal grade. As long as the people of this mortal world are not completely slaughtered, I can become even stronger. However, contrary to the expectations of the Sun Moon Ghost Gates demon, after listening to his nonsensical rambling, Xiao Xian merely gave a scornful smile. Then, Xiao Xian infused more power into the Seven Swords formation. The Seven Swords formation manifested a colossal golden dragon of immense power. Xiao Xian and the golden dragon charged toward him. The overwhelming power left him utterly astonished. The demon's expression gradually shifted to one of anxiety. How is this possible? How can the Seven Stars Executioner Sword formation be this powerful? Xiao Xian looked at the Sun Moon demon with a serious expression and calmly thought. If it were a normal, Seven Stars Executioner Sword formation, it would indeed be difficult to achieve such an overwhelming victory. But a sword formation channeled through the innate sword body is different. Not only can it enhance the power of the swords themselves, but it can also infinitely amplify certain characteristics and attributes of the swords. My senior sister's azure purple twin swords have undergone purification by the Hong Ming violet chi, which has a suppressing effect on the evil chi of the demonic blade. Xiao Xian landed on the ground. Glancing towards Xingyue and Old Wei, he thought, however, on my side, I didn't expect that the dragon-slaying blade just now, after acting as a catalyst for the sword energy, would actually generate such powerful dragon chi. Dealing with that evil chi was truly as easy as turning over my hand. Looking at Xingyue, who was smiling amicably, Xiao Xian felt a pang of suspicion. It seems this person is no ordinary individual. Xiao Xian continued to use his power and the Seven Swords formation to chase down the demon. The Sun Moon Ghost Gate demon was in a total panic, stammering as he ran. And my master is an elder of the Sun Moon Divine Sect of the Longyan Empire. Saying this, he raised his hands to shield himself and threatened. If you kill me, my master will definitely not let you off. So what? After hearing the demon's threats just now, Xiao Xian's expression became incredibly cheerful as he laughed and asked back. Xiao Xian raised his hand to activate a magical artifact and charged forward with even greater speed. Xiao Xian delivered a slash like a soaring dragon, cutting through the Sun Moon Ghost Gate demon, causing him to scream in agony. Yeah! Suddenly, from behind a rock, an old man with a face full of panic accidentally let out a cry. Hearing the noise, Xiao Xian was startled and turned his head to look, focusing on the rock right behind him. Behind the rock was the old man Wang Feng, Wang Chongfeng's younger brother. His expression was one of utter terror, his hands clutching his head as he whimpered. Xiao Xian actually killed the evil spirit old demon. He thought back. The Sun Moon Divine Sect. That is a sect with a distraction stage cultivator presiding over it. In the Longyan Empire, they can be considered a regional overlord. Even if all the sects of the Great Qin dynasty combined their strength, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single finger of theirs. Hiding behind the large rock, he trembled and said, "It's over, it's over. Xiao Xian is dead for sure now. The Hong Ming sect is dead for sure. And I'm dead for sure too." Suddenly, Xiao Xian approached him from behind and said, "Is that so?" Xiao Xian drew his precious sword from behind his back. His expression was incredibly terrifying as he spoke. "The future of myself and the Hong Ming sect is not for you to judge." Many people, hearing Xiao Xian's voice and seeing his terrifying expression, Wang Feng was even more panicked and startled, crying out, "Xiao Xian!" Xiao Xian continued, "Today, you will die, without a doubt." Hearing this, his face was filled with horror. "Ah!" A shrill scream echoed throughout the arena. Finally, the traitorous master fell beneath Xiao Xian's sword. Holding the precious sword in his hand, Xiao Xian quietly looked at his victory and said, "Consider it finished." In front of him lay a mountain of skulls. Xiao Xian continued, "The losses in this battle are not small." Xiao Xian moved towards Sect Master Zhang He. The Hongming Sect Master was receiving energy transfer for recovery. Seeing this, Xiao Xian asked, "Sect Master, how is the situation?" Muhan, standing behind, placed her hands on Zhang He's back. Transmitting energy, she said, "The injury has reached his heart meridian. His life can be preserved, but he will need years of recuperation in the future. I fear." Zhu Xian's disciple thought anxiously. Will the sect master be unable to look after everyone in the sect anymore? Zhu Xian heard this and replied calmly. Given the situation today, the Hongming sect cannot be a dragon without a head. We must quickly select an acting sect master. As soon as the words fell, two people from Xingyue's side approached and interjected. "I nominate Elder Xiao." These words caught Zhu Xian's attention, and she turned her eyes to look. Zhu Xian slowly turned around and asked, "May I ask who this fellow Taoist is?" Xingyue bowed politely and returned the greeting in a friendly manner, saying, "I am Xingyue. Greetings to everyone from the Hongming sect." Xingyue gestured towards Old Jiu to introduce him. "This is my guard, Wei Jiu, Old Wei." Hearing the name, Muhan couldn't help but be surprised. Xingyue, isn't that? Before, Jinu was also surprised and said, "What?" In front of the two of them, Xiao Xian bowed his head respectfully in greeting. "Greetings, Your Highness, the third princess." Hearing Xiao Xian's words, Zhu Xian's two disciples were extremely surprised. "The third princess?" Xingyue approached Xiao Xian and said happily, "Elder Xiao, it seems you already knew my identity." Xiao Xian replied calmly, "I merely made a guess based on the dragon chi on your blade." Hearing that you are Xingyue confirmed your identity. Holding the precious blade, Xingyue continued, "Elder Xiao is indeed an intelligent man. Since that is the case, I will speak frankly. I have come this time to invite the Hongming sect to participate in the Myriad Dao Grand Gathering, to be held in the capital in half a year." Xiao Xian's and Zhu Xian's four disciples were greatly surprised upon hearing this. The Myriad Dao Grand Gathering. Images of formidable experts flashed through their minds. The Myriad Dao Grand Gathering is hosted by the imperial family of the Great Qin dynasty. The gathering summons the strongest forces within the borders to compete, to select the strongest sect. Xingyue crossed her arms and explained in detail. Her gaze became more serious as she said, "This time is different from previous ones. Participants are not limited to cultivation sects of the Jianghu. They also include the aristocratic clans and great families of Great Qin. It is the largest gathering since the founding of our dynasty." Then, Xingyue turned to look at Zhu Xian with a bright expression and continued, "If the Hongming sect agrees to participate in the Myriad Dao Grand Gathering, and Elder Xiao is willing to lead the team there, I will offer an untapped spirit stone vein, as well as sufficient magical artifacts and cultivation resources." Xingyue extended her hand forward. Her eyes gradually revealed a hint of ambition as she continued. "According to the rules of this gathering, the winner can obtain the title of National Sect and serve as Majesty. Furthermore, the resources of the entire Great Qin dynasty will be directed there. If the Hongming sect can win, all of these things will belong to you." National Sect. Everyone was a bit surprised by this title mentioned by Xingyue. Xiao Xian raised his hand to stroke his chin in thought. Even the aristocratic clans are participating? By the way, when I found out that the city lord of Luoyun City was an elder of the Luoyun Sect, I felt it was strange. Xiao Xian continued. Secular officials actually having such deep connections with cultivation forces. Seeing that Xiao Xian had grasped her true intention, Ying Xingyue replied happily. It seems Elder Xiao has understood the key point of this gathering. Please speak your mind. Do not hesitate. Xiao Xian raised his hands respectfully and replied, This is just my humble opinion. His Majesty organizing this event. Is it to strike a blow against the aristocratic clans? Hearing Xiao Xian's question, everyone around couldn't help but be surprised, realizing that this question carried significant weight. Xiao Xian continued. When the Great Qin dynasty was established, it relied on the support and protection of these aristocratic clans to barely maintain its rule. Now, hundreds of thousands of years have passed, making this pattern a customary practice. Images of the great clans appeared. The imperial court's handling and decision-making regarding many important matters depend on the support of these aristocratic clans. Next was an image of Ying Xingyue sitting on the throne. Her expression was full of worry. Nowadays, the power and greed of the aristocratic clans have made the imperial family feel threatened, haven't they? Xiao Xian gave a dry laugh and continued. Establishing a national sect this time, one that is directly subordinate to the emperor, is precisely to divide the resources of the clans and weaken their power to rule. After hearing these words, Ying Xingyue's gaze softened slightly. She said, Elder Xiao is truly a political talent. Ying Xingyue bowed respectfully and spoke with great sincerity. Having just witnessed Elder Xiao single-handedly kill two great nascent soul experts, Xingyue admires you greatly. I still hope Elder Xiao can step forward and participate in this myriad Dao grand gathering. Ji Nu, standing behind and seeing Ying Xingyue's demeanor, couldn't help but think in surprise. The third princess of Great Qin is actually being so respectful to Master. Xiao Xian said cheerfully, Princess, by speaking so frankly, aren't you afraid that some sect might secretly bridge the gap with the clans and leak the news? Ying Xingyue replied brightly, What secret is this considered to be? After I discussed this matter with Imperial Father agreed and has already sent people to spread the word. The great clans likely have already heard about this, but they have not stopped it. In front of Xiao Xian, Ying Xingyue continued cheerfully. Perhaps they also want to use this opportunity to completely suppress the royal family, to elevate the prestige of the great aristocratic families even further. Hearing this, Xiao Xian smirked, feeling a mix of admiration and amusement. What a brilliant move. The third princess of the Great Qin is quite the talent, capable of handling great matters. With that thought, Xiao Xian replied seriously, If you want me to lead the team for the All Saints Assembly, this compensation is still not enough. Hearing this, Wei Jiu couldn't help but frown and say, Kid, your greed knows no bounds. As soon as he spoke, Ying Xingyue quickly turned to stop him. Elder Wei, leave this to me. She turned back to Xiao Xian with a compromising tone. Elder Xiao, what are your requirements? Please don't hesitate to say them. Hearing this, Xiao Xian said, My requirement? You must take me as your master. Hearing this, Ying Xingyue couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Take you as my master? In front of Xiao Xian, a system panel with Ying Xingyue's basic information appeared. Name, Ying Xingyue. Identity, third princess of the Great Qin Empire. Loyalty, 100. Foundation, SS, innate talent. Overlord Supreme physique, not activated. Activation condition, ascend to the throne. Absorb the national fate Dragon Chi. Looking at the information panel, Xiao Xian calculated in his mind. Overlord Supreme physique. I think I've read about it in ancient texts. A successful practitioner can channel the world's fortune into their own body. Not only will you reap great rewards for little effort, but you'll also have the innate protection of Dragon Chi. It can even allow cultivation techniques to unleash special effects. Wei Jiu's temper flared upon hearing this. He was furious. He gathered his energy and lunged forward to teach Xiao Xian a lesson, saying, Don't you dare go too far, wait. Before Wei Jiu could take another step, Ying Xingyue stopped him. Ying Xingyue clasped her hands, bowed with utmost sincerity, and looked at Xiao Xian. May this junior ask one more question? Senior, why do you wish to take me as your disciple? Hearing this, Xiaoxian answered without a moment's hesitation. Naturally, it's because I can see your extraordinary foundation and innate wisdom. I am taken with the talent that lies within you. Taken with my talent? Hearing Xiaoxian's words, Yue couldn't help but exclaim in utter surprise. She remembered herself as a child, a little girl sitting quietly and studying. Yue thought, since I was a child, although compared to my brothers and sisters, I was the most knowledgeable in martial arts, calligraphy, and etiquette, and the best in strategy. When it came to cultivation, I was always inferior to them, and because of that, I was never valued by my father, the emperor. Then, images of her father happily with her younger siblings, never paying any attention to the little Yue, until Yue set aside all worldly matters and dedicated herself to cultivation. Now, Yue's face was still filled with surprise, her eyes wide with emotion as she said, "This is the first time anyone has ever said they see talent in me." Seeing her hesitation, Xiaoxian said, "Is the third princess still hesitant about something? Would you like to hear about the benefits of our seventh peak?" Then, Xiaoxian snapped his fingers and called Little Zhe, "Introduce the third princess to the benefits of our seventh peak." Hearing her master call, Jinu happily and eagerly raised her hand. "Disciple is here." Jinu quickly set up a chart and explained clearly, "Join our seventh peak, and not only will you receive personalized one-on-one cultivation guidance." Then, Jinu quickly ran over to her junior sister, Muhan, and introduced her. "You'll also have a Grandmaster Alchemist, our junior sister, providing you with pills anytime you need them. The pill shops under her name bring in a massive amount of gold every day. Our funding is very abundant." Junior sister Muhan, helpless against her senior sister's hyperactivity, cried out, Please." Then, Jinu ran to Xiaoxian's side and said, "And the most important point is, you get the privilege of our master's personal power transmission and empowerment. No matter what your natural aptitude is, join the seventh peak, and I guarantee your future will be boundless." Hearing his disciples' over-the-top praise, Xiaoxian happily fanned himself and added, "Indeed." After hearing the whole enticing introduction, Yue said with some concern, "No matter what my natural aptitude is that really possible?" Jinu replied cheerfully, "Of course." Next, Jinu stood straight with her hands on her hips and continued proudly, "Before I joined the seventh peak, I was just a servant there. Everyone said I had no talent for cultivation. But now, less than half a year after joining the seventh peak, I'm already at the second level of foundation establishment." From behind, a few people added, "It's true. We never even heard of this Lin Ji before. Seeing you compete today, you truly outshone every other genius in the sect." The person beside him agreed. "I used to look down on her, but now, wow, seeing this changes everything." Yue couldn't help but wonder, was she really just a servant of the seventh peak before this? Then, Yue's expression shifted back to one of serious curiosity. She clasped her hands behind her back and looked at Xiaoxian. "May I ask, Elder Xiao, this young lady was merely a servant of the seventh peak before. When you took her in as your disciple, what exactly did you see in her?" Jinu looked at Xiaoxian with a hint of disappointment, thinking to herself, back then, all of Master's disciples had scattered and left him. I was the only one who stayed by his side. Master probably had no other choice. However, I'm certain Master wouldn't say it like that. He'll probably say something like, "He saw something in my character." Xiaoxian then stepped up behind Jinu. He placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, giving her a slight start. Xiaoxian looked at Yue with a cheerful smile and replied, "Her talent, of course. If you don't look for talent when taking a disciple, what else is there to look for? Is there anyone sitting here today who failed to recognize my disciple's genius in the way of the sword?" These words, spoken with such absolute sincerity, left Jinu completely stunned. Xiaoxian turned his gaze directly toward Yue. He smiled and continued, "Third princess, I told you I saw your talent. I have full confidence that you will become a leader in the future." Yue was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Finally, she closed her eyes and gave a soft laugh. "If that's the case, Master, please accept my humble bow." Yue knelt and bowed deeply. formally acknowledging Xiao Xian as her master. Seeing this, Wei Jiu said with a look of distress, "Princess." Xiao Xian leaned down, helping Xingyue up, and said, "Good disciple. Now stand up." The system interface appeared before Xiao Xian. "Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting a disciple. Reward multiplier, 10x. You have obtained the Yin-Yang 5 Elements Body Refining Art. Earth grade, peak quality, along with an acquired artifact spirit." An acquired spirit? Xiao Xian watched in amazement as a surge of power swirled around him and slowly merged into his body. Suddenly, two small soft finger-wrap swords appeared in Xiao Xian's hands. Xiao Xian thought to himself, "It's bound to the soft finger-wrap swords? Right now, one of the swords feels as if it's perfectly in sync with my very soul. They say if a spiritual tool is refined for 1,000 years, it has a chance to birth a sword spirit that can attack and cultivate on its own. I never imagined the system could just install one for me directly. This is just too overpowered." Wei Jiu cried out in shock. "This. Princess, have you lost your mind? How could you take a man like him as your master?" Before he could finish, Ing Xingyue smiled and replied calmly, "Elder Wei, I have thought this through carefully. You don't need to say another word." Hearing this, Elder Wei bowed his head in disappointment. "Sigh. I have no idea how I'm going to explain this to His Majesty when we return." Ing Xingyue happily raised her hand to make an announcement. "Let's get back to the matter at hand. As of now, in my capacity as a disciple of the Hong Ming Sect, I sincerely nominate Elder Xiao as the acting sect leader." Standing nearby, Chu Xian crossed his arms in agreement. "I also believe Elder Xiao is the most suitable candidate." Ing Xingyue nodded and added, "The Great Qin Imperial family will also support Elder Xiao." As soon as the words left her mouth, the sect leader of Hong Ming, Zhang He, spoke up in a raspy voice. "If that's how it is, then Elder Xiao, the Hong Ming sect is counting on you." Cough, cough. Zhang He spoke through a fit of coughing. His vital energy was still incredibly weak. Muhan, sitting beside him, supported him. "Sect leader." Hearing this, Chu Xian reached out toward Xiao Xian and said, "To meet everyone's expectations, you should." Before he could finish, Xiao Xian cut him off. Seemingly anticipating Chu Xian's intention, he raised his hand with a smile. "Sorry, but I have to object." Zhang He's voice piped up. "What?" He struggled to sit up as he spoke. "My health is failing. It's time for the Hong Ming sect to be handed over to you youngsters. Don't just pick an acting sect leader. You should choose a new permanent sect leader instead." Xiao Xian's expression shifted to one of absolute seriousness. "I prefer a life of freedom, wandering like a wild crane. I cause trouble from time to time, and I tend to make enemies. Now that I've taken the third princess as my disciple, my status has become even more complicated. Whether it's acting sect leader or the permanent position, neither role suits me. Therefore," Xiao Xian spoke while reaching out to rest his hand on Chu Xian's waist, "I nominate Goddess Chu Xian as our new sect leader." Chu Xian couldn't hide her shock upon hearing his words. Even Chu Xian's two disciples gasped in surprise. "Wait, Master is going to lead the sect?" Elder Qi stepped forward, nodding in agreement. "I've heard everything you all have been saying, and I agree. I support Elder Zhao's suggestion." He continued with a grave expression. "The Master of the Great Qin's third princess holds a status that invites too much controversy. It's simply not suitable. I agree." Turning toward Chu Xian, he said, "Junior sister, Chu Xian, when you were 12, you accidentally stumbled into the stone chamber. You read the heavenly book of primordial chaos and gained a glimpse into the future. Perhaps this was all ordained by fate. According to the ancestral teachings, only the sect leader is permitted to view the heavenly book." Both Chu Xian and Xiao Xian looked puzzled. "The heavenly book of primordial chaos?" Chu Xian replied calmly. "Elder Qi's words have reminded me. The records within the heavenly book contain the future of the primordial chaos sect. Since everyone is hesitating today over who should truly succeed senior brother Zhang, why don't we let the heavenly book of primordial chaos decide?" Chu Xian turned to Xiao Xian. "Junior brother, please come with me." As they started to leave, Ing Xingyue hurried over to Xiao Xian. "Master." Ing Xingyue bowed respectfully. "Master, Elder Wei and I need to pay our respects to a few other immortal sects. We would like to take our leave for now." Hearing this, Xiao Xian stopped her. "Wait, You've only just joined my tutelage. I haven't even prepared a proper initiation gift for you yet. Take this soft willow sword. Keep it with you for self-defense." With a wave of his hand, Xiao Xian summoned the blade and offered it to Ying Xingyue. The soft willow sword? Ying Xingyue took the precious blade, looking slightly surprised. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Xian added, "This sword possesses its own spirit. You don't need to master sword techniques to use it. It can fight on its own." Ying Xingyue gasped. Just how powerful is this little sword? Xiao Xian turned to walk away, waving his hand dismissively. "It's not that powerful." As they watched Xiao Xian's retreating back, Wei Jiu stepped up behind Ying Xingyue. He looked a bit annoyed as he spoke. "Princess, you have me to protect you. Why would you need a little toy like this from him?" Xiao Xian's voice drifted back to them. "It's enough to kill someone at the nascent soul stage in the blink of an eye." Elder Wei froze, his face shifting from confusion to absolute terror. He was, after all, currently at the peak nascent soul stage himself. Elder Wei stammered, "Kill a nascent soul expert in an instant?" Ying Xingyue couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Huh." Eventually, Chu Xian and Xiao Xian arrived at a hidden mountain cave. The area was breathtaking, filled with lush, poetic scenery. Crane soared through the clear blue sky as a gentle breeze drifted through the air. The entire landscape felt like a divine paradise. The two of them stopped before the cave entrance, staring at the massive, imposing stone doors. Xiao Xian turned to Chu Xian. "Senior sister, you brought me all the way here, just to see that heavenly book? What exactly is that thing?" Chu Xian didn't answer immediately. Instead, she channeled her energy into the cave doors. Then she spoke. "Junior brother, a month ago, you were on the verge of death. Your foundation had collapsed, yet you somehow made a miraculous breakthrough. Not only did you reclaim your golden core, but you also took in 2 disciples with extraordinary talent." Chu Xian's eyes narrowed with suspicion as she looked at him. "What exactly happened to you?" Xiao Xian let out a cheerful laugh and shrugged. "What could have happened? It was just a stroke of luck. I happened to come across an infinite golden pill. I used it to survive, and it just happened to help me break through back to the golden core stage." As he spoke, Xiao Xian felt a flicker of unease. "Is she testing me?" His expression became serious as he thought to himself, "Does she suspect that I've been possessed?" Chu Xian saw the tension in his face and whispered, "Is that so?" Finally, the massive cave doors groaned open. Inside was a vast chamber, and at its center sat the heavenly book of primordial chaos. It glowed intensely, enveloped by a massive aura of power. Peering inside, they saw a glowing green jade tablet floating in the light. Xiao Xian gasped. "This is..." Chu Xian replied softly. "This is the heavenly book of primordial chaos." She reached her hand toward the artifact and continued. "This treasure was passed down by the first sect leader of our primordial chaos sect. Only a successor to the leadership can awaken it. Once it's active, it can predict the future. The fate of the Hong Ming sect 100 years from now." Seeing this, Xiao Xian reached out his hand and said, "To think such a rare thing actually exists," Zhou Xian replied. "You just need to infuse it with spiritual energy. The Hong Ming heavenly book will then make its own judgment." Xiao Xian channeled his spiritual energy into the Hong Ming heavenly book. Zhou Xian continued, "If you are worthy of leading the Hong Ming sect, the Hong Ming heavenly book will respond to you." As expected, the book reacted and flew toward Xiao Xian's hand. Seeing this, Zhou Xian smiled happily and said, "I knew it. You are the one who should take charge of the Hong Ming sect." But as soon as the words left her mouth, the book suddenly dropped, making Zhou Xian cry out in surprise. Xiao Xian looked at Zhou Xian calmly, smiling as he spoke. "See, sister, I told you this kind of life doesn't suit me. Even Hong Ming heavenly book understands me." Zhou Xian listened, speechless. She could only remain silent. Immediately after, she reached for the book with a serious expression, thinking, "But based on what I saw before, if one truly lacks the qualifications to lead the Hong Ming sect, the Hong Ming heavenly book shouldn't move at all. Could it be that the book also takes one's own personal will into account?" While she was lost in thought, the Hong Ming heavenly book reacted. It began to emit a brilliant golden light. Both Xiao Xian and Zhou Xian fixed their eyes on the glowing medallion of the book as it rose into the air. Zhou Xian's heart skipped a beat. Looking up, she thought, "Is the Hong Ming heavenly book choosing me to be the sect leader?" I only want to get a glimpse of the sect's future. As the thought crossed her mind, the book descended toward her hand. Xiao Xian, with a look of pure joy, clasped his hands and offered his congratulations. Congratulations, senior sister. You have been chosen by the Hong Ming heavenly book. Zhou Xian looked tense. Deep in thought, she pondered. Back when I was a child, the book only revealed a fragment of the future. It didn't directly break through the barrier like this. What should I do now? Now that I have the Hong Ming heavenly book, I'll be forced to become the sect leader. The medallion slowly dropped into her hand with a soft whoosh. She stared at the book in her hand, her eyes filled with contemplation. Calculating her next move, she said, "Fine then. Since it's come to this, let's first see what the Hong Ming heavenly book has recorded." With a wave of her hand, she created a burst of energy that shot straight up. Lines of text then manifested like a massive, open book. The Hong Ming heavenly book's prophecy predicts that when the Hong Ming sect attains the status of national religion of the Great Qin dynasty, that will be the day of the sect's true ascension. At that time, all providence will lead to both calamity and glory for the sect. Both Xiao Xian and Zhou Xian watched it intently. Xiao Xian stroked his chin, pondering the revelation. It even predicted the matter of the national religion. It seems this Hong Ming heavenly book really is something else. The characters began to blur and fade. Zhou Xian noticed and exclaimed, "Ah, the text is changing." The inscriptions began to shift, revealing Xiao Xian, Great Qin, year 1160. Join the second peak of our Hong Ming sect. This individual possesses extraordinary talent. The most gifted seen to this day. Xiao Xian and Zhou Xian remained standing there, staring fixedly at the changing script. The text continued to appear. Reached the foundation establishment stage before the age of 19. Became an elder of the seven peaks. At age 20, progress halted. Unable to advance even a single inch. At age 25, was surrounded and heavily wounded by 3 people from Chu province. Followed by destruction and rebirth. Xiao Xian's eyes sharpened. A thought flashed through his mind. This truly is a clear record of the first half of my life. But after the entry for destruction and rebirth, there's nothing left. Is it because I awakened the system? He thought of sect leader Zhang He and continued musing. This is truly a vast world where anything is possible. The acting sect leader has been so kind to me. This Hong Ming sect, it seems that on the surface, things aren't as simple as they appear. Zhou Xian looked at Xiao Xian with concern while he was still lost in his thoughts. The Hong Ming heavenly book didn't accept him as master. Yet it wrote out his destiny so clearly. That could only mean Zhou Xian's eyes widened. She remained there, her face tight with tension. A realization struck her, and she wondered, could it be? His future destiny far exceeds that of the Hong Ming sect. Is he destined not to end his journey here? Xiao Xian looked at Zhu Xian with a puzzled expression and called out, "Senior sister, you don't actually suspect I've been possessed by someone else, do you?" Zhu Xian turned toward him, her face filled with pure shock. The two of them locked eyes for over 15 minutes. To break the heavy silence, Xiao Xian leaned in close. He whispered into Zhu Xian's ear with a mischievous smirk, "Senior sister, I still remember. There was that time you took me down the mountain to see a play. Master caught us. But you shifted all the blame onto me. I was the one who got punished. I had to kneel in the ancestral hall for days." Xiao Xian's devious, playful grin became even more pronounced. It caused Zhu Xian's entire face to flush a deep crimson. "And then there was that other time. You blew up Master's alchemy furnace and ran to my room to hide. I was bathing right then. You saw me completely naked, and there are plenty of other stories." Zhu Xian's face was burning with embarrassment. She began to shrink back, avoiding his gaze. She waved her hands frantically to dismiss the topic. All right. I know it's really you now. Stop talking about that." Xiao Xian, seeing he had the upper hand, pressed further. "Actually, I knew you were just teasing me earlier, senior sister. I just wanted to have a little fun with you too. Nothing more to it." Zhu Xian switched back to her serious mode, her expression darkening. She brought her hand to her mouth and coughed twice. "Ahem. Listen, junior brother, you probably don't know this yet. The Hong Ming sect's destiny has been unleashed. The Hong Ming purple qi will be distributed based on one's status within the sect. The Hong Ming celestial book wants me to be the sect leader. So, you'll be the vice sect leader. You have to help me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian's expression shifted. Anxious and worried, he said, "Senior sister." He then thought to himself, "Senior sister is always looking out for me in everything. I really should do something in return." After a moment, he looked at his sister, who was channeling energy into a pair of Pisces jade pendants. He asked, by the way, "Do you happen to have a pair of yin-yang Pisces jade pendants?" Zhu Xian heard his request. Fingering the pendants, she replied, "Yes, I do. I practice the twin sword unity technique. It requires the energy of the yin-yang 5 elements as a catalyst. These yin-yang Pisces jade pendants are the tools I use to assist my cultivation." She looked up at Xiao Xian and continued, "However, when I found them, they were incomplete. Their effects are mediocre at best." Xiao Xian took the opportunity to make an offer. "Could you let me use them for a while? I have a way. I guarantee I can return a perfect, complete set to you later." Zhu Xian didn't hesitate for a single second. She agreed immediately. "You're the vice sect leader of the Hong Ming sect now. You have the right to learn this sword technique too. Here, take them." Xiao Xian happily accepted them. He thought to himself, "I can use the system to upgrade these once again." On a night with a waning moon, a notification appeared on the screen. Host has gifted the twin sword unity technique to his disciple. Rank, lower heaven grade. 1000X, critical reward triggered. Obtained, one-time fusion skill. Expires in 1 day. More notifications followed. Host has gifted the incomplete yin-yang Pisces jade pendants to his disciple. 20x reward triggered. Obtained, complete yin-yang Pisces jade pendants. Jinu happily accepted the gift. "Thank you, master." Xiao Xian, who was sitting in meditation, saw this and commanded, "Go and practice, and remember to share it with your junior sister, Jinu." Holding the twin sword unity manual high, she replied cheerfully, "Yes, master." The system prompted again. "Obtained, one-time fusion skill, 1-day limit. I wonder what this fusion skill actually does." Xiao Xian mused. The system continued its report. Fusion method can take the host's existing skills that share similar cultivation properties and fuse them into one. After fusion, the new skill will possess all the characteristics of the original components. Level, and its power will be significantly enhanced. Xiao Xian remained seated. He stared intently at the system interface and said, "Interesting. Let's give it a try." He reached out and tapped the screen. A crisp ding echoed. Host, utilizing skills for fusion. The system interface flickers to life again, detecting that the host has practiced a total of 57 sword techniques, including 32 at the mortal grade, 20 at the earthly grade, 3 at the heaven grade, and 1 at the divine grade. Additionally, there's 1 earthly grade, soul skill, soul perception power, 9 stages. Commencing fusion. Xiao Xian finishes reading the prompt. At that moment, he thinks back to the time when he was teaching Ji new sword techniques, pondering. Soul perception, 9th stage? It seems I gained this from guiding little Ji Nu's cultivation. Back when we were in Luoyan City, data streams continue to manifest. Skills fuse successfully. Transfer in progress. Tense, Xiao Xian sits down and begins to circulate his qi. The fused skills start surging into his body. A massive influx of techniques floods his system all at once. The sheer force causes Xiao Xian immense pain. Eyes wide, he lets out a guttural scream. Ag. Arg. Several days later, at the 7th peak, the thunder and lightning grow more intense. Violent winds howl, swirling around the sky above the 7th peak. Witnessing this spectacle, someone speaks up. The storm clouds over the 7th peak have lasted for nearly half a month now, haven't they? I heard Elder Zhao's secluded meditation caused quite a stir. That's right. Word is Elder Xiao has been in seclusion for a full month. A man with a blade of grass in his mouth rests his hands behind his head, looking at the sky. Before going into seclusion, he could already kill a nascent soul expert in a heartbeat. This time, the commotion is absolutely massive. There's no telling just how powerful he'll be once he emerges. The woman walking beside him turns back, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Under Elder Zhao's leadership, we will surely soar to new heights in this upcoming Grand Myriad Dao Assembly. I really can't wait. A man with a white headband nearby joins the conversation. He leans in close to his 2 fellow disciples and whispers, Hey, I heard the current sect leader and Elder Xiao are childhood sweethearts. Last time, they even joined forces to wipe out the Sun Moon Ghost Sect. They seem like the perfect couple, don't they? I wonder if there's something going on between them. Hith. The three Hong Ming sect members continue their gossip as they walk, unaware that someone has been tailing them for a while. That person is Lu Mir, disciple of Zhou Xian, and the newly promoted second elder, with a cold, sharp expression and striking red robes. Lu Mir exudes an air of profound mystery, refusing to let the rumors spiral out of control. Lu Mir lunges forward, barking at the three in front of them. Her face looks like she's ready to tear them apart. You little brats. Is trash talking all you're good for all day long? If you worked even half as hard as the sect leader, you would have shown some actual talent by now. Now get your asses back to the sect and train. The Hong Ming disciples jump in terror, their faces turning pale as they shriek, his second elder. Watching Lu Mir scold the disciples. A man in the distance chuckles. Who's that fiery woman? The person next to him replies. You don't know yet? That's the new elder of the second peak. Recalling the last time he saw Lu Mir berating someone in a tavern, the man continues. Wasn't the former second elder promoted to sect leader? Inside the tavern. Upon hearing the news, Lu Mir had furiously slammed a drinking man down, exclaiming, What did you say? The Sun Moon Ghost Sect attacked the Hong Ming Sect? Back to the present. The man continues his story. I heard that after she broke through to the Foundation establishment stage, she went out to travel. But when she heard the sect was in danger, she rushed back immediately. Who would have thought that by the time she returned, she was already at the first level of the Golden Core stage? Comparing the images of Xiao Xian and Lu Mir, the man couldn't help but sigh in admiration. If it weren't for Elder Zhao's meteoric rise, she would have been a number one genius of the Hong Ming sect today. The two men are so engrossed in their chat that they don't notice Lu Mir appearing right beside them. Lu Mir's face is now contorted with rage. She thrusts her sword in front of the two men and snaps. I'm talking to you too. How many years have you been cultivating exactly? Your cultivation hasn't improved a damn bit. Now get lost and go train, or I'll skin you both alive. The two gossiping disciples scramble in panic, yelling, Yes, ma'am. Understood, second elder. They run for their lives as fast as they can, screaming, How terrifying. Lu Mir stands behind them, her expression cold as she mutters. These brats, nothing but gossip all day. Lu Mir then thinks of her master and muses. Even though my master and that Xiao Xian guy are childhood sweethearts, there's no way that guy can cultivate faster than her. Zhou Xian is seen as a beauty that could topple nations, while in Lu Mir's eyes, Xiao Xian is nothing more than a pervert who will always be inferior to her master. Lu Mir says, How could master ever care about someone who's trained for over a decade without making a single bit of progress? Just as the words left her mouth, a figure appeared from behind. Zhou Xian approached and called out, Mer. You've only just returned to the sect, yet here you are bullying your fellow disciples already? You've even taken my place as an elder. You're all grown up now. Zhou Xian spoke softly. Her eyes were filled with immense joy at being reunited with her disciple as she continued. And yet, why is it that you still can't control that fiery temper of yours? Mom, master. Mayer happily ran over and clung to Zhou Xian's arm, chirping, Master, I was only doing it to protect your reputation. These disciples don't focus on their training. All they do is gossip behind your back about you and Elder Xiao Xian. Zhou Xian looked puzzled and asked, They're gossiping about me and my junior brother? About what? Lu Mayer didn't hesitate for a second. Well, they're saying you two were childhood sweethearts, and that you're a match made in heaven. As soon as the words were out, Zhou Xian's face flushed a deep crimson. She was caught completely off guard, her heart fluttering with embarrassment. Seeing this, Mayer blinked and asked, Master, why is your face turning so red? Zhou Xian abruptly turned away, leaving Mayer standing there like a statue. She clutched her head and wailed, Master, don't tell me you actually like that Xiao Xian guy. Zhou Xian composed herself and snapped, Nonsense. Stop talking such rubbish. But before they could settle down, a sound erupted from a distance. A massive thunderclap tore through the sky, splitting the clouds and bathing the world in light, jolting everyone to attention. Even more shocking was that the power from that lightning strike originated directly from the seventh peak. Several Hong Ming Sect disciples looked up in awe, shouting, "What on earth is that?" A disciple nearby replied, "Looking at this scene, it looks exactly like the descriptions of a heavenly tribulation from the ancient records. At the summit of the seventh peak." Muhan gasped, "This pressure? Is it really a heavenly tribulation?" Xiaoji replied, "Doesn't a heavenly tribulation only descend when someone breaks through a major realm or when a legendary treasure is born? Could it be that Master is about to break through to the nascent soul stage?" Xiaoji's expression shifted. She was stunned as she realized the possibility. The might of the tribulation was truly overwhelming. It looked like a gateway connecting the heavens and the earth. "I've been at the Hong Ming Sect for years, and I've never seen a breakthrough trigger a lightning tribulation this powerful," Muhan said. "Senior sister, should we find some cover?" Without taking her eyes off the lightning, Xiaoji replied, "Don't panic. Master must have a way to handle this." Down below, they saw the silhouette of Xiao Xian. Xiaoji cried out, "Master, you've finished your secluded meditation." Looking at the power swirling around Xiao Xian and his confident, beaming face, Xiao Xian thought to himself, the skill fusion was a massive success. To think it would even draw out a lightning tribulation. Just then, a system notification popped up. Skill fusion successful. A new heaven grade, top tier, skill has been created. The technique currently has no name. Please provide a name, host. Xiao Xian shot into the sky like a bolt of lightning, shouting, "A heaven grade top tier technique? It looks like I've hit the jackpot this time." Xiao Xian raised his hand high and declared, "In that case, this technique shall be known as Sword Come." Standing tall in the air, Xiao Xian laughed loudly and threw his hand up. "Haha, Sword Come." Suddenly, below him, every single sword belonging to the Sect's disciples was pulled into the air, flying straight toward Xiao Xian. The disciples shouted in shock, "Huh? My sword? What's happening? Why can't I control my blade?" Elsewhere, Mayer's sword began to rattle violently. She looked at her weapon in a panic. "What? Even my sword wants to fly to him?" It was the same for Zhou Xian. She looked at her twin blades in disbelief. "These violet azure twin swords have been tempered by my side for over 10 years. They're like an extension of my own body. Last time, they moved because I willed it. But why are they doing this now?" All the precious swords, without exception, soared toward Xiao Xian. After Zhou Xian's twin blades flew toward the protagonist, Lu Mayer's face twisted in rage. She refused to let go, screaming at the top of her lungs, "You stole my master from me, and now you want to steal my sword too? In your dreams." But the gravitational pull from Xiao Xian's power was too immense. Lu Mayer's sword continued to drift away. It was forcefully ripped from her hands. Lu Mayer could only scream in despair, "My sword, is this really happening?" Zhou Xian looked up, watching her own blades fly away in utter shock. Beside her, Lu Mayer looked devastated as her sword vanished into the sky. 10,000 swords answered the call. Every single blade, from every corner of the Hong Ming Sect, turned into streaks of golden light. They glowed brilliantly as they swarmed toward Xiao Xian. The swords merged into a river of pure power, slowly being absorbed by Xiao Xian. They weaved through the mountain passes along with bolts of lightning, soaring toward Xiao Xian. Once the 10,000 swords have gathered, Xiao Xian suddenly lunges forward, moving faster than a flash of lightning. As he charges ahead, Xiao Xian shouts with an excited look on his face, "Talk about perfect timing. Let's see just how much power this heaven-grade high-tier cultivation technique really has." Xiao Xian commands all the swords to form a massive arrow, shooting straight into the sky. A moment later, they transform into giant blades, bursting forth from the dark, lightning-charged clouds. The swords pierce the heavens, effortlessly tearing through the vast expanse of space. They shred the clouds above, leaving a massive, gaping hole in the sky. Below, the disciples of the Hong Ming Sect are all struck with awe. Their eyes go wide, stunned by this once-in-a-millennium spectacle. One disciple cries out, "The thunderclouds! The thunderclouds have been blown apart. Elder Xiao hasn't even broken through to the nascent soul stage yet. How can he summon a heavenly tribulation with such terrifying power? Could he have actually created a heaven-grade technique?" Meanwhile, an older disciple clenches his fist and says joyfully, Our sect master and elder are both so incredibly strong, with such geniuses leading us. The future of our Hong Ming sect is surely limitless. Over here, Zhou Xian watches Xiao Xian calmly and says, a heaven-grade technique. She thinks to herself, this man is truly a natural-born talent. Standing behind her, Lu Meyer is also completely stunned by Xiao Xian's display of power. Xiao Xian finally touches down on the ground. The aura within him is still surging, causing the dust and sand to swirl violently around him. Standing in the middle of the clearing, looking at the power coursing through his hands, Xiao Xian's expression is one of pure satisfaction as he thinks. High-tier heaven grade. It really is over-the-top powerful. With this sword technique, even if I cross paths with a spirit-severing cultivator, I'm confident I can hold my own. Approaching from a distance, Qiuji and Muhan run towards Xiao Xian. Qiuji says happily, Master, you're so amazing. Muhan looks at Xiao Xian with a gentle smile and says, congratulations on your new breakthrough, Master. Seeing his two disciples arrive, Xiao Xian rests a hand on Jinu's shoulder and says, let's go. Looking ahead, with a face full of absolute confidence, Xiao Xian says, it's time to get ready and head out for the Grand Myriad Dao Assembly. The scene shifts to the Great Qin Imperial Palace. As the sun begins to rise, its light shines over the Qin Palace, making it look incredibly majestic and noble. Inside the royal study, the emperor, having heard the report from Wei Jiao, stops his brush and asks calmly, you're telling me, an elder of the Hong Ming sect, with only the power of an 8th-stage golden core, killed an entire group of peak golden core ghost generals? He also wiped out that old demon Sha Sheng without losing a single hair on his head? Wei Jiao replies with absolute certainty. This servant would never dare lie to the Emperor of Qin. The Emperor falls silent for a moment after hearing Wei Jiao's words, then continues. The Hong Ming sect's current strength may only be average, but it was founded at the same time as our Great Qin. It has existed for thousands of years. It seems to have a history that outsiders know nothing about. Wei Jiao cups his hands and continues his respectful report. Furthermore, during the battle with the Sun Moon Ghost sect, Xiao Xian used only a single, bizarre, and terrifying sword control technique. I don't know if he has any other trump cards hidden. This old servant wouldn't dare guess. I only fear at those words. The Emperor's face betrays a hint of instinctive worry. After a moment of silence, the Emperor sits down. He rests his chin on his hand, frowning as he weighs his thoughts, then says, how interesting that a small place like the Hong Ming sect could produce such a brilliant talent. Looking at it from this perspective, these sects out in the world aren't completely useless. With that, the Emperor stands up and walks slowly to the window, murmuring, if we can pull off Xingyu's plan, we can use the power of these sects to counter the great noble families. This is indeed an unexpected bit of good news. Very well. The Grand Myriad Dao Assembly is about to begin. Continue to stay by Xingyu's side. Wei Jiao bows his head in acknowledgement. After hesitating for a moment, Wei Jiao speaks up in a very serious tone. This old servant has one more thing to report. The Emperor turns back, slightly startled, and asks, what is it? Wei Jiao says tensely, reporting to your majesty. In order to invite Xiao Xian to represent the Hong Ming sect at this year's Grand Myriad Dao Assembly, the third princess has agreed to take Xiao Xian as her master. Upon hearing this, the Emperor slams his hand on the table in a rage, gritting his teeth. What? Wei Jiao had anticipated this reaction, and hurries to continue while bowing low. Your Majesty. Xiao Xian's strength is truly extraordinary. Even this old servant might not be a match for him. After careful consideration, the third princess felt that she could finally be of use to this plan. At that moment, she took it upon herself to decide on a master. The Emperor frowned in anger, his teeth clenched as he responded. It's all because of those great families' pressure. That my princess is forced to take some wandering mystic as a master. It's absolutely loathsome. Then, the Emperor turned toward Wei Jiao and said, fine. Tell Jinghua that for the time being, this matter must not be leaked to the outside world. We will discuss this further once the Grand Assembly of 10,000 Dao has concluded. In the future, if anything like this happens again, you must report it to me immediately. As for Wei Jiao, he simply bowed his head and replied, understood. After a moment of thought, Wei Jiao frowned and continued. I hope this won't affect His Majesty's attitude toward Xiaoxian. Otherwise, if His Majesty develops a grudge against him because of this, and intentionally avoids the Hong Ming sect, provoking the vengeance of such a killing god, then we truly won't be able to withstand the consequences. It was a warm afternoon in Duyu City, the capital of Great Qin. Standing before the city gates was a man clad in heavy armor. He looked up as if searching for someone. This man was Zhao Huangda, the city guard of Great Qin, a golden core, 8th stage. Standing before Zhao Huangda was none other than Xiaoxian's group. Lumiere looked at the beautiful scenery ahead and said excitedly, "So this is Jade Dragon's city? It certainly lives up to its reputation as the capital. It's incredibly grand." Behind her were Zhou Xian and Xiao Xian. General Zhao Huangda cupped his hands in a respectful greeting. "Honored guests of the Hong Ming sect, welcome to the capital. I'm the commander of the city guard. I have been ordered by Enshrined Wei to personally receive you all." In the distance, the crowd whispered in surprise. "Isn't that General Zhao?" General Zhao actually came out specifically to greet him. Could he be from one of the 10 great sects? Seeing the group receiving such a grand welcome, the onlookers couldn't stop buzzing with excitement. And he mentioned Enshrined Wei. Enshrined Wei? Doesn't he mean Wei Jiao, the man right beside the emperor? Shit, you dare call Lord Wei by his name? Do you have a death wish? Empty. Just who are those people on that flying ship? After finishing his greetings, Xiao Xian fanned himself and thought, "I see. General Zhao was likely arranged by Ying Jingyue to receive us. She's just using Wei Jiao's name to avoid suspicion. She truly is a ruler, so meticulous and calculating." General Zhao turned back to Xiao Xian and Zhou Xian. "Please follow me." Finally, Xiao Xian's group arrived at the royal guest chambers. General Zhao turned and said, "During the grand assembly of 10,000 Dao, you will be staying here for the time being. If you need anything, just look for Butler Huang." A moment later, a man came forward to meet them. He bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, everyone." Xiao Xian remarked, "The capital really doesn't disappoint. Even a butler has a golden core cultivation base." Standing behind him, Lumiere leaned over curiously and said, "Huh? A golden core cultivation? Isn't he just an ordinary old man?" As soon as the words left her mouth, a knuckle sandwich from Xiao Xian landed right on her head. "It's nothing," Xiao Xian said. "Go inside and sit with the kids." Hearing this, Lumiere couldn't help but snap in anger. "Damn it. What's so secret that you can't say it? Out with it." Zhou Xian, standing nearby, turned and called out, "Junior brother, regarding the upcoming grand assembly of 10,000 Dao, I've gathered some intel on the participants. Let's discuss it." Hearing Zhou Xian's call, both Xiao Xian and Lumiere turned in surprise. Lumiere immediately blurted out, "Master, I want to hear it too." Zhou Xian simply replied, "Just go play with Lin Ji and the others. If anything comes up, I'll call for you later." Next to her, Xiao Xian wore an obnoxious smirk, happily looking over at Lumiere. "Hith, hith." Finally, Zhou Xian led Xiao Xian to a nearby table. Over here, Lumiere vented her frustration on a piece of braised pork. "Damn it, Master actually trusts that big-headed pig, Xiao Xian, more than me. He didn't even take me along to have some fun." Seeing this, Qiu Ji came over to ask, "Elder Lu, have you never had pork trotters before? You're so moved you're practically crying." Lumiere, realizing Qiu Ji was talking to her, snapped, "Who asked for your opinion?" Lumiere couldn't stand the sight of her master and the man she hated sitting and talking so intimately. She grabbed Qiu Ji and Mu Han by the hands. "Forget it. You two are coming with me." Meanwhile, Zhou Xian said, "There are 3 major sects to watch out for in this grand assembly. Junior brother, take a look at this first." As she spoke, Chu Xian held out the Hong Ming command token. The token instantly began to glow, radiating a surge of power. Xiao Xian closed his eyes, slowly absorbing the energy from the token. Chu Xian continued, "The first Void Tai sect, along with the Hong Ming sect, boasts 1,000 years of history. They produced several nascent soul powerhouses. Word has it the current sect leader is just one step away from the soul transformation stage. Beneath them are thousands of golden core and foundation establishment disciples." Images of these subconscious thoughts flashed before Xiao Xian. She suggested, "Then there's the third eternal sect, the Van Fong Gate. Their sect leader is also a nascent soul cultivator. Though established relatively late, their foundations run deep. Chu Xian paused to think for a moment before speaking. It turns out we have very little intelligence on the great clans in this region. We only know the 3 leading clans of King Qin. The Lin family isn't the only one with a nascent soul expert in charge. The others remain completely unknown to us. Xiao Xian held the Hong Ming token, looking toward, wait, my bad. He looked toward Chu Xian and said, sorry for the trouble, senior sister. The scene shifts to the Qin City marketplace. Lu Meyer is strolling around with Thursday, Tri, and Muhan. Lu Meyer is devouring 2 sticks of candied hawthorns by herself. Between bites, she grumbles, this is all that Xiao Xian guy's fault. Suddenly, a girl's voice rings out from not too far away. Young masters, please, keep your hands to yourselves. If you truly wish to buy this fox demon, it will cost 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. If you aren't buying, then please stop wasting my time here. She is surrounded by 2 men, who are leering at her with hostile, unpleasant expressions. Seeing the injustice, Lu Meyer stops eating. Huh? Someone's causing trouble? She immediately steps toward the crowd and says, let's go see what's happening. On this side, one of the men bullying the girl wears a gold hairpin in his hair, a purple robe draped over his shoulders, and a jade pendant hanging from his belt. One look tells you he is both wealth and status. With a devious smirk and hands tucked behind his back, he approaches the girl and says in a sleazy tone, little lady, you need to learn how to play your cards right. His expression is utterly vile as he looks her up and down, licking his lips with a grin before continuing. If you just come home with us quietly and spend 1 pleasurable night with me, forget a few thousand low-grade stones. We'd be happy to gift you 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It turns out this man is Deng Xiao, an envoy from the Longyan Empire. The girl looks absolutely terrified. One of the envoy's thugs lunges forward, grabbing her arm. That's right, little lady. If you just listen to our young master, your father won't have to struggle with hunting anymore. What do you say? The girl cries out in fear. What do you think you're doing? Help me. One of the thugs points at himself with an arrogant smirk and says, don't waste your breath, little lady. In this great Qin of yours, no one dares interfere with the business of the Longyan Empire. Look around. Does anyone look like they're going to stop us? The surrounding townspeople realize who they are and fearfully scramble to get away. A man with his hair tied in a bun shouts as he runs. They're from the Longyan Empire. The person next to him looks back in terror and adds, quick, run, get out of here, get your filthy hands off her. A loud shout rings out, followed by a whip flying at high speed toward the envoy's group. One of the subordinates takes the full force of the blow. Blood sprays from his mouth. The scene leaves young master Deng Xiao pale with shock. A subordinate yells, young master, watch out. Sensing the situation has turned south, the young master turns to flee in a panic, shouting, who dares ruin my fun? Your grandmother. That's who. Now let that girl go right now. Standing before him is Lu Meyer, pulling back her whip with a deadly serious expression. Behind her, Thursday, Tri and Muhan step forward. Seeing the beauties in front of him, the young master instantly drops his cowardly act. He puts his hands on his hips, wipes his mouth, and puts on a manly front, chuckling greedily. Well, these 3 are rare beauties too. Tell you what, if the 3 of you are willing to come back to my manor as concubines, I'll let this little lady go. How's that sound? Gross. Hearing those disgusting words, Thursday, Tri flies into a rage, ready to teach him a lesson. But Muhan quickly stops her. Senior sister, don't be rash. He's an envoy from the Longyan Empire. We can't afford to offend them lightly. Suddenly, a voice rises from the murmuring crowd outside. An empire's envoy, even a random prince from a high empire, is equal in rank to our King Qin. No wonder they dare to act so recklessly in our Qin kingdom. Look, Muhan continues, sects, great clans, and kingdoms. They're all divided into 9 ranks. Level 1 is the absolute peak. The gap between each rank is as vast as a bottomless abyss. The Longyan Empire is a rank 5 power. It is surrounded by 7 rank 6 nations, each roughly equal in strength to our great Qin. All of them are mere vassals, subject to the whims of the Longyan Empire. Every year, they are forced to offer heavy tributes to their overlords. Muhan's expression darkened as she turned toward the envoy her voice stern. If a conflict breaks out here with an envoy from the Longyan Empire, it will cause catastrophic trouble for our sect, and perhaps for the entire Great Qin Empire. Standing behind her, Lu Minier and Jinu looked visibly disgusted, their brows furrowed in annoyance. The one holding the whip clicked their tongue in irritation. The young master envoy smirked, pointing a finger at Muhan with a sleazy grin. Not bad. You're actually quite the educated beauty. However, I've just changed my mind. I want all three of you as my slaves. Otherwise, the moment I return home, I'll tell them Great Qin treated me like trash. Heh. When that happens, I'll make sure there's a special gift waiting for all of you. The young master's face twisted into a lecherous sneer. He stared ahead, licking his lips suggestively. Before he could say another word, Ying Xingyue stepped forward, her voice calm but cold. Is that so? Tell me, envoy, in what way exactly has Great Qin's hospitality been lacking? Ying Xingyue raised her hand, her voice rising to a sharp shout. From where I stand, it seems everyone has been far too lenient with you. If they hadn't, a man who dares to bully the citizens of Great Qin in the middle of the street like this should be executed on the spot for his crimes. The young master crossed his arms and tilted his chin up arrogantly. Oh, Ying Xingyue, you've got a lot of nerve for a little princess of Great Qin. I'll remember those words. Let's see what happens when I report this to the emperor. I wonder whose head will be on the chopping block then. Grimacing, Ying Xingyue reached behind her and gripped the hilt of her sword. By saying that, does the Longyan Empire intend to declare war on Great Qin? Ying Xingyue began to close the distance between her and the young master. Are you really going to strike me, third princess? Have you thought about the consequences? The young master remained eerily calm, his voice dripping with malice. If anyone dares to lay a hand on me today, as long as I draw breath, I will make sure Great Qin suffers 1,000 times over in the days to come. He puffed out his chest and challenged her. Go ahead. Do it. Strike me down. What's the matter, princess? Lost your nerve? You. Ying Xingyue didn't hesitate. She drew her sword and prepared to lung forward. Suddenly, a sinister look flashed across the envoy's face. If I'm not happy, then Great Qin won't have a single peaceful day. If you and these three girls get down on your knees at my manor and act like dogs for a day, maybe I'll let this slide. What do you say? At that moment, Jinu finally reached her breaking point. She was like a charging bull. With a heavy sigh, she walked up to Ying Xingyue, grabbed her shoulder, and said, Princess, lend me your sword. The young master let out a triumphant laugh. Haha. Now, this woman is much more sensible and a lot more interesting. Jinu lunged forward instantly, her blade whistling through the air as she cut the young master down. The young master's face turned ghostly pale. In utter shock, he gasped, How dare you? Jinu silently sheathed the sword and spoke coldly. Killing a piece of filth like you is as easy as flicking away dust. On the other side, Ying Xingyue screamed in terror. Miss Lin, have you lost your mind? Doing this will get your entire lineage executed. Jinu turned back calmly. It doesn't matter. I have no father or mother anyway. My entire lineage consists of me and me alone. As for what happened today, I will take full responsibility. It has nothing to do with any of you. Whether they want to skin me or take my head, tell them to come find me. Just as Jinu finished off the noble young master, a black void suddenly tore open in the sky. Dark, crackling bolts of energy surged around it. A figure erupted from the black hole at terrifying speed. It was the Shadow Guard evil cultivator, Lu Sheng, 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Lu Sheng's face was twisted in a mask of absolute fury. His eyes turned pitch black, save for glowing violet pupils, as veins bulged across his face. He roared as he plummeted toward the ground. Who dares kill a citizen of my Longyan Empire? He hovered in midair, a terrifying aura of dark energy swirling around him. The surrounding crowds were paralyzed with fear before scattering in a desperate attempt to flee the danger. Princess, stay back. Below, the great general stood his ground, summoning a massive shield to protect Ying Xingyue from the shockwaves of dark energy. Nearby, Lu Minier was frantically channeling her spiritual tool, forming a barrier to shield Jinu and Muhan. Lu Minier's face was etched with rage as she poured her energy into the shield. That old bastard. I swear, I want to take my sword and wipe that damn Longyan Empire off the map. The great general quickly pulled out a spirit pill and swallowed whole. Ing Xingyue's eyes widened in surprise. General Zhao. In an instant, General Zhao's spiritual power exploded, doubling in intensity. His eyes turned blood red, his expression turning fierce and primal. Princess, stay inside the barrier. Protect yourself. Hearing this, Ing Xingyue suddenly realized what was happening and thought to herself. General Zhao's aura just surged from the 8th stage of the Golden Core realm all the way to the 7th stage of the Nascent Soul realm. He's using pills again to force a breakthrough. But why go to such lengths to boost his cultivation? Sure enough, General Zhao's power begins to explode. His muscles swell and bulge with such force that his entire upper garment is ripped to shreds. He grits his teeth with agonizing determination. He rapidly pushes his cultivation to the limit, bracing himself for the coming strike. General Zhao slams his foot down. In a flash, he rockets into the sky. General Zhao charges straight at Lu Sheng and bellows. You want to lay a finger on Great Qin? Then you'll have to go through me first. Lu Sheng cries out in surprise as he sees the incoming attack. He hasn't had a chance to steady himself or prepare a defense against the general's blow. The two powerhouses, evenly matched for the moment, collide as they unleash their strikes. But in the end, Lu Sheng's raw power and technique prove too overwhelming. General Zhao relied on medicine to boost his strength. Naturally, he is no match for a demonic cultivator who reached this level through pure, brutal practice. Consequently, the great general is quickly overwhelmed. Shock washes over him as he realizes his defense has failed. A spray of blood erupts from his mouth as he takes the full force of Lu Sheng's attack. Lu Sheng's face twists into a confident, predatory smirk as he speaks. So, this is the general guarding Great Qin's capital? He channels more demonic energy, shoving harder against General Zhao as he continues. Is this all the skill you've got? You aren't even worthy of licking the boots of our Longyan Empire. Lu Sheng puts his full weight into the blow, violently blasting General Zhao backward. The general is sent reeling by the massive force, crashing into the ground and creating a violent explosion right in front of Ing Xingyue. Seeing things take a turn for the worse, Ing Xingyue is filled with dread. She watches in shock, her mind racing, using pills to force a higher realm. In the end, it's still no match for someone who achieved it through true cultivation. What are we going to do? Suddenly, from the distance, a voice echoes through the air. Merely at the nascent soul realm. Lu Sheng hears it and whips his head around to look. The voice continues. And you dare to act so high and mighty on Great Qin territory? It's Xiao Xian and Zhou Xian. The two of them arrive on their flying swords, taking in the scene of devastation. Xiao Xian doesn't hesitate for a second, diving straight toward Lu Sheng. How dare you run wild here? Xiao Xian fires off a technique toward his opponent. Lu Sheng remains insufferably smug as he scoffs. Just a single strand of sword chi? He thinks to himself with arrogant disdain as he reaches out to intercept the attack. Against someone like me, who has mastered the 9-turn golden body tempering art. This is basically child's play. But before he can finish his thought, Xiao Xian's attack slams directly into Lu Sheng's face. The impact catches him completely off guard, his eyes wide with disbelief. In an instant, Lu Sheng is sent hurtling into the dirt. The surrounding citizens gasp in terror and shock. Down below, Ing Xingyue watches in awe. A monster that even General Zhao couldn't touch was just one-shot by Master. What a shame. Until my plan to strike at a great family succeeds, it's for the best. That I don't publicly acknowledge him as my master yet. Otherwise, I'd love to let everyone see that this is Ing Xingyue's master. The crowd murmurs in amazement. Was that really just one move? Which immortal sect is he from? I've never seen him before. I want to join his sect. Lu Sheng sprawls on the ground, his heart seething with rage. Even though I've mastered an Earth-grade, top-tier body tempering technique, someone actually shattered my golden body protection with a single strand of sword chi. Suddenly, a thought occurs to him. Could he be the nascent soul guardian that Great Qin serves? But why is he so young? How is this possible? As Xiao Xian and Zhou Xian approach, Ing Xingyue bows her head in respect. Master Xiao, this matter. Before she can finish, Xiao Xian holds up a hand to stop her. There is no need for words, third princess. I can see exactly what's happening with a single glance. An envoy from the Longyan Empire using his strength to bully the weak. Not only did he harass a disciple of my Hong Ming sect, but he also had the nerve to claim they are superior to us. Well then, I'll give him exactly what he asked for. Xiao Xian speaks as he begins to manifest a powerful technique. Let's make sure their souls are severed right here in Great Qin. Lu Sheng pushes himself up from the ground, snarling. You think you can act reckless with me? He unleashes a surge of demonic energy and continues. Acting so bold in front of the Longyan Empire, you must be tired of living. Lu Sheng lunges at Xiao Xian with everything he has. The outcome isn't surprising. Xiao Xian remains perfectly calm as he effortlessly blocks the strike. Xiao Xian thrusts his palm forward, looking Lu Sheng dead in the eye. The gap between us is so vast. How could you possibly understand it? Lu Sheng is blown back, his face a mask of pure shock. He gnashes his teeth, staring at Xiao Xian in disbelief. What the hell is going on? His cultivation level is clearly lower than mine, but his spiritual energy is incredibly sharp. How is his destructive power this high? Lu Sheng realizes this isn't good. I can't let his spiritual energy overwhelm mine. He channeled his demonic qi and lunged at Xiao Xian, unleashing a devastating strike. I'll crush him using pure body refinement. Lu Sheng immediately activated his technique. 9 transformations, golden body refinement. Clenching his fist, he drew in the surrounding demonic qi, condensing it into a single, piercing point. He prepared to throw a heavy punch straight at Xiao Xian. Seeing the incoming attack, Xiao Xian stabilized his own qi. So, you want to test your strength against mine? Xiao Xian's eyes turned gold, glowing with an overwhelming, majestic power. An 8 trigrams orb manifested in his left hand. Power surged, accumulating more rapidly than any magical artifact could handle. Xiao Xian unleashed his move. Yin-Yang 5 elements body refinement. You're still far beneath me. The two collided, unleashing their full power upon one another. The impact triggered a massive tremor that shook the ground in every direction. However, Lu Sheng had gravely underestimated Xiao Xian's strength. The sheer force of Xiao Xian's counter broke the bones in Lu Sheng's arm, sending him into a scream of pure agony. He clutched his shattered arm and scrambled backward, crying out. My arm is broken. Xiao Xian stood calmly, summoning his precious sword as he spoke. Next time, it might be more than just your arm. Suddenly, Lu Sheng pulled a white vial from his robes. Staring at the vial, he gritted his teeth in a fit of rage. I have no choice. Without a second thought, Lu Sheng crushed the vial with his one good hand. The glass shattered instantly. The demonic qi trapped inside erupted, immediately coiling around his body. It seeped into his pores, forcibly boosting his power. Witnessing the scene firsthand, Ming Xingyue realized something and gasped. That's... Lu Sheng let out a guttural roar as his body relentlessly absorbed the energy. At that moment, Xiao Xian's flying sword streaked forward to finish him. But Lu Sheng's power surged just in time to meet them. A smug, triumphant look crossed his face. He let out a sharp laugh. You brat. He quickly manipulated the demonic qi into a sphere and sneered. Is this all the power you've got? It's not even enough to tickle me. After his boast, he lunged at Xiao Xian to attack once more. Despite the threat, Xiao Xian remained completely unfazed as his opponent closed in. From a distance, Ming Xingyue cried out in panic, "Watch out!" Xiao Xian stared directly at his foe. With a look of intense focus, he thought to himself. His aura suddenly spiked. But Xiao Xian swung his sword in a direct horizontal arc, sending Lu Sheng flying back. He noted, "Is that all you can do?" A look of pure dread finally crossed Lu Sheng's face. Sword qi. It's even stronger than before. General Zhao, who was maintaining the protective shield around Ming Xingyue, watched the scene in shock. This Xiao Xian from the Hong Ming Sect. I've truly never heard of it before. To defeat a nascent soul stage expert so easily. How terrifying. It's a good thing the third princess ordered me to welcome them. We couldn't just abandon the benefactor who helped us. I am truly ashamed for having been so disrespectful in front of Her Highness. Luckily, this armor was transformed from spiritual energy. At least I won't have to stand here naked in front of the princess. Xiao Xian stood his ground. He looked at the defeated Lu Sheng and pondered. Why did his aura spike so suddenly like that? Lu Sheng had been utterly defeated. The chaos had finally settled. Ming Xingyue stepped toward Xiao Xian, cupped her hands respectfully, and spoke. Now that things have come to this, the members of the Hong Ming Sect should evacuate this place immediately. It will be best to head to another country to avoid being dragged into this mess. Xiao Xian replied calmly. Your Highness, if we leave, you will be the one blamed for this. When Long Yin returns and unleashes his wrath upon you, how will you handle that? Well, hearing this, Ming Xingyue hesitated. Xinu stepped forward and declared firmly, I'm the one who killed the envoy. I am willing to stay and face whatever punishment comes my way. Hearing those words, Ming Xingyue walked over and placed a hand on Xinu's shoulder. Lady Lin, you risked yourself for what is right. If you were to fall into danger today, wouldn't that discourage anyone else from standing up for justice in the future? If word of this reached other nations, our great Qin would be branded as cowards who fear death. As she spoke, Ming Xingyue's brow furrowed. She voiced her suspicion. However, even if Long Yin has ascended, the fact that he dared to send an envoy to cause such chaos, I fear there is more to this than meets the eye. Seeing that Ming Xingyue shared his concerns, Xiao Xian spoke up. Princess, are you suggesting that Long Yin Empire's actions were an intentional provocation against Great Qin? Ming Xingyue revealed what she knew. I've heard that the Long Yin Empire has been frequently inspecting its vassal states lately. I found that quite strange myself. With a heavy expression, she continued. When that envoy used that secret technique to boost his strength, I clearly felt the power of national destiny. I fear this was their true purpose for coming to Qin. It seems Long Yin has found a way to seize the national destiny of other countries. It's undoubtedly for the sake of the upcoming War of Destiny. At the mention of this, Xiao Xian and his 3 disciples were stunned. Looking at the map, the images of the continents appear divided. It's crystal clear. The mainland is split into 9 ranks. Among them, the 7th, 8th, and 9th ranks are just ordinary small nations. The scenery here is breathtakingly beautiful. The 6th rank consists of great dynasties. The Great Qin dynasty, going up another level. They are classified as high kingdoms. The Longyan High Kingdom. The Xianping region is heart-wrenchingly beautiful, with peach blossoms blooming year-round. Under the clear blue sky, a gentle breeze stirs, sending peach petals fluttering softly down toward the city walls. Next is the Divine Kingdom, a hauntingly ethereal landscape with a massive, brilliant moon looming behind, creating an atmosphere of profound mystery and beauty. Finally, there is the Saintly Dynasty, the High Court. A figure stands with their head bowed, a dark, sinister smile creeping across their lips. The war of destiny between nations was ignited by the celestial peak. The image of Long Yin appears, a man of boundless ambition and ruthless schemes. Not long ago, the Longyan High Kingdom went to war with the Qinke High Kingdom. Their vital energy was severely depleted. Afterward, they began sending envoys to neighboring countries to scout them out. Thinking of this, Ming Xingyue's expression becomes filled with anxiety and tension as she continues. In the war of destiny, the defeated nation will have all its subjects stripped away. I originally thought Long Yin was massing its forces at the top, planning to fight to the bitter end. But looking at it now, they want to seize the national destiny of their vassals, to minimize their own losses as much as possible. Looking at the envoy and his subordinates lying motionless on the ground, Ming Xingyue continues. Deng Tu refused to let me go earlier and committed those atrocities. I'm afraid he was making things difficult on purpose. He wanted to find an excuse to attack our Great Qin. At the Great Qin Imperial Palace, a group of strangers dressed in black stand before the king, acting incredibly provocative. That is the head of the Longyan High Kingdom's delegation, Deng Tu, the father of Deng Yang. His expression is full of arrogance as he stares directly at the emperor and speaks. Aside from the 5 tributes required every year, we are also here by the command of our crown prince. The 3rd princess is to be wed to our Longyan High Kingdom. His gaze grows more devious by the second. He flashes a mocking smile and continues, as a concubine. Hearing this, a court official, unable to stomach such insulting words any longer, steps forward and points right at Deng Tu's face, shouting, Envoy Deng, are you trying to humiliate us on purpose? Deng Tu lets out a boisterous laugh and glances over at the official. And just who do you think you are? In this kingdom of Qin, An envoy of the Longyan Kingdom stands on equal footing with your king. Believe me, with just one word from me, I can ensure you don't even have a whole corpse left to bury. Hearing this, the official is rendered speechless. Stunned, he can only swallow his rage. Seeing Deng Tu's mouth running wild, the king of Qin roars, Deng Tu, I have shown you respect because you are an envoy of the Longyan Kingdom. But if you keep pushing your luck, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hearing this, Deng Tu can't help but laugh loudly again. Ruthless? Huh. The king of Qin, sure, knows how to tell a joke. Then his face turns, deadly serious and menacing as he points a finger directly at the emperor. Regarding the third princess, I don't need to ask for your opinion. I'm simply here to carry out the crown prince's orders. If you're smart, you'll hand over the third princess with both hands. If not, Deng Tu's voice drops to a low, threatening crawl. Suddenly, a servant rushes in from behind, shouting frantically, Envoy, something's happened. The third princess teamed up with the Hong Ming Sect and killed young master Deng Yang on the road. Even the guard Lu Sheng was killed by them. Hearing this, old man Deng Tu's face instantly shifts, from arrogance to pure shock. What? Is it really my son? Looking at the two servants carrying a stretcher with Lu Sheng's corpse on it. The court officials are also stunned by the sight. Deng Tu's eyes suddenly flash with a crimson light. His face darkens with murderous rage. Seeing this scene unfold, the emperor has likely guessed the truth. He thinks to himself, the Hong Ming Sect? Could it be that Xiao Xian guy Wei Zhu mentioned? To think he could actually kill a nascent soul expert with only a golden core cultivation. King of Qin, Deng Tu says, his voice calm yet terrifying as a mist of energy escapes his mouth. Deng Tu continues, you'd better give me a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, that third princess of yours, I will personally tear her into pieces. With that, he unleashes his demonic chi and launches a sudden attack toward the emperor. Deng Tu's demonic chi forms a massive green hand, lunging straight for the emperor. Suddenly, someone rushes in from a distance to block the blow, shouting, I am here. Who dares to harm His Majesty? It is Elder Sang, the nascent soul protector of the Great Qin. The emperor is now beyond furious, clenching his fists tightly. Longyan Kingdom, you're asking for death. Elder Zong stepped forward to shield the emperor, his eyes scanning the room. He turned to the emperor with a troubled expression and whispered, Your Majesty, please make your decision quickly. I can protect you, but I cannot safeguard all these civil and military officials at once. The emperor narrowed his eyes and replied, Elder Zong, that Xiao Xian was actually able to kill Lu Xingyuan, a first-stage nascent soul cultivator. If you were to face Xiao Xian yourself, are you confident you could defeat him? Elder Zong was stunned by the question, but quickly answered, Is Your Majesty planning to shift all the blame onto the Hong Ming Sect? The emperor's face clouded with calculation. Yes. At the moment, it's our only way out. Understanding the intent, Elder Zong bowed. Rest easy, Your Majesty. Xiao Xian may have a reputation, but he is still just a youth. I suspect he used some sort of hidden trump card. A stroke of luck to catch Lu Sheng off guard and kill him. If I face him, I'm certain I can take him down. Suddenly, a massive golden sword shot through the air from the distance toward Deng Tuesday, startled and unable to react in time. He barked, Who's there? Deng Tu unleashed a dazzling display of lightning magic. He simultaneously struck at the king while trying to parry Xiao Xian's blow. But his defense began to shatter, inch by inch, under the force of Xiao Xian's blade. Wu Tan and the guards panicked as a voice echoed through the hall. The two of you are sharing secrets as if there's no one else around. Did you really think you could just pretend I don't exist? Suddenly, from the entrance, Ying Xingyue walked in alongside Zi Xian, a faint smile on her lips. Lord Envoy, there's no need to be so impatient. I, Xingyue, will explain everything clearly. The crowd erupted into frantic whispers. The third princess is here. Who is that man standing beside her? The two continued forward with calm indifference, ignoring the chatter around them. Deng Tu's expression shifted. A wave of tension washed over him as he looked at Xiao Xian's group. He thought to himself, a mere sword kinesis technique. How can it possess such overwhelming power? I've never heard of this man before. Does Great Qin have a trump card I wasn't aware of? The Emperor of Great Qin was equally shaken. This man, he managed to directly intercept a private telepathic transmission between me and Elder Zong. Meanwhile, the useless guards remained completely oblivious to the exchange. Xiao Xian continued the mental transmission. He addressed the Emperor of Great Qin directly. Your Majesty, do not worry. Please listen to the third princess's account. Ying Xingyue suddenly dropped to her knees and spoke with a firm, resounding voice. Imperial Father, I have come today to confess my crimes. The Emperor was curious but maintained a calm facade. What crimes? Ying Xingyue pressed her forehead to the floor and spoke clearly. I should not have intervened when the envoy of the Longyan Great Kingdom was bullying an innocent girl. I should not have felt resentment when the envoy insulted our Great Qin. And I certainly should not have fought back when the envoy made his move. Since the Longyan Great Kingdom is so noble and our Great Qin is so lowly, in the presence of their envoy, no matter how we are provoked, no matter how we are humiliated, we must never defy them. I deserve death. Today, in a moment of weakness, I forgot my place. I accidentally killed the envoy during the struggle. My actions have truly defied the heavens. I have incited the wrath of gods and men alike. I beg Imperial Father to pass judgment. Sentence me to death by 1,000 cuts. Xiao Xian smiled, glancing down at Ying Xingyue. This was a brilliant move, using a strategic retreat to force an advance. The Emperor didn't look up, his voice filled with feigned disappointment. Xingyue, you have been truly foolish. But internally, his mind was racing with conflicting thoughts. Of all my children, Xingyue is the one with the most imperial presence. If she were a son, I would protect her today, no matter the cost. But things have gone too far. It seems I have no choice but to sacrifice her. Suddenly, another voice rang in the Emperor's mind. It was Xiao Xian. Your Majesty, if I can do more than just settle Great Qin's worries for today, if I can guarantee that Great Qin will rise above the rest, surpassing even the Longyan Great Kingdom, and even emerging victorious in the war of national destiny, would your Majesty be brave enough to take a gamble with me? The Emperor was stunned, but fired back a threat. What arrogance! How could you possibly guarantee such a thing? Xiao Xian replied instantly. Because I am the one saying it. Just give the word, and I will wipe out this entire diplomatic mission, root and branch, right here and now. The Emperor immediately understood Xiao Xian's implication. He frowned, weighing his options. What is your price? Seeing everything fall into place, Xiao Xian delivered his terms. Pass the throne to Ying Xingyue. I will not only take care of this envoy problem for you, I will also guarantee Great Qin's eternal prosperity. The Emperor fell into a deep silence at Xiao Xian's words. Abdicate to Xingyue. The primordial sect is ready to offend the great Longyan Empire. Is this all for Xingyue? Seeing the Emperor hesitate, Ying Xingyue knelt and bowed her head. I beg your Majesty to make a decision as quickly as possible. The Emperor of Great Qin, left with no choice, spoke with biting reluctance. He gritted his teeth and agreed. I promise you. Noticing the Emperor's frustration, Xiao Xian reassured him. Rest easy, your Majesty. Regarding this deal, I will personally ensure you find it more than worthwhile. With that, Xiao Xian began to manifest his technique. In the distance, Deng Xiu could no longer contain his irritation and roared, King of Qin, the third princess has already confessed. What are you waiting for? Issue the decree and pronounce her sentence immediately. Seeing Deng Xiu's outburst, Xiao Xian hurled a blade toward him. He shouted back in annoyance. Who dares to pass judgment on the third princess of Great Qin? Startled by Xiao Xian's sudden attack, Deng Xiu lunged to the side. He then raised his voice even louder. You dare attack me? His face contorted with rage as he continued. I'll show you exactly what you're up against. Deng Xiu lunged at Xiao Xian with a fury-fueled fist, cursing him. However, Xiao Xian dodged the attack with effortless grace. Instead, he immediately launched a swift counteroffensive. Xiao Xian mocked him as they clashed. Is the chief envoy moving so sluggishly because of his old age? Xiao Xian moved toward Deng Xiu so fast he left nothing but afterimages. Appearing behind the old man, Xiao Xian swung a wave of sword chi at him. By the time he realized what was happening, the envoy cursed. Damn it, Deng Xiao immediately clasped his hands, channeling his energy into a defensive stance. A thin barrier enveloped him, blocking Xiao Xian's relentless barrage of strikes. The air echoed with the metallic clatter of the impacts. Seeing the barrier, Xiao Xian redirected his sword technique toward Deng Xiao's subordinates. One by one, they fell, dying before they could even process what was happening. As for Deng Xiao, he saw his men being slaughtered and scattered in panic, and he screamed, "You bastards!" Deng Xiao stood frozen, watching his soldiers fall one after another. Seething with resentment, he hissed through his teeth, "Fine, fine, you and your great Qin dynasty." Deng Xiao channeled his internal energy and drew his prized sword. His eyes flashed with a murderous red glint. He gritted his teeth and charged forward. "You people from Great Qin must be tired of living." Suddenly, Deng Xiao's sword transformed, growing to a massive, imposing size. He swung his arm, launching the giant blade forward with a roar. "Then I'll just settle the score with all of you right now." Seeing that his opponent was finally going all out, Xiao Xian looked on with excitement. As Deng Xiao charged, he replied with a provocative smirk. "So, it turns out Chief Envoy Deng is a sword cultivator too? This just got a lot easier. Sword come." As he spoke, Xiao Xian made his own sword vanish. He reached his hand out, channeling his energy. "That sword over there, get over here." Upon his command, Deng Xiao's golden blade suddenly streaked through the air toward Xiao Xian. Before Deng Xiao could realize what happened, he stared in shock as his sword landed in Xiao Xian's hand. Deng Xiao gasped in utter disbelief. "What? My connection with my spirit blade. How could it be severed just like that?" Xiao Xian held the sword, admiring it as he ran his fingers along the blade. "This truly is a magnificent and extraordinary weapon. It's at least a top-tier Earth grade." He then stowed the sword away. He looked toward Deng Xiao and said casually, "Since Chief Envoy Deng was kind enough to offer this as a gift of friendship, I'll accept it without further ceremony." Deng Xiao's face paled in horror. How is this even possible? I spent 10 years refining that blade, and I lost control of it in less than a second." In that moment, Xiao Xian looked like an unstoppable monster in the old man's eyes. He was an immovable force. The overwhelming pressure and aura radiating from Xiao Xian was stifling. He could only mutter in desperate denial. No, this can't be happening." Deng Xiao's mind raced as he re-evaluated the man before him. If his understanding of the way of the sword is deep enough to seize and store my soul-bound blade in an instant, if that's really the case, the man standing in front of me is nothing short of a monster. The more he thought, the more terrified he became. The scene shifts to the king of Qin. Having witnessed Xiao Xian's display, the king sent a telepathic message to Elder Zong. "Elder Zong, what kind of technique was that?" Zong was equally baffled. He frowned as he replied, "This man's mastery of the sword goes incredibly deep. The way he uses his intent is bizarre. Even I cannot see through it." The Emperor of Great Qin asked urgently, "Even you can't make sense of it? If you were to face him, would you stand a chance?" Elder Zong answered cautiously, "Even with a masterpiece blade in hand, I fear I would be no match for him." Having lost his sword, Deng Xiao refused to back down. He thrust his hands forward, summoning countless small green blades as he screamed, "Go, kill him for me." Instantly, a rain of swords erupted, hurtling straight toward Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian didn't even give him a second glance. He simply raised his hand, manifesting a shield of spiritual energy. A Bagua orb shimmered at its center as he spoke. I'd expect nothing less from the great Longyan Empire. So wealthy and generous, with so many treasures. If I had to go out and collect these myself, who knows how long it would take to gather a haul like this. The moment the words left his lips, Deng Tu's swords froze mid-air, ensnared by Xiao Xian's golden spiritual radiance. With a casual flick of his wrist, Xiao Xian continued, "My thanks for the gift, Ambassador Deng." With just a wave of his hand, the swords instantly spun around, charging back toward Deng Tu with lethal speed. Xiao Xian added a parting remark in a calm tone. "Since you went out of your way to provoke me, consider this my return gift to you." As he finished speaking, the swords tore through the air, closing in on Deng Tu in a heartbeat. The old man recoiled, flailing his arms in a desperate attempt to dodge. Before he could react, the blades were already at his throat. His jaw dropped, eyes wide with pure terror. A final thought flashed through his mind. Is this really the end? I haven't even had a taste of the women from the Great Qin Empire yet. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Arg! And just like that, another member of the Great Longyan Empire kicked the bucket. His body lay there, looking like a Longyan pincushion. The onlookers crowded around, whispering in shock. Did you see that? Just who the hell is he? Someone nearby replied. He wiped out the entire Empire's delegation all by himself. Does our Great Qin really possess such a formidable hero? The Great Qin Emperor, Wu Ban, rose to his feet. In a voice commandingly stern, he declared, regarding today's events, until the Myriad Dao Assembly concludes. Not a single word of this is to leave this room. Those who disobey will be executed without mercy. The officials bowed, trembling as they cried out, We hear and obey, Your Majesty. Xiao Xian clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and spoke calmly to the emperor. I trust Your Majesty has not forgotten our agreement. Standing behind him, Ing Xingyue looked at Xiao Xian with curiosity. What agreement? The emperor maintained a stoic face, but internally, he was re-evaluating Xiao Xian. It's no wonder Xingyue chose this man as her master. I must ensure we never become his enemy. The scene shifts to the Great Qin capital, specifically the temporary residence of the Hong Ming Sect. Xiao Xian and Ing Xingyue pushed open the doors and stepped inside. Xiao Xian called out, We're back, recognizing the familiar voice. Zhou Xian, along with the two disciples Jinu and Su Muhan, came out to greet them. Zhou Xian approached, saying, Junior brother, you're back already? Jinu ran over, shouting, Master! Behind her followed Muhan, shy and reserved but clearly overjoyed. Zhou Xian hurried to Xiao Xian's side, checking on him anxiously. Junior brother, are you all right? You aren't hurt, are you? Xiao Xian laughed heartily at the concern. Huh, no need to worry about me. Everything has been taken care of. Watching the sisters chatting happily, Ing Xingyue felt a wave of warmth. She thought to herself, the members of the Hong Ming sect seem so close, it's actually quite nice. Xiao Xian then turned serious. However, conflict with the Great Longyan Empire is inevitable now. Before that happens, we must increase our strength as quickly as possible. Xiao Xian pulled an object from his robes and handed it to Zhou Xian. Senior sister, take this. I told you I'd return it to you fully restored after I was done. Holding the artifact, Zhou Xian gasped. The power of the yin-yang and the 5 elements. It's so potent, so abundant. You actually managed to fully restore it? But right after, Zhou Xian couldn't help but ask suspiciously, just how did you pull this off? Xiao Xian grinned playfully. Just a little trick of the trade. Nothing worth mentioning. Looking forward, Xiao Xian addressed his 3 disciples. The 3 of you, come inside together. Today, I shall perform the empowerment ritual for you all. Yes, master. The 3 female disciples replied in unison. Ing Xingyue looked absolutely thrilled. An empowerment ritual? I get to have one too. The scene shifts inside the room. Ing Xingyue and Xiao Xian sat down facing each other. Xiao Xian immediately began transferring power to his 3rd disciple. A surge of immense spiritual energy caused the space around them to glow brilliantly. Xingyue could feel a massive wave of power flooding into her body. With her eyes closed, she focused on the spiritual flow. It felt incredibly refined. She thought, so this is a real empowerment ritual. Looking at my senior sister's reactions earlier, it's like they're already used to this sort of thing. Xingyue tightened her eyes, her mind racing. The Hong Ming sect is truly something else. Just what kind of terrifying sect is this? Finally, the process of energy transmission and enlightenment concluded. Foundation establishment, 7th stage. Jinu stood up, her expression filled with immense relief and delight at having advanced her cultivation. She felt incredibly powerful. Beside her, Muhan slowly rose, her expression one of deep satisfaction, having reached the 5th stage of foundation establishment. She said, 5th stage foundation establishment. Thank you, master. Looking over to the side, Ing Xingyue sat staring at her own glowing hands. She couldn't help but think in surprise. It's been 7 years. I thought I would never be able to reach foundation establishment in this lifetime. And yet, just like that, I've finally broken through. Ing Xingyue cried out joyfully. She unleashed her power, exuding immense strength and authority. Finally, Ing Xingyue had broken through. to the third stage of foundation establishment. Lastly, there was Xiao Xian. He sat in place, gradually retracting his magical energy and comprehending new techniques. A system notification appeared. Host transmitted cultivation to disciples for 5 days. Reward feedback, 10 times the cultivation of 5 days from disciples. Then, Xiao Xian spoke slowly. All of you go outside. Understood. All 3 disciples bowed respectfully and replied, Yes, sir. Outside, under the vast blue sky, a flock of white storks soared in the sunlight. The day of the myriad Dao Grand Gathering had finally arrived. At the martial performance square, beneath the blue sky lay a massive martial arena, with imposing grandstands above and a magma-filled border below. Surrounding the arena was a vast seating area for spectators. Just then, Xiao Xian and Zhu Xian's group arrived. Zhu Xian, at the 8th stage of Golden Core, turned to Xiao Xian and said, Junior brother, your cultivation seems to have improved significantly. Hearing this, Xiao Xian replied, Senior sister isn't doing too badly yourself. Currently, Xiao Xian was at the peak of Golden Core. His power was even far greater than Zhu Xian's. Suddenly, Zhu Xian realized something and exclaimed, That is, in the blue sky above, a fleet of guest vessels was flying in. 2 large ships were gradually coming to a stop and descending. The exteriors of these 2 ships were plated with dazzling gold, causing the people below to gasp in admiration. On the hulls of the ships, 3 characters were clearly visible: Wang, Qin, Lin. The spectators below couldn't help but buzz with discussion. Look quickly, what is that? Those are the airships of the aristocratic families. Standing below, Xiao Xian couldn't help but find it amusing and remarked, The capital clearly has a no-fly zone. Yet the grand family's airships dare to fly straight in like this? Over on this side, the Emperor of Great Qin was looking down at the arena. Clearly, they intend to slap the imperial family in the face. The airships of the aristocratic families truly defy the world. The airship landed heavily on a plot of land below the arena, leaving everyone in awe of the family's extravagance. The spectators shouted, Look, the people from the families are coming down. The groups slowly disembarked from the airships. They were in turn the Wang family, the Lin family, and finally the Qin family, followed by their retinue of servants. Watching the groups file past, the spectators couldn't help but admire them. When the aristocratic families make a move, it truly is magnificent. On this side, Zhu Xian and Xiao Xian watched the family's entourage. Zhu Xian said, Even their weakest disciple is at the 5th stage of foundation establishment, truly worthy of an aristocratic family's foundation. The people from the families have finally arrived beneath the king of Qin. The head of the Qin family clasped his hands and said, Family matters kept us busy, causing our late arrival. Please forgive us, your majesty. Beside him stood the Wang family. The head of the Wang family, with a face full of provocation, said, After all, we're just competing with some lowly sects. Even if we arrive late, the result will be the same. The head of the Lin family chimed in as well. If it weren't for the warm invitation of your majesty and the 3rd princess, how could our 3 great families, with our ancient heritage, stand on the same stage as these Jianghu sects? The crowd around the stands shouted in anger. How dare they look down on our Jianghu sects? So arrogant. What's so special about these families? They're just dogs relying on their ancestors' prestige. What right do they have to strut around here? Impudent. Loud voices echoed around the grandstands. Some people were frightened as they sensed the surrounding atmosphere. Such terrifying power. On this side, Zhu Xian stepped forward and said, Utterly tyrannical. Standing beside her, Xiao Xian replied, Aristocratic families. Truly arrogant and aggressive indeed. The king of Qin slammed his hand down hard on his chair, his face filled with anger as he declared, The myriad Dao Grand Gathering begins now. Wei Jiu shouted loudly. The myriad Dao Grand Gathering is divided into 2 rounds. Suddenly, a source of power converged in the center of the arena. The energy condensed into a large, floating portal glowing with powerful purple light. Wei Jiu continued. The first round is the preliminary. Each side may send up to 100 Foundation Establishment disciples into the Imperial Secret Realm. One by one, the participants flew into the mysterious portal. Wei Jiu continued. After entering the secret realm, Everyone has the possibility of appearing at any random location within the secret realm. Receiving fatal damage will result in automatic expulsion from the secret realm. Bailori stood with clasped hands, smiling happily. Sect Master, Elder Shao, we're off. After 7 days, we will gather at the center of the secret realm to inventory the treasures harvested by each team. These will be calculated into points for ranking. The top 10 will advance to the next round, the finals. Seeing this, Zhu Xian said, whether it's the families or the top 10 sects, they all have at least 100 Foundation Establishment disciples entering. But our Hong Ming sect can only field 5 disciples. We are at a disadvantage right from the start. Standing beside her, Xiao Xian replied, "Don't worry, senior sister. Our Hong Ming sect disciples are all elites. One of them could take on 20. Finally, the portal closed. Everyone now waited silently for the competition results. Xiao Xian and Zhu Xian wore expressions of confidence and pride. Xiao Xian said, "I trust they won't let us down." Inside the Imperial Secret Realm, disciples from various sects were flying towards a vast grassland. Is this the Imperial Secret Realm? Yichen turned to the two sisters, Jin-Nu and Muhan, with some confusion. What do we do now? Do we split up, or should we stick together? Jin-Nu, after looking at the guidance map, happily exclaimed, "Found it." Jin-Nu pointed forward and said to Muhan, "There are powerful spiritual fluctuations in that direction. There must be high-grade treasures there. This terrain is also very suitable for an ambush. Otherwise, let's just stay here." And so the two sisters, on the way. Jin-Nu looked at everyone and continued, "Junior brothers and sisters, listen to me. Our Hong Ming sect only has 5 people. Even if we split up, we will definitely lose out to other sects with nearly 100 people searching together." Saying this, her expression became incredibly sly. "So, instead, let's just find a team rich in treasures and ambush them. Then we'll rob the other forces that come here looking for treasures." Behind her, Muhan was giggling. "Senior sister, truly worthy of Master's true teachings." Hearing this, Zhu Xian's 3 disciples exclaimed in surprise, "I'll rob them." Li Qingchuan, with a look of concern, said, "This isn't good, is it?" Bailori added, "There are only 5 of us. Can we even defeat the other forces when the time comes?" Muhan raised her hand high and said, "Don't worry. We have prepared enough high-grade magical artifacts to fight against 100 people, plus plenty of recovery pills. With these things, one person forming an army is not a problem." Yichen looked blankly and said, "So many artifacts. And pills like that. Can I use them all too? Wait, why are you two so skilled at this?" Bailori said with a panicked expression. Li Qingchuan added, "Others might think our Hong Ming sect is some shady bandit organization." Hearing this, Jin-Nu ran over, happily pulling her 2 friends along as she said, "Think about it. If we take first place, the sect master will surely be very happy, right?" Bailori replied vaguely, "That's true. Then don't hesitate. Let's go." Finally, they all started moving together. They arrived at a desolate hilly area. Above was the clear blue sky. Deep below lay a treasure shining with golden light, looking incredibly beautiful. Look quickly. That's the heavenly brocade flower. On this side, disciples of a sect were surprised to discover the heavenly brocade flower. Heavens, this is an earth-grade supreme healing holy medicine. With this, entering the top 10 shouldn't be a problem. The guy next to him said, "The heavenly brocade flower is so easy to spot. How has it not been taken by others after a whole day? There might be a guardian spirit beast. I guess those who came before weren't strong enough. If you can't beat the spirit beasts, you run. But for my Heaven Sword sect, this is less than a morning snack." Looks like someone else has taken a bait. Jin-Nu smiled faintly, turned to Yichen, and asked, "Are you ready?" Yichen's expression was full of confidence. He seemed to have been waiting for just this question from Jin-Nu. Yichen nodded. A sound came from his mouth, indicating he was ready. "Oomph." Behind him, Muhan and Li Qingxian were kneeling in wait. Yichen immediately raised the orb of light he had been holding in his hand above his head. Jin-Nu exclaimed with the delight of a child who had just gotten a cool new toy. "Wow, this illuminating magic treasure is so bright during the day. If we use it to light up the night, wouldn't it be just like daytime?" The object in Yi Chen's hand shone as brightly as the sun. Su Muhan was delighted by Yi Chen's creativity. She exclaimed in admiration, "How could only senior brother Yi have thought of this?" The others were blinded by the light and raised their hands to shield their faces, turning away at the same time. They were puzzled by the sudden appearance of the light. One of the men exclaimed, "What is this?" Seeing that the time was right, Li Qingxian quickly stood up and summoned her magic flag. She said excitedly, "It's our turn." Bai Luori stood at the front, clasping his hands together to activate his magic. He solemnly chanted the command, "Immobilization formation. Activate." The group of men became even more confused as they were trapped by characters rising from the ground. They dodged and asked, "What's happening? Why can't I move?" Jinu also quickly carried out her task. She held out her hand and commanded her sword, "Go." Su Muhan, with a confident smile on her face, also began to attack. She raised her hand and circulated her energy. A green aura surrounded her hand. As she attacked, she said, "Me too." Right after she spoke, a series of crossbows appeared from within her magic circles. As soon as they appeared, they shot out a barrage of arrows, attacking the people standing below the cliff. The screams of the group of men echoed continuously. "It hurts like hell." They raised their hands to block, but they still couldn't withstand the assault. A clap rang out as two hands high-fived each other. Jinu and Su Muhan happily held hands and giggled. Jinu said, "Another successful ticket." Yi Chun, after witnessing the deadly blows unleashed by his two beautiful junior sisters, couldn't help but swallow nervously. He made a mental note to himself. From now on, I should never offend these two. Jinu and Su Muhan, completely oblivious to Yi Chen's fearful expression, continued to skip and hold hands, laughing. Bai Luori and Li Qingxian, before leaving, didn't forget to announce, "We're going to clean up. By the way, we'll collect the spoils of war." Bai Luori just smiled and said nothing. A few minutes later, the two of them stood on their swords and left the ambush area. The people outside, watching on the big screen, saw Li Qingxian and Bai Luori flying away on their swords, and having witnessed all the successful ambushes by the Hong Ming Sect disciples, they immediately started whispering, "Look, the people from the Heaven Sword Sect are out. The Heaven Sword Sect has been eliminated." Not only that, the crowd was also annoyed. Veins popping on their foreheads, they shouted and cursed, "Despicable! Shameless! Damn it! From now on, I'm not participating in the 10,000 Dao assembly anymore. Too treacherous." The scene shifts to the Emperor of the Great Qin. The Emperor was sitting on his throne, observing. He asked Wei Jiao, "How many points does the Hong Ming Sect have now?" Wei Jiao immediately replied respectfully, "Your Majesty. The Heaven Sword Sect is the 8th force to be defeated in an ambush by the 5 members of the Hong Ming Sect." Wei Jiao continued, "The spoils of war from these 8 forces combined have put their accumulated points at the top of the leaderboard. They're more than double the points of the second-place Qin family." The Emperor raised his hand and stroked his beard. He thought for a moment, then exclaimed, "The Hong Ming Sect is truly interesting." In another place, Lu Mier, leaning on her crutches, asked with curiosity, "How does an ordinary person teach disciples?" Xiao Xian gently fanned himself. He laughed coldly and replied, Just watch and see if it works." Zhu Xian stood beside them, just smiling as she watched the two of them tease each other. In the shadows, the old master of the Qin family now had a wicked smile. His evil expression was enough to frighten anyone. With a flick of his sleeve, he said, "An unranked sect. Let's see what happens when they run out of tricks. When the second round comes, they'll still die all the same." Back at the arena, the crowd was in an uproar once again as someone appeared from the entrance. "Look, someone else has been eliminated. Teleported out." Not just one, but many people were falling out of the portal. What was noteworthy here was that they were all from the Lin family. The crowd groaned in disappointment. "Oh no, it's the people from the Lin family again." The Lin family was directly eliminated in the first round. Who could have done this? Seeing their fearful expressions and the wounds on their bodies, the crowd immediately recognized the weapon that had eliminated them. Look at the crossbow bolts on their bodies. They're the same as the ones used on the other forces ambushed by the Hong Ming Sect. It was the Hong Ming Sect that eliminated the Lin family. The spectators took the opportunity to laugh loudly. They let out jeers without any hesitation. "Ha ha! The Lin family was so arrogant just now, and in the end, they were eliminated in the first round by a small, unknown sect. What a disgrace. The members of the Lin family could only bow their heads in silence, listening to the public's ridicule. On top of their miserable defeat, they were being cursed at like dogs. The old master of the Lin family was furious. The veins on his face were popping. He gritted his teeth, his body tensed, and he unleashed a great roar. How dare they? Immediately, in the area where he stood, a burst of energy and a powerful light erupted, causing a commotion in a large area. The spectators gasped at the display of power from one of the famously powerful individuals. The Lin family, seeing their people being cheated, immediately went to report to the emperor with the intention of having the Hong Ming sect's right to compete revoked. He clasped his hands and looked at the king of Qin with a serious expression. The Hong Ming sect's actions are treacherous and malicious, not befitting of a righteous sect. I demand that the Hong Ming sect's qualification to compete be revoked. Lu Er, hearing the words of the old master of the Lin family, was so furious she wanted to pounce on him and tear him to shreds. She cursed him under her breath. What the hell? You cowardly old man. My Hong Ming sect only entered with 5 disciples. The Lin family has hundreds. I see that you're just trying to bully us because your skills are inferior. You stinky old man. Xiao Xian, with an embarrassed expression, gave her a thumbs up. That's more like you. The emperor remained silent, carefully considering the difficult problem. He thought to himself, the Hong Ming sect's little tricks might work against the forces of the martial world, but the disciples of the great aristocratic families have many protective magic treasures. They should be able to sense an ambush. How could they also fall into the Hong Ming sect's trap? Wei Jiu stood beside him silently for a moment, then respectfully bowed and called out, Your Majesty. The emperor quickly turned to him and asked, What is it? Wei Jiu whispered something into the emperor's ear. All that is known is that after hearing it, the emperor burst out laughing. Not only that, but he also praised them profusely. The Hong Ming sect is excellent. The emperor regained his composure. He said slowly, If the Lin family head feels that the Hong Ming sect used improper means to eliminate the Lin family, then please invite the members of the Lin family to come and speak. What exactly happened? None of the Lin family members dared to make sound. One of them, who was pointed at, stammered, Wei Jiu, not wanting to waste any more time, used his magic to intimidate them. His Majesty is questioning you. Step forward and tell the truth at once. After Wei Jiu shouted, ordering the Lin family disciples to quickly tell the truth. What really happened in the royal secret realm? The Lin family disciples below, hearing Wei Jiu's voice and feeling his aura, which was far beyond their capabilities, were terrified. Sweat poured down their faces, and they dared not speak. Out of fear, they could only stammer out the truth. The pink-haired one turned his head and looked up, saying, We were in a canyon and came across a few disciples who were separated from their group. We originally wanted to take the opportunity to ambush them and steal the heavenly zither flower, but we didn't expect those 5 to have such extraordinary strength, especially a female disciple among them who could control swords. As they spoke, they recalled the terrifying scene. In their minds, they could still see Jinu, a treasured sword in her hand, with 5 or 6 other swords surrounding her, charging forward. They continued, She's a monster! A monster! The king of Great Qin, hearing this, said with a stern expression, Did you hear that, Lin family head? Your people, as disciples of the renowned Lin family, a righteous sect, are now proven to be less skilled than others. And you still want to attack the Hong Ming sect? Hearing this, the Lin family head's face turned dark. Just by looking at him, you could tell he was fuming. Around them, the common people were laughing at the Lin family. Look at them. Where's the great aristocratic family now? Just a moment ago, his nose was as big as a tiger's den. And now, he's been pushed to the brink by a small sect with only 5 members. What a disgrace. How embarrassing. Hearing this, the Lin family was furious. Frowning, he clenched his fist as if wanting to punch the mouth of those who wouldn't stop chattering and loved to mock others. But in reality, he stood there without saying a word. On this side, the Wang family couldn't resist opening their mouths to ridicule the Lin family. Look at old Lin's face. It's truly a sight to behold. The Qin family beside them also sneered. Defeated by a small, insignificant sect. He must be feeling quite ashamed right now. As soon as the old man from the Qin family finished speaking, suddenly, something unexpected happened to him. From the teleportation gate of the Imperial Secret Realm in the distance, a powerful surge of energy formed a purple dragon within the portal, unexpectedly blasting all the Lin family disciples out. Every single one of them was injured. If not pierced by arrows, they had broken arms or legs. Though they were out, they were still terrified. As they escaped, they kept looking back, as if fearing someone was chasing them. Seeing people falling out, the crowd below the stand shouted, "More people are being thrown out by the teleportation gate. It looks like the Qin family. Flying swords, arrows. Don't tell me it's the Hong Ming sect again?" On this side, the Wang family glanced at the Qin family, laughed, and said with extreme sarcasm, "Haha. Brother Qin, oh brother Qin, why were you mocking old Lin? Don't celebrate too early, brother." Seeing this, the Qin family head was furious, clenching his fist with a face filled with resentment. Anger rushed to his head, making his veins bulge. He gritted his teeth and said, "A bunch of useless trash." Meanwhile, the king of Qin also witnessed what had just happened. The king of Qin glanced over at the Qin family head and asked, "Family head Qin, you aren't also going to ask to disqualify the Hong Ming sect, are you?" The Qin family head stomped his foot and leaped from his seat. He flew towards the sect disciples. At his feet lay a disciple unable to get up due to severe injuries. The Qin family head could not hide his rage. He grabbed the disciple by the collar, lifting him up and shouting relentlessly, "What happened here? Why have you ended up in such a state? Explain it clearly to me at once." Facing the harsh words and the ferocious expression of the Qin family head, the disciple could only stammer in fear, "We tried our best, family head." The disciple recalled the scene of the attack. He said, "We saw the Lin family and Hong Ming sect disciples clash. We wanted to seize the opportunity to snatch the heavenly brocade flower. We didn't expect the Hong Ming sect to have already set traps. Unfortunately, we stepped right into their trap formation." Hearing this, the Qin family head was utterly enraged. He let out a loud roar and used force to lift the disciple by the collar and throw him far away. Useless trash. Standing in the distance, the Wang family head stroked his beard with a face that looked very pleased, saying, "It seems the first place in this myriad Dao grand gathering will belong to none other than my Wang family." Just as he finished bragging, voices arose from around him. "More people are being thrown out. It's the Wang family and a group from the Changshan sect." Hearing this, old Wang froze. His hand, still stroking his beard, hadn't even lowered before hearing the bad news. He gave an awkward laugh, telling himself, "No, it can't be." Finally, a group of people flew out from the teleportation gate. Just thrown out. The group surrounded two people who were fighting, cheering, and shouting, "Young master! Come on, young master!" And the other side was also shouting along, "Come on, eldest senior brother, beat him up." In the circle, two people were pinching each other's cheeks, looking like two children fighting. Suddenly, from afar, the Wang family head rushed over, his face livid with anger. He slapped the back of the fighting disciple's head hard. Smack! Blood spurted from his mouth as he stumbled forward. Old Wang shouted, "Idiots! Stop fighting! Why are you out here already?" The other guy fighting saw this and quickly broke away, dodging the Wang family head strike just in time. He said fearfully, "Luckily, I dodged in time." The Wang family head furiously scolded the incompetent disciple, crawling bewildered on the ground. That disciple was still dazed, not knowing what was happening. Looking around, he said, "Did I fall out of the secret realm?" The Wang family head stood behind him, shouting continuously, "You stupid fool! You didn't even know you fell out." Looking at the defeated crowd beneath the teleportation gate, the crowd below the stands buzzed again. The Taihu sect, the Wanfeng gate. They're all out? Doesn't this mean only the Hong Ming sect is left? On this side, Xiao Xian and Zhu Xian were still standing there with bright expressions, looking towards the teleportation gate. And finally, the Hong Ming sect group was the last to exit. All of them were unharmed and walked through the gate calmly. With great pride, Yichin behind them felt a bit awkward. Scratching his head, he asked, "How do we get out so easily?" Li Qingchuan walking beside him replied, "Because we won." On this side, the Wang family head looked at his disciples with bitterness and scolded, "You bunch of good-for-nothings. You've completely embarrassed me. The sect master of Wanfeng Gate, Li Jianfeng, sitting in the audience, heard his disciples sadly say, "Sect master, we lost." He replied, "It's fine, as long as you tried your best." Elsewhere, the sect master of Taihu Sect, Taoist Chongling, his disciples also came up stammering, "Sect master, we couldn't win either." But like Li Jianfeng, he waved his hand and comforted them, "It's all right. I brought you here just to see the world a bit. I didn't expect you to achieve anything anyway." On the Hong Ming sect side, Zhu Xian approached the disciples and said, "How did you eliminate so many people at once? Are you all uninjured?" Xiao Xian stood behind and asked, "The Wang family, Changshang Sect, Wanfeng Gate, what happened with these groups?" Jinu reported immediately, "Master, after eliminating the Qin family, we were surrounded by the Wang family disciples. After consideration, I decided to let junior sister Su take the others ahead. I stayed behind alone to bring up the rear." Jinu's expression was very intense as she recalled the battle and said, "The young master of the Wang family offered me a chance for a fair one-on-one duel. But after losing, he refused to accept it and called his disciples to surround and attack me again. Actually, at that time, I had already set up the 7 Stars Executioner twin sword formation. But I discovered disciples of the Changshang Sect hiding in the corner, planning to reap the benefits while we fought. So I turned around and aimed the formation at the Changshang Sect." Finally, Jinu smiled and continued, "The Changshang Sect thought the Wang family attacked them, so they started fighting the Wang family." Recalling the miserable screams of the Changshang Sect disciples, "Who attacked us?" Jinu said, "I took that opportunity to slip away and hide." At this point, Jinu added, "Unexpectedly, people from the Wanfeng Gate and Taihu Sect also chased after us one by one. Seeing that they were all gathered so nicely, it would be a pity not to take them all out at once. So I activated the sword formation again." Hearing this, Xiao Xian couldn't help but praise his disciple, using the situation so perfectly. Truly worthy of being my good disciple. Being praised, Jinu felt incredibly happy. Master flatters me too much. After suffering a disastrous defeat in the first round of the Myriad Dao Grand Gathering, the Wang family head hit the disciple hard on the head and scolded angrily. "You really are good for nothing." Hit painfully, the disciple cried. Without tears, holding his head, he yelped, "Ouch." The Qin family head watched Xiao Xian's group with an expression that wasn't very good. His brows furrowed slightly. He secretly commented in his heart, "Small sect. Strength. Isn't that outstanding? But they're full of cunning tricks." Seeing the Qin family head's bad mood, the servants following him trembled, not daring to speak. They didn't even dare to make a small move. The emperor stroked his beard. He laughed with satisfaction. Hong Ming Sect. Really not simple. To see those 3 great families show such surprised expressions. It feels truly refreshing. Wei Jiu stepped out. He raised his hand above his head to attract attention. He announced loudly, "Next." Announcing the winner of the first round is... Wei Jiu deliberately dragged out the sentence to increase the drama. The people around started buzzing with discussion. They predicted who would win this time. Someone shouted loudly, "Hong Ming Sect. Totally deserved." Xiao Xian and Zhu Xian were very happy to hear that. Confident smiles appeared on their lips regarding their strength. Waiting for everyone to quiet down, Wei Jiu continued, "Because the winning force this time is only one sect, the Hong Ming Sect. The remaining eliminated forces will be ranked based on their accumulated points. Tomorrow, the top 10 sects will send out 3 high-level members to conduct a chaotic battle, until the final sect capable of fighting is determined." As soon as Wei Jiu finished the announcement, Xiao Xian and Ji Nu laughed excitedly, eyes squinting with joy. Xiao Xian raised his hand in celebration. He said to those behind him, "Let's go back and have a good celebration." Ji Nu played along. She followed behind him, her arm also raised, cheering endlessly. Contrary to their joyous atmosphere, the losing families were extremely depressed. The atmosphere dampened significantly. They sat in a daze, reflecting on their actions. The Qin family was green with envy. The others could be ignored, but to him, the Hong Ming sect was a thorn in his side. He thought to himself, just a mere force from the martial world, dares to be so arrogant. Today, I will teach you a lesson. No sooner said than done. The Qin family member raised his hand and launched a magical attack at the Hong Ming Sect group. Xiao Xian, walking at the front, suddenly sensed a strange energy near him and turned to look. He knew what it was, but he wasn't sure. Sword Qi. Xiao Xian quickly turned back and used his own magic to control the incoming sword Qi. He thought to himself, when it comes to the way of the sword, is there anyone who can show off in front of me? Zhu Xian and Ji Nu didn't notice anything until they saw Xiao Xian using his sword-hard insight technique and turned to look. They were both surprised by what was happening. Having failed to achieve his goal, the Qin family member gritted his teeth in anger and cursed inwardly. Damn it! Li Jianfeng also sensed the energy of the sword Qi, but it wasn't strong, which only made him slightly suspicious. Li Jianfeng wondered to himself, just now is that? Daoist Chongling, walking ahead, heard Li Jianfeng muttering something and asked. Immediately after, Li Jianfeng was slightly taken aback because he also sensed the sword heart illumination, a technique that only a high-level practitioner could use. This surprised Li Jianfeng. He thought to himself, that one move just now has already reached the peak of the Sword Dao's insight realm. Within the borders of the Great Qin, someone has already comprehended the sword heart illumination. The people in the sect, not knowing what had just happened, asked in confusion, Master, what happened? Xiao Xian replied with an unrelated sentence, a clay chicken. Daoist Chongling smiled faintly. He found his Hong Ming sect quite interesting, especially Xiao Xian. He thought to himself, the Hong Ming sect is truly a dark horse that I didn't expect. Looks like this 10,000 Dao assembly is going to be quite lively. That night, in the study of the Emperor of the Great Qin, although it was a study to ensure safety, the area in front of the door was arranged with quite a few guards. Inside the study, the Emperor was discussing state affairs with Wei Jiao. He asked, is everything done? Wei Jiao bowed respectfully and replied, Your Majesty, the Imperial Guards have surrounded all the residences of the aristocratic families in the capital, leaving no gaps. At the same time, a restrictive magic formation has been set up. I guarantee that no matter what happens, nothing will escape Your Majesty's eyes. Remembering the matter of Elder Zong, Wei Jiao immediately reported and updated the situation to the Emperor. Zong has also taken the national treasure, the Haotian Mirror, to guard the area outside the capital. If there is any abnormality, the old man can immediately rush over. Your Majesty only needs to wait patiently for Elder Xiao to defeat the aristocratic families tomorrow. After winning the final victory, we will be triumphant. Wei Jiao paused for a moment. He hesitated, but finally decided to ask, Forgive your old servant for being talkative, Your Majesty. Do you really intend to pass the throne to the third princess? The Emperor was a thorough and reasonable person, so he had already thought through important matters like this. The Emperor replied slowly, at the same time explaining clearly the aspects related to this decision. That Xiao Xian's strength is extraordinary. For now, let's proceed as planned. When the 10,000 Dao assembly ends, I will announce my abdication in favor of Xingyue. If that Xiao Xian really can suppress the aristocratic families, Xingyue's succession will be smooth. If not, we must also be well prepared. Have Elder Zong make thorough preparations. If anything unexpected happens, immediately suppress the aristocratic families. Hearing that the Emperor's thoughts were so thorough and reasonable, Wei Jiao bowed in admiration and said, Your Majesty is wise. I have one more matter to report. The Emperor immediately asked, What is it? Wei Jiao began to recount what Elder Zong had said. Zong saw a mysterious expert through the Haotian Mirror. He is approaching the capital. The Emperor was startled and asked, What? A powerful expert? Wei Jiao said nothing more. The Emperor sighed and said tiredly, The capital has its own protective barrier, with Elder Zong guarding it. I'm sure no one would dare to force their way in. He sighed again. For now, let's leave it at that. Wei Jiao replied respectfully, Yes. Outside the Great Qin, a sturdy barrier was in place to stop those with ill intentions. But there were still those who did not know when to retreat. Su Shu stood outside, waiting for the right moment to rush in. Su Shu created a blood-red barrier for himself. He muttered to himself, The seal of the Great Qin capital's barrier. I remember being like this. That person's name was Yi Fan, a stubborn and arrogant person. He sneered and praised the sturdy barrier. Yi Fan gathered his energy. Then he shot it straight at the barrier, hoping to destroy it. He said, "The memories of my past life are the best golden finger." Unexpectedly, he really broke it. A large hole was torn in the barrier. Yi Fan laughed smugly and said, "Haha, it's really been a long time, Great Qin." He was extremely satisfied that his goal had been achieved. He smiled a wicked smile and said, "I, Yi Fan, have returned. In my past life, I had a divine soul and spirit body. No matter how many restrictions the secret realms had, I could freely enter and exit any of them. In the early stages, I relied on this advantage to gather a lot of hidden treasures from within the secret realms of the Great Qin royal family." Yi Fan recalled the time when he entered the secret realm to plunder and was discovered by the people inside. They shouted and announced, "Old man, not good. The secret realm has been completely plundered." The old man, so shocked by the news that he thought his ears were ringing, asked again what. Yi Fan recalled this and couldn't help but laugh with glee. Because of this, my cultivation progressed at lightning speed. I was favored by many noble ladies. Among them was the national fate of the Great Qin, Empress Xingyue. She was truly a beautiful girl. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a fairy descended from heaven. Yi Fan was completely infatuated with her. But it's a pity. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. "Haha, a pity. It wasn't until I was about to ascend to the rank of a mortal emperor that I realized to reach the great completion of cultivation, cultivating a single path was far from enough. At least, several paths must be cultivated simultaneously. I realized it too late. I didn't have time to change. In the end, I exhausted my lifespan and died. Until the very end, Yi Fan was just an old man with long hair covering his face, in tattered clothes, suffering until his death." Yi Fan clicked his tongue. What a pity. Yi Fan looked up at the sky and said happily, "Fortunately, the heavens favored me. They gave me a chance to be reborn. This time, I will definitely reach the peak of the immortal emperor realm." He had a cunning smile on his face. Just by looking at him, it was clear that his intentions for entering the Great Qin were not good. "This time, I've entered the Great Qin royal secret realm 5 years earlier. The power of the national fate I can obtain should be stronger than it was 5 years later. If I can win Xingyue's heart and have her use the power of the royal family to help me cultivate, that would be even better." The sky shone with a warm light. Cranes flew together towards the warm rays of sunlight. A voice rang out. "Today marks the final battle of the 10,000 Dao Assembly. Life and death are your own responsibility. Please, everyone, act with caution." Wei Jiao stood before tens of thousands of people and shouted to begin the final battle. The people below looked up silently at Wei Jiao, who spoke from above with a decisive tone. "The last sect remaining will be named the National Sect. From now on, you will receive resources sponsored by the Great Qin royal family, and you will work for the royal family." The family heads slowly stepped forward with powerful auras. First was the head of the Qin family, with a slightly arrogant air. Right behind him were the heads of the Lin and Wang families. Appearing one by one, on this side were the people of the Longevity Sect. To the left of Li Jianfeng was Taoist Chongling of the Taisu Sect. In the middle was Li Jianfeng of the 10,000 Peaks Sect. And finally, the Hong Ming Sect. Xiao Xian, Zhu Xian, and Lu Mier slowly stepped forward with an aura that was no less impressive. Everyone had gathered to give their all in the final battle of the 10,000 Dao Assembly. A slightly silent atmosphere made everyone feel a sense of dread. The stands were now filled with various sects. Yi Fan looked down at the arena from above and snorted. His expression was a bit pensive. He confidently asked, "At this point in time, Xingyue hasn't become the empress, has she?" The image of Xingyue appeared. Her face was incredibly beautiful with a flawless body. As Yi Fan thought, his cool expression turned a bit perverted. He thought and drooled, saying, "Ah, youth. If I could be intimate with Xingyue at this stage, it would be a special kind of pleasure." His eyes raised to the ninth heaven. He smiled proudly and said, "Exactly. I remember when Xingyue ascended to the throne. She was hindered by the remnant soul of the founding general. Fortunately, I appeared in time. A hero saving a damsel in distress. Could it be that I can establish a relationship with Xingyue 5 years earlier? That's just what I want." Wei Jiao, who was presiding, now spoke loudly. Everyone is here. In that case, the decisive battle of the Myriad Dao Conference officially begins. Just below the fighting stage, everyone was already in a stance, ready to attack. The surrounding audience watching the competition excitedly exclaimed, "Look quickly! The three great families, and even people from the Changshan Sect, are all surrounding to attack the Hong Ming Sect." On the Hong Ming Sect side, Xiao Xian, Zhu Xian, and Lu Meyer saw the crowd rushing towards them, but showed no fear whatsoever. They just stood still watching, knowing these people weren't capable enough to even touch a hair on their legs. As they charged, they shouted loudly, "Let them pay for yesterday's arrogance and taste suffering today." Seeing this, Li Jianfeng glanced at Daoist Chong Ling and asked, "Brother Baldy, why don't you make a move? Waiting to reap the benefits doesn't seem like your style." Daoist Chong Ling replied, "Aren't you also choosing to sit and watch the situation?" Daoist Chong Ling laughed while bringing up past events to mock Li Jianfeng. "I remember the last time fate brought us together, fellow Daoist Li. You were only at the second stage of nascent soul. After so many years apart, you are still stomping in the same place." Li Jianfeng hugged his sword, closed his eyes, and replied sorrowfully, "I have devoted my heart to cultivating the sword Dao. From comprehending the heart techniques to realizing the sword intent, everything went smoothly. But now, time and time again, I face obstacles in comprehending the sword heart. When I previously comprehended the heaven-rank sword intent, I felt that I was truly a peerless prodigy." Li Jianfeng gently stroked his sword and continued, "But now, stuck at the sword heart stage for several years without progress, I realized that human effort eventually has its limits." Seeing Li Jianfeng in such a mood, Daoist Chong Ling turned and asked, "Since that is the case, why not seek a master to point out your mistakes so you know how to correct them?" Baldy Chong Ling then switched to serious mode, recalling Xiao Xian using the sword heart clarity yesterday. Thinking about it, he asked, "Yesterday you also saw that move from Xiao Xian of the Hong Ming Sect, didn't you?" He raised a finger and said with a fierce face, "If we use some tricks to force him a hand over his sword Dao, it would certainly be of great benefit to you." Just as he finished his sentence, Baldy Chong Ling took a stance to prepare for the chaos ahead, laughing as he said, "My Taihu sect doesn't have much obsession with becoming the national sect, seeing as we've been good friends for many years. How about I help you test him once?" Hearing this, Li Jianfeng was startled, his mouth agape. He turned and said, "Wait." But before he could finish, a streak of golden sword energy that everyone recognized slashed down from the sky, sending the crowd in front of Baldy flying in all directions, unable to resist. Along with it came loud explosions emerging from the thick dust, obscuring the view. The scene just now made Li Jianfeng cry out in surprise. "What?" Baldy Chong Ling, who just boasted about testing Xiao Xian's ability, was now horrified, gritting his teeth and widening his eyes in shock. At this moment, the people surrounding the Qin family head were all defeated. Some were unconscious, others lay clutching their legs, groaning in pain. "My leg!" Xiao Xian slowly walked past the people lying on the ground. As he walked, he spoke sarcastically, "Gentlemen, if this is the extent of your skills." Xiao Xian walked forward with the beautiful Zhu Xian and the fierce Meyer following behind. He continued his previous sentence. "I'm afraid the Hong Ming sect is about to collapse today." Zhu Xian, with her super attractive figure, laughed and said, "Junior brother, you're still the type who likes to cause trouble like this." Lu Meyer crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and said to Zhu Xian, "It's fine, sister." The people in the stands are now arguing excitedly with each other. One fan, overly excited, pushed down on the head of the person sitting in front to lift himself up and shouted, "Am I seeing things? One person just took care of all the high-level experts." The guy whose head was pushed looked confused, not knowing what just happened, and asked, "Who hit my head?" The guy standing next to him replied to the other guy, "You didn't see it wrong, and it happened in the blink of an eye." Wei Jiu walked onto the platform, pointing at the fainting crowd, and said, "Changshan Sect, Wang family, Lin family, disqualified from combat." Scene shifts to Yifan. Having witnessed that scene, he was now deep in thought. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, Hong Ming Sect? Strange. In my previous life, I don't recall ever hearing of this sect. Below the stands, the Qin family head, upon hearing about the eliminations, was furious. He assumed an attacking stance, moving his hands back to channel energy. Blue lightning appeared on his arms. Unique body refining technique of my Qin family. Thunder Beast Seal. After announcing the move, his hands turned blue, and claws appeared around them like those of a ferocious beast. He prepared to charge at Xiao Xian with a sinister look, wanting to destroy him in one move. He said, "I look forward to Elder Zhao's guidance." Xiao Xian was not to be outdone. He calmly raised his palm in front of his face, using a new technique. Guanyang 5 Elements Body Art. His eyes narrowed with utter disdain for the person in front of him as he said, "Body refining? I happen to have dabbled in it a little myself. I was just looking for someone to test it on." Xiao Xian raised his right arm. His entire arm was immediately covered in golden lightning. He recited the name of the move called Guanyang 5 Elements Body Art. In the next instant, two figures collided, face to face, hand to hand. A massive sound rang out. Lightning shot out from the sides. The earth-shattering momentum blurred the surrounding scenery. Seeing his move blocked, the Qin family head widened his eyes. Shocked and terrified, he thought, how is the internal force in this brat's hand so terrifying? Seeing the face of the flustered old Qin, Xiao Xian, while blocking the attack, glanced sideways and smirked disdainfully, asking, "Does this seem bad to you?" Having said that, Xiao Xian used force to push the Qin family head back. At the same time, he shouted softly, "Get lost." This push carried astonishing force. The Qin family head had no strength to resist. He was immediately repelled, flying backward at extreme speed. The battle was considered won, but Xiao Xian felt a bit disappointed. He thought of the bodyguard of the aristocratic family who spoke earlier. Your physical body intensity is not even equal to someone I met before. As soon as the voice faded, the Qin family head suddenly cried out, "Arg!" Then he knelt down. Supporting himself with both hands, he vomited a puddle of thick black blood. Seeing that scene, the Qin family disciples gritted their teeth in surprise. Immediately, they said indignantly, "Family head." To think the family head among the Qin family disciples. A middle-aged man stared wide-eyed, saying in disbelief, the Qin family head actually couldn't match that arrogant junior from the Hong Ming sect. Ignoring the surrounding voices, Xiao Xian turned to look at Li Jianfeng and Baldi Chongling, asking, "What do you two plan to do?" Hearing this, the two started and looked toward Xiao Xian. Then, Li Jianfeng held his long sword in reverse. He clasped his hands and bowed respectfully, saying, "I, Li, am stuck at the sword heart stage, stagnant and unable to pass. I have struggled in thought for a long time. Today I ask fellow Taoist Xiao, please enlighten me." As soon as the words were spoken, immediately, everyone in the stands was in an uproar again. Someone said, "Heavens!" The sect master of Wanfeng Gate said he wants to invite Xiao Xian of the Hong Ming sect to enlighten him. Did I hear that wrong? Hearing this, Xiao Xian immediately raised his hand to his chin as if thinking and said, "Want to learn? Sword heart clarity? Possible." At this point, Xiao Xian suddenly changed his tone. Smirking, he continued, "How about this? I give you two choices. Take me as your master." As soon as the choice was uttered, the Qin family disciples once again said indignantly, wanting Li Jianfeng to bow to that Hong Ming sect brat as master. This tone is way too arrogant. Li Jianfeng's one-handed immortal slashing sword technique has unparalleled power. He was originally the sword god of Great Qin. At this moment, Xiao Xian smiled and stated the remaining choice. 2. Beat Taoist Chongling beside you until he's scattered like fallen flowers and flowing water. Hearing this, Baldi Chongling's jaw dropped in surprise, exclaiming, "What?" Beside him, Li Jianfeng was equally surprised. The reason Xiao Xian did this was that he knew Baldi Chongling wanted to test his abilities earlier. This trip is doomed for the Baldi. On this side, after hearing Xiao Xian's words, Zhu Xian immediately felt a headache. She thought to herself, his playfully malicious nature is interesting, exactly the same as before. Li Jianfeng also hesitated, saying this. Having said that, Li Jianfeng thought again. I actually don't mind taking someone successful in cultivation as a master. It's just, what does fellow Taoist Xiao mean here? Looking at Xiao Xian's smiling face, Li Jianfeng secretly guessed, could be a test for me? To see to what level I can fight against Taoist Chongling, although I'm only one minor realm behind Taoist Chongling. For a sword cultivator, this minor realm is a huge chasm depending on whether one has realized the sword hard or not. Looking over at Daoist Chongling, Li Jianfeng continued to think, Daoist Chongling is not a sword cultivator either. Perhaps I can use other methods to break through. Seeing Li Jianfeng looking at him with a contemplative gaze, Baldy Chongling was now slightly flustered, sweating profusely. Thinking of this, Li Jianfeng made up his mind. He held his sword horizontally. With a serious face, he said, Daoist priest, excuse my offense. Having said that, Li Jianfeng held his long sword in reverse. He executed his sword technique. Immediately, a circle of sword formations appeared behind his back. There were 10 swords circling around. Looking towards Daoist Chongling, he said, Immortal slashing sword. Daoist priest Chongling, please. Seeing the situation reach this step, Baldy Chongling said wearily, I didn't expect that in the end, this poor Daoist would pick up a rock only to drop it on his own foot. The reason Baldy Chongling said this was because he had previously suggested Li Jianfeng seek a master. Seeing Li Jianfeng use a familiar sword move, Jinu immediately thought in surprise, isn't this the soft finger winding sword that master uses? Xiao Xian also had a thoughtful look on his face. Soft finger winding sword. So there were that many? It seems the system's repeated feedback on the willow branch soft sword might have another secret behind it. On the stage now, Li Jianfeng thrust his sword forward. Daoist Chongling casually blocked it with a pair of fists. The battle had just begun, and it was already incredibly spectacular. Below the stage, the crowd was in an uproar. My God, this is really getting my blood pumping. So exciting. The strongest cultivator, Daoist Chongling, versus the strongest sword cultivator, Li Jianfeng. I wonder who is stronger. On the stage, Daoist Chongling was enveloped in the phantom image of a great seal. He said, This demon-subduing seal of mine can enhance my physical body when advancing and provide protection when retreating. Fellow Daoist, Li's sword skills seem to be lacking a bit. You can't even break my protective chi. With that, Daoist Chongling threw a punch. He sent Li Jianfeng flying. At the same time, Daoist Chongling said again, Then this humble Daoist will not be polite. Before he finished speaking, Li Jianfeng's figure had already flown backward, crashing into the wall. It created spiderweb-like cracks. At the same time, Li Jianfeng's willow branch soft swords fell to the ground with a clatter. Seeing this, Xiao Xian said with a serious and contemplative expression, This Daoist is quite interesting. After being severely injured, Li Jianfeng clutched his chest and knelt on the ground, sighing indeed, without comprehending the sword-heart illumination. Facing a cultivator at the peak of cultivation like Daoist Chongling, I will still be caught off guard. After sighing, Li Jianfeng returned to the stage. Standing opposite Daoist Chongling, he clasped his hands and said, I have lost this battle. Chongling let out a long breath and said with regret, Alas, fellow Daoist Li. This time, I can't help you. At this moment, Xiao Xian's voice rang out. I will take Li Jianfeng as my disciple. Hearing Xiao Xian's words, Chongling was startled and looked over. With that, Xiao Xian got into a fighting stance and continued, So, it is only right and proper for me, as his master, to fight on my disciple's behalf. Right? At this moment, strands of spiritual energy began to gather in Xiao Xian's hand. He thought to himself, let's try this Daoist spiritual technique. After hearing Xiao Xian's words, Li Jianfeng was shocked and asked, stunned, fellow Daoist Xiao. What you mean is, Xiao Xian looked over and asked calmly, Don't you still have one? Last resort? How about you change your form of address? Hearing this, Li Jianfeng was both surprised and happy. It was the feeling of regaining something that was once lost. Indeed, it was impossible not to be happy. Li Jianfeng was seen cupping his fists. He shouted respectfully, Master is above. Please accept this disciple's bow. Meanwhile, Daoist Chongling unleashed a terrifying aura. His entire body was now covered in a blue aura. He got into a low stance and looked at Xiao Xian with great confidence, saying, Since fellow Daoist Xiao has such intentions, this old Daoist can only oblige. The moment he finished speaking, Daoist Chongling pushed off with his foot and flew up, unleashing a palm strike. Xiao Xian, at the same time, also unleashed a palm strike. The two palms collided. Their auras clashed. A whirlwind erupted on the stage. Waves of spiritual energy spilled out of the stage. The people below hurriedly raised their hands to protect their vital points. At the same time, they didn't forget to exclaim in admiration, "Wow! Is this the pinnacle of a duel in the great Qin cultivation world?" But Li Jianfeng, upon seeing this scene, couldn't help but sigh. After comprehending the sword heart, it's truly a different world. As Li Jianfeng spoke, he imagined the scene of himself being easily defeated by Taoist Chongling in a single blow. A pure sword heart can also be the pure heart of a Taoist before enlightenment. Cultivators use their five senses to judge an opponent's attack. After enlightenment, they use Taoist techniques. In high-level battles, this small difference can decide the outcome of the battle. At this thought, Li Jianfeng bowed his head in self-reproach. Indeed, I must quickly overcome this stage and comprehend the sword heart. On the stage, after a probing move, Taoist Chongling began to close his eyes and circulate his energy, summoning countless orbs behind him. He retreated a few steps and thought with admiration, "I never thought that fellow Taoist Zhao's physical body would be so extraordinary. My demon subduing seal can strengthen the physical body." The orbs now linked together to form a magic seal surrounding Taoist Chongling. He thought to himself with confidence, "Then let's try again." At this thought, Taoist Chongling once again charged forward to attack. Facing Taoist Chongling's punch, Xiao Xian still blocked it with one hand, effortlessly. With his other hand, he gathered spiritual energy, clenched his fist, and smiled at Taoist Chongling. "This is fun. Normally, I don't get a chance to practice body cultivation techniques. To be able to try it today is a great joy." Taoist Chongling was shocked and thought to himself, "He can block all of my attacks?" He immediately put his hand behind his back to gather spiritual energy, preparing to launch an attack. But on the other side, Xiao Xian had already gathered his spiritual energy. He prepared to strike and said at the same time, "I should still thank the Taoist for his guidance." Feeling the power of Xiao Xian's punch that he was about to receive, Taoist Chongling gritted his teeth and thought, "This is not good. This punch cannot be taken head-on. It's too extraordinary." Taoist Chongling immediately thought again, "My protective qi has been activated to the maximum. I must deal with it." But a second later, Xiao Xian's punch had already pierced through Taoist Chongling's layer of protective qi. Seeing the fist getting closer and closer, Taoist Chongling thought in shock, "What? My protective qi?" Below the stage, a person exclaimed in shock, "The Taisu Sect's demon-subduing seal is both offensive and defensive." Li Jianfeng, even with his full power, couldn't break through his protective qi, and yet it was broken by that punch from Xiao Xian. After breaking Taoist Chongling's protective qi, Xiao Xian held his stance. He gathered his strength again and said, "It seems the Taoist has no more tricks up his sleeve." He threw another punch, shooting out a pillar of golden light. Xiao Xian continued, "This is it." Before he finished speaking, the pillar of golden light had already collided with Taoist Chongling. He raised his hand to block the blow, but it was futile. Then, Taoist Chongling was seen flying backward at an unstoppable speed. And just like that, Taoist Chongling's body crashed into the wall, creating a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering sound. The crowd was like a disturbed beehive. A sentence echoed in the arena. The strongest cultivator, Taoist Chongling, was defeated just like that. On the high platform, the Emperor of the Great Qin thought in shock. In fact, even someone like Taoist Chongling was defeated. In the crowd, three young men said one after another, "Oh my God, that Xiao Xian actually won against Taoist Chongling. At his age, to be able to achieve such a feat, he is truly a genius." Over here, Li Jianfeng stroked his beard and smiled, thinking, to be able to defeat Taoist Chongling with a single punch means that his strength is not inferior to Taoist Chongling's. Moreover, the level of his Tao heart must be higher than Taoist Chongling's. His reactions are also faster. Taoist Chongling was not defeated unfairly in this battle. At this moment, Taoist Chongling had already climbed out of the hole in the wall. He knelt on one knee and groaned, "Ugh." He forced himself to stand up straight. Then Taoist Chongling cupped his fists and said, "This battle, this humble Taoist has lost. Hearing this on the high platform, Yi Fan at this moment was sweating and said in shock, "What? Even Daoist Chongling is no match for Xiao Xian? He and Zhan Xianjian will be the strongest characters in the future. This Xiao Xian. Why have I never heard of this name in my past life?" Below the stage, Xiao Xian clasped his hands and smiled. "It was my pleasure." Daoist Chongling bowed. He rubbed his waist and said, The younger generation will surpass us in time." Xiao Xian clasped his hands and bowed respectfully to the emperor, asking, "Your Majesty, since there is no one on the stage who can fight in that case, can you declare that my Hong Ming sect is now the #1 sect of the Great Qin?" His expression, the emperor's face, showed clear displeasure. It seemed he didn't like the way Xiao Xian asked, which was in fact a statement and a declaration on his behalf. However, the emperor could not deny one thing. That was what he was thinking at this moment. This person's strength is truly terrifying. But that's good. With this person guarding, I'm sure Xingyue will sit firmly on the throne. The emperor calmly stood up, laughed loudly, and declared, "Ha ha 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 ha. My Great Qin has truly produced many talented people. Since there are no objections, I will now declare." The emperor's declaration seemed to echo throughout the entire palace. Everyone could hear it. From today onwards, the Hong Ming sect is the national sect of my Great Qin. There are no more doubts, right? After the declaration, the court officials and everyone present shouted in unison, "Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise." However, there were still those who were not satisfied with the result. The Wang and Lin families showed their jealousy openly, but they dared not object. "I can only obey the imperial command." Both of them joined their voices with the others, though it was still very difficult to say, "Your Majesty is wise." The emperor slowly sat down on the dragon throne. He continued, "Next, we still have a matter we wish to announce. We intend to yield our position to Xingyue today. Taking advantage of everyone being here, we want to decisively engrave Xingyue's name onto the Great Qin imperial steel." The emperor's decision caused all the officials to be stunned simultaneously. They couldn't believe their ears. No one said anything, but they all had the same thought. What? His Majesty wants to abdicate, and the successor is the third princess? The Wang family and Lin family did not hesitate for a moment. Both quickly stepped forward to voice their opposition. "Your Majesty, this absolutely cannot be done, Your Majesty." The third princess stepped on the platform with an air of unparalleled charisma. She had changed into a different outfit and applied light makeup, enhancing her beauty many times over. Even Yi Fan didn't recognize at first glance that this was the third princess, Xingyue. As she walked forward, glancing at the members of the aristocratic families, her ivory brows slightly furrowed. Her voice carried a hint of annoyance as she asked, "Why not?" The third princess stopped in her tracks. She stood waiting for an answer from those troublesome people. The third princess thought bitterly to herself. Those people truly jumped out to oppose immediately. The Wang family and Lin family stood at the forefront, trying to persuade the emperor. The Wang family head spoke up, "Your Majesty, this is absolutely impossible. Throughout the history of Great Qin, there has never been a female emperor. Moreover, the third princess has low cultivation. If another country attacks in the future, how can she lead Great Qin to victory?" The third princess hadn't expected the Wang family to use her cultivation as an excuse to object. She felt a twinge of guilt. Beads of sweat gradually appeared on her forehead. She silently cursed him. "Damn it. To think they make a fuss about my cultivation." Yi Fan felt a bit disappointed. He pushed himself up, sighed softly, and muttered to himself. It turns out Xingyue at this time is not as powerful as in her past life. Even her ascension to the throne is being obstructed. Suddenly, in Yi Fan's mind, an idea to play the hero, saving the beauty, emerged. A cunning smile appeared on his lips. Yi Fan told himself, "If I act now and suppress the officials for her, wouldn't that be?" But before he could make a move, someone else stepped in to do it for him. A sudden voice rang out, startling Yi Fan and making him hurriedly look to see who it was. As the disciple of the sect master of Great Qin's national sect, wanting to succeed the throne of Great Qin is perfectly justifiable. Why would it be impossible? The third princess looked over and realized the person was Xiao Xian. She was slightly surprised by his appearance. Subconsciously, she called out in her mind, Master. Xiao Xian used his ability, creating a bagua sphere, gathering energy with just one extremely intense aura enveloping the surroundings. He didn't forget to reassure his disciple. Rest assured, disciple. Today, I will suppress this court for you. As soon as the words fell, dazzling golden swords appeared above his head. Xiao Xian created a magic circle, surrounded by countless sharp golden swords ready to strike at any moment. He spoke dashingly. Whoever dares to question, I will examine their eyes for you. Whoever refuses to submit, I will beat them until they submit. The third princess stood behind him, smiling happily and brightly. Witnesses couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Some even jumped up and shouted, What? Those sitting nearby also couldn't believe it, and said, The third princess actually took Xiao Xian of the Hong Ming Sect as her master? The third princess blushed, silently thanking Xiao Xian in her heart. Master. Xiao Xian turned back to look at the third princess. He reached out to pat her head, smiled, and said, Go on. It's your turn. Take back everything. The third princess nodded with a bright smile, replying, Yes. Then, emboldened by Xiao Xian's encouragement, the third princess became confident. She didn't hesitate to step forward and confront the heads of the Wang and Lin families, saying, Everyone recognizes the status of the Hong Ming sect as the national sect of Great Qin. Therefore, as a disciple of the Hong Ming sect, is there any reason why this princess cannot succeed the throne? The third princess pointed at the two of them and asked sternly, Or is it because your two families have long secretly colluded with the first and second princes? So today you have no choice but to oppose? The two aristocratic family heads, Wang and Lin, were rendered speechless. It seemed the third princess had hit the nail on the head. Old Lin turned towards the emperor of Great Qin. He glanced subtly at the third princess. In his heart, he bitterly uttered two words, Damn it. Behind him, the Wang family head stared at the third princess, tongue-tied, not knowing what to say next. After silently cursing Ing Xingyue, Old Lin continued, turning towards the emperor to persuade him to abandon the idea. Lin glared, pointing at the third princess Xingyue, and shouted, Your Majesty. This matter absolutely cannot be treated as a joke. The Hong Ming sect is the national sect today, but it's hard to guarantee they won't harbor disloyalty in the future. When that time comes, how should the third princess handle it? The third princess was speechless with rage. She gritted her teeth, seeing things becoming increasingly tense. The emperor spoke up to intervene. Enough. Once the emperor spoke, no one dared to utter another word. The emperor thought of a way. He said, Since you all argue ceaselessly, then let the Great Qin Imperial Steel choose. Outside the main hall, pillars emitting a magical golden light suddenly appeared. In the center of the pillars stood a stone steel 10 times the size of an average person. The magical appearance of the stone steel left everyone dumbfounded. Someone exclaimed, That is the Great Qin Imperial Steel. On this side, Zhu Xian frowned slightly. She thought to herself, I heard that emperors of Great Qin throughout the ages engrave their names onto the Imperial Steel. The Imperial Steel possesses a spirit. Recording one's name allows one to mobilize the fate of the Great Qin nation. It seems His Majesty and the third princess planned this long ago, taking advantage of today to suppress the power of the 100 clans. Although Zhu Xian didn't say it out loud, she had already seen through the third princess's ploy. Just because she was Xiao Xian's disciple, Zhu Xian could only turn a blind eye. Zhu Xian watched the third princess's back as she walked up step by step. According to Zhu Xian, the true goal of the emperor and the third princess was certainly as she suspected, to support the third princess's ascension to the throne. After approaching the Great Qin Imperial Steel, the third princess began to extend her hand towards it. Focusing her spiritual power, the third princess was incredibly determined. She told herself, Today, this princess must leave her name on it. Power from the third princess's hand impacted the steel, creating a magical vortex. Under the gaze of the third princess and those present, the steel quickly absorbed the magic. It began to glow. The golden lights gathered like a miniature galaxy. The third princess waited silently for the result. Just then, the steel released a powerful burst of energy, affecting the third princess. She hurriedly raised her arm to shield her face. She didn't understand what was happening, subconsciously letting out a cry. Yi Fan launched himself like a rocket from his seat towards the third princess, shocking those nearby into speechlessness. A confident smile bloomed on Yi Fan's lips. He knew the time had come. As he flew over, Yi Fan thought, "This is the moment." Xiao Xian, observing calmly nearby, was also slightly surprised by Yi Fan's inexplicable action. Thus, Yi Fan charged straight towards the steel without hesitation. The real reason he was ready to risk himself to save the beauty was simply jealousy. Thinking Xiao Xian also wanted his reputation to spread far and wide. Yi Fan thought irritably as he charged, "TSK, TSK. All the fame has been snatched by that Xiao Xian. But it doesn't matter. This imperial steel space, aside from imperial descendants, only a spirit body consciousness can enter. Xingyue, I'm coming to help you." Thinking this, Yi Fan happened to enter inside the imperial steel. Right at this moment, inside the imperial steel space, the third princess carefully opened her eyes, observing after sensing that no more energy was radiating. The third princess looked around once. This place was truly vast but barren, with nothing in it. The third princess was skeptical. She whispered a question to herself. "Where is this place?" Walking a few steps, the third princess stopped. Xingyue casually scanned the area and determined there was no danger here. Xingyue thought, to think there's such a mysterious space inside the imperial steel. However, Xingyue didn't notice the large statue behind her using a gaze. That was not very friendly to look at her. The statue looked very old, with cracks filling its face. Its eyes were bloodshot. The statue suddenly spoke, impudent. The voice was both loud and full of authority, making Xingyue jump. She quickly assumed a defensive stance. Her eyes darted around searching. Xingyue spun around. She hurriedly asked, "Who is it?" Turning back, striking her eyes, was a male statue, in the shape of a hero equipped with armor, holding a sharp spear in his hand. The statue continued to speak in an angry tone. "A mere female dares to covet the supreme position, offending the emperor's majesty. Truly, a crime deserving 10,000 deaths." Xingyue gasped. She could hardly believe her eyes. Xingyue took a quick look and immediately recognized it. She thought to herself, "Is this not the founding divine general who guarded Great Qin?" The statue struck the spear in its hand hard against the ground. The force of the impact was so great that it cracked the ground. The statue said, "Considering you are of the bloodline of the ancestor emperor, this general gives you one last chance. Leave this place immediately. Otherwise, this general will execute you without mercy." End of speech. The statue's eyes shot out red bolts of lightning. Following that was spiritual energy radiating from the statue, causing the ground to shake violently. Waves of energy continuously emanated from it. The earth and rock beneath. The statue shattered into pieces. Xingyue let out a terrified cry. The third princess stood frozen like a statue. She could only stare up at the statue. Xingyue was completely bewildered by this unexpected trial. She wondered, the ground is collapsing. I've never heard Father mention that the Imperial Steel had this kind of test. Could it be because I'm a woman? Is he jumping out to stop me from carving my name? The more Xingyue thought about it, the more resentful she felt. She didn't want to give up so easily. Xingyue said to herself with determination, "On what grounds? On what grounds can I not sit on this throne? I was the one who found a way to deal with the aristocratic families. I traveled to 100 different sects, gathering forces everywhere. What's more, I also have Master to help me." Xingyue thought of the difficulties, the effort she had made to become better step by step. Everything she had invested could not be so easily washed away. The determination in Xingyue grew stronger. She took out her saber and said loudly, "My succession to the throne of the Great Qin is the will of heaven. Just a masterless remnant soul. What right do you have to question me? And you dare to try and stop my great undertaking? Truly a fool's dream." As she cursed, Xingyue swung her saber, attacking the giant statue. Despite its large size, the statue easily dodged Xingyue's attack. The statue was not afraid. It still spoke in its majestic voice, insolent, truly courageous. The statue also began to move. It pointed its spear at Xingyue and attacked with all its might. While attacking physically, The statue also attacked Xingyue's spirit. It said, "Since you are so stubborn and refuse to back down, then this general can only act himself." The moment the spear was thrust, the saber in Xingyue's hand also swung. The two of them fought with all their might. A battle of equals. Although the statue had more advantages, Xingyue was not inferior. The sound of the two weapons clashing echoed continuously. Both of them were focused on winning when Yi Fan suddenly appeared. He looked around and exclaimed in admiration, "So this is the Imperial Steel Space. Truly magnificent." After admiring the view, Fan looked over at where the statue and Xingyue were fighting. He had a scheming smile on his face. Yi Fan said quietly to himself, "It seems Xingyue is in a tough spot. This is the perfect time for me to make my move." In a moment of carelessness, Xingyue was knocked back by the statue. She was flailing in midair, not knowing what to do. Xingyue let out a terrified "ah." Suddenly, the sword in her hand began to vibrate violently. The sword escaped from Xingyue's control. It shot straight forward. Xingyue was startled to see the sword acting on its own. She thought to herself, "The willow branch soft sword flew out on its own. Could it be that the sword spirit sensed that I was in danger?" The sword, with its immense power, fiercely attacked the statue. The energy radiating from it made anyone nearby shiver. The statue was confused by the sword's sudden attack. The statue asked in its booming voice, "What is this?" On reflex, it raised the spear in its hand to counterattack. But unexpectedly, the sword's power was too terrifying. With just one attack, the spear in the statue's hand was shattered. The statue's eyes widened in shock. It exclaimed, "What?" Seeing the sword protecting her with all its might, Xingyue's cheeks blushed. She thought of Xiao Xian's image, and her heart bloomed with joy. Master was telling the truth. He will help me become the ruler of the righteous path. Yi Fan was just about to make his move. He appeared from behind Xingyue and leaped high into the air. As he gathered power in his fist, preparing to fight, he growled, "You dare to touch Xingyue? You'll have to get through me first." Xingyue was completely unaware of Yi Fan's presence, so she was very surprised to hear his voice. Looking at the figure of Yi Fan, who was charging like an arrow towards the statue, she still didn't recognize him. Xingyue asked loudly, "Who are you?" Yi Fan didn't answer. He smirked and laughed smugly. The fist, enveloped in fire, was approaching the statue with immense energy. The statue was bewildered by Yi Fan's sudden appearance. But it was even more bewildered when it saw Ye's technique. It thought, "Divine soul fire. This flame can directly burn and injure my remnant soul. I can't risk it." Knowing that the opponent's strength was formidable, the statue quickly retreated to dodge the attack. But it was still hit, and a part of its armor was shattered. Yi Fan showed no signs of stopping. He continued to charge forward like a hungry tiger, smelling its prey. Yi Fan said confidently, very knowledgeable, "Then you can taste its power for yourself." At this moment, the statue realized something. It said, "So it's just a divine soul and spirit body. So, even though you don't have the royal bloodline, you can still enter the Imperial Steel Space." As it spoke, the statue retreated, looking for a way to dodge the attack. Yi Fan's fist went straight to the ground. The ground beneath it cracked and then shattered, creating a large hole. Yi Fan was startled and realized, "Void shattering spirit hand. It seems you were prepared for divine souls and spirit bodies all along." The statue became angry. It roared, "You think I can guard this place for so long and not have any means to deal with these divine souls and spirit bodies of yours?" Naive, Xingyue took the opportunity, while the statue was distracted, to charge forward and attack. She commanded her sword, "Willow branch soft swords. Go!" The sword immediately received the command. Its power, at this moment, was terrifying. It continuously shot out bolts of lightning. The sword, without any hesitation, shot towards the statue like a bolt of lightning. The statue now shifted its attention to the sword, but by this time, the sword had already flown right up to its face. With no other choice, the statue raised its arms to block the sword's attack. It sneered in disdain. "Just a small sword, and you dare to dream?" Unexpectedly, the small sword that the statue had belittled pierced straight through its chest. The statue's chest was pierced with a large hole, leaving it with no chance of survival. Before it crumbled into rubble, the statue managed to say its last words. "How, just one move?" The willow branch soft sword, after completing its mission, returned to its master's side. The statue was now just a pile of rubble. The stones from its body fell one by one onto the cold ground. Yi Fan rotated his wrists as if he had fought a lot in the previous battle. He turned to flatter Xingyue. Thanks to you, Xingyue. Xingyue now got a clear look at Yi Fan's face. She had felt a sense of familiarity before, but now she felt that she had never met Yi Fan before. Xingyue asked shyly, "This young master, have we met before?" Yi Fan burst out laughing. He said, "Ha! The third princess has not seen me, but I have admired the third princess for a long time." Xingyue looked at him with eyes that showed not a hint of belief in Ye's words. She had no faith in Fan at all. Xingyue expressed her suspicion. Really? Xingyue observed Yi Fan carefully. She judged him silently. This person is a bit strange. He's not a descendant of the royal family, but he was able to enter this place. After I get out, I need to investigate this person further. Xingyue turned and walked away. She said, "Let's quickly think of a way to get out. My father and my master are probably getting impatient waiting outside." Yi Fan's face fell. He was extremely jealous of Xiao Xian for being constantly mentioned by Xingyue. Yi Fan thought unhappily, "It's that Xiao Xian again. Why does Xingyue keep mentioning him? Looks like I need to be on my guard." Yi Fan suddenly grabbed Xingyue's hand, to her surprise. Yi Fan kept asking questions. "Wait a minute. You're just going to leave like that? Don't you know that this imperial steel space contains the dragon qi left behind by the emperors of every generation? If you absorb it, it will be very good for you in the future, Xingyue." She asked in confusion, "Dragon qi?" Yi Fan pulled Xingyue down to sit on the ground and then instructed, "You sit here. Follow the breathing method, I tell you." A moment later, Xingyue followed Yi Fan's instructions. After a moment of cultivation, Xingyue's entire body was enveloped in fire. Xingyue opened her eyes and looked at her achievement after cultivating the golden core's peak. Yi Fan had exhausted a lot of his energy, so his stamina was also dropping quickly. While waiting for Xingyue, he had also taken a nap, but it didn't affect him. Yi Fan stretched and yawned. He said, "The rain can stop. We could go now." "Oh, that hurts." Xingyue appeared puzzled. "Why did you help me?" Yi Fan laughed heartily and replied, "Haha. Didn't I say it before? I've admired you for a long time, Xingyue. This is all something I should do." Yi Fan's demeanor made her skeptical. Xingyue said, "Is that so?" She thought to herself, "I need to get out of here first, then we'll talk." The spectators attending the Myriad Dao Grand Gathering, sitting outside, were becoming anxious as they saw the sky covered by strange black clouds. There was a feeling that something bad was about to happen. Added to that, Xingyue still hadn't appeared, making everyone restless. They looked up at the sky. One after another, they took turns asking, "What happened? Why haven't we seen the third princess?" The emperor, sitting in the palace, was also restless. He was extremely worried about his daughter. The emperor thought there would be no danger, which was why he felt assured letting Xingyue contact the imperial steel, but he didn't expect this situation to occur. He wondered in his heart, what does this mean? Previously, emperors of succeeding dynasties only needed to use spiritual power to establish a connection with the imperial steel. On the imperial steel, immediately, their names would appear. But this resembles a heaven and earth anomaly. The successor being sucked into the imperial steel is a scene that has never appeared before. The sky became increasingly gloomy. Gusts of wind blew past, making people shiver. Looking at the celestial phenomenon, participants of the ceremony appeared puzzled. One person spoke up and asked, "What is that?" The person next to him, making wild guesses, dared not speak loudly. This must be the heavens dissatisfied with the third princess succeeding the throne, sending down divine punishment. While the crowd was buzzing, from outside, a group of people marched in aggressively. The crowd was thrown into turmoil again. They stood up, trying to lean forward to see clearly. One person wondered, "Who is that?" Another person felt the group, especially the two leaders, looked very familiar. He tried hard to remember. The answer was drawn out. It looks like the first prince and the second prince. The other person remembered and shouted out. The first prince and second prince walked in with expressions that were not very happy. They also brought along a troop of soldiers, making others wary. The first sentence from the first prince's mouth wasn't a greeting to his father, the king, but a declaration. He shouted unpleasantly, We oppose Ing Xingyue inheriting the great rule. The second prince also expressed opposition like his elder brother. The emperor was surprised by their appearance. He asked, "What are you two doing here?" The first prince looked at the emperor standing in the great hall and spoke as if giving an order. "We came to request Imperial Father to withdraw the issued decree. Divine punishment falling from the sky clearly indicates third sister is not the mandated one. She should not succeed the throne. Indeed, the weather right now isn't good at all. Black clouds cover the sky. Thunder also rumbled as if opposing the king's decision. The situation became disadvantageous for Xingyue. A young man looked at the sky and couldn't help but exclaim, 'Heavens!' Lightning flashed amidst the thick black clouds. Others also chimed in. Is it really divine punishment? The second prince spoke up then. He showed no respect at all, bluntly threatening his own father. If Imperial Father remains stubborn today, then we can only lead troops to correct the mandate of heaven. Everyone in the crowd turned pale with terror. They cried out in fear. This place has been surrounded. The first prince and second prince want to force an abdication. But this celestial phenomenon is truly terrifying. The first prince and second prince simultaneously knelt on one knee, clasping their hands. They pleaded in unison. Your sons here implore Imperial Father to withdraw the issued decree. But their tone and expressions were nothing short of coercion. The soldiers brought by the two princes also knelt down. Their voices in unison echoed through heaven and earth. The third princess succeeding the throne goes against heaven's will. We implore your majesty to withdraw the issued decree. Zhu Xian saw the situation wasn't looking good. She worriedly asked Xiao Xian, the third princess, will she really be okay? Xiao Xian showed no worry at all. He smiled confidently and replied, don't worry. Not only will she be fine, she will also encounter a stroke of fortune. Xiao Xian read the notification from the system. He was certain he could help his disciple rise to the top in a single step, and he would receive reward items from the mission. News. Host assisted disciple in ascending to the throne. Successfully activated the special physique. Supreme Overlord body, Earth rank. Reward feedback, 1,000 times. Received, postnatal chaos body, Earth rank. Behind that was a panel explaining the spoils in detail. Introduction. Postnatal chaos body. Earth rank special physique. Spirit chi absorption speed increased by 10 points. Can cultivate. Infuse various techniques to enhance physique. After breaking through to the heaven rank realm, can absorb and process chaos essence chi to develop and condense the innate chaos body. Xiao Xian told himself, I knew the Supreme Overlord body would be extraordinary after activation, but I didn't think it would be even more powerful than I imagined. Xiao Xian placed great faith in Xingyue. That allowed him to boldly say the third princess. She will return very soon. From the gray sky appeared a red bagua circle. From there, two magical pillars of light shot straight down to the ground. Just as Xiao Xian predicted, Xingyue had returned. She announced loudly, we have proclaimed ourselves emperor. Xingyue and Yi Fan had successfully escaped the space inside the imperial steel. Both slowly descended to the ground. Xingyue asked loudly, the mandate of heaven is established. Who dares not follow? The crowd buzzed with surprise at her appearance. It's the third princess. They stared at the aura radiating from Xingyue in astonishment. This is holy light shining everywhere. It's the heavenly mandate of an emperor. The first prince and second prince looked at each other in shock. Without needing to say it out loud, they both had the same thought. That is Ing Xingyue. Xingyue landed straight where the emperor was waiting for her. He laughed joyously. Ha ha! Holy light shines everywhere. Heavenly mandate of an emperor. Let's see who still dares to oppose my daughter, proclaiming herself emperor. Xingyue walked up to her father. She gently called, Imperial Father. The emperor was very happy. He placed his hand on her shoulder. Speaking softly with a gentle smile, Xingyue, my child. Both were happy. Upon reuniting, when a sound from below attracted their attention. Congratulations to the new emperor on ascending the throne. Those present all bowed in unison to congratulate the new emperor of Great Qin. Everyone said in unison, Great Qin for thousands of autumns and 10,000 generations. Evergreen and undefeated. Long live the new emperor. Long life, long live. The first prince was unwilling to accept this outcome. He gritted his teeth audibly, cursing silently in his heart. Imperial Father, you are heartless and unjust. Then don't blame us. The first prince took out a command token. He used magic to control the command token. Wei Jiao immediately realized what the first prince wanted to do. He thought, that is the teleportation formation token. Before long, the teleportation formation token was activated. The first prince smirked. He announced smugly, we have contacted the Longyan Empire. Right now, 100,000 elite soldiers are waiting outside the city gates, waiting for me to open the grand teleportation formation. The first prince's words were not just a joke. Outside the city gates, there truly were many soldiers of the Longyan Empire supporting the first prince to usurp the throne. All they were waiting for was a command from the first prince. Each and every one of them looked incredibly burly. The first prince said heartily, 100,000 elite soldiers immediately can envelop this place. The emperor didn't expect the son he raised to be ready to collude with the enemy, to kill his father and steal the throne. He was boiling with rage. The emperor looked at that unfilial son with eyes flashing fire. He pointed at the first prince and scolded, you sin obstacle. You dare collude with foreign enemies. Great Qin, having a beast like you as a prince is truly a misfortune for the family and the nation. After seeing the first prince open the teleportation formation token, Wei Jiao didn't think any further. Whoosh! From the Great Hall, Wei Jiao jumped straight down. He lunged towards the first prince's command token. The teleportation formation token in front of Wei Jiao was using full power to open the formation. Wei Jiao shouted loudly, trying to stop this. The transmission formation must not be opened. But as he was about to touch the command token, the barrier surrounding it pushed him back. Wei Jiao knew he couldn't save the situation. He could only cry out in despair. This is bad. Wei Jiao looked down. Nearby, two people were sitting back to back, performing a technique. Wei Jiao said angrily, Family Head Wang, Family Head Lin, you are colluding with the enemy. This is treason. The Wang and Lin families knew the consequences of this, but having already committed, they could only go with the flow. The two of them said in turn, since things have come to this, the only way to end this is to wipe all of you out in one fell swoop. Xiao Xian also appeared out of nowhere and joined the fray. His eyes seemed to spark with fire. Xiao Xian began to raise his hands, casting a spell. He sneered and said, wipe us out in one fell swoop. Just the two of you? The Wang and Lin families were startled when the formation they were casting was interfered with by the magic circle of Xiao Xian's sword. The swords from it shot straight at the barrier of the formation's command token. Not just 10, but hundreds of thousands of sharp swords flew at it with considerable force. Because of this, the sturdy barrier was about to break. Cracks began to appear and spread everywhere. Family Head Wang tried his best to keep the formation from breaking, to the point that veins popped out on his face. Family Head Wang said angrily, damn it, the Lin family was not to be outdone. He roared, today is a matter of life and death. How can I lose to a brat who came out of nowhere like you? A sudden explosion erupted, killing a large number of soldiers on the side of the first and second princes. The first and second princes' faces turned pale. The second prince exclaimed in horror, what? Wei Jiao returned to the emperor's side. The two of them, along with Xing Yue, quietly observed the situation. Wei Jiao asked anxiously, should we have Elder Zong come to protect you? The emperor quickly stopped him. No, just have Elder Zong manage the outer city well. I don't think we'll need Elder Zong to intervene here. Xiao Xian looked incredibly brave. He showed no fear or hesitation. He confidently charged forward to attack the enemy. With his terrifying strength, in no time, the soldiers were dropping like flies. They died without a chance to say their last words. The first prince no longer had his majestic demeanor. His face was purple with fear as he stammered, who on earth is this person? The second prince's face was drained of all color. He turned and ran, not forgetting to call out to the first prince. Forget about all that. Run. Xiao Xian would not let the two of them escape so easily. He said in a demonic voice, you're only thinking of running now? Xiao Xian just casually waved his hand. Both of the esteemed princes were severely injured by his magic. Of him, the swords pierced through both of them, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The barrier of the command token was almost shattered. It could only hold on for a little longer. A sword thrust straight at the command token. Family head Wong held his breath. He was waiting for a miracle to happen. And it seemed that what he was waiting for really did happen. Streams of light shot out from the command token. The formation was gradually revealed. The magic circle was also formed. The command token at the center of the formation lit up. It seemed to be absorbing all the surrounding energy, creating a perfect formation. The formation opened up in the dark, cloudy sky. The people below watched this unexpected turn of events. A person exclaimed in surprise. "What is that?" Family head Wong laughed smugly. "What luck! The transmission formation has been activated. 100,000 elite soldiers will arrive immediately." The energy from within the formation formed pillars of light that illuminated the dark sky. They shot down everywhere below, killing soldiers by the droves. No one escaped this tragic fate. The Wong and Lin families separated from each other. They both looked at the corpses in horror. They covered the ground. The Lin family member stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. "You..." The Wong family member continued. "How did you end up like this?" A soldier struggled to get up and replied, "We don't know what happened either." A large, golden hand descended from the sky. "We couldn't resist at all. This might be because we angered the heavens." According to the soldier's account, the two of them's eyes rolled back. They realized who had acted. The image of an old man creating a large golden hand appeared in the minds of the Wong and Lin families. A large, golden hand. It was Elder Zhang's Hao-Ian mirror. Xiao Xian stood on high. He held a golden sword and asked casually, "Are you done with your last words?" Without waiting for the two of them to reply, Xiao Xian charged forward like the wind, swinging his sword straight at them. He smirked faintly. "Then it's my turn to act." With just one slash, both the Wong and Lin family heads could not avoid being bloodied. Xiao Xian acted as fast as lightning. The two of them were completely unprepared. They suffered the same fate. Both of their eyes rolled back. They spat out blood. The wounds on their stomachs also stained their clothes with blood. After beating them to a pulp, Xiao Xian landed casually. He stood on the pile of rebel corpses and respectfully addressed the emperor. "Reporting to your majesty, the rebels have been dealt with. The coronation ceremony can continue." A gentle breeze blew by, carrying small leaves that brushed past Xiao Xian, further enhancing his majestic appearance and handsome face. The emperor and Xingyue were fine, but the other people present were strangely silent. On behalf of the emperor, Xiao Xian turned and reminded them, "What are you all waiting for? Congratulate the new emperor on her ascension." The court officials were probably still not convinced. They shook their heads wearily and looked at each other. But with the examples of those who had opposed lying in pools of blood before them, they had no choice but to obey. The whole group, from the high-ranking to the low-ranking, knelt in unison. They bowed their heads in reverence. They shouted in unison, "Long live the emperor! Long live, long live, long live the emperor!" Xingyue had now officially ascended to the throne. She said majestically, "I declare, from this day forward, the system of hereditary nobility is abolished. The previous titles and fiefdoms of the aristocratic families are revoked, and their noble ranks are stripped." Hearing this, the expressions of the officials all turned ugly. They were stunned by this unexpected decision from Xingyue. But who was she now? She had ascended to the throne as the empress. Besides obeying, they had no other choice. Once again, all the officials said in unison, "We, your humble servants, obey." A few days after the grand ceremony, Xiao Xian's group, Zhu Xian and Lu Mier, sat together drinking tea and chatting. Lu Mier said dejectedly, "When are we going back? I'm so bored here. I'm about to grow mold." Xiao Xian slowly sipped his tea and replied, "Soon, soon." Suddenly, a person pushed open the door and entered. Xiao Xian knew who it was without even turning to look. He just glanced over and exclaimed, "You're here." The person walked up to him and knelt on one knee. He clasped his hands in reverence to Xiao Xian. He spoke in a booming voice, "Disciple, greets master." Information about the man appeared. Name, Li Jianfeng. Identity, 4th direct disciple. Comprehension, 300. Foundation, 300. Innate talent, none. Xiao Xian had, of course, already investigated him briefly. He thought to himself, as expected, disciples with special physiques are not as common as cabbages. They're not everywhere. However, this kind of fateful encounter is bound to happen. The future is hard to predict for anyone. With that thought, he stood up. Xiao Xian said calmly, "You are my disciple. There's no need to be so formal. This is the first time you've come to my home. As your master, I can't be stingy." Xiao Xian reached out his hand towards Li Jianfeng's head. He used his spiritual energy to transmit knowledge into his mind. Xiao Xian instructed, "Here are a few cultivation techniques. Study them all for a bit. When I have time later, I'll give you personal guidance." Xiao Xian's words made everything seem as light as a feather. However, only Li Jianfeng understood how immense the cultivation techniques he had been given were. Li Jianfeng's mind was screaming, "A few techniques? This is at least 50 cultivation techniques, and the weakest of them is at the mid-level of the earth rank. Just this one time is comparable to the many years of accumulation of my 10,000 peaks sect." After bestowing the cultivation techniques on Li Jianfeng, the system immediately sent a notification. Detected that the host has gifted a disciple a total of 57 secret technique manuals. Double reward feedback. Obtained. Cultivation Technique Fusion, X1. It turned out that by bestowing so many cultivation techniques upon Li Jianfeng, Xiao Xian had not lost out at all. Li Jianfeng was still basking in the joy of Xiao Xian's generous gifts. "I'm so lucky to have taken a monster as my master." Just then, Xing Yue happened to arrive. Xiao Xian smirked and said, "Just in time. Your third senior sister has arrived as well." Xiao Xian was contemplating how to best use the gift from the system. Another cultivation technique fusion. I need to think carefully about how to best use it. Wei Jiu entered and announced loudly, "Her Majesty has arrived." Following him was Xing Yue's procession. The palanquin she sat in was reserved for the emperor and was extremely grand. Therefore, the number of bearers was also much larger than usual. Xing Yue stepped out of the palanquin. She looked incredibly majestic at that moment. The majesty of a monarch. Following her were Wei Jiu and a bald man with a large string of beads around his neck. The three of them entered. Everyone present bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Xing Yue walked up to Xiao Xian. She bowed to him. "Greetings, Master." Even though he was her master, Xing Yue was still a monarch. Having her bow to him like that made him a little uncomfortable. Xiao Xian quickly stopped her. "All right, there's no need for such formalities. If you have something important to discuss, just say it directly." Xing Yue didn't beat around the bush. She got straight to the point. "I wonder if Master still remembers, before the National Fate Assembly, I mentioned to you that the Longyan Empire has been annexing our vassal states. They want to fight to the death in the National Fate Assembly. Although this plan was exposed, as long as the Great Qin remains weak for a day, it will be difficult to escape being manipulated by others. The best solution is to participate in the National Fate Assembly and build up our reputation so that the Longyan Empire will no longer dare to look down on us." Xing Yue analyzed the situation for Xiao Xian. Although she had just ascended the throne, she already had the air of an experienced monarch. Perhaps that was why the late emperor had trusted her so much. This matter concerned the fate of the country. Therefore, the conversation at this moment was quite tense. Xiao Xian was curious. This National Fate Assembly. What are the specific rules? Xing Yue explained calmly. Based on the experience of past years from the upper kingdoms, a representative will be sent to participate. Each vassal state will send 5 people. The cultivation level is required to be at the nascent soul stage or above. Xiao Xian asked again, "How many candidates have been selected so far?" The bald man scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Ha ha 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 ha. This humble Taoist counts as one. By the way, I also came to invite old brother Li to join us." Li Jianfeng finally had an answer to the question that had been nagging at him. "No wonder you've been staring at me since the start of the 10,000 Dao assembly." The man gave a thumbs up and laughed heartily. "Ha! Old brother Li is indeed a smart person." Li Jianfeng did not agree immediately. He turned and respectfully asked for Xiao Xian's opinion. "I have now joined the Hong Ming sect, so I should follow Master's instructions. Whether I go or stay, I, Li, will not have any objections." Xiao Xian felt that Li Jianfeng was also a straightforward person, so he didn't stop him. Xiao Xian said cheerfully, "Then let's give it a try. Come back with the status of an upper kingdom and have some fun. Then, Xiao Xian half-jokingly asked Xingyue, do you want to become the empress of an upper kingdom? His question stunned everyone, especially Xingyue. The bald guy stammered up. Upper kingdom empress? Her Majesty previously only asked us to do our best. She didn't say the goal was to become an upper kingdom. Xingyue was a little hesitant at this question. She thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, the Great Qin is having a hard time finding 5 nascent soul cultivators to compete. I dare not rashly say I want to become an upper kingdom. But if Master says so, then this disciple naturally believes that Master can do it. At this moment, Xingyue was extremely determined. Perhaps the flame of passion in her heart had been ignited. Xingyue shouted with all her might, I not only want to become the empress of an upper kingdom, I also want to become the empress of the immortal court, the empress of the upper court. Please help me, Master. Xiao Xian was very pleased with this student's attitude. He folded the fan in his hand and said in a serious tone, then let's set a small goal first. To make the Great Qin an upper kingdom. While everyone was chatting happily, Yi Fan, out of nowhere, appeared. He said eagerly, the Hong Ming sect is so lively. I wonder if Yi can join in? Xingyue was surprised to see him here. She asked Yi Fan, why are you here? Yi Fan laughed heartily. He replied mysteriously, I did some calculations. I figured that Xing needed my help, so I rushed over without stopping. If I'm not mistaken, you guys are in need of a nascent soul cultivator to participate in this great battle, right? Yi Fan was only probing for the opinions of Xiao Xian's group. He didn't care if they agreed or not, because at this very moment, Yi Fan had already started cracking his knuckles. He was ready to fight at any time. Yi Fan began to chant. 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Streams of spiritual light enveloped and illuminated Yi Fan's entire body. He smiled faintly and asked, so what do you all think of me? Wei Jie was quite surprised by Yi Fan's strength at first glance. He thought to himself, this aura. Wei Jie quickly reported to Xingyue. He said in a low voice, Your Majesty, this is the mysterious expert that a few days ago Elder Zong saw in the Haotian mirror. Xingyue said nothing. She glanced at Yi Fan. She was extremely curious about Yi Fan. This person is not simple. Xingyue walked closer to Yi Fan. She cleared her throat and then introduced him slowly. Ahem. Let me introduce you all. This is Yi Fan, a wandering cultivator. Not long ago, when I was trying to subdue the king's steel, I was fortunate to have his help. Yi Fan smiled warmly, as if greeting them. Xingyue invited Yi Fan, creating an opportunity for her to get to know him better. Since young Master Yi wishes to participate, then please come with us. Xingyue did not forget to turn and ask for Xiao Xian's opinion. I wonder what Master thinks. Xiao Xian pondered for a moment. He felt that this name was quite familiar. Yi Fan? Xiao Xian remembered. When he and Xingyue were cultivating after she had come out of the Imperial Steel space, she had recounted the events that had taken place there. And in it, the name Yi Fan had appeared. Since Xingyue came out of the Imperial Steel space, she has mentioned that person suddenly appeared in the Imperial Steel space. And he even reminded her not to miss out on the person with the dragon chi. Yi Fan walked over with a cheerful smile to greet Xiao Xian. So you are Xingyue's master. 5 years ago, Xingyue controlled the waters and solved the floods in my hometown. Since then, I have always admired her. I came to the Great Qin this time to admire her elegance. I didn't expect to run into this event by coincidence. Yi Fan held out his hand, wanted to shake hands. He recounted his first meeting with Xingyue, expressing his admiration for her. Xiao Xian politely held out his hand to shake it. He smiled faintly and replied, Is that so? However, Ye's words to Xiao Xian had countless questionable points. He speculated to himself. Coincidentally came to the Great Qin, ran into the 10,000 Dao assembly, and coincidentally, by some means, entered the mysterious space with Xingyue, and now he just so happens to appear to participate in the great battle, right? This guy, could he be like me? A transmigrator? Xiao Xian also began to wonder about the true identity of this person named Yi Fan. The two of them just stood there, shaking hands. A smile was on both of their faces. It perfectly concealed the thoughts in their hearts at that moment. Even Yi Fan had his own schemes. I have to see what kind of mystery you are. Xiao Xian instructed before leaving. So now, the 5 participants are me, Jian Feng, Daoist Chongling, Elder Wei, and Yi Fan. If you need any help from the Hong Ming Sect, just find my senior sister. I need to go into seclusion to cultivate for a few days. Jian Feng, come with me. Li Jianfeng replied respectfully, yes. Xiao Xian and Li Jianfeng went to a private room to talk. Li Jianfeng asked respectfully, Master, why did you call for me? Xiao Xian calmly took out a sharp, green sword. He asked, take a look at this first. Li Jianfeng was a little hesitant at first, but then he was sure. This is the Zhanxian sword. Xiao Xian looked satisfied. He asked again, do you know the origin of this sword? Li Jianfeng calmly shared his knowledge, reporting to Master. 85 years ago, in the northern part of Great Qin, I found an ancient ruin containing 7 divine swords. The low-rank heaven-grade technique I cultivate, the 7 styles of immortal slash, was also found in these ruins, according to the records on the stone tablets in the ruins. In ancient times, these 7 swords were originally a single heavenly divine weapon. When upgrading, it failed to withstand the lightning tribulation and was severely damaged. At that time, the artifact refiner had no way to repair it. He only salvaged the usable materials to forge these 7 swords. Given the situation back then, the original sword was shattered beyond repair due to the lightning tribulation. But it was a rare divine weapon. Destroying it completely would have caused regret for many. Thus, the artifact refiner racked his brains and decided to forge 7 sword with power nearly equal to the original using its shards. This story shocked an entire era. So it wasn't hard for Li Jianfeng to know the details. The important thing is that he was truly interested in cultivation to investigate so much. But since it is a hard-to-find treasure, why did Xiao Xian possess one so easily? That puzzled Li Jianfeng quite a bit. He asked, these 7 swords should be separate. I wonder where the sword in Master's hand came from. Xiao Xian turned slightly pale when suddenly questioned by Li Jianfeng. Even he himself wasn't clear about these matters. Xiao Xian only knew the name and power of the sword. He knew nothing about its past. Xiao Xian coughed a few times to admonish him. Ahem. Matters of the Jianghu. One should listen less. As far as I know, the real name of this sword is the soft finger winding sword. That was almost the most basic information he could tell Li Jianfeng about this sword. Xiao Xian told himself. Both of these swords were gifts from the system. It seems they just surpass the causal scope of this world. Explaining it won't work. Li Jianfeng listened obediently. He continued, so that's how it is. Previously, this disciple didn't know the real name of this sword. I just casually called it the immortal slashing sword. Xiao Xian changed the subject. Do you still remember the location of those ruins? Li Jianfeng replied. Those ruins are just beneath the Wanfeng Gate. My Wanfeng Gate. I even specially set up a protective array. Master, if you wish, we can go there right now. Xiao Xian smiled with satisfaction. He raised both hands to his forehead, chanted something, and said, all right then. Then, Xiao Xian reached out towards Li Jianfeng's head, once again bestowing a treasure upon him. After a pause, Xiao Xian thoughtfully instructed, before we go, your master, will transfer a sword technique to you. Its name is Sword Come. It is a high-rank heaven-grade technique. You must try your best to cultivate it patiently. The process of transferring the sword technique was a bit painful, so the facial muscles of Li Jianfeng involuntarily contorted. But he still tried to endure by closing his eyes tightly and clenching his teeth. A few seconds later, Li Jianfeng seemed to have sensed the power of that technique. He stammered, this sword come technique. Li has never seen such an extraordinary sword technique before. Xiao Xian explained, this was derived by your master gathering 57 cultivation techniques and refining their essence. The previous 57 cultivation techniques can be considered its precursors. Understanding them will be beneficial to you. Xiao Xian successfully transferred it to Li Jianfeng. The power of Sword Come was quite immense. Therefore, Li Jianfeng needed more time to adapt. Just a moment later, Li Jianfeng successfully absorbed the entire Sword Come. Only then did he react to Xiao Xian's words. Putting it that way, this high-rank, heaven-grade Sword Come was created by Master himself? Xiao Xian scratched his face and smiled embarrassedly, replying, just luck. Li Jianfeng thought Xiao Xian was being overly modest. Li Jianfeng exclaimed in a loud, startled voice. How can this be described as luck? This is truly the talent of a heavenly genius. Xiao Xian was very happy to be praised. He pretended to wave his hand in shy refusal. Oh, no need to pay attention to such empty titles. After transferring the sword come technique to his disciple, Xiao Xian smiled with hidden meaning and asked Li Jianfeng, do you know what the core meaning of sword come is? Li Jianfeng truly couldn't guess the profound implication Xiao Xian wanted to convey. He bowed to Xiao Xian and said, please enlighten me, master. Xiao Xian spoke while using actions to explain for Li Jianfeng to understand. Xiao Xian used just one finger to control that sword. Magical flames blazed, illuminating the entire room. The sword moved swiftly, splitting into multiple copies, flying from one place to another. The only key point of sword come is destruction. Li Jianfeng was startled by Xiao Xian's action. He exclaimed in surprise, my sword. Xiao Xian calmly explained further. Not only destroying the confusion and obstacles before your eyes, but also destroying all magic and divine abilities in the world. At the same time, this sword technique can continue to fuse with the essence of all sword techniques under heaven and continue to upgrade. One day, even if it is a world-renowned divine artifact or treasure, the sword can destroy it instantly. Even demons or gods in the sky. With one strike, it will finish them off immediately. Sword come is indeed incredibly powerful. Over tens of thousands of years, its name has always been circulated everywhere due to the impermanent power of sword come. Li Jianfeng had previously only known the surface of its power through rumors, but now witnessing it with his own eyes and having it explained in detail by Xiao Xian, Li Jianfeng admired sword come even more. He stammered, break 10,000 spells, break 10,000 artifacts, break 10,000 gods. If these 7 immortal slashing forms are also integrated into it, then Li Jianfeng suddenly paused. He lowered his head. His brows furrowed slightly. Li Jianfeng thought for a moment and whispered, sword come. Suddenly, Li Jianfeng shouted loudly, I understand. Simultaneously, he unleashed his spiritual power, causing his whole body to glow. Xiao Xian hadn't expected this to happen either. His heart skipped a beat. Things didn't stop there. The power erupting from Li Jianfeng was so strong it shook the ground. The roof was also pierced through consequently. People outside panicked, hurriedly turning to look into the hall. They were stunned upon seeing that terrifying sight. To clarify this matter, the system immediately sent a notification to Xiao Xian. Through the host's guidance, disciple comprehended sword come. Break 10,000 artifacts incomplete. Reward feedback 10,000 times. Obtain sword come. Break 10,000 artifacts complete. Sword come grade upgraded to peerless heaven grade. Through the host's guidance, disciple broke through to nascent soul 3rd stage. Reward feedback 5 times. Obtained 100 days of cultivation. Xiao Xian gaped. He was dazed because everything happened too suddenly, completely beyond his expectations. Xiao Xian thought to himself, this is a bit unexpected, truly worthy of a swordsman with comprehension and bone structure. As high as 300. Xingyue outside was equally surprised. She didn't know what had happened. She could only guess blindly. This is Taoist Chong Ling, standing next to her, seemed to think the same as Xingyue. He spoke up. Could be only breaking through? Time flew by. It had already been 10 days since that shocking event. Li Jianfeng walked to the place where Xiao Xian was cultivating. He respectfully clasped his hands and bowed to report. Even knowing Xiao Xian couldn't see, Master, this disciple has broken through. Inside, Xiao Xian was cultivating with a calm mind. Hearing the familiar voice, he slowly opened his eyes. Xiao Xian looked at the glowing object in his palm and said calmly, as expected. When stopping at Foundation Establishment before, I felt it was strange. This time, breaking through Golden Core and advancing to Nascent Soul, the feeling is clearer. Xiao Xian's attitude today was a bit different. Not only was he quieter than usual, his words also held deep meanings. Cultivators store spiritual power in the Dantian, but my Dantian seems to be able to hold several times the amount compared to ordinary people. If I were to quantify it, It's like the difference between a well and a lake. The image of Elder Zeng of the nascent soul stage flashed in Xiaoxian's mind. He spoke in a somber voice. I deliberately observed before. Although I'm a golden core now, in terms of spiritual power or amount of essence, I am significantly stronger than Elder Zeng at the peak of nascent soul. Like a bottomless pit, Xiaoxian gained momentum to stand up. He continued, although my ability to control spiritual power has improved a lot now, wanting to stimulate a qualitative change in spiritual power is not impossible, but my foundation now is clearly much more solid than a normal golden core. Perhaps it's due to the benefits this special physique brings. Jianfeng, let's go. Let's go to the ruins you mentioned. After not seeing each other for 10 days, Xiaoxian poured out all his thoughts from the past few days to his disciple. The depressing mood had been clinging to him day after day. Having the chance, Xiaoxian then took Li Jianfeng for a stroll, while also taking care of some business. Xiaoxian walked outside. His hand gently waved his fan. Li Jianfeng couldn't understand Xiaoxian's thoughts. He could only silently follow. Together, they arrived at the mountain gate of the Wanfeng Gate. The streets here were quite bustling. The scenery was charming. A young man stood in the middle of the street, pointing at a strange stone slab beside him, and called out, "Today, taking this opportunity to open an auction. Money is not easy to exchange, only exchanging for the power of divine consciousness." A large crowd gathered there. It must be something very precious. However, the young man's words were what caught Xiaoxian's attention. He involuntarily stopped in his tracks, letting out a sound. Oh. Xiaoxian glanced over. He was somewhat curious about this person's auction conditions. Exchanging items for the power of divine consciousness? The young man had a serious yet cheerful face, endlessly introducing that strange stone slab. This steel can quantify everyone's transmitted divine consciousness power. Normally speaking, postnatal and innate stages cannot condense this power. But for the Qi refining stage, the divine consciousness power is from 1 to 100. Foundation establishment stage is from 100 to 1000. Golden core stage is from 1000 to 5000. The young man cleared his throat and started the auction. The first auction item is a 4th grade pill, the Essence Transformation Pill. Starting price is 50 points of divine consciousness power. Anyone bidding? A curious man standing nearby hurriedly raised his hand and asked, "Can we really exchange divine consciousness power for it? This Essence Transformation Pill is a good item. I'll give it a try." The young man smiled brightly and invited, "Please, cultivator, pour your divine consciousness power into the stone steel. Go ahead." The man eagerly walked up and pressed his hand lightly on the stone slab. Immediately, light radiated from it. But after a while, the man felt an uncomfortable churning in his gut. He told himself, "This stone steel, there's something strange about it. I have no way to control my body." His whole body shook violently. Sweat covered his face. The auctioneer's smile became peculiar. He smirked eerily, seeing the customer. Standing there dazed, the man completely lost control. His whole body stiffened. His spiritual power was gradually drained, leaving him with no strength to resist. He could only silently cry for help. "Ah, my divine consciousness power is all being sucked away." The man used all his remaining strength to cry out. But before he could say anything more, he was drowned out by the auctioneer. This cultivator's divine consciousness power reached 4.44, far surpassing the realm of ordinary cultivators. "So, how much are you willing to bid for this Essence Transformation Pill?" The man lost all consciousness, his eyes vacant. He spoke as if controlled by someone. "I am willing to offer all my divine consciousness power." The auctioneer feigned surprise. He exclaimed, "Like that? This cultivator bids 4.44. Does anyone else want to bid?" The others hesitated a bit. They said apprehensively, "This, for 0.44, can be considered the peak of Golden Core stage. We're afraid we can't afford that much." "Looks like it's true. We can exchange divine consciousness power for items." While the crowd was buzzing with discussion, Xiaoxian and his disciple saw through that trick. Li Jianfeng bowed his head and whispered to Xiaoxian, "This stone steel is peculiar. The divine consciousness power of that cultivator was completely sucked away." Xiaoxian calmly replied, "That's right. Moreover, there's a strand of aura resembling demonic energy, vague and indistinct, taking the opportunity to enter that cultivator's sea of consciousness. That cultivator is currently controlled by someone else. Li Jianfeng was furious and drew his sword. He growled, "Disgusting, daring to act arrogantly on my Wanfeng Gate's territory. I absolutely cannot let him off." But before he could act, he was stopped by Xiao Xian. He remained calm. Xiao Xian softly advised, "Jianfeng, you are at this age. Why are you still so reckless and impulsive?" Realizing he was a bit impulsive, Li Jianfeng hurriedly stopped. He said again, "Please enlighten me, master." Xiao Xian smiled slightly and analyzed. These people know clearly that the myriad Dao Grand Gathering has ended, yet they still dare to act arrogantly on your territory. It clearly shows they are fundamentally not afraid of being discovered by you. Perhaps this root of disaster originates from within your own sect. The techniques your master previously transmitted to you included a special divine consciousness technique called divine thought severing. It can protect your divine consciousness from being disturbed by evil spirits. Later, conceal your aura well. Change your appearance. Listen to my command. Li Jianfeng was stunned by Xiao Xian's teaching. After listening to his analysis once through, Li Jianfeng understood this trick a bit better. Li Jianfeng admired and obeyed. Yes. After finishing the plan, Xiao Xian and Li Jianfeng, disguised as Baldi Chongling, pushed through the crowd and entered. Xiao Xian raised his hand, pretending to be very interested in that stone slab. He shouted loudly, "This essence transformation pill is truly a good item. We also want to try a bit." The auctioneer thought he had lured more prey and eagerly welcomed them. In an auction, naturally, the higher bidder wins. Since this cultivator is interested, then please. Xiao Xian and Li Jianfeng walked up to the stone slab, placing their hands on it just like the first person did. Their divine consciousness began to be sucked in through their eyes and mouths. Even so, they hadn't lost their reasoning. Xiao Xian thought to himself, "This brat Jianfeng looks honest. Actually, his acting isn't bad." The auctioneer started his flattering tone again to deceive the audience. He feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Wow. These two cultivators' divine consciousness power both reached 4,500 and above. Does anyone else want to bid?" The people below scrambled to bid. Me. After deceiving a group of people, the auctioneer manipulated them and led them away. When they arrived in front of the Wanfeng Sun Pass, they were blocked. The auctioneer took out a token and said to the guard, "I am working on behalf of the Great Elder. Let me in quickly." The guard obeyed immediately. Besides the auctioneer, he also had an assistant helping him watch over the captured people. After the way was opened, the assistant watched every move of the group, helping them enter one by one as the auctioneer intended. Li Jianfeng and Xiao Xian were also in that group. But of course, their reasoning remained intact. Li Jianfeng pretended on one hand while thinking on the other, to think they let them in so easily. It seems the root of the disaster really comes from within the sect, and this direction is behind a ruined mountain. In front of them was a pitch-black cave. In the center, a red vortex radiated everywhere, looking very terrifying. And that was also the entrance. The group unwittingly entered without any fear. Walking for about a few minutes, they reached the inside. The main hall didn't have too many people. Even with firelight, it still felt dark and cold. In the middle, a man was concentrating on cultivation. That man's name was Cui Wuzhua. He was the great elder of this sect. The auctioneer walked in and shouted, "Great elder! Everyone has been brought here this time." Li Jianfeng easily recognized Cui Wuzhua at a glance. He thought to himself, "Cui Wuzhua, it really is him." Suddenly, a magical hand grabbed the auctioneer's neck furiously. He screamed in terror. Cui Wuzhua growled, "Why so slow? Didn't I say, if you're late by a moment, I'll take your dog life?" The auctioneer struggled and hurriedly explained with difficulty, "Oh, this time, especially many cultivators were deceived. I thought bringing more people back would surely make you happy." Cui Wuzhua's eyes were bloodshot. Cui Wuzhua licked around his mouth, looking very greedy. He said in a terrifying tone, "Want me happy? Then why not offer all your spiritual power, blood essence, divine consciousness? Sacrifice it all to me." Finished speaking, Cui Wuzhua sucked dry the auctioneer's divine consciousness. He groaned in pain endlessly. Unexpectedly, in the end, he died just the way he deceived others. After sucking the life force of the auctioneer dry, the energy radiating around Chui Wuzhua became stronger and stronger. But he didn't know satisfaction. Chui Wuzhua looked at the group behind the auctioneer with sharp, cold eyes. He whispered, "Just this meager amount is far from enough." After shouting, Chui Wuzhua immediately switched to sucking the spiritual power of the innocent group. Xiao Xian didn't stand still to let himself get dragged into it. He pretended to fall to one side, crying out softly, "Ouch! My leg hurts." But how could such a small act fool Chui Wuzhua? He used his magical hands, entangling Xiao Xian's entire body, lifting him into the air. Chui Wuzhua greeted him. "Aren't controlled by the stone steel?" Xiao Xian showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he smirked with confidence. Suddenly, Xiao Xian glared. His crimson eyes bore into Chui Wuzhua, looking as if they wanted to devour him whole. With just that one glance, Chui Wuzhua felt an excruciating pain shoot through his entire body. He let out a stifled cry. Chui Wuzhua's body trembled in waves. Clutching his head, he spoke with difficulty. "You want to compete with me in divine consciousness power? Youngsters really can't help but be overly arrogant." Chui Wuzhua no longer had the strength to bind Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian landed gently. Taking out his fan, he waved it dashingly a few times. Xiao Xian spoke calmly. "Still trying to threaten me? You've already lost." Chui Wuzhua was startled by Xiao Xian's statement. Before he could even comprehend the meaning of those words, he was tightly bound by Xiao Xian's spiritual power. Chui Wuzhua tried to move, but to no avail. He was utterly bewildered. His mouth kept asking, "What is happening? I can't control my own body. What did you do to me?" Xiao Xian smiled slightly and replied, "I just used a bit of your own trick against you." Xiao Xian controlled Chui Wuzhua with his mind and spoke leisurely. "You used the stone steel to absorb the divine consciousness power of cultivators. You also took the opportunity to invade their sea of consciousness, controlling their minds and capturing them to drain their blood essence and spiritual power. So, within the divine consciousness power, I simply tampered with yours a little bit. I could counter you at any moment. From the instant I placed my hand on the stone slab, I had already begun calculating how to deal with you. And just as he planned, everything went off without a hitch. Chui Wuzhua had now become the victim of his own consciousness-draining technique. He screamed in agony, "Arg!" Xiao Xian spoke in a mocking tone. "What a pity, great elder. It seems I am one step ahead." Xiao Xian observed the surroundings for a moment and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this is the 12 constellation dragon formation. It requires a massive amount of blood essence and spiritual power, along with divine consciousness, to be sacrificed simultaneously. Only when a balance is reached can it be opened. In that case, I thank the great elder for his gift." Having said that, Xiao Xian immediately activated the formation. The ground beneath them cracked into fragments. Everything inside the hall shook as if in an earthquake. Li Jianfeng was slightly panic-stricken. He cried out, "What is this?" Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Once activated, the formation shot bolts of lightning straight upwards. Li Jianfeng noticed the anomaly and exclaimed in shock, "The ground is sinking." After a moment of chaos, Li Jianfeng slowly opened his eyes to assess the situation. Li Jianfeng gave a start and cried out, "This is the underworld 7 stars." Li Jianfeng looked at the surrounding walls. They no longer looked primitive and cold. Instead, the walls now bore strange and distinct markings. They looked like constellations in the sky, yet simpler. Xiao Xian was slightly surprised hearing Li Jianfeng's words. Frowning, he turned back to look at his disciple and asked, "The underworld 7 stars? What is that?" Li Jianfeng examined the 7 stars closely and replied, "Legend has it, in the ancient primeval era, immortals and gods coexisted. Among them was a supreme, peerless ruler named Su Yuan. He commanded the primordial continent and ruled over the myriad races of the heavens. He was the true immortal emperor of law. Because of a great calamity, the order of the heavenly Tao collapsed severely. A world-ending tribulation descended, plunging the living beings of the myriad worlds into misery. Blood flowed everywhere. Emperor Su Yuan could not bear to watch his people suffer, so he led the immortals under his command to resist. It is said that back then, Emperor Su Yuan risked his life to create a massive barrier to protect the people from destruction. That story is incredibly famous and widely spread. It wasn't strange for Li Jianfeng to know it. He continued, however, because the heavenly Tao was too powerful, Emperor Su Yuan could hardly withstand it. Reluctantly, he laid out the 7 great arrays. He seized 7 stars, each harboring immense power. By drawing upon that stellar energy, he suppressed the firmament. He fought back against the collapse of the heavenly Tao's order. It was the only way to ensure the safety of every race under the heavens. And that is how the legendary 7 great arrays were born. The system had never breathed a word of this to Xiao Xian, leaving him deeply intrigued. Xiao Xian urged Li Jianfeng to continue the tale. To think such a legend actually existed. What happened to Emperor Hu Yuan after that? Li Jianfeng shared everything he knew with Xiao Xian. After seizing the stars, Emperor Hu Yuan was left in an extremely weakened state. Struck down by a sudden blow from the heavenly Tao, his physical body was instantly obliterated. His soul had no choice but to take refuge within those 7 stars. Since then, no one knows if he's truly alive or dead. Back in the ancient era, the under heaven's 7 stars held the legend of Emperor Hu Yuan as their core faith. Taking the 7 stars as their name, they established a superpower that reigned supreme. They worshipped the late Emperor Hu Yuan and spread word of his peerless, divine deeds. As he spoke, the drawings on the walls suddenly began to glow with an eerie light. Instantly, they caught Xiao Xian's attention. He stared intently, his lips parted slightly. What is this? Standing nearby, Li Jianfeng recoiled in shock. Light from the under heaven 7 stars began to converge, forming a massive surge of energy. Xiao Xian stood there, dazed. He could feel that overwhelming power. This power, Xiao Xian murmured. Closing his eyes, he focused on sensing the energy. His own energy and the power of the under heaven 7 stars began to merge into one. Xiao Xian thought to himself, it feels even more refined and potent than standard spiritual energy. In fact, it's quite similar to the primordial chaos purple chi I've refined before. The energy transformed into a vortex, swirling around Xiao Xian. It lifted him off the ground. He transitioned into a state of deep cultivation. Xiao Xian gave an order to Li Jianfeng. Jianfeng, Garmiwa meditate. Li Jianfeng immediately accepted the command. Your disciple obeys. Li Jianfeng watched in silence as Xiao Xian struggled to harmonize his energy with that of the under heaven 7 stars. Xiao Xian sat in peaceful meditation at the center of the array. Observing the scene, Li Jianfeng began to speculate. I once heard that the under heaven 7 stars vanished, splitting Emperor Hu Yuan's inheritance into 7 parts, and leaving them scattered throughout the world. Could it be that Master has been chosen by the under heaven 7 stars? Is he about to become the successor of Emperor Hu Yuan? That would be a blessing. Yet, Li Jianfeng remained nervous. An immense unease filled his heart. He worried something might go wrong. With such a massive amount of power, if I were the one receiving it, my cultivation level wouldn't be able to keep up with the influx of energy. I'd probably explode and die in an instant. The space suddenly felt incredibly suffocating. A heavy silence hung in the air. Furthermore, what Xiao Xian was doing was extremely dangerous. Looking at the expression on Xiao Xian's slightly furrowed brow, Li Jianfeng grew even more anxious. But he didn't dare make a sound. He could only ask himself, Master, you'll be all right, won't you? A moment later, Xiao Xian had nearly completed his cultivation process. He had successfully reached the peak of the golden core stage. Xiao Xian landed gently back on the ground. Although he had successfully increased his power, he still felt it wasn't enough. He thought to himself, even with such a massive amount of energy pouring in, it wasn't even enough to fill this golden core of mine. It seems I'll have to wait until I return to the Hong Ming Sect. Once I absorb the primordial chaos purple chi, then I can consider breaking through. After landing, Xiao Xian was startled when out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something. He looked up. A beautiful woman appeared before him. Her entire body radiated a gentle purple light. She drifted through the air like a celestial fairy. She spoke in a soft, melodic voice. I am Yao Guang of the under heaven 7 stars. By the decree of Emperor Hu Yuan, I stand guard here over the Emperor's inheritance. waiting for the one destined to claim it. Xiao Xian sought to confirm her identity. You're Yao Wang from the Under Heaven 7 Stars? He then fired off a series of questions. Are you saying that Emperor Hu Yuan's inheritance is sealed here? And it's that surge of energy I just absorbed? I am not the Under Heaven 7 Stars themselves. Merely a remnant thought left behind by Yao Wang of the 7 Stars. The girl replied calmly. And the Emperor's inheritance is far more than what you just absorbed. Obtaining this kind of power, the stranger asked for his name. Hearing the question, Xiao Xian didn't hesitate to answer. I am Xiao Xian. The girl held out a mystical orb of energy before him and began to explain. This kind of power is called spirit power. Those who possess spirit power are blessed by the heavenly Tao and granted extraordinary luck. At a single glance, Xiao Xian felt a sense of familiarity from the energy source. He spoke up quickly. This feels very similar to a power I've refined before. We call it primordial chaos, purple chi. Have you ever heard of it? The girl looked at Xiao Xian with a peculiar expression. From his words, she immediately realized his true lineage and thought to herself. So, he's a descendant of the Hong Ming Sect. Knowing a bit about the sect, she spoke aloud. The founding ancestor of your Hong Ming Sect was the human immortal. As his descendant, you carry the karma he left behind in this world. By that same token, you also inherit the human immortal's providence. When the power of providence condenses, after being refined countless times, it eventually becomes spirit power. This primordial chaos, purple chi, is actually the power of providence left behind by your ancestor. If you can cultivate spirit power to its absolute limit, it will be enough to defy the heavenly Tao itself. Just as Xiao Xian suspected, that orb of power really was the primordial chaos, purple chi. After rambling about the sect and the purple chi, she added, the orb drifted closer to Xiao Xian's head, beginning the process of transferring power. Xiao Xian's interest in the primordial chaos, purple chi, deepened now that he knew of its terrifying potential. A faint smile played on his lips as he said, so if I understand correctly, primordial chaos, purple chi is a form of providence, while spirit power is the highly condensed version of that providence. The girl gave a brief nod. Precisely. Xiao Xian asked further. Then, do you know anything about the power of national destiny? This girl seemed to know everything there was to know. Without making him wait, she replied, the power of national destiny? It's exactly what the name implies. It is the providence of a nation, and it's also a lower-tier form of spirit power. Thanks to her, Xiao Xian's understanding of the world continued to broaden. Being a sharp man, he didn't need much explanation to grasp the core of the matter. He said, I see. I have one last question. This inheritance of the void, abyss, immortal emperor, has anyone else ever obtained it? The girl was slightly taken aback by his question. It seemed to be a difficult subject for her. However, she chose not to hide anything. She answered honestly, aside from my family, 2 others have been here before. They both passed the trials with flying colors and received the inheritances meant for them. Xiao Xian cupped his hands politely and said, Thank you, Fairy, for clearing my doubts. I have no more questions. The girl looked satisfied. She continued calmly, Xiao Xian, you already know this is the place where the void, abyss, immortal emperor left his legacy. If you obtain this inheritance, you will have the power to turn the tides and stand against the heavenly Tao. Are you ready to face the trial? Xiao Xian asked, puzzled. What trial? It seemed she had anticipated this question. A satisfied, subtle smile crossed her face. The girl looked at Xiao Xian with a chilling expression. The words she was about to utter were truly cruel. If you want to obtain this inheritance, then kill the person who entered this place with you. She was referring to Li Jianfeng. He was so terrified that he nearly reverted to his original form. Cold sweat poured down Li Jianfeng's face. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Li Jianfeng stammered, what? Xiao Xian remained silent, offering no response. Seeing Xiao Xian's grim silence, Li Jianfeng's fear intensified. His legs nearly gave out. He wanted to drop to his knees and beg for mercy. But the sheer terror paralyzed him, leaving him unable to even control his own body. Li Jianfeng's voice trembled as he said, Master. Xiao Xian suddenly flashed a mysterious smile. Xiao Xian rubbed his chin. He pretended to ask Li Jianfeng as if he were unsure. Jianfeng, is this immortal emperor Jiang Yuan really as powerful as you say? For some reason, I feel like this strange trial is a joke. The girl became furious at his words. She pointed at the two of them and launched an attack. At the same time, she shouted, "Insolent! How dare a mere mortal question an immortal emperor?" Without flinching, Xiao Xian created a barrier, protecting them both. He smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? I understand now." Li Jianfeng beside him still couldn't understand what Xiao Xian was thinking. He moved his lips, "Master." Suddenly, Li Jianfeng knelt on one knee. He bowed his head and clasped his hands, calling out to Xiao Xian with sincerity, "Master." Xiao Xian, who was focused on blocking the girl's attack, turned to him in confusion and asked, "What are you doing?" Li Jianfeng poured out his heart to Xiao Xian. He declared with great conviction, "Master, my lifelong wish is to pursue the pinnacle of the Sword Dao. But now, I feel that human strength cannot overcome fate. But you are different, Master. In time, you will surely be able to reach the pinnacle of the Sword Dao. This disciple only wishes that in the future, Master can ask immortal Emperor Jiang Yuan." Xiao Xian let out a long sigh. He hadn't expected his disciple to be so naive. Xiao Xian reassured him, "Jianfeng, what can I say to you?" The girl seized the opportunity to interject. "This disciple of yours is much more sensible than you. What are you still waiting for? This time, you don't have to worry about a bad reputation in the future. You can openly accept the inheritance. Make your move already." Suddenly, Xiao Xian understood something. He smiled smugly. He muttered, "Reversing the heavenly order. Immortal Emperor Jiang Yuan. I understand completely now. Jianfeng, let me borrow your Jianlai for a moment." Xiao Xian spoke without waiting for Li Jianfeng to understand. Xiao Xian summoned the Jianlai from the Qinquan pouch that Li Jianfeng carried. A second later, Li Jianfeng was still dazed by his master's action. Xiao Xian began to chant seriously. He used his spiritual energy to control the Jianlai. He said, "By the way, I was only able to comprehend this move because of you, Jianfeng. I understand now. All 7 of these willow branch soft swords were originally one. In that case, they could be used to strengthen the heavenly divine weapon, Jianlai. Why can't they be combined into one?" As Xiao Xian explained, he combined the 7 willow branch soft swords into one before the eyes of Li Jianfeng and the girl. Unexpectedly, it was possible. Their fusion created a sword enveloped in golden light. And it was the legendary divine weapon, Jianlai. Xiao Xian took it. He exclaimed excitedly, "This is the real qi-shattering sword." Li Jianfeng was stunned by this strange event. He really couldn't believe this could happen. He exclaimed in disbelief, "The willow branch soft swords. Combined into one? Isn't this something even the ancient weapon refiners couldn't do?" Xiao Xian just glanced at the stunned Li Jianfeng and chuckled. Xiao Xian also exclaimed in admiration, "This is truly beyond imagination. It can become even stronger." With that, Xiao Xian took the remaining willow branch soft sword and fused it into the Jianlai. The power radiating from them was immense. Only Xiao Xian was strong enough to resist it and help the two fuse into one. The willow branch soft sword was gradually absorbed into the Jianlai. Xiao Xian's action also stunned the girl. She hadn't expected Xiao Xian to be so powerful. The girl's whole body stiffened. She stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. "He actually took the willow branch soft sword that the immortal emperor gave me and strengthened it. Can a modern-day cultivator already possess such power?" Having completed the fusion, Xiao Xian took the sword and charged at the girl to test it. He had a terrifying smile on his face as he said, "Then let me test this sword on you." The girl was startled and hurriedly retreated. She trembled in fear and asked, "What are you doing? Don't you want the immortal emperor's inheritance?" Xiao Xian had already seen through her evil intentions. He still charged at the girl like a sharp arrow. Sparks of red fire shot out from Xiao Xian's eyes. Xiao Xian smirked. Immortal Emperor Jiang Yuan protected the myriad worlds and fought against the heavenly Tao. How could he have set up such a trial? The only solution that I can think of is to deal with a scoundrel like you. The girl, even if she wanted to run, could not escape the divine sword strike from Xiao Xian. He ruthlessly swung the sword, slashing at her slender back. The girl's whole body froze. The light from the sword enveloped her entire body. The girl's whole body seemed to be glowing. Then she vanished into thin air. Xiao Xian said again. If I guessed wrong, then consider it as me getting rid of a scourge for the people and eliminating someone who lied about the immortal emperor's inheritance. Li Jianfeng went from one surprise to another and finally understood everything. Just when it seemed that everything was over, Li Jianfeng suddenly exclaimed, Master! Xiao Xian was startled and looked in the direction of Li Jianfeng's gaze. He turned around and saw a book floating in midair. It was shrouded in a strange, misty pink smoke. The book, open on its own. The strange, winding characters inside were really hard to read. Li Jianfeng exclaimed in shock, This is the legendary cultivation technique of immortal Emperor Jiang Yuan. The book automatically flew in front of Xiao Xian and was gradually absorbed into his head. Xiao Xian had only guessed a part of it, so he waited in silence. After the book was completely absorbed by him, it disappeared. Xiao Xian closed his eyes. He thought to himself, what a pity. This 7-star ancient emperor scripture has a total of 7 chapters. This is only the first chapter, the Yaoguang chapter. It can only help me cultivate to the first level of the spirit-severing stage. To cultivate to the great perfection stage, I must find a way to find the remaining 6 chapters. However, the Yaoguang chapter already contains the location of the next chapter, the Kaiyan chapter. It's in the Longyan Empire. I can go look for it while I'm there. The Yaoguang chapter also records that anyone in the ruins who chooses to slaughter their companions, although they can also receive a part of the inheritance, they will not receive the locations of the other ruins. Until the true inheritor appears, the ruins will be sealed. It seems that the 2 people before me both chose to kill their companions. So Xiao Xian had already figured out the purpose and meaning of the trial set by immortal Emperor Jiang Yuan. With his intelligence, Xiao Xian had successfully passed the trial and received a worthy reward. As for the 2 who had come before him, perhaps because of their ambition, they had ruthlessly killed their friends. Therefore, they did not receive the hints that Xiao Xian did. However, Xiao Xian still had some concerns. He rubbed his chin. He looked around for a moment. Although Xiao Xian had been speculating for a while, he still couldn't solve the problem. He asked himself, to leave this kind of inheritance, I wonder what the intention of that immortal Emperor Jiang Yuan was. After seeing Xiao Xian obtain the 8-sword fusion willow branch soft sword, Li Jianfeng smiled brightly and clasped his hands in congratulations to Xiao Xian. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining the immortal Emperor's inheritance and the willow branch soft sword. This time, Master has another divine weapon. Xiao Xian just smiled faintly. He looked at Li Jianfeng. He spoke in a mysterious tone. Come, Jianfeng, hold out your hand. Li Jianfeng obediently complied. As he held out his hand, Xiao Xian placed the limited edition willow branch soft sword in his hand. Li Jianfeng was so stunned he couldn't speak. Xiao Xian continued. What are you talking about? Isn't this your sword? You still have a rare item like this. Xiao Xian smiled gently at Li Jianfeng. In fact, helping Li Jianfeng was also helping himself. After giving the sword to his disciple, the system would automatically give Xiao Xian a multiplied reward. Without having to wait long, the system sent a notification. After the host's assistance, the disciple has obtained the 8-sword fusion willow branch soft sword. Heavenly rank, superior grade. 5 times reward feedback. Obtained. Enhanced version of the willow branch soft sword. Heavenly rank, absolute grade. Li Jianfeng didn't know what to say. He just stood there silently. A tear of happiness couldn't help but roll down his cheek. His eyes shone with extreme emotion. Words were superfluous. Li Jianfeng decided to accept it with overflowing gratitude. For Xiao Xian, he bowed his head in thanks. Thank you, Master. Not only did he give him the willow branch soft sword, Xiao Xian also specially gave Li Jianfeng another special gift, the 7-star ancient emperor scripture. Take this as well. He then reached out his hand to transmit the cultivation technique into Li Jianfeng's mind. Li Jianfeng was startled. He exclaimed, Master, you want to pass on the immortal emperor's inheritance to me as well? Xiao Xian did not reply. After receiving the cultivation technique, Li Jianfeng immediately sat down on the ground in a cultivation posture. He wanted to immediately comprehend the entire essence of the immortal Emperor Jiang Yuan scripture. Xiao Xian didn't come up short on this end either. The system sent him another reward notification. detected that the host imparted to the disciple. The 7 stars Ancient Emperor Scripture, All-Cade Chapter. Reward feedback, 2x multiplier. Host has obtained. The 7 stars Ancient Emperor Scripture, Mizar Chapter. Receiving such a bargain, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. He muttered excitedly to himself. To think I could directly receive the Mizar Chapter like this. I really hit the jackpot this time. Xiao Xian opened his palm. A flame instantly flared to life. Then, a more complete version of Li Jianfeng's soft finger winding sword appeared majestically, glowing with the color of fire. Xiao Xian thought to himself, let me see this weapon, regarded as the transcendent artifact of the immortal emperor. Hearing a strange noise, Li Jianfeng opened his eyes to look. He was startled and stunned. Upon seeing the sword in Xiao Xian's hand, Li Jianfeng cried out, Master, is that also the soft finger winding sword in your hand? Hearing this, Xiao Xian turned to look at Li Jianfeng, who was staring blankly in confusion. Li Jianfeng held his own soft finger winding sword, yet he still couldn't believe it. He wondered, how can there be 2 complete soft finger winding swords? Xiao Xian didn't rush to answer. He channeled his spiritual power into the sword. The sword glowed, then transformed into a fan. Xiao Xian waved it dashingly a few times and said, didn't I tell you to ask fewer questions about matters of the Jianghu? Witnessing the scene before him, only left Li Jianfeng more bewildered. He exclaimed in shock, it turned into a fan. It can't just turn into a fan. Xiao Xian then transformed it into an axe. Xiao Xian said with delight, this axe possesses at least the power of a peerless heaven-grade artifact. Not bad. Now, the 18 martial arts are my fingertips. This suits me perfectly. Xiao Xian was just showing off to hide the fact that he was rewarded by the system. Xiao Xian frowned slightly, thinking, after cultivating the yin-yang 5 elements body tempering art, my sword Dao was originally somewhat stagnant, but now I have gained new insights. Perhaps it would be better to skim through the method before cultivating. Meanwhile, Li Jianfeng was still reeling from this massive shock. He clutched his head, his face turning completely pale. In that moment of surprise, Li Jianfeng's brain seemed to have stopped working. Peerless heaven grade. The soft finger winding sword is only high rank heaven grade. Legend has it that this is the magical artifact Immortal Emperor Su Yuan forged for Yao Guang. Xiao Xian paid him no mind. He was only focused on examining that sword. Xiao Xian silently asked the system about the sword's features. System, does this upgraded version of the soft finger winding sword have any new functions aside from changing its form? The system quickly sent a reply. By fusing the spiritual power hidden within other weapons, the sword, grade can be increased. Hearing this, Xiao Xian was even more delighted. He envisioned a beautiful dream, where he possessed the ultimate weapon in the mortal world. Xiao Xian muttered to himself, in that case, it is a divine weapon capable of evolution. This sword's power has far exceeded the soft finger winding sword. I might as well rename it Wu Shuang. Saying this, Xiao Xian folded the fan that the sword had transformed into. Then he commanded it, first, carry these grand disciples outside. Blue, humanoid-shaped figures shot out from a sword. They rushed toward the grand disciples lying unconscious on the ground. They carefully lifted them up. Xiao Xian clearly looked satisfied. He said, just in time to test the divine consciousness technique recorded in the All-Cade chapter. A while later, outside the gate of the Wanfeng Sect, the grand disciples had been successfully brought outside. However, they were still in a comatose state. Xiao Xian and Li Jianfeng stood silently watching them. Both were thinking of a way to wake them up. Li Jianfeng suddenly spoke up, Master, after having their divine consciousness power absorbed, their consciousness has definitely suffered damage. If we leave them be, I fear they will only be fools from now on. Xiao Xian naturally understood this well. He gave a soft hum. Xiao Xian suddenly thought of something. He decisively waved his hand, then said, Teacher just calculated a route for circulating spiritual power. What do you think? Li Jianfeng understood. He replied, while channeling his energy, let this disciple try it once. Li Jianfeng sat down abruptly on the ground. He closed his eyes, concentrating on circulating all the spiritual power in his body, as Xiao Xian instructed. Li Jianfeng suddenly opened his eyes wide. His attention was immediately the rumors about Xiao Xian. Li Jianfeng exclaimed in shock. Isn't this the heaven-devouring demonic art that only the demon lord can use? Why did Master seek out this kind of demonic art? Xiaoxian smiled faintly. At the same time, the system reported a message. Under the host's guidance, the disciple has learned the heaven-devouring demonic art. Incomplete. 7 times reward feedback. Obtained. Heaven-devouring demonic art complete. Xiaoxian confidently answered Li Jianfeng. Of course it's to reverse the cultivation technique. Just you and your disciples, huh? Xiaoxian was silent, searching for a solution. Suddenly, he had an idea. Xiaoxian decided to use his spiritual energy. In that strange action of his left, Li Jianfeng stunned and confused. Xiaoxian didn't know what incantation to use. He just pointed his hand at the old demonic cultivator lying on the ground. His spiritual energy transformed into a beam of light that shot through the old man's body. Everything went as expected, which made Xiaoxian somewhat angry. He silently cursed the demonic cultivator. That demonic art can absorb the spiritual energy of others. It can also control minds. Very practical. Xiaoxian's spiritual energy seeped into every cell of the demonic cultivator. Then, like a mirror, the light from the spiritual energy was inexplicably emitted from the old demonic cultivator's 5 senses. But these beams of light were a little more special. They were like souls, as if they were returning to their original bodies. The beams of light shot towards the motionless disciples. They entered through their mouths. Just a few seconds later, they opened their eyes one by one. Their souls had returned to their bodies, but their memories had not. They couldn't help but be confused as to why they were suddenly lying in broad daylight like this. Their whole bodies were strangely numb and sore. Each one of them tried to stand up with their weak strength. One after another, they asked questions. Where is this? Why am I here? Why has my cultivation been unlocked? My consciousness is even stronger than before. This transformation was definitely from Xiaoxian. Li Jianfeng naturally understood this. He quickly asked Xiaoxian, Master, what did you do to these disciples? Xiaoxian just smirked faintly. He then replied casually, I just returned their divine soul power and purified it along the way. The foundations of these disciples of yours are not very good. I also treated them a little on the side. Xiaoxian's on the side shocked Li Jianfeng to the core. His jaw dropped, his face turned pale. He kept pointing at Xiaoxian. He stammered, unable to form a clear word. Just be thankful for that moment. The disciples excitedly ran over and surrounded Li Jianfeng while he was still in shock. They were all in a frenzy. One person spoke, then another chimed in. Was it the Sect Master who saved us? I feel like I've broken through. Thank you, Sect Master. Thank you, Sect Master. Xiaoxian knew, for sure, that Li Jianfeng couldn't escape from those disciples so quickly. So before things got out of hand, Xiaoxian slipped away first. Before he left, he didn't forget to instruct. I'll leave the rest to you. After you've sorted things out, we'll head back. It was a mess. And yet, Xiaoxian had abandoned Li Jianfeng to face this troublesome group alone. Li Jianfeng tried to call out, hoping he could rescue him. Master, the disciples were like ants, and Li Jianfeng was their sweet, fragrant sugar. They expressed their extreme gratitude to Li Jianfeng, but his eyes were busy fixating on Xiaoxian. Li Jianfeng thought to himself, Master left so quickly. Is this the demeanor of a true master? A few hours later, Li Jianfeng finally escaped from a swarm of ants. He followed Xiaoxian back to the Hong Ming Sect, without even needing to step inside. Just by reaching the main gate, Li Jianfeng couldn't hide his shock at the sight before him. Li Jianfeng exclaimed in alarm, Master, how is the Hong Ming Sect so luxurious compared to the Hong Ming Sect? My 10,000 peak sect is like a poor, barren land. The two of them entered, looking around. But in reality, only Li Jianfeng was like that. This place was like a paradise on earth. Hearing his student's words, Xiaoxian could only laugh loudly. Ha!